Chapter 101. That's it. We all support Auntie. Auntie wants to abolish the citizen system, which clearly means she doesn't support third-class citizens entering the cracks. We certainly shouldn't do such a thing. Waco was extremely excited and took out his light brain to contact other students. There were many students who were as entangled as them and didn't want to inject chips into third-class citizens. But under the pressure of the management staff, they finally injected chips into all third-class citizens. After Wiki's call, students immediately responded. They took advantage of the supervisor's inattention to knock them out with anesthesia guns, and then took out the injected chips. The supervisors didn't suspect the students. After all, it was the first time that students rebelled together in the management, and many executive commissioners of the management were fooled. However, some students supported this matter, while others opposed it. Somewhere in the slums of District 13, Wei Lon and several other first-year freshmen saw the message sent by Wiki. Do you really want to do this? We will have a criminal record in the Federation, and we won't be able to work in the administration in the future. Right? Hardening is a member of the national team, and he is S-level. The administration and the military and political department will fight for him in the future. Yao Xingwei, the Wiki, has a good relationship with Minji Wexi, so he can curry favor with Minji Wexi in the future. But we can't. Why do we have to go against the administration? That's right. I just want to study peacefully, and I really don't want to get involved in this muddy water. Wei Lon grabbed the chip gun tightly. His face flushed. But do you really want to force those children to enter the crack? They're about the same age as us, and they don't have superpowers yet. Isn't entering the crack a suicide mission? The students lowered their heads in shame, and some students muttered, "This is the Federation's rules. If there is any change, it is the adults who will change it. What does it have to do with us?" Wei Lon, your family is not as good as ours. Don't be stupid. Wei Lon gritted her teeth. Just now, she and other students forced the third-class citizens to implant chips. At that time, she was numb and thought that this was the job of a superpower. But she received a message from Wiki. Yes, her family is ordinary. She is just a second-class citizen. Her parents spent all their savings to buy her B-level gold blood, so that she could awaken to an A-level superpower. Her parents paid so much for her, so that she could be a useful person, not to force others to die. Wei Lon got over this psychological barrier. If you don't take out the chip, I will take it out. This is what I did. It can't be blamed on you. Wei Lon. The people who were traveling with her immediately called Wei Lon. But Wei Lon got up without hesitation and walked towards the third-class citizen who had just been injected with the chip in the yard. She pointed the gun at the place where the boy had just injected the chip. Bear it. It may hurt a little. The boy trembled. He heard the dispute between Wei Lon and other classmates. He cried excitedly, "Thank you." Wei Lon pulled the trigger. Suddenly, there was a heavy blow on the back. Before Wei Lon could take out the new film, someone kicked her. Wei Lon staggered to her feet and saw Guan Hui and his group of brothers standing behind her. Guan Hui. Wei Lon was not afraid of Guan Hui. They were both A-level psychics and their strengths were similar. But Guan Hui also had a group of brothers, and the members who had just been in the same group with Wei Lon all surrounded Wei Lon and snatched the chip gun from her. Wei Lan's two fists were no match for in hands, and she was pressed to the ground by Guan Hui's brothers. Guan Hui stepped on Wei Lan's face and played with the chip gun in his hand. Wei Lon, you are an A-level psychic after all. Whether you go to the administration bureau or the military and political department in the future, your future will be bright. Why should you learn from Hardening? That kind of untouchable, with dirty blood flowing in his body, was born as an inferior, and still wants to rob our resources. What is he thinking? Hardening is a human being after all. And you, Guan Hui, you are a beast. Wei Lon cursed. Guan Hui grabbed the handle of the chip gun and smashed it on Wei Lan's head. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You are just a second-class citizen, and you are also an untouchable in my eyes. People like you deserve to be born low. You should rot in the mud. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a sound, several wind blades whizzed past and flew towards Guan Hui. Guan Hui was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and quickly dodged the wind blades. He looked up and saw Ming Yueshi and others standing in front of him. Bah! Guan Hui cursed inwardly. Ming Yueshi, are you guys blind? You don't want to be a first-class citizen. Are you going against me for Hardening? Are you guys screwed? Before he could finish his words, Jiangmi jumped down from the second floor, raised his leg, and slammed Guan Hui's head. The hardening blow, coupled with the effect of gravity, made Guan Hui dizzy and unable to walk properly. "Ning, it's you, it's you." Guan Hui's younger brother hurried forward and supported Guan Hui, while a cut appeared on Guan Hui's forehead, and hot blood flowed through his hair. Jiangmi looked at him, tilted his head and smiled. "What? Forgot what I said. I will beat you every time I see you. If you have the guts, beat you back." Guan Hui gnashed his teeth in anger. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. It was already embarrassing to be beaten before, and now Ning beat him in front of so many people. Even if Shining is an S class, he can't care about it. Crazy rushed to Shining. "Ning, I want to kill you! I want to kill you!" The fire shone, rushed to Shining, and smashed Jiangmi's door with a fire fist. His front teeth were on the stones on the ground, and two were stabbed directly. Jiangmi picked up the broom around, hardening, and then went to Guan Hui. Guan Hui was beaten without temper, and he wanted to clarify. But the more he yelled, the more Ning beat him. She didn't care about the power behind Guan Hui. Guan Hui felt his flesh was torn apart by the broom blow after blow, and he was about to cry. "Ning, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Stop beating me. Stop beating me." Guan Hui kept begging for mercy. He was really scared. But Jiangmi didn't stop. Suddenly, black mucus gushed out and rushed towards Jiangmi and Guan Hui. Jiangmi was very fast. She saw that the black mucus wanted to save Guan Hui. She grabbed Guan Hui's collar in an instant and retreated more than 10 meters away at a high speed. The black mucus surged and looked at Jiangmi like a wall. A hole was opened in the middle of the mucus, and Zongjung Bowen walked out of the hole. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Jiangmi and Guan Hui. "Ning, let him go." Guan Hui was very excited. "Ning, did you hear me? The director told you to let me go." "Let me go!" "You didn't even listen to Director Zongjang's words. Do you want to die?" The black mucus has surrounded Jiangmi all around, and it is ready to take Jiangmi's life at any time. Jiangmi has felt the power of these mucus before. It hurts. It hurts a lot. After she became S level, Zongjung Bowen was the only one who hurt her. I think the last time she lost to Zongjung Bowen was just over a month ago. At that time, Jiangmi almost used all her superpowers, but she was no match for Zongjung Bowen. Zongjung Bowen looked at Jiangmi with a cold tone. "Ning, I asked you to let him go. This is an order, not a request." The students around were shocked and speechless. They were too scared to even think about Zongjung Bowen. Was Ning challenging Zongjung Bowen? No matter how powerful Ning was, he was only S level. Zongjung Bowen was SS level. Before, Ning was able to beat Pei Jixian only because Pei Jixian didn't use all his abilities, and that was a challenge match. Now it's different. Guan Hui was extremely proud. Although he was grabbed by Ning's clothes, he believed that Ning couldn't continue to challenge Zongjung Bowen. Her strength was there. She could only show off in the academy. Jiangmi looked at Zongjung Bowen with a smile on her face. "What if I don't?" After saying that, she kicked Guan Hui's jaw hard in front of Zongjung Bowen. "Everyone! Zongjung Bowen!" Guan Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Jiangmi shook his hand away in disgust and left Guan Hui behind. Zongjung Bowen's eyes widened with anger. Maybe he had been in this position for a long time, and had hardly met anyone who dared to challenge him. Last time Pei Jixian chased Mr. Ding, Pei Jixian stopped him, which counted as one time. This time, Ning beat Guan Hui in front of him, which also counted as one time. At the moment when Ning knocked Guan Hui unconscious, Zongjung Bowen's swallow was about to rush up, but he withdrew his hand just a few feet away from Ning. "Ning, if you don't like Guan Hui, it's enough to stop here." Zongjung Bowen didn't care about Guan Hui's life or death. In his opinion, a federal nobleman would die, and he was no match for S-level Ning. But the student's removal of the third-class citizenship was a serious matter. This matter was related to the exploration of the crack, and it was not a joke. Return the chip gun to the administration immediately, and don't interfere in the crack test anymore. I can let you off the hook. Too late, Jiangmi said in a flat tone. Not only did they prevent students from implanting chips into third-class citizens, they also didn't take out the chips from the third-class citizens, who had voluntarily implanted chips before. 100 chips had been recovered. Jiang Mi's eyes were firm. Zongjung Bowen. As long as I'm here, no third-class citizens will enter this crack test. I mean what I say. Zongjung Bowen frowned. Just you? And me. Ming Yueshi walked out and walked to Jiang Mi's side. And me. Weike and Yao Xingli also walked out. And us. All the students who participated in the chip removal operation stood up. Ming Yueshi, this is not Ning's decision alone. It's the decision of all of us. Zongjung Bowen glanced at the students in front of him. Many students who went out to do course tasks have returned and are now standing behind Ning and others. There are nearly 100 people in the dark. Zongjung Bowen looked stern. You don't have the ability to challenge the administration. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding administration commissioners rushed up, including Zongjung Bowen's black mucus, and attacked the students wantonly. In just a few minutes, they subdued all the students on the scene. Ming Yueshi and other A-level superpowers reacted quickly and avoided the attacks of the executive commissioners. But they could not avoid Zongjung Bowen's black mucus. In an instant, all A-level students were entangled by Zongjung Bowen's black mucus and could not move. This is the horror of Zongjung Bowen and the elite team of the administration. Students who have not yet stepped into society are like fish on the chopping board in front of them, and they are at the mercy of others. Ning, do you still want to intervene in the crack test now? Zongjung Bowen deliberately did not attack Ning. He just wanted to see Ning admit defeat in such a desperate situation. Ning is the strongest among the students of the Crack Academy. As long as she admits defeat, the others will lose. The students looked at Ning eagerly. Ning is only an S level, and a defensive psychic. It is too difficult to turn defeat into victory and defeat Zongjung Bowen. Jiang Mi glanced at the students. They were quite embarrassed in front of the well-trained management commissioners. Only A-level students could compete with those commissioners. But A-level students could not beat Zongjung Bowen. Jiang Mi looked at Zongjung Bowen. Zongjung Bowen, what's the point of bullying a child? If you have the guts, let's fight. If you win, we will be honest and obedient. If you lose, you have to listen to us. Do you dare? Chapter 102. Ming Yueshi's forehead was covered with black lines. Child? Miss. You are not focusing on the right thing. Weike quickly corrected Ming Yueshi's thoughts. It's Ning. Ning wants to challenge Director Zongjung. Is she crazy? Zongjung Bowen raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Mi coldly. This bet is cheap for you. You should have been honest and obedient. Oh! Jiang Mi thought that Zongjung Bowen was not stupid, and thought he could provoke him to agree on the spot. Then, if I lose, I will demote myself to a third-class citizen and let you deal with me. Zongjung Bowen. Everyone at the scene. No second-class citizen is willing to demote himself to a third-class citizen, especially a superpower. Demoting himself to a third-class citizen means that Ning will no longer be a free man in the future. Zongjung Bowen can buy her from the Federation for hundreds of thousands of dollars and let her do anything, including letting her die. It is not illegal. Third-class citizens have no human rights in the Federation. Ning, don't be silly, Ming Yueshi said quickly. We can think of other ways. Don't bet with Zongjung Bowen on this. Tian Xian and others also hurried to persuade. Ning, this bet is too ridiculous. And you are one level lower than Zongjung Bowen. How can you win? Yao Xingli, you were able to beat Pei Zhixian at the beginning because Pei Zhixian didn't intend to kill you. But today is different. Weike, yes. Ning, don't bet. Director Zongjung won't do anything to us. But if you bet, it's not certain. Jiang Mi's bet proposal set off 1,000 waves among students and management commissioners. Some were surprised. Some were worried. And some ridiculed Jiang Mi for overestimating his own abilities. Why does the Federation classify psychics? Because there is indeed a gap that is extremely difficult to cross. Zongjung Bowen is the person standing at the top of the Federation's psychic pyramid. Mo Chung has followed Zongjung Bowen for so long, and has never seen Zongjung Bowen lose in a single-player PK. Ning challenges Zongjung Bowen? This is more than overestimating one's own ability. This is simply asking for death. Zongjung Bowen's eyebrows gradually pressed down. His eyes were surging with anger, and his mouth corners were raised, full of mockery and contempt. Ning, are you sure you want to challenge me? Jiang Mi smiled. What's wrong? Zongjung Bowen, you haven't piked with anyone for too long. Are you afraid? Afraid? The executive commissioners around laughed like crazy. Will our director be afraid? Ning, are you afraid of your long life? Let me tell you. Even an S-level psychic is just a scum in front of our director. Song Shanka. He is the first defensive psychic in the Federation. But he couldn't even last a few moves under the director. Ning, you are just a student. Why do you think you can beat the director? Students nowadays are too lawless. Just because you won the national team challenge. Do you really think you are invincible? Director. You should teach Ning a lesson. She is praised by those researchers, and doesn't let her see the reality clearly. She really thinks she is awesome. The executive commissioners were cheering around. They were eager for Ning to PK with Zhongjung-bo-1. And then Zhongjung-bo-1 would teach Ning how to be a man. Most of the students showed worried expressions. In the previous PK between Ning and the national team, the college students had already recognized Ning's ability, and knew that she was a well-deserved S-level psychic. But S-level psychics still couldn't beat SS-level psychics. Ning's move was too reckless. Zhongjung-bo-1 raised his hand. And all the executive officers beside him stopped talking as if they had received an order. Zhongjung-bo-1 looked at Jiangmi. Okay. Then the winner will be determined by the blood. Whoever sees blood first loses. In the Federation, the PK of superpowers is about stopping at the right time. They are all in the same system. And it is impossible to have the idea of knocking the opponent down or killing him. Jiangmi felt deeply sorry for this standard. It was a pity. She wanted to rub Zhongjung-bo-1 under her feet. But it seemed that she couldn't do that. Jiangmi reached out to Mo Chung. Brother, can I borrow a submachine gun? Mo Chung looked at Zhongjung-bo-1 for advice. And Zhongjung-bo-1 nodded. Ning was originally a defensive superpower. So it was reasonable for her to want to use a gun. But did she think she could defeat Zhongjung-bo-1 just by getting a gun? So naive. Those bullets couldn't penetrate Zhongjung-bo-1's swallow at all. So it was useless to use them. The executive officers looked at Ning with even more mockery. And they could almost imagine the scene of Ning kneeling in front of Zhongjung-bo-1 and begging for mercy in a few minutes. There was no professional PK challenge platform in District 13. So Zhongjung-bo-1 and Jiangmi made use of the materials on the spot. And everyone pushed around to make enough space. During this process, Zhongjung-bo-1 still didn't remove the black mucus that trapped Ming Yueshi and others. Which meant that he could use less than half of the black mucus. Jiangmi pointed at Ming Yueshi and asked Zhongjung-bo-1, you only use less than half of swallow. Are you letting him go in disguise? Zhongjung-bo-1 sneered. These are enough to deal with you. Guan Hui woke up in the midst of the noise, standing in the front row, and turned on the optical computer to record the whole process of Ning being beaten up by Zhongjung-bo-1. With Mo Cheng's order, the PK began. At that moment, the surging black mucus on Zhongjung-bo-1's body burst out and attacked Jiangmi frantically. The executive commissioners watching the battle around were discussing with great interest. How long do you think it will take for the director to deal with Ning? Didn't you see that the director's face was as black as the bottom of a pot? He was very angry this time. If Ning can survive under him for 1 minute, I will lose. Only 1 minute. He is the top one of the Rift Academy. I guess it will take at least 30 seconds. With the director's ability, it doesn't take 30 seconds to kill an S level. I guess he can kill Ning in 1 move. Suck. Indeed. It's interesting to watch Pei Zhixian and the director PK. But what's the point of Ning piking with the director? Ning will definitely lose in 1 move. Facing the surging black mucus, Jiangmi did not retreat. And a smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. She took out her submachine gun and fired at the black slime. I've already said that guns are useless against swallowing. Children are just children. Don't they know that guns are equivalent to A-level supernatural attacks? You actually want to use a submachine gun to defeat the director. Ning has a hole in his head. The executive commissioner didn't finish the last sentence. Because they saw with their own eyes that Ning raised his submachine gun and attacked the oncoming black slime crazily. And those slimes no longer had their original appearance after being shot. And they were defeated and scattered. Guns are useful against swallowing? How is it possible? Everyone at the scene was puzzled. Their eyes widened, trying to know the reason. But they didn't even understand swallowing, let alone why Ning succeeded. Zhongjung-bo-1 knew the reason. Ning hardened the bullets. So now every bullet fired from the submachine gun has S-level hardness. Not only that, Zhongjung-bo-1 sensed Ning's attack through the black mucus. Those hardened bullets almost had SS-level attack capabilities. The Federation's physical examination equipment cannot measure the precise data of superpowers, but can be divided into levels based on the measurable degree. For example, S level is 100 points, and SS level is 200 points. Then 100 to 199 points are all S level. But obviously, 100 and 199 are different. Ning is now the 199 point. Infinitely close to SS level, but not SS level existence. Swallow is not a defensive ability. It can be used to block occasionally, but facing an S-level gun attack, even Swallow is useless. Besides, Ning's reaction speed is too good. Zongjung Bowen controlled Swallow to attack Ning's blind spot several times, and she could actually see his movements. Before the black slime was formed, she used a submachine gun to blow it up. Zongjung Bowen's face was extremely dark. Ning used a submachine gun to break his Swallow again, and the muzzle of the gun instantly aimed at Zongjung Bowen. Zongjung Bowen's face was extremely dark. Ning used a submachine gun to break his Swallow again, and the muzzle of the gun instantly aimed at Zongjung Bowen. One was shocked and quickly left his current position. The black slime around him dispersed to attack Ning. Without the black slime to protect himself, he could only run away to avoid the attack. But the moment Zongjung Bowen landed, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he saw Ning's bullet was already shooting at him. She actually predicted his landing point in advance. The bullet was close at hand, aiming at Zongjung Bowen's eyebrows. Jiangmi did not hesitate and applied the hardened bullet, not to mention Zongjung Bowen's mortal body. Even his black slime could be shattered. Boom! The black slime that was entangled with Minji Wexi and others suddenly retreated, and rushed to Zongjung Bowen without hesitation to block those attacks for him. But black slime is not a defensive ability after all. After the thin layer of slime was defeated, it quickly reorganized and built a thick black wall in front of Zongjung Bowen. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. In the tens of seconds of the confrontation just now, it was Zongjung Bowen who was suppressed and beaten. Are they dazzled? Did they see it wrong? She didn't move. Yao Xingli suddenly said, "Huh?" Minji Wexi and others looked at Yao Xingli in confusion. Yao Xingli pointed at Jiangmi. Since the PK started, Jiangmi has been standing in the same place and has never left her position. Weika echoed in a deep voice. What's more terrifying is that Ning has never used a protective shield. All the swallowing attacks on Ning were fought back with firearms. She used a submachine gun to beat Zongjung Bowen so badly that she even recalled the slime that trapped the A-level psychics. That's just that the boss didn't use his full strength just now. Mo Chung shouted. Now that the boss has used his full strength, Ning can't be his opponent. Yes, that's definitely the case. The other members of the Management Bureau were also unwilling to admit defeat. The boss just used half of his ability. Now it's different. Zongjung Bowen is indeed different now. Not only can he use all of his swallowing, he is also very angry. The black slime surged, wantonly and wildly, swallowing and rushing towards Jiangmi. This time, Jiangmi did not stand still, but rushed towards Zongjung Bowen. It was obviously a black slime with lifelike strength, which could firmly lock Jiangmi's position. But for some reason, Jiangmi could always find a place where the black slime was not. She dodged around, and the black slime could not hurt her at all. In a moment, Jiangmi had rushed in front of Zongjung Bowen. Zongjung Bowen was surprised, and the black slime quickly returned to defend. The next second, the feeling of suffocation of the supernatural power came. Swallowing disappeared completely. Chapter 103. Jiangmi turns on the superpower blocker. In close combat, guns are not so useful. Of course you have to rely on physical skills. Zongjung Bowen had expected this. He had heard about the PK between Ning and Pei Zhixian. Ning was able to defeat Pei Zhixian with a lower-level superpower, which was nothing more than relying on the superpower blocker. Zongjung Bowen didn't care about Ning's superpower blocker, because he firmly believed that even with physical skills, Ning was not his opponent. Jiangmi raised his leg and kicked hard, and Zongjung Bowen instantly crossed his hands to block it. He clearly heard the dull impact on his hand bones. Ning actually turned off the superpower blocker at the moment of hitting him hard. What hit Zongjung Bowen's arms was not a woman's slender legs, but a thick iron block. Zongjung Bowen groaned in pain, and the sound was drowned in his throat. Jiangmi smiled. Zongjung Bowen, if it hurts, just scream. Zongjung Bowen glared. You talk too much nonsense. Taking advantage of Ning's distraction, he punched Ning. I can't be so passive anymore. If Ning attacks me, she will definitely turn off the supernatural power blocker at the moment of attack. Ning's physical skills are not bad. And with a hardened attack, Zhong Bowen will be in trouble. So he must take the initiative to attack. Zhong Bowen firmly believed that this punch was unexpected. And Ning must not have noticed it. His fist hit Ning's collarbone. Then, Zhong Bowen heard the sound of his hand bones breaking. Zhong Bowen. The cold expression on his face cracked. The executive commissioners around cheered. The director beat Ning. A little brat. Still wants to compete with our director in physical skills. Relying on her? Don't you think about your own weight? The director's punch was awesome. Keep it up. Ah, but why do I feel that the director's expression is a little wrong? What are you talking about? How could the director's expression be wrong? It's only Ning who's wrong. Yes. 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 The director must have started to fight back. His expression is murderous. Yes. This is murderous. And he wants to crush Ning to death. Zhong Bowen now wants to crush those executive officers to death. He knows how much strength he just used. So he also knows how badly his hand bones are injured. The fractures are all good. And it is estimated that they are still broken. If he has superpowers, he can use Swallow to wrap his palm and temporarily repair the support. But now, he has no superpowers. Open the distance? No. That will fall into a dead cycle of guns and Swallow. Ning can pull the gun to a level of nearly SS level attack power. And the assault rifle is very mobile. His Swallow has no advantage. Now in close combat, Ning can use the superpower shield to attack him. So he can do it too. Moreover, he already knows the rules of Ning turning the superpower shield on and off. Zhong Bowen endured the severe pain in his arms and fists, and attacked Ning again. This time he deliberately showed weakness to lure Ning to attack him. As long as Ning launched a heavy attack on him, he would definitely turn off the superpower shield to harden his body, and increase the power of the attack. At the same time that Ning kicked at him, Zhong Bowen activated the superpower in his body. Bang! Ning kicked Zhong Bowen on the neck. Zhong Bowen did not stand firmly, staggered back a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. His throat was dry and full of rust. Swallow was not used, and it failed to protect him. Zhong Bowen deliberately exposed a flaw to let Ning attack him, just to take advantage of Ning turning off the supernatural power blocker so that he could use Swallow to catch her. But Ning didn't turn off the supernatural power blocker just now. Zhong Bowen suddenly realized something and looked at Ning fiercely. You cheated me? Ning did it on purpose, deliberately letting him find out the pattern of her turning on and off the supernatural power blocker, deliberately letting Zhong Bowen think that she had a flaw, so that he could kick him again. Zhong Bowen's eyes were red, and the feeling of betrayal from being cheated made him furious, with fire burning in his eyes. And there was silence around. No one spoke. Jiangmi didn't speak either. When Zhong Bowen angrily punched Ning, someone suddenly said, Director, your mouth corner. What does my mouth corner have to do with you? Zhong Bowen wiped the corner of his mouth and touched a wet, hot and sticky thing. He paused, stretched out his hand, and saw the back of his hand stained red. That was his blood. He was injured and bleeding. In this kind of PK, getting injured means he lost. Zhong Bowen was still confused, unable to accept that he actually lost, and lost to an S-level brat. After the PK was over, the healing supernatural among the executive commissioners immediately stepped forward to treat Zhong Bowen. Other executive commissioners were indignant. How can you use bleeding to determine the winner? The director was just unlucky, and was kicked by Ning. Yes, it was just that kick. How can it be used to determine the winner? How could the director lose to a little brat? Did he let him win on purpose? Zhong Bowen didn't say anything, his face getting darker and darker. The healing psychic sensed his anger and treated him carefully. Zhong Bowen realized that he was hiding something from him inside. Just treat him, he said. The healing psychic nodded, and his ability turned into a ball of light, repairing the corner of Zhong Bowen's mouth, as well as the fractured hand and fist. He clearly sensed how badly Zhong Bowen was injured, although it was not a fatal injury. The fractured hand and fist proved that Zhong Bowen's loss in the PK was not as simple as letting him win. The surrounding psychics also saw the healing psychic's ball of light, And they were speechless when they saw the light ball repairing Zhong Bowen's arm and fist. The students whispered to each other, "We all need a healing psychic." Did Ning hurt Director Zhong? When Director Zhong punched Ning just now, I felt that his expression was wrong. It was exactly the same as Ho Che's expression when he challenged him. It's been a few minutes since the treatment. Right? Director Bing's injury is not light. On the other hand, Ning has returned to Ming Yueshi and others. They are considering which internet celebrity milk tea shop in District 13 to check in after the class is over. Ning won. No matter how much the people present today don't believe it. They can't change this fact. Ning didn't win by a narrow margin. Nor was she lucky. She was suppressing Zhong Bowen from the beginning. And she was safe and sound until she won the PK in the end. The healing psychic of the academy wanted to help Ning with treatment, but found that Ning had no injuries, except for a few bruises on her body when she was piking with Zhong Bowen. Zhong Bowen not only had blood, but also had broken bones. In the past, Ning defeated the national team, which made everyone realize that Ning had S-level ability. Today, Ning played against Zhong Bowen, and everyone realized that Ning had the ability to not lose to SS-level psychics. She was obviously just an S-level psychic. The students immediately surrounded Ning, their eyes shining. Jiangmi said modestly that she was just lucky. Of course, she couldn't say that she could beat Zhong Bowen not only because she used the hardening ability close to the SS level, but also because she used precognition. Precognition allowed Jiangmi to know Zhong Bowen's next move at all times and know his attack direction. So when she could use superpowers, Jiangmi could not lose to Zhong Bowen. After that, in the superpower shielding physical technique PK, Jiangmi had the switch of the superpower shielding device in her hand. She was now very proficient in using this technology. So of course she could not lose. She was no longer the Jiangmi of a month ago. Guanhui couldn't accept this fact, and jumped out angrily, pointing at Jiangmi and Zhong Bowen and cursing. Impossible. You are only an S-level psychic. How could you possibly defeat an SS level? You must have made an agreement with Director Zhong, and he deliberately let you win. Right? Giving up the injection chip for a third-class citizen was also agreed by Director Zhong and Ming Jinyan. Right. Guanhui had already accepted the fact that he couldn't beat Ning with great difficulty, because his level was not high enough, and his skills were inferior to others, and there was nothing he could do. But how could Zhong Bowen lose to Ning? How could Ning have such ability? Zhong Bowen must have let you win. It must be. Mo Chung didn't want to believe this either. He had been following Zhong Bowen for so long, and this was the first time he saw him fail in a PK. You know, the last time Pei Jitsu wanted to escape from Zhong Bowen, he did it with the help of Pei Jixian and the entire national team. And now it's just Ning. How is it possible? Guanhui cursed. Zhong Bowen suddenly waved his hand. Black mucus came out, wrapped Guanhui, and pressed him to the ground. Guanhui wanted to speak, but the black mucus covered his mouth, making him unable to speak. His head was buried in the mud. Dirty. But he didn't even have the strength to resist. If you lose, you lose. I'm willing to accept the loss. The healing psychic healed the fracture on Zhong Bowen's body. Zhong Bowen stood up, put on his windbreaker, and looked at Jiangmi. I promise you, I cannot force those third-class citizens to enter the crack. But if they are not there, who will participate in the crack test? Let the psychic take the researchers indirectly. The researchers represent the future of the Federation, and they cannot be sacrificed at will. Students, you look at me, I look at you. Zhong Bowen is right. Although the Federation admires high-level psychics, the technology developed by researchers represents the future of the Federation. They are very important to the Federation and the development of the entire society. Jiangmi was about to speak when Ming Yueshi suddenly walked in front of her. Ming Yueshi looked at Zhong Bowen with a firm gaze. I'll go. The students were in an uproar. Miss, now we know nothing about the 110th crack. It's very dangerous to go in directly. Yes. What if there is an S-level or SS-level demon species? The probability of death is extremely high when entering the crack for the first time. Miss, you are a Federation noble. You can't take risks? Minji Wexi smiled. Her bright face was beautiful to begin with. And with this smile, it was even more breathtakingly beautiful, making people unable to take their eyes off it. We are all human beings. Why can third-class citizens go to die? But I can't. Minji Wexie asked the students who were trying to persuade her. You have also seen many third-class citizens. Are their lives really so humble? Do they really deserve to die as the Federation says? The students were stunned and speechless. We are not idiots. Even if Sangfugua developed biological weapons. That was a few years ago. What does it have to do with the children in the slums now? The poor cannot influence the behavior of the upper class. They live a hard life themselves. Why should they bear the sins of others? I actually hate third-class citizens. Minji Wexie's voice was faint, echoing throughout the courtyard. I was angry and disgusted countless times. I hated them for taking away my mother, and taking away my mother's time. I hated the afternoon of the presidential primary election even more. My mother chose them in front of the whole world. Until I came to District 13. Until I participated in the practical class. Minji Wexie looked up at Zhong Jingbowen, her amber eyes rippling with crystal light. I am now extremely grateful to my mother for not choosing me. If she had chosen me, I would never be able to lift my head when I stand here today. So many lives. I can't bear them. Chapter 104. Minji Wexie picked up the chip gun and injected the chip into his body. Wei Ke and Yao Xinli wanted to stop him. But thinking of what Minji Wexie had just said, they didn't say anything after all, and silently supported Minji Wexie. Guan Hui was pressed to the ground by Zhong Jingbowen's black sticky pressure. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief, and his eyes widened. Are you crazy? You don't want to be a first-class citizen, but you want to die for those third-class citizens? Minji Wexie, your mother is a fool. She is against the entire federal nobility. And you are not much better. Jiang Mi immediately raised the gun, and the bullet rubbed Guan Hui's cheek. Guan Hui. He swallowed deeply. Jiang Mi raised his eyes, and looked at Guan Hui coldly. If you can't control your mouth, the next time I will aim at your head. A trace of fear flashed in Guan Hui's eyes. His face was covered with dirt, and now it was mixed with blood. Ning dared to shoot. She just killed a superpower from the Administration Bureau. She dared to provoke Zhong Jingbowen. This woman really dared to shoot. Guan Hui froze, and dared not speak again. Zhong Jingbowen looked at Ming Yueshi coldly. It takes 100 people to explore the crack. And now there is only you. Ming Yueshi. You don't think you can go into the crack alone? Right? I am not. Jiang Mi took the chip gun from Ming Yueshi and injected himself with a shot. My roommate is going to the crack. How can he not have me? And me? Wei Ke, Yao Xingli, Tian Xian and others also raised the chip gun and injected the chip into their bodies. Then, more students behind them raised the chip gun and pointed the gun at their arms. The motto of the Crack Academy is take the world as your responsibility. It was this sentence that encouraged Blue Star in the early days of the crack. The Academy trained generations of superpowers and let them go to the battlefield to shoulder the responsibility of protecting this planet. However, in the peaceful times of the future, the superpowers who once fought bravely held power and became high-ranking officials in the Federation. Rift Academy also became a place to train bureaucrats. And taking the world as one's own responsibility became a joke. Today, the students stood in front of the administration, and Hua Yunzhang's speech at the opening ceremony was still vivid in their minds. This school motto has never been a joke. The scene of the students of Rift Academy resisting the administration was taken by a third-class citizen in the slums and posted on the Star Network, including the scene of Ning defeating Zhong Jingbowen and the scene of Ming Yueshi injecting a chip into herself. The originally calm Blue Star Network suddenly changed. The administration and the military and political department are the highest-powered agencies in the Federation. How dare a bunch of brats from the Academy resist them? Still want to stop the administration from conducting crack tests. They are really brats who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Wow! I saw Zhong Jingbowen controlling all the A-level psychics at once. He is indeed an SS-level psychic. And there is a world of difference between him and ordinary psychics. Ha! Did the blogger post this video to show us how the Academy students were abused by the administration? After all, they are all brats. It's normal to be abused in practical classes. Didn't the above person see the sequel? Read on. After reading the sequel, I said, Ning is awesome. I was still wondering how many seconds Ning could survive under Zhong Jingbowen. But she was the one who beat Zhong Jingbowen in the next second. The whole battle lasted only 10 minutes. And Zhong Jingbowen was led by Ning. Didn't Zhong Jingbowen let the opponent win? Let the opponent win. Didn't you see that Zhong Jingbowen was injured in the end? Would he let the opponent win to this extent? And Zhong Zhengbo couldn't control the students in the academy, so he would be punished by the Federation. Right? Who would let the opponent win at the cost of their own future? Looking at Zhong Zhengbo's expression, I feel that it was quite difficult for him to fight back. Ning, so strong. The students of the college said that Ning was really strong. When facing the national team, Ning fought against 5 people in a round-robin battle and won all the votes of the 5 people in the national team. Later in the 109th crack, she protected most of the researchers. No researcher was injured during the insect tide. All because of Ning. Otherwise, why is Ning the most favorite executive commissioner of the researchers? I watched the video. Ning hardened the bullet, so she defeated Zhong Zhengbo's ability. From this point of view, Ning is both offensive and defensive. To be honest, an S-level ability user who can be both offensive and defensive is definitely a top-level existence. Ning's physical skills are also very good. She is obviously much taller than Zhong Zhengbo, and her muscle content is not as good as his. But she can use the advantage of the supernatural shield to win. Ning's physical skills are also top-level among the new generation. Pei Jixian can't beat her. Look further. Ning's victory over Zhong Zhengbo is nothing. Ming Yueshi actually wants to participate in the crack test. Ming Yueshi? Ming Jinian's daughter? Yes. The students don't want to force third-class citizens to enter the crack, so they take the initiative to say that they will go in. Oh my god. How dangerous it is to enter the crack for the first time. Isn't the young lady afraid of accidents? Afraid? But someone has to go. When I saw the eldest lady say that, I seemed to see Ming Jinian. I used to think that abolishing the citizen system was a long way off, but suddenly I felt that it was about to be realized. Broken in. This is how it should be. Otherwise, those who drank high-level golden blood would live in luxury in high-end villas, while a group of ordinary people without superpowers would be allowed to explore the cracks. What the hell? That's right. I also support Ming Jinian. Since he chose to drink the golden blood, he should do something practical. Otherwise, why waste the golden blood? Ming Jinian thinks that there is nothing wrong with abolishing the third-class citizen system. It feels like the Federation is going to change. The news on the internet spreads very quickly. Before the Management Bureau reported the students' rebellion, the Labnia high-level officials had already received relevant information. The members of the Democratic Alliance were so angry that they jumped up and down. Ming Jinian is a troublesome person. She insisted on abolishing the citizen system. Unexpectedly, her daughter is even more troublesome. She actually encouraged the only S-level in the college to rebel with all the freshmen. Do they think the Federation belongs to them? Do whatever they want. Ming Jinian has an event today. After attending the meeting of the Federation's high-level officials, she also went to the nursing home in Labnia to comfort the elderly. As soon as she walked out of the nursing home, media reporters surrounded her and asked Ming Jinian what she thought about what happened in District 13. Ming Jinian didn't know what happened in District 13, and her eyes revealed a bit of confusion. But a reporter showed Ming Jinian the video footage of the time. Ming Jinian watched it all without missing a single point. The reporters and media immediately turned the microphone to her. Ming, may I ask, what do you think of your daughter's open rebellion with the college freshmen? Rebellion? I don't think Cici is rebelling. Ming Jinian refuted the reporter in public. Her face was dignified and solemn, with only a faint smile on her lips. She protected innocent citizens and chose to take on her responsibilities as a superpower. I am proud to have such an excellent daughter. Small courtyard in the slums of District 13. The students were injected with chips one after another. Mo Chung led the staff of the administration to count them one by one. Finally, the statistics showed, Boss, there are now 96 students who volunteered to enter the number 110 crack to participate in the crack test. But there are still 4 people missing. Ming Yueshi frowned. Before, 100 people were needed to enter the crack for the crack test. Now all the participants are superpowers. Why do we need 100 people? Mo Chung raised his eyelids. This is the federal rule. Miss, not allowing third-class citizens to enter the crack is already a step backward for us. If your mother wants to abolish the citizen system, she has to become a president. The staff next to him sneered in agreement. That's right. And your mother is not the president yet. So you can't do whatever you want. You? Ming Yueshi was not angry. But the Wiki and Tian Xian around him were furious. How could the people from the administration speak like this? They are as annoying as Zhongjung Bowen. The students who did not inject the chip shrank their heads and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. All the freshmen were united in their hatred of the enemy and decided not to inject the chips into the third-class citizens. But when it was their turn to enter the crack, they backed off. You guys? Tian Xian stared at them. Why? You don't want to go to the crack? And you want to catch the third-class citizens and let them go? A student whispered. Senior Tian Xian. I know it's wrong for me to do this. But I'm just a D-level psychic. And my ability is... What's the use of this ability in entering the crack? If I go in, I'll be like a third-class citizen and die. Yes, Senior Tian Xian. My ability is also in the brain. Ordinary people can't beat it. Let alone kill monsters and demon species. I can't do anything. I was able to pass the entrance exam thanks to the attack-type psychic in the same group. The students who didn't have the chip implanted all lowered their heads. People like Guan Hui and his younger brother, who didn't get along with Hardening and firmly defended the citizen system, certainly couldn't inject themselves with chips. More students who didn't want to enter the crack were research students, who didn't have the ability to kill demons. Ming Yueshi could fully understand them. Pressed Tian Xian's shoulders, and didn't force them. She didn't force the third-class citizens to enter the crack. So naturally she couldn't force these low-ability people. Zhongjung Bowen took the list handed over by Mo Chung. There are still 4 people missing. So where are you going to find these 4 students? If the number is not complete, we can only find 4 third-class citizens and let them die. The third-class citizens around the courtyard heard this and ran away in fear, fearing that they would be caught by Zhongjung Bowen to make up the number. The college still has senior students. Director, do you really think we can't get enough people? Ming Yueshi asked. Zhongjung Bowen sneered. Ming Yueshi, you and I both know that the key is not whether we can gather enough people, but whether there are people willing to replace third-class citizens to enter the cracks every time the cracks are tested before your mother abolishes the citizen system. If not, won't those third-class citizens have to enter the cracks after this time? You can only protect them for a while, not for a lifetime. So Ming Jian chose to abolish the citizen system, which is the only way to treat the symptoms and the root cause. Ming Yueshi and Jiang Mi's current behavior is not even a temporary solution. The best way to solve this problem in a short period of time is to have the 100 students who have registered through the Academy jointly write to the Federation to modify the rules of the crack test, and let the administration send experienced high-level supernatural people to enter the cracks to replace the original crack test. But Ming Yueshi can't even gather 100 people. So don't think about shaking the Federation. Suddenly, a flying vehicle flew to the courtyard of the slums in District 13. And the voice of the young man Qi Feng Langyu came from the sky, who said that the people are not gathered. Aren't we here? Chapter 105. Pei Zhixian always makes such a high-profile appearance. The gangway of the aircraft is useless in front of him. He jumped down from the hatch, followed by Jiang Xiaobai and others. 5 national team members, plus Jiang Mi, an extra staff member, are all here. Zhongjung Bowen looked at Pei Zhixian, frowning. Why are you here to join in the fun? How is this joining in the fun? Pei Zhixian smiled. Our team members are going to do big things. How can I, the captain, not come to support? As he said that, he put his arm around Jiang Mi's shoulders like a brother. Jiang Mi? Wiki whispered to Jiang Mi. I notified Brother Xiaobai and the others. I notified them after you started shooting. Wiki knew that Hardening was S-level, and Zhongjung Bowen would not do anything to her. But it was possible that other management staff would be unhappy because of Hardening's murder. Calling the national team is a safe way. Pei Zhixian is indeed a man who never minds trouble. Knowing that Jiang Mi killed Su Cheng, encouraged students to resist the administration, and now piked Zhongjung Bowen. He gave Jiang Mi a thumbs up. Awesome. Jiang Mi. Pei Zhixian was not annoyed at all to clean up the mess. On the contrary, Jiang Mi could see that he was in a good mood because he defeated Zhongjung Bowen. Pei Zhixian, Hardening is a member of our national team. Of course we support her in any move. Zhongjung Bowen scolded. This is the college's business. What does it have to do with you? Why not? Pei Zhixian said, as a matter of course. Although the national team studies at the base of the military and political department, our student status has always been registered with the college. So strictly speaking, we are also students of the college. Ji Linglong poked her head out. Director Zhongjung, have you forgotten? The new students' academic records are all managed by the academy, and the national team is newly divided. I remember. It started with your class. Right? The head of the Zongjung family disliked that the academy couldn't teach you. An SS-level student. And wanted the high-level supernatural person in the military and political department to lead you. So he applied for the national team branch. But in essence, your academic record was also in the academy. Zongjung Bowen frowned. After so many years, everyone has been accustomed to dividing the academy and the national team into two systems. I didn't expect Pei Zhixian and Ji Linglan to dig out such a thing. So, Pei Zhixian picked up the chip gun and injected a shot into his arm. We will also participate in this crack test. Ji Linglan and others also injected chips one after another. And even the laziest Chen Xianyu did not hesitate. They did whatever the captain said. And it has always been like this. 101 people. Pei Zhixian returned the chip gun to Zongjung Bowen. All the people are here. Zongjung Bowen did not take the chip gun, but clenched his fists. The black mucus that had calmed down surged like a tide again. Churning behind him. Pei Zhixian. Do you know what you are doing? Pei Zhixian raised his eyebrows and sneered. Why? You want to fight? He stretched comfortably. You can't even beat my team members. And you still want to fight me? Everyone. Isn't Pei Zhixian poking Zongjung Bowen in the lungs? Afraid that the two will not fight. Zongjung Bowen was really angry. Shi Ning and Ming Yueshi were fooling around. And Pei Zhixian followed suit. Didn't he know what he represented behind him? At that moment, the black mucus was ready to go. And it surged towards Pei Zhixian. Pa! 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 Before the black slime approached Pei Zhixian, Jiangmi had already raised his gun. And all the bullets hit the black slime without stopping. The black slime, which was originally aggressive and full of morale, was instantly defeated. Jiangmi put away the assault rifle. Zongjung Bowen. You said you would accept the loss? Zongjung Bowen clenched his 5 fingers. And clear blue veins appeared on the back of his hand. I will report this to the Federation. It will not end so easily. Pei Zhixian waved at him. Goodbye. Watching Zongjung Bowen go away, Pei Zhixian was still carefree. Maybe it was a long time since the incident of the number 109 crack. He had accepted the fact that he could not beat the faceless man, and returned to his former flamboyant and casual appearance. At this moment, after Zongjung Bowen was angry and left, he had already started discussing with other national team members where to go to play. Jiang Xiaobai walked to Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi. It seems that the Federation is going to change. Why do you say that? Jiangmi asked. Jiang Xiaobai, there are many political parties in the Federation, the most competitive of which are the Democratic Alliance and the Learning Alliance. One is the current ruling party, the other is the party my aunt belongs to. Cece and you insist on participating in the crack test, which coincides with my aunt's political philosophy. The Learning Alliance will support your move, and now Zhixian has also joined in. The Pei family behind him is one of the largest forces in the Democratic Alliance. How could they allow their young master to die in the crack? Didn't Pei Zhixian go to the 109th crack before? Jiangmi asked. The 109th crack is also very dangerous. Jiang Xiaobai, there are nearly 10 S levels in the 109th crack. Even if it is a level 6 crack, it is considered powerful with such a lineup. If we hadn't met the faceless man at the end, Zhixian's participation in the exploration of the 109th crack would have been like an outing. Ming Yueshi said coldly. That's why Zongjung Bowen stopped Pei Zhixian. The Zongjung family is one of the main forces of the Democratic Alliance. Zongjung Bowen knows that once Pei Zhixian joins the crack exploration, everything will be complicated. But no one knows what the ending will be. Pei Zhixian has no awareness of the bloody storm in the Federation after joining. He is still arguing with Ji Linglan about whether the rice dumplings should be sweet or salty. And they are having a lot of fun. After class, the students dispersed in 2s and 3s. Some were excited about participating in the crack exploration, while others were nervous and hesitant. Fortunately, there were still 3 days before the crack exploration, and they had time to prepare. Jiangmi was going to change clothes and go to dinner with Ming Yueshi and the others. When passing by a telephone pole, Jiangmi felt as if there were a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. But when she turned around, she saw nothing. This is the 3rd time. This is the time. Jiangmi felt a pair of eyes peeping at her for the 3rd time. Ming Yueshi also went back to the room to change clothes. When injecting the gene needle into the 3rd-class citizens, they wore the uniform of the college for convenience. But when going to eat, Ming Yueshi still liked to wear her own casual clothes. which was not easy to attract the attention of people around. She now knew why many customers around her looked at them covetously when they went out to eat in uniform 2 days ago. Perhaps they knew that the college students would force them to enter the crack. Ming Yueshi walked out of the room. There were not many people in the corridor. Jiang Xiaobai leaned against the wall with Prince in the corridor, waiting for her. Cousin? Jiang Xiaobai suddenly asked. Do you know why your aunt wants to abolish the citizenship system? Ming Yueshi shook her head. At home, neither her mother nor her father would tell her about work. She knew about the intrigues of the federal high-level officials, because she often ran around the federal government building when she was a child. Jiang Xiaobai said lightly. It's because of you. Ming Yueshi opened her eyes wide. Jiang Xiaobai, my family doesn't let me talk about this, fearing that you will be stressed. But I think you have grown up and you should know. Jiang Xiaobai handed Ming Yueshi a document from the administration. This document is a complete record of the research on the number 84 crack from beginning to end, including crack testing, the second wave of crack exploration, and all the results of the crack research. Crack number 84 is a level 6 crack that appeared 13 years ago. At that time, Ming Yueshi was 5 years old. Ming Yueshi flipped through the crack data and saw the description in it. Although 100 third-class citizens were found during the crack test, one third-class citizen bought a 5-year-old child from a human trafficker and used the child to enter the crack instead of himself. Later, the management bureau rescued the child. But the number 84 crack was too dangerous, and all 99 third-class citizens who were traveling with him died. There were also photos of that time in the data. Outside the crack, the mother hugged the only surviving child and burst into tears. Ming Yueshi's eyes gradually became moist. That was the young Ming Jinyan, the mother who once doted on her. After that, the mother became busy and rarely went home, which made Ming Yueshi think that the mother who once loved her had disappeared. Ming Yueshi asked Jiang Xiaobai, Is that child me? Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Auntie chose this path because of you. Today, she said in front of reporters that she was proud of your behavior in District 13. Some media reporters may think she was acting, but I think Auntie really thinks so. As expected, Pei Zhixian's participation in the crack test caused a big stir in the Federation. In the parliament, people from the Democratic Alliance and the Zhishu Alliance had already quarreled. How can a group of children enter the crack for testing? Zhixian is still the best superpower in our class. What if something goes wrong? So Pei Zhixian's life is important. He can't go to the crack, but other third-class citizens can? Pei Zhixian is also an SS-level superpower. With such a strong fighting force, why don't you go to the crack? Are you going to worship him like a Buddha and wait for him to rot? SS level is a military weapon of the Federation. It is because there are many SS level and 3S level superpowers in the Federation that other countries are afraid of us. So what if he is SS level? Isn't Zhong Zhengbowen powerful enough? He was still beaten down by S-level students with guns. So don't over-mythify high-level superpowers. Go to the crack when you should. When third-class citizens enter the crack to explore first, and then superpowers go in, it can reduce the casualties of superpowers. Isn't this the consensus of the Federation? It's not like Zhixian hasn't been to the crack before. It's just that he shouldn't enter as a death squad. Crack number 104. Do you still remember it? At the meeting, Ming Jinyan suddenly spoke. She was like a pillar of support at the meeting. Once she spoke, the Zhishu Alliance immediately became respectful, and the people of the Democratic Alliance were also afraid of her. No one dared to speak when she spoke. The survival rate of the number 104 crack test was 87%. 100 third-class citizens entered, and 87 came out alive. This is a very good data. The number 104 crack was also classified as a first-level crack, the safest crack in the history of the Federation. Unfortunately, when the executive commissioner brought the researchers in, the research team of more than 100 people was completely wiped out. And even the director of the institute at that time died in it. Ming Jinyan looked up and looked at the members of the Democratic Alliance. Is this what you said? The use of crack testing? Chapter 106. In the huge conference room, you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to refute Ming Jinyan, because the number 104 crack was indeed the crack with the most losses in the Federation so far. If it weren't for the 87 third-class citizens who survived the crack test, the Federation would not have sent only A-level mutants to escort researchers enduring the first wave of exploration. The number 104 crack test was an accident. A member of the Democratic Alliance whispered. Yes, it was an accident. Ming Jian said frankly. What about the 109th crack? No one survived the 6th level crack. And no effective information about the crack was sent out. It was all up to the first wave of explorers to explore on their own. What's the meaning of the death of these 100 people? Why is it meaningless? A member of the Democratic Alliance retorted. Saving one more mutant is the meaning of letting second-class citizens enter the crack. Senator Ming, since you want to talk about data, let's talk about the data. Before the crack test was implemented, the mortality rate of mutants entering the crack was about 30%. But after the crack test was implemented, the mortality rate of mutants dropped to 10%. 20% mortality rate. Isn't this the meaning of the crack test? Being able to save 20% of mutants is a great improvement for the Federation. Are we going to sacrifice the lives of 100 people for a 20% mortality rate? Ming Jian asked. So the lives of people with special abilities are more noble. And second-class citizens can only die? There is no other way. The member of the Democratic Alliance spread his hands. Someone has to sacrifice. Do you have a better way? Counselor Ming? Ming Jian tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Again and again. As if tapping on the hearts of the members of the Citizen Alliance, causing them to tremble with fear. After a while, Ming Jian spoke. As we all know, when the cracks appeared, Blue Star fell into panic. But what really affected us was not the demons, but the black fog. The best way to control the black fog is the energy layer. To protect our planet, increasing research on the energy layer is the best solution. So if you don't have enough strength, you don't have to explore the cracks. Everyone. The congressmen on the scene panicked. They suddenly realized that abolishing the citizen system might just be one of Ming Jian's insignificant measures after she came to power in the future. She even wanted to change the federal policy for 100 years and no longer allow the exploration of cracks. Of course, Ming Jian put his hands together and smiled at the congressman of the Citizen Alliance. I just said that you don't explore before you have enough strength. Exploring the unknown and increasing national strength are the stages we must go through. But I care more about the people. Everything should start from the safety of the people. If you want a safer exploration, you must invest more superpowers and spend more money to build protective measures for them. The explorers wear protective clothing, carry black fog barriers with them, and have equipment to attack demons and monsters. All of these cost money. The development and research of the cracks are mainly in the charge of the Crack Management Bureau and the Crack Research Institute, both of which are firmly controlled by the Zhongzheng family. That is, in the hands of the Democratic Alliance. The Democratic Alliance uses second-class citizens to explore the cracks, which can maximize the benefits of the resources obtained by the cracks. But the future is not certain. Have you considered it? Ming Jian looked at the members of the Democratic Alliance. Either let those children explore the cracks. I think they will do well under the leadership of the national team, or ask the Institute to allocate more funds, equip the best equipment, and let the experienced executive commissioner of the Management Bureau take charge of this matter. Now there are only these two options. Ming Jian turned the conflict between the students of the Rift Academy and the administration into a conflict between the Zhongzheng family and the Pei family. The Pei family wanted to keep Pei Zhixian, but the Zhongzheng family didn't want to spend more money. Ming, don't forget that your daughter is also on the exploration list this time. Someone reminded Ming Jian. Ming Jian, Cece has a sense of responsibility, and I support all her decisions. The Zhongzheng family was ultimately defeated by the Federation families. If only the Pei family wanted to keep their young master, that would be fine. The Zhongzheng family could still resist. But there were also Ji Linglan, Yi Tanshan, Jiang Xiaobai. They were all Federation nobles. Not to mention that there were also many noble children in the Rift Academy. The children of the national team and the Rift Academy almost included most of the heirs of the Federation nobles. Jiang Ni and Ming Yueshi's move directly curbed the lifeblood of the Federation nobles. There are also many children whose parents belong to the Jishu Alliance. But this does not prevent them from putting pressure on the Zhongzheng family. They have a consensus on protecting children. After several meetings, the parliament finally decided to let the administration send excellent psychics to explore the cracks, and then let the institute equip them with advanced equipment to protect them. On the day of the crack exploration, the executive commissioners, who were forced to enter the cracks, were quite unhappy. Standing at the entrance of the number 110 crack, they looked fiercely at the college students who were safe and sound. When you graduate, you have to go in too, Ming Yueshi said calmly. That's what we should do. There were second-class citizens watching around the number 110 crack. And the pictures of the executive commissioners entering the cracks one by one were once again uploaded to the Star Network. The Federation has really changed. This is the first time I see that there are no second-class citizens in the Rift exploration. Will it be like this in the future? I don't know. The citizen system has not been abolished yet. The Rift game also buys and sells second-class citizens to enter. And during the Rift test, you could at least use hot weapons. But the Rift game does not allow them at all. I guess Ming Jinian also wants to abolish this thing. Will the Rift games not be interesting in the future? Are you sick? Is it nice to watch people being killed by demons? How about throwing you into the Rift game for people to watch? The death rate of superpowers is expected to soar. In the future, few people may drink golden blood. And no one wants to die in the Rift. Then don't drink it. If you drink it, you should take responsibility. The matter of District 12 has been widely discussed. The internet has been discussing the matter of District 12 these days. The video of Hardening defeating Zhong Jungbowen has been forwarded again and again. Especially the scene where she finally killed Zhong Jungbowen with physical skills. The click rate has soared. At this time, everyone realized that the level of superpowers does not represent everything. Li Xiaoxiao, who was far away in Baiyun City, also saw the news on the internet. After knowing that Li Xiaoxiao had something wrong at home, the administration did not force her to go to District 12 to perform the task, but assigned her another task. The task location was in Baiyun City, which was Li Shishi's home. Li Xiaoxiao needed to help the administration deliver a file. There was nothing wrong with this task. Some confidential files of the administration were not digitized and needed to be delivered manually. Li Xiaoxiao just delivered the goods honestly. But she didn't expect a robbery to happen at the task point. Li Xiaoxiao was unfortunately involved, shot in the clavicle, and lay in the hospital for a few days. Her boyfriend Xiao Chong came to the hospital, took good care of her, and bought a lot of delicious food for Li Xiaoxiao. Li Shishia's idea is very simple. She is a superpower, and the management bureau is a stable job. Her superpower is not an attack type, but an auxiliary type. She just wants to do some civilian work, retire at the age of 60, and enjoy her old age. So even if she knew that killing the target could gain superpowers, she never did such a thing. She didn't think that she, a weakling, could beat the other party. And she was afraid that the other party would really kill her. Every time she encountered a target reminder, she ran away. Li Xiaoxiao didn't know what the system in her body was, and she had asked a doctor to check it. But the result was that it couldn't be taken out. So let's do it this way for now. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chong peeled an orange for Li Xiaoxiao. Are you watching the news? So fascinated? Watching the news about the group of students in District 12. Li Xiaoxiao said truthfully. She knew that the target related to her was among the students. Even though she didn't want to be involved with the target, she wanted to know what the target would do. Do you support the behavior of these students? Xiao Chong asked. It's hard to say. Li Xiaoxiao chewed the orange. Her cheeks puffed up. After all, I am a superpower. Of course, I don't want to participate in the exploration of the crack. But these students are right. If superpowers don't go in, will ordinary people go in? Alas, if I hadn't drunk the golden blood at the beginning. It's good to have superpowers. Xiao Chong smiled. You have a B-level superpower, which is much better than my completely useless E-level superpower. E-level superpowers are also good. Li Xiaoxiao comforted Xiao Chong. At least it's safe. A trace of jealousy flashed across Xiao Chong's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, and his face was still gentle and elegant. Xiao, I have known you for so long, but I don't know what your superpower is. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. It's not a powerful superpower. Can't you tell me? Xiao, we are about to get married. Are you hiding this from me? You don't trust me so much. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chong's light brain suddenly rang. Xiao Chong glanced at the light brain and his eyes darkened. I have an important call. Well, go ahead. I can do it alone. Xiao Chong left the room. Li Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and put away the superpower in her hand. She really didn't want to lie to Xiao Chong, but she didn't know whether to tell Xiao Chong about her superpower. In the stairwell of the hospital, Xiao Chong connected the light brain. Have you found out what Li Shishi's superpower is? A woman's voice came from the other end of the light brain. Xiao Chong gritted his teeth. I almost asked her just now, but you called me suddenly and interrupted me. Okay, the woman said in a good temper. Her ability is very important to me. You must find out. Xiao Chang. The administration has recorded it all. She has a B-level ability. I feel like it is a rule-based ability, creating accidents and the like. It is not a very strong ability. I almost caught her last time, but she ran away. Her ability is definitely not simple. Xiao Chang curled his lips. He really didn't feel that Li Xiaoxiao was that powerful. She only ate and ate. He always felt that this employer thought too much about Li Xiaoxiao. Let me ask again, Xiao Chang said. But you are going to kill Li Xiaoxiao. So why do you want to know her special ability? You don't understand, the woman said. I only have one chance. And it must be foolproof. Xiao Chang thought for a moment. Although I can't find out her special ability, but what if I can create an opportunity for you to absolutely kill her? The woman on the other side of the light brain paused, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Then I will not give you a penny less of the reward you want. Chapter 107. Outside the crack number 110 in District 13. 10 hours later. The crack exploration ended. The crack exploration lasted 10 hours. This was the time that the administration forced third-class citizens to stay in the crack. For the administration's superpowers, it actually didn't take 10 hours. As long as they could explore the required information, the administration's commissioners had to survey the approximate scope of the area in the crack, mainly the demons living in the area, and some plants that might endanger humans, including clearing the black fog in the crack exit range. The world behind the crack is the earth, so the area behind the crack is connected, and it is impossible to explore it with 100 people. But the earth is already full of black fog. The black fog near the crack exit will be thinner, in deeper places. Even if you were a black fog blocker, you can't completely block the black fog. That is a field that humans must not set foot on. 10 hours later, the surviving executive commissioners came out one by one, and Mo Chung lightly counted the number of survivors. This time, the executive commissioners all wore black fog blockers, and were not swallowed by the black fog. Except for some executive commissioners, who were bitten to death by demons. There were no other casualties. Survival rate 86%. If someone had explored the crack first, maybe no one would have died this time. Mo Chung muttered. Jiangmi sat next to Tian Xian, studying the situation of crack number 110 with her. She raised her eyebrows when she heard it. Then you can go in first and explore the situation inside, and then let others follow in? Mo Chung choked and dared not say more. The students recorded the situation in the crack according to the video data of the crack taken by the management specialist. Now there are specialists clearing the black fog and demon seeds in the crack, and it will be much safer when the students go in again. At this time, the college has already started to divide the freshmen into different majors. There are two directions for the future of superpowers. One is to become a specialist, enter the administration bureau or the military and political department. The other is to become a researcher, enter a university or a research institute as a researcher. Ning, where did your lover go in the future? Tian Xian asked. Jiangmi hadn't thought about it yet. Her theoretical grades were also good, and she could be either a researcher or a specialist. Isn't Ning 100% sure to enter the administration bureau or the military and political department? Ji Linglong leaned over her head. You are someone who can knock out Zhong Bowen. It's not right for you not to be a specialist. If you enter the administration bureau, maybe we will soon welcome a female director. Jiangmi, you think too far. Ji Linglong waved her fingers. I'm telling the truth. Zhong Bowen is old and can't do it anymore. When she said this, Zhong Bowen and Mo Chung happened to pass by behind them. Zhong Bowen stopped and glanced at Ji Linglong. Ji Linglong. Zhong Bowen. Compared to the students of the academy, Ji Linglong is S-level. She is not afraid of Zhong Bowen. She chatted with Tian Xian for a few more words, and Tian Xian gave her a popular science of the situation in the crack number 110. At this moment, Jiangmi's optical brain rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. Jiangmi registered this number with Ning's identity, and it was bound to many social software. Occasionally, students of the academy would get to know Jiangmi through this number, and Jiangmi was used to it. Jiangmi connected the optical brain and heard the slightly nervous voice of the girl from the other side. Hello, Ning. I am an experimental subject of the same origin as you. The room was very empty, with cement decoration on all four walls, no windows on the wall, and only a ventilation device in the east corner. This is the basement. And a whole wall is full of surveillance videos from different angles. No one is sitting in front of the surveillance. But the video screen keeps switching, monitoring everything in District 13 at all times. Jiangmi held the optical brain and naturally looked at the speeding camera hanging high on the street corner outside the number 110 crack. Her eyes passed through the layers of screens and saw Ivy behind the screen. Ivy stared at Sherning's face closely. No matter how long it has been, she can't forget this face. After all, this is also her face. Ivy first found Sherning in the freshman information of the Crack Academy. She was the first S-level student in the academy, which attracted Ivy's attention to some extent. Ivy entered the academy's intranet through the data stream and found Sherning's information. She didn't expect that there would be an experimental subject using her own face to move. Is she not afraid of being exposed? Is she not afraid of people knowing their secrets? Oh, Ivy thought about it. Yes, their batch of experimental subjects have all had their memories replaced and plastic surgery. And they don't know who they are at all. So naturally they won't notice Sherning's face. Probably only that person will know. Since then, Ivy has been watching Sherning silently. She was the first in the freshman exam of the Rift Academy. She joined the national team through the challenge competition. She shined in number 109. She became stronger and stronger. Even if Ivy did not see the process of Sherning killing people, she could imagine that from an experimental subject who only awakened in the cracks to being able to defeat Zhong Zhongboen now. Sherning must have killed many people. She is terrible. She looks like a defense student who is a harmless protection researcher for people and animals. But in fact she is a murderer who kills people like crazy. Ivy had tried to test Sherning. She released a target signal in a commercial street in Livonia, which was exactly 10 kilometers away from the academy. She wanted to see how Sherning would react. Ivy never expected that Sherning would appear beside her in an instant. And he turned into a bearded uncle. Face change teleport. These two abilities reminded Ivy of the SS-level criminal faceless man wanted by the administration. Sherning was actually faceless man. The faceless man had too many abilities to use. And she had killed too many targets. Ivy immediately cut off the signal. Sherning was very dangerous. And she didn't dare to contact Sherning again. But even so, because of the homologous experimental subject, Ivy was curious again. She wanted to see how strong Sherning was, and how strong she would become. She followed Sherning, and saw her tracking Li Xiaoxiao. She saw that she was very close to Li Xiaoxiao. But she still let Li Xiaoxiao go. Ivy didn't understand Sherning a little bit. She had killed so many people. But she let Li Xiaoxiao go? Sherning can teleport. And even the national team can't beat her. It's easy for her to kill Li Xiaoxiao. Right? Why? Human nature has become complicated. Ivy thinks Sherning is a murderer. But she doesn't seem that bad. So this time, Ivy took the initiative to contact Sherning. She wanted to give it a try. Jiangmi stared at the surveillance camera closest to her. This surveillance camera is used for traffic control in the 13th District Commercial Street. It has 360 degrees without blind spots. Jiangmi intuitively believes that the woman behind Guang's head is watching her through this surveillance camera. Are you looking at me now? Jiangmi asked. Yes, Ivy said. It's related to my ability. I can see you through these surveillance. Jiangmi was interested. She thought this person could see her through the eyes of a crow. Now it seems that the other party can also see her through the camera. What do you want to see me for? Jiangmi asked. The other party has been hiding in the dark. She didn't think she would suddenly come to her for no reason. Ivy, Li Xiaoxiao is dying. Jiangmi was stunned. Li Xiaoxiao? Who? Ivy, the 13th District Highway Service Station. The target you let go. That foodie. Jiangmi thought of Li Xiaoxiao. When she and Xiaohua went to the service station, they did see Li Xiaoxiao. But what impressed her most about Li Xiaoxiao was eating. She followed Li Xiaoxiao all the way. And Li Xiaoxiao was eating all the time. Ivy, someone is targeting Li Xiaoxiao. Jiangmi walked to the dark. There were not many people here, so no one would hear her call. What's your name? Ivy. Li Xiaoxiao is the target. And you are also the target. You contacted me specifically because of her matter. You don't want me to save Li Xiaoxiao. Do you? Ivy was silent for a moment. Yes. Jiangmi. Jiangmi temporarily put down the light brain. She was thinking. Has she been too kind recently? There is actually a target who comes to her to save another target? This matter is absurd no matter how Elle thinks about it. Jiangmi asked Ivy again. Do you know Li Xiaoxiao? If I say I don't know her, But I want to save her because we are homologous experimental subjects. Would you think it's too fake? Ivy smiled bitterly. But I do want to save her. She has never killed anyone. She just wants to live. We all just want to live. Jiangmi said calmly. Since you found me, you should know that I have killed many people. But you let Li Xiaoxiao go. I saw it with my own eyes. Ivy said hurriedly. Li Xiaoxiao is only a B-level superpower. But the person who wants to kill her is A-level. If you help Li Xiaoxiao, you can recover her A-level superpower. This deal is not bad. Jiangmi thought for a moment. She was still very wary of people. Not to mention that the other party was a target. And they were destined to kill each other. Also, although the voice on the other end of the optical brain was that of a girl, Jiangmi could vaguely hear that it was an AI-synthesized voice. A bit like Alice. Ivy obviously didn't believe her, but had no choice but to ask her for help. At this time, a child came over, tugged at Jiangmi's clothes, and then gave her a paper ball. Jiangmi took the paper ball suspiciously and heard Ivy's voice. The paper ball contains my address. I know you don't believe me, so I am willing to exchange my location. Please help Li Xiaoxiao. Jiangmi stared at the paper ball. As long as he opened the paper ball, Ivy's location would be inside. Ivy seemed to be able to observe everything in this world through the eyes of surveillance and creatures. This ability must be very good. But what if this is also a trap? Jiangmi asked Ivy in return. This may be a trap set by you and Li Xiaoxiao, using you as bait. When I teleport to the position above, you and Li Xiaoxiao can join forces to kill me. Ivy gritted her teeth. Li Xiaoxiao doesn't know me. We don't have this idea. It's just that I can't save her. So I can only find you. Hardening was too alert. She didn't trust anyone. In Ivy's sight, Xiao Chong approached Li Xiaoxiao step by step. Li Xiaoxiao was really dying. Hardening, I beg you. Can you believe me once? Otherwise it will be too late. Jiangmi observed the paper ball in her hand. Of course, she would not go to the position of the paper ball to confirm everything, because it really looked like a trap. But there is actually another way to confirm whether you are lying. Chapter 108. The room was dim, with occasional light leaking in from the ventilation blinds. The moonlight was all over the floor, and it was late at night. Li Xiaoxiao's hands and feet were shackled by hemp ropes, and she fell to the ground unable to move. There were bruises on her face, and there was tape on her mouth. In her mind, the system's target interface lit up, and another point was constantly approaching Li Xiaoxiao. 3 kilometers? 2 kilometers? 1 kilometer. She was coming soon. Squeak. The door of the small room opened, and the target point in the system had been combined with the center of the circle. Li Xiaoxiao looked up suddenly, and saw the woman standing at the door. The woman had disheveled hair, and wore a tight combat uniform. There were faint and strange lines on her face. She looked down at Li Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the ground, and was quite satisfied. I told you I can get her for you. See, I didn't lie. Did I? Xiao Chong stood opposite Wei Li, complacent. So, you really don't need to do everything you can to get her ability information. Her ability is rubbish. Wei Li took out a federal card. Take it. There's 5 million in it. The price of B-level gold blood on the black market is about 5 million. Xiao Chong's pupils were bright. He took the federal card, thanked Wei Li a few times, and left the room. Wei Li walked in front of Li Xiaoxiao. Each experimental subject has a different style after socialization. Such as Wei Li. Such as Yao Qian. They are either face or figure. Beautiful and breathtaking. When Xiao Chong saw Wei Li's figure for the first time, he was greedy and couldn't take his eyes away. There are also experimental subjects, such as Li Xiaoxiao and Jin Kui. Even if they meet and say hello, they will soon forget their appearance. They look too ordinary. It is difficult to remember them in the crowd. Li Xiaoxiao has never been noticed since she was a child. Even her parents care more about her younger sister than her, as the eldest sister. She has never been in a relationship, and is always a foil in the crowd. Therefore, Wei Li gave Xiao Chong to her to make up for her lack of love. This trick is very useful. Who doesn't like to be pampered? Especially those who lack love. The moment Li Xiaoxiao knew that Xiao Chong betrayed her, she felt ashamed. When she saw Wei Li, who was the target, she finally understood that today was her death date. Wei Li pinched Li Xiaoxiao's chin with her slender fingers. I'm curious. In the personnel file of the administration, you are a B-level rule-based ability accident. Is this your ability? Li Shixia's mouth was sealed with tape, and she couldn't answer. Wei Li continued. This is not a powerful ability. You escaped by creating an accident last time? Your luck is too good. Right? Wei Li tore off the adhesive strip on Li Shixia's mouth. The strong adhesive strip stuck to her skin and hair. When it was pulled off, Li Shixia's mouth felt painful and swollen instantly. Li Xiaoxiao trembled and said, I really only have a B-level ability. It's useless for you to take my ability. It's okay. Wei Li smiled. I just awakened my ability. You are my first target. I don't mind. With a swish, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared behind Wei Li. The wings were smooth and flawless. So beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. The wings had distinct feathers, like sharp swords, pointing at Li Xiaoxiao. Wei Li's eyes were sharp, and the feathers almost pierced Li Shixia's heart. There was a sudden sound of kicking the door outside. Wei Li's face was solemn, and he retracted his wings. The area they were in was the house that Li Xiaoxiao and Xiao Chong rented in Baiyun City. This was the study room, and Xiao Chong was outside in the living room. At this moment, Wei Li was standing by the study door, and saw a group of thugs rushing into the living room. Pay back the money. A thug swung a baseball bat and hit the sofa in the living room. Xiao, you owe me 5 million. When will you pay me back? The thugs rushed up and held Xiao Chong down. It's been a month. If you don't pay me back, I'll smash your house. Xiao Chong was so scared that he was shaking all over. Brother Zhang, can you give me a few more days? In a few days? I'll have money in a few days. You always say that. Do you think I'm stupid? Brother Zhang slapped Xiao Chong's face wantonly. We agreed in the casino that the principal of 5 million yuan will be 90% paid out and 13% returned. You have to pay me 7.3 million yuan. And you have to pay it back within a week. If you pay it back after a week, the principal and interest will be doubled. Do the math yourself. How many times should it be? Usury has always been a bottomless pit. The current figure is no longer something that people like Xiao Chong can pay back. Wei Li secretly hated Xiao Chong for being so dishonest. Even if he really offended the loan sharks, couldn't she just let them come to her house a few days later? She didn't want her to be discovered. Brother Zhang kicked Xiao Chong away, and Xiao Chong fell to the ground. Brother Zhang stepped on his hand. Well, what's the matter? Xiao Chong, you don't plan to pay me back, do you? How could it be? How could it be? Xiao Chong screamed in pain and quickly took out the 5 million that Wei Li had just given him from his pocket. Brother Zhang, look! Look! Here are 5 million. How about I pay back the 5 million first? Brother Zhang took the federal card and swiped it on the optical computer. A one-time federal card cannot be traced. And there is indeed 5 million in it. Brother Zhang grabbed Xiao Chong's hair. 5 million is not enough. What did I say last time? If you can't pay the money, I will throw you to the black market to sell your organs to pay the money. Let's see. Will I cut your liver first? Or your kidney? Or, Brother Zhang, I still have money. I still have money. Xiao Chong pointed to the door of the study. There are 2 women in the study. Each one is beautiful. If you sell them to a brothel, you can definitely get a good price. And the woman with the best figure is rich. The 5 million I got was from her. She is super rich. Oh! Women. Brother Zhang became interested and licked the dry corners of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. Wei Li stood at the door of the study, her face becoming increasingly gloomy. She saw Brother Zhang and others walking towards the study step by step with greedy eyes. And Wei Li took the initiative to push open the door of the study. Brother Zhang saw Wei Li and his eyes widened. What a beautiful woman! She will definitely sell for a good price if she is sent to a brothel. Not only can she be sent to a brothel, but she can also let their buddies enjoy themselves first. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, the black wings behind Wei Li stretched out instantly, and countless black feathers turned into sharp blades, stabbing at Brother Zhang and others. Before Brother Zhang and others died, they still kept that greedy smile. And Xiao Chong also stared at the black feathers in the sky, and died with his eyes wide open. A level fallen angel of fantasy beast. This is Wei Li's ability. Li Shixia's shoulders trembled. She had read about this ability in a book. It is extremely aggressive. Although it is an A-level ability, the ability user can completely kill the S-level non-aggressive ability user with this ability. Li Xiaoxiao swallowed in horror. They are not good guys. Wei Li cursed inwardly. The black feather shot too hard just now, and Brother Zhang's blood splashed out and fell on Wei Li's face. Wei Li wiped the blood on her cheek with her fingertips, sucked her fingertips with the tip of her tongue, and walked in front of Li Xiaoxiao. No one will bother us anymore. Now it's your turn. Wei Li's black wings spread again, aiming at Li Xiaoxiao. Boom! Before the black feathers launched the attack, the ground suddenly shook, and the whole apartment was shaking. Wei Li didn't stand firmly, and held the wall to stabilize her body. She saw the apartment begin to crack, and a long crack appeared between her and Li Xiaoxiao, dividing the two into two sides. Wei Li! The black wings fluttered twice, and Wei Li fell to Li Xiaoxiao's side again. The Federation's construction technology is very good. Even with such a strong earthquake, the rest of the apartment did not collapse or be destroyed. Only the crack was more serious. Wei Li immediately realized that something was wrong. The earthquake had not ended yet, and the source of the earthquake continued to spread. Wei Li grabbed Li Xiaoxiao's neck fiercely. Did you cause this earthquake? Your ability can't just be an accident. Tell me, what exactly is your ability? Li Xiaoxiao's face was red from being pinched, and she couldn't speak clearly. While Wei Li was pinching Li Xiaoxiao, Wei Li saw golden words floating in the air around Li Xiaoxiao. The administration urged Li Xiaoxiao to participate in the number 110 crack test. But Li Xiaoxiao's clavicle was injured during the mission, so the administration could only let her stay in Baiyun City to recover. Xiao Chong asked Li Xiaoxiao what her ability was many times, but was interrupted by other things. Li Xiaoxiao was in a life-threatening situation, but she survived an accident. Wei Li's eyes widened. B-level accident could not have such a devastating effect. She only knew that the luck of former deputy director of the Institute Yuan Xie had similar abilities. Wei Li's eyes became excited, fanatical and delighted. You are an S-level superpower? You are actually S-level? Li Xiaoxiao was speechless. Her face was red from being strangled. Wei Li's hands were even stronger. Strangle Li Xiaoxiao directly. Strangle her to death. This superpower is hers. Swoosh. 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 Sharp earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed at Wei Li. Wei Li was horrified and quickly retreated. Jiangmi appeared in the damaged apartment. Strangely, the earthquake disappeared the moment she appeared. Wei Li understood instantly that the lone shark was summoned by Li Xiaoxiao. The earthquake was summoned by Li Xiaoxiao, and this woman was also summoned by Li Xiaoxiao. The earth cone just now. Wei Li couldn't be 100% sure. Even if it was not an S-level ability, it was at least an A-level attack ability. What exactly is Li Xiaoxiao's ability that can create so many accidents to save her? Jiangmi didn't use her own face. Merlin's face is more useful than her own. Although the vest is hers, the pot is on others. The cube can't find her head for the time being. She looked at Li Xiaoxiao with helplessness on her face. Jiangmi has seen so many S-level abilities, and the rule system is definitely the most heaven-defying existence. With unimaginable effects, luck and word spirit are both excellent. After Jiangmi saw Li Xiaoxiao's ability last time, she decisively believed that Li Xiaoxiao's ability was the most powerful of all the S-level abilities she had seen. The rule system ability law of cause and effect. Just from the name, you can know that this ability can change the cause and effect in the world. Jiangmi thought that Ivy would let her come to save Li Xiaoxiao, and she gave up Ivy's position and went directly to find Li Xiaoxiao. Everything was destined. Invisibly, a pair of hands controlled them and made them make such a choice. This is the law of cause and effect. Chapter 109. Wei Li gritted her teeth. She didn't hear the system reminder, so she naturally thought Jiangmi was not the target, but just a difficult opponent. She didn't know whether the opponent had an S-level ability or an A-level ability, but it was definitely not inferior to her. If she wanted to defeat the opponent, Wei Li had to get Li Xiaoxiao's ability first. She didn't hesitate, and all the black feathers shot out at Li Xiaoxiao. The attack of the feathers was so fierce, like a sharp sword, but all the sharp feathers hit a hard object in front of Li Xiaoxiao, and the feathers could not penetrate the hard object, and all fell down. Transparent hard object, defense layer? The defense layer was still intact under so many feather attacks, indicating that the defense was at least S-level. S-level defense ability. Wei Li's eyes widened. Ning, who defeated SS-level Zhongjung Bowen with S-level ability some time ago. Wei Li no longer cared about why Ning had multiple abilities. An S-level who could defeat Zhongjung Bowen was no small figure. She turned around and was about to run away, but before her wings could spread, Jiangmi's earth cone pierced through her body, successfully killed the target. Obtained the attached superpower. A fantasy beast fallen angel. It all happened too fast. While Li Xiaoxiao was still in a daze, she saw Wei Li dead. An A-level superpower died in the hands of another superpower in a moment. Li Xiaoxiao didn't know who the woman in front of her was. But the defensive layer made Li Xiaoxiao think of Hardening. She shrank timidly and dared not speak. Is Hardening a multi-powered person? It's no wonder that she can defeat Zhongzheng Bowen. That's not right. When she entered Zhongzheng Bowen at last, she only used Hardening and the superpower shield. So even if she didn't have multiple superpowers, she wouldn't lose to Zhongzheng Bowen. In fact, according to Li Xiaoxiao's observation just now, Hardening suddenly appeared. She at least knew how to teleport. Her Earth Cone attack was so brutal. She also had at least A-level Earth attack superpowers. She also changed her face. And that Hardening. Li Xiaoxiao felt her heart was beating. Did causality really find someone to save her? Didn't it push her into another fire pit? Jiangmi didn't care about Li Xiaoxiao. After helping her untie the hemp rope on her body, Jiangmi contacted Ivy with the optical brain. Why did you go to Li Xiaoxiao's place? Ivy's voice was full of exclamation. You? Shouldn't you come to my place to see if what I said is true or not? Jiangmi said indifferently. If all this is a trap, there will be no situation where Li Xiaoxiao is in danger, and all the traps should be on your side. But if Li Xiaoxiao is really in danger, what you said is true. Jiangmi felt that there was no need to go around in circles. Although Baiyun City is a bit far, it is not a big deal to come here with the help of Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha was lying on the balcony at this time, a woo at the crescent moon, obviously bored. Jiangmi took out the paper ball that Ivy had someone give her. Is there a fire? She asked Li Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao's head hadn't turned around yet, and when she heard Jiangmi's question, she nodded quickly. Yes. The apartment was in ruins due to the earthquake. Li Xiaoxiao finally went to the bedroom to get Xiao Chang's lighter and lit it for Jiangmi. Jiangmi burned the paper ball with Ivy's address in front of Li Xiaoxiao. She said to Ivy on the other side of the light brain. It's over. I'm going back. Ivy was speechless. She just knew that Li Xiaoxiao was in danger, and she wanted to find someone to find Li Xiaoxiao. It just flashed through her mind that Hardening might be able to do it. But she didn't expect that Hardening was really willing to do it. Now that I think about it, this move was too bold. But she actually succeeded. Jiangmi burned the paper ball and returned the lighter to Li Xiaoxiao. You use the S-level ability like this. Can't you just write someone to save you? Li Xiaoxiao shook her head timidly. This ability is too strong for me. There are many restrictions. I can't use it. Jiangmi thought for a moment and understood. Causality is too strong. Such a superpower is suitable for matching SS level or 3S level. And Li Xiaoxiao's causality is only S level, which must have many constraints. This earthquake is too big. The people from the administration will be here soon. I won't clean up this mess. You can solve it yourself. Jiangmi walked to the balcony and prepared to teleport back to District 13 with Xiao Ha. Li Xiaoxiao stood behind her and mustered up her courage. Thank you. Jiangmi waved her hand. The next moment, she disappeared. Li Xiaoxiao stayed where she was. She didn't stay too long. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. She packed a few clothes and left the apartment. Shortly after Li Xiaoxiao left, a woman in a windbreaker came to the apartment. The woman had a Bluetooth headset on her ear and was still talking to someone. Seeing the messy apartment and the corpses all over the room, she frowned. Wei Li is dead, Qingye said in a flat tone. She's dead? She awakened the power of a fallen angel. And I thought she would be useful. Hongye's lazy voice came from the other end of the optical brain. So it seems that Li Xiaoxiao killed her? This guy's ability is really not as simple as accident. No. Qingye looked at the earth cone that pierced Wei Li. It was the faceless man. Hongye. Are you sure? Hongye said nervously. The faceless man is already very strong. And she has recovered another ability? What about Li Xiaoxiao? Li Xiaoxiao's ability will not be recovered by her. Right? Qingye glanced at the scene. I didn't see Li Xiaoxiao's body. Hongye, this earthquake should be caused by Li Xiaoxiao. Although I don't know what her ability is. It is likely to be an S-level ability. I understand. Qingye said calmly. The faceless man. Li Xiaoxiao. The abilities of these two people will be mine. District 13. The exploration of the number 110 crack continues, with the management commissioner taking the lead, expelling the demons and monsters in the crack and clearing the black fog. The exploration of the crack became much easier. The students put on their action suits one by one and entered the crack. Next, teachers of various subjects will give students on-site classes in the cracks. And students will also choose topics. Completing the topics means completing the practical course homework. Because there are enough students, and the research topics cover a wide range. The primary research on the cracks is usually over after the practical classes. More profound courses are all taught by various tutors, who are researchers. Jiangmi's research topic is research on the reproduction system of demon species based on evolutionary theory, taking the E-level demon species flower-headed snail as an example. Jiangmi's daily task is to observe the flower-headed snails in the cracks. Watching these small snails crawling on the leaves. And giving birth by the way. Fortunately, the flower-headed snails move slowly. So Jiangmi stays in one place every day and doesn't need to move. Weika and Yao Xingli are miserable. One of them studies the estrus of sows in cracks. And the other studies the estrus of boars in cracks. They follow the pigs every day. Jiangmi feels quite comfortable with such a plain research life. After the class in the evening, Jiangmi and Minji Wexi went out to look for food and saw Li Xiaoxiao under the street light from a distance. Li Xiaoxiao was in disguise, and the wide brim of her hat covered most of her face. Even if she appeared in public, it was difficult to tell at a glance that it was Li Xiaoxiao. Jiangmi had never exposed her face in front of Li Xiaoxiao. But she had used the hardening ability before, and she guessed that Li Xiaoxiao knew who she was. She walked up to Li Xiaoxiao. "Come to me?" Li Xiaoxiao, "Yeah." Jiangmi raised her hand and looked at the optical brain. Merlin's locator was on her, and Li Xiaoxiao was in front of her. But the system did not remind the target to approach. "Your positioning. Take it off," Li Xiaoxiao said excitedly. "Ivy helped me take it off, including the microbomb. Now the system is still there, but the positioning and bomb are gone. Ivy knows that you are on guard, but she still wants me to tell you that if you want to take off the chip, she has a way." The chips on Jiangmi's experimental subjects are equipped with 3 functions: system, positioning, and bomb. Suchin helped Jiangmi turn off the positioning before, but the system and bomb are still there. "Are there many targets around Ivy?" Jiangmi asked. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. "Not only are experimental subjects of the same origin, but also other experimental subjects. She has been helping them all the time." Jiangmi was silent. Some of the experimental subjects fought each other, while some helped each other. They were obviously the same species, even had the same genes and the same blood. But people were still different. Li Xiaoxiao stuffed an envelope into Jiangmi's hand. "Here is the address of a doctor who can remove the location and bomb on the chip. If you need it, you can go find him." Jiangmi took the envelope. "What about you?" "I'm going to have a plastic surgery, even though I've already had one." Li Xiaoxiao shrugged. "I'll be a normal person from now on. No one knows I'm a target, and no one can find me." Li Xiaoxiao smiled with relief. And Jiangmi realized that although her face was dull, she looked very beautiful when she smiled. Li Xiaoxiao said to Jiangmi again, "Ivy used a gene simulator to restore what we should look like. That face is exactly like yours. You haven't had plastic surgery, right? I should be a defective product of the experiment." Jiangmi said, "I was abandoned before I had time to have plastic surgery and socialize. So I still have my original face." Li Xiaoxiao, "No wonder. When I saw the simulated face before, I was worried that you were the one who wanted to recycle us. Fortunately, you are not. So good. But now you are using your original face. And your superpowers are so outstanding. They will target you. Right?" Jiangmi thought of this a long time ago. "And sure, Ning's identity will not be used for too long. Don't worry. I know my limits." The golden crow fell to the west, and Li Xiaoxiao looked at the sunset glow and couldn't help sighing. "I don't know who our original body is." In order to allow her to recycle superpowers, she actually created so many experimental subjects. Jiangmi looked at the gorgeous sunset and sighed sincerely. "I also want to know. Who is she?" 10,000 meters under the sea. This huge underwater base is like a thunderstorm built underground. There are heavy glass portholes on the fortress. But it is dark outside, and nothing can be seen. Number 099 often huddles in a corner, shining the light on the endless seabed outside. What comes into view are the underwater creatures whose eyes have degenerated, which makes people feel terrified. It has been nearly a year since she woke up, and during this year, she was trapped in this underwater base, and could never leave. Everyone around her told number 099 that the cracks had come, The black fog had swept the world, and the Earth had been destroyed. Where there is the blue star. But the blue star is full of radiation. They are species from another world. Only by passing the radiation test can they leave. Number 099 didn't know how long he had to wait. There was a knock on the door behind him, and a girl came in with a tray. I knew you were here. Jiangmi. You can't not eat dinner. Chapter 110. Bebe. You came so early today. Number 099 sat opposite you Bebe and unpacked the disposable chopsticks. He didn't know what technology was used to make the chopsticks. But number 099 felt that they looked very high-end. Different from the chopsticks on Earth. Today's test is over. And the researcher told me that this is the last time. Bebe held a piece of braised pork in her mouth and blinked at number 099. Seeing number 099 was stunned. Bebe explained. I have passed the radiation test. I can leave. Number 099's obsidian eyes showed envy. I want to leave here too. Bebe waved her hand. But you haven't passed the radiation test yet. There is radiation all over the blue star. Only qualified people can leave here after passing the test. Number 099 was depressed. Actually, our bodies are similar. Right? The transformation and physical examinations we do every day are the same. Why did you pass the test? But I haven't? Bebe, whether you can pass the test or not is up to the researcher. I don't know either. Number 099 wants to leave this base. Everyone in the base has experienced the end of the world and seen the rolling black fog swallowing the Earth. So they like this underwater base very much. And some people don't even want to leave here. If the researcher hadn't said that life outside is better, they would have wanted to stay in the base forever. But number 099 is different. She has not seen the end of the Earth. To be precise, she has only glimpsed a corner of the end of the Earth and has not seen the whole picture. So in the eyes of number 099, she still yearns and looks forward to the outside world. This base shackled every aspect of her life. Number 099 always felt that this was not a base, but a prison. Number 099 hugged her knees and looked at the vast dark ocean outside the porthole. I heard from those researchers that Blue Star is similar to Earth, but the technology is more advanced. I really want to go out and see it. Bebe ate braised pork and tilted her head. You still have an imaginary template. I can't imagine it at all. When I was born, the black fog had swept the world. I had never seen what a normal Earth looked like, so I didn't know what Blue Star looked like. Therefore, Bebe also wanted to leave here and see the normal world. Bebe continued. What a coincidence. You haven't seen the Earth under the black fog, and I haven't seen the normal Earth either. I heard that you are a human being from the time when the cracks first appeared. You were born before the cracks first appeared. Do you really not remember what happened after the cracks appeared? Number 099 shook her head. My memory ends on the day when the cracks first appeared. I only remember that I was an orphan. That day I went to the hospital to see my biological parents. And then I returned to school. I saw the cracks at the school gate. And I don't remember anything after that. Bebe, the human freezing plan started the second year after the cracks appeared. So you should have at least 1 year of memory after the cracks appeared. It's impossible that you were frozen as soon as the cracks appeared. Right? Number 099 shrugged. She didn't know. There are many evolvers in the base, but there are no memory evolvers. Number 099 can't know what happened to her memory. Only the researcher told her that she had been hit in the head and had intermittent amnesia. Number 099 looked at the vast ocean again. She wanted to leave here, and she also wanted to regain her lost memories. How about I secretly take you out to take a look? Bebe said. Just a look. You must come back after you take a look. Number 099 looked at Bebe fiercely, with a look of surprise on her face. Bebe, the researcher told me that I can take a suitcase out, and you can hide in the suitcase. After all, we have had physical examinations and injections together during this period of time. In theory, I have passed the radiation test, and you should not be far away. Number 099 hugged Bebe fiercely. Thank you. The next day, it was time for Bebe to leave. She packed her luggage and number 099 hid in the suitcase. Passing by the living area of the base, Bebe said goodbye to others. The submarine base is divided into a living area and an experimental area. All the rescued Earthlings live in the living area. They go to experimental area 1 every day to undergo body transformation and physical examinations. After the transformation, everyone can leave the submarine base and live on the blue planet. The researchers in Experimental Area 2 are exclusive to researchers. Without an ID card, no one can enter. After nearly a year of living together, Yubebe has developed feelings with many people and said goodbye to them one by one. This is not a farewell forever. As long as the others pass the radiation test, they will eventually meet on Blue Star. Bebe, I'll contact you when I get out. When we all pass the test, let's go to Blue Star to eat together. Eat hot pot. Eat hot pot. I love it. It's a pity that there is no hot pot in this underwater base. I'm so greedy. Yubebe said goodbye to her old friends one by one, then dragged her luggage and happily followed the researchers to Experimental Area 2. Experimental Area 2 is a brand new area for Bebe. It is more vast than Experimental Area 1, and the experimental equipment is more advanced. Through Experimental Area 2, you can leave the submarine base. Along the way, Yubebe kept asking the researcher who led the way, I am a doctor. If I come to the Blue Star Society, can I continue to be a doctor? I heard that the body structure of Blue Star people and Earth people is similar. I won't be unemployed. Right? Oh no. Blue Star's technology is more advanced. And so is its medical technology. Do I have to go to school for further studies before I can work? God. I'm 28 years old. I didn't expect that there would be a day to return to school. Yubebe kept chattering along the way, with endless topics and questions to talk about. But the researcher was very indifferent and only responded with him 2 times throughout the whole process. Number 099 hid in the suitcase, listening to the conversation between the two, and suddenly felt a strange feeling, especially when Yubebe talked about the future life on Blue Star and how to contact those Earth people who were already on Blue Star. Number 099 clearly heard that the researcher sneered. The researcher led Yubebe to an empty laboratory. Yubebe asked curiously, Why are you here? There is no road ahead. Do I have any other checks to do? The next second, the security guard suddenly stepped forward and handcuffed Yubebe. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yubebe was stunned and struggled frantically. But the security guard was full of tendons and could hold Yubebe tightly with just one hand. The researcher looked at the report in his hand and said in a cold tone, Experimental subject number 087 failed the comprehensive test. There is no need to continue research. Throw it into the incinerator. Incinerator? Yubebe was horrified and turned her head to see that the laboratory was empty. But there was an obvious passageway. The wind blew up the iron fan-like door curtain, and the raging fire burned endlessly, like erupting volcanic lava. Throw it in. Hurry up. Don't waste time. The researcher gave the order, and the security guard came forward and grabbed Yubebe to throw her into the incinerator. Number 099 was terrified in the suitcase. She was not a warm-hearted person. If Yubebe was a stranger and heard everything that happened in the laboratory, Number 099 would just pretend not to hear it and stay in the suitcase honestly. But Yubebe was not a stranger. She was the first friend she met when she woke up. The two of them were not close friends, but they had been together for nearly a year, eating together, and enjoying the beautiful future of leaving the underwater base together. Number 099 couldn't bear to watch Yubebe die. She heard the voices outside. Apart from Yubebe, there was only a researcher and a security guard. The researcher is a weakling, not to be worried about. The security guard is more scary. But number 099 has a knife. A box cutter. Number 099 was hiding in the suitcase. Yubebe was afraid that she would be suffocated and unable to escape, so she gave her a box cutter to use in case of escape. The two girls have little chance of winning against a security guard full of tendons. But if they have weapons, it's possible. Number 099 took out the box cutter and stabbed the suitcase fiercely. At this moment, Number 099 suddenly felt the suitcase being pressed hard. Yubebe actually broke free from the security guard and rushed to the suitcase. She hugged the suitcase tightly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The security guard rubbed the bleeding mouth of Yubebe. This woman is really troublesome. He rushed forward and grabbed Yubebe's hair. Yubebe still held the suitcase tightly. Number 099 immediately cut the zipper buckle with a utility knife, trying to take the opportunity to escape, but heard Yubebe's low voice, don't come out. It's too late. Number 099 paused, and then she heard Yubebe's muffled groan. She couldn't tell what the sound meant, but she smelled a strong smell of blood at the tip of her nose. The rusty blood gradually seeped into the suitcase along the slightly damaged zipper. Number 099's head was full of blood and his scalp was numb. Then, Number 099 felt the force pressing on the suitcase loosened. The security guard easily lifted Yubebe's body and threw it into the incinerator. The raging fire was burning endlessly, and the body was engulfed by the flames as soon as it was thrown in. "It's done," the security guard reported to the researcher. The researcher gave Yubebe a huge cross in the experimental record. Then, he looked at Yubebe's blood-stained suitcase. "What should we do with this thing?" the security guard asked. "Check it. If there is no problem, throw it away and burn it." The security guard nodded. The researcher left the laboratory, and the security guard walked to the suitcase and unzipped it. These Earthlings have lived in the submarine base all year round, and everything they have is transparent. However, it has been discovered in the past that some Earthlings have precious jewelry or cutting-edge research technology. Anyway, it's not a loss to check the suitcase. The security guard thought so. Yubebe's suitcase is so big. Maybe there will be something valuable in it. When the time comes, he will go to the black market to exchange money. And maybe he can go to the casino to gamble. At the moment when the security guard opened the suitcase, a sharp utility knife accurately cut his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out. The security guard stared at the girl who came out of the suitcase with his eyes wide open. Chapter 111. Number 099's hands were shaking. This was her first time to kill someone. She curled up, waiting for the moment when the security guard opened the suitcase. She knew that if she didn't do it, she would be the one to die. Blood splattered and sprayed number 099's face. But she didn't bother to wipe the blood. She struggled to lift the body of the security guard and moved it to the side of the incinerator. The fire in the furnace was burning, like the howling of evil spirits. Number 099 used all her strength and pushed the body of the security guard into the incinerator. The strong and powerful man eventually turned into dry bones. After that, Number 099 threw the suitcase into the incinerator again. There was a rag and a sink next to the incinerator. There were obvious blood stains in the grooves of the sink. Obviously, it was not the first time that the security guard did this. Many people died in this laboratory. Perhaps in the past year, every Earthling who received news from researchers that they could leave the underwater base through radiation testing eventually came here and entered the incinerator. The fire blocked out the sun, but number 099 could feel the countless skeletons underneath. She hurriedly wiped the blood off her face. There were 2 pieces of Yubebe's clothes in the suitcase, which she did not throw away. She changed into clean clothes, washed her hair carelessly, and threw the old clothes covered with blood into the incinerator. Number 099 hurriedly left the laboratory. Experimental Area 2 is very large. Number 099 came in hiding in the suitcase. She didn't know how to get out for a while, so she could only grope and walk towards the living area according to her memory. This is the bottom of the sea. Even if she finds the exit of the base, it is difficult to drive the submarine away. Number 099 plans to return to the living area first, and then plan to leave. Along the way, researchers would pass by from time to time. Fortunately, number 099 was smart enough to hide in the dark to avoid them. She remembered that if she walked through the aisle in front and turned left, she could return to the living area in about 5 minutes. The living area was within reach. At this moment, a group of researchers came in a hurry. Number 099 hid in the stairwell to avoid them, but saw that they all entered a laboratory. Number 099 noticed the name of the laboratory, the Clone Laboratory. Number 099 widened his eyes. After the researchers entered the Clone Laboratory, they passed through the empty laboratory and entered a smaller research area inside. The Clone Laboratory was empty. Number 099 followed behind and quietly entered the laboratory. Clone? Whose clone? After entering the Clone Laboratory, number 099's question was answered. Her clone. The laboratory was very large, and there was no edge to the left or right. In this laboratory, there were green columnar culture dishes filled with naked clones. Those people closed their eyes tightly in the petri dishes. The labels on the petri dishes showed their basic information, including the clone source Jiangmi, the race Earthling, and the cultivation time. Using petri dishes to cultivate clones, the experimental subjects can grow into adult appearance in just 1 year. There are hundreds of petri dishes in the laboratory, 1 row of which is Jiangmi's clones. Another row is Yubebe's clones, and other clones of Earthlings. Number 099 was more and more frightened as she looked at them. She suddenly thought of Yubebe. Is Yubebe an Earthling? Or a clone? Yubebe has memories of Earth. So she should be an Earthling. Right? What are the functions of these clones? There were discussions in the research area ahead, and number 099 approached cautiously and hid behind a petri dish. There were several researchers standing in the research area, led by an old man. He was very old. Although his back was straight, his temples were gray and his eyes were full of wrinkles. Number 099 heard the researchers around him call him Mr. Fong. Next to Mr. Fong stood a beautiful female secretary. She had a sexy and curvy figure and stood respectfully beside Mr. Fong. Number 099 remembered this woman because there was also a petri dish of hers in this laboratory. She heard Mr. Fong call her Red Leaf. Mr. Fong stood among the researchers, checking their experimental reports. So far, nothing has been found? The researchers were terrified. So far, we have only found 2 cases of vertical enhancement of superpowers, both of whom were Earthlings. But we don't quite know what the law is. So did number 087's test also fail? Mr. Fong asked. Number 099 knew number 087. All the Earthlings in the submarine base had numbers. Her number was 099. And Yubebe's number was 087. Yes, the researcher replied. Neither number 087 herself nor her clones have the ability to upgrade their abilities vertically. Number 087 has been sent to the incinerator for destruction. We will also destroy the other clones. After that, the researcher pressed a switch on the operating instrument in the research area. Number 099 heard the sound of struggle coming from 2 petri dishes not far away. It was clearly Yubebe's clones, struggling wildly in the petri dishes. The green liquid in the petri dishes was injected with deadly poison. Within 2 minutes, the clones in the 2 petri dishes died. Number 099 covered his mouth in fear, not daring to breathe. Mr. Fong looked at the researcher indifferently. So until now, you still haven't found the reason for the vertical upgrade of the superpower? The researchers lowered their heads in shock, and no one dared to speak. Mr. Fong slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at the researcher who had just reported to him. The next second, Hongya flew out 2 ice blades, and the researcher's head fell to the ground. Other researchers exclaimed at the scene. I need research results, Mr. Fong said calmly. If you can't research anything again, it will be your turn next time. The researchers responded one after another, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Mr. Fong, our people have already sneaked into the 109th crack, Hongya reported on the side. As you expected, there is also a human base in Huaqing University. But there is no freezing chamber in the base. We checked the scene and there are obvious signs of human movement there. At present, it can be confirmed that there is a force that is looking for the Earthlings in the cracks like us. Their organization is called Extreme Thrust. Mr. Fong, have you found any clues about this organization? Hongya, it is currently suspected that Professor Mu Lanchua of the Crack Academy is a member of this organization. But she has resigned and disappeared. We are still investigating, Mr. Fong ordered. Find this organization. Kill them all without leaving a single one. Hongya nodded to show that she understood. She flipped through the tablet recording her work and continued. There is one more thing. We found a lot of freezing chambers in the 108th crack. The Earthlings inside have all been thawed and sent to the underwater base. Mr. Fong looked at the researchers. This is a new group of Earthlings. I hope you can study the reasons and methods for the vertical upgrade of superpowers from them. The researchers nodded immediately. Yes. Yes. We will definitely figure it out. Mr. Fong and Hongya left. The researchers in white coats came to the exit of the research area, where more than 30 mobile beds were placed, with sleeping Earthlings lying on them. They were all wrapped in sleeping bags, injected with anesthetics and other drugs, and fell into a deep sleep. Number 099 spotted a sleeping bag where a child was placed. She was thin, and the child was also small. The 2 of them would not be discovered if they got into the same sleeping bag. With the new Earthlings, number 099 returned to the living area. Returning to this familiar place again, number 099's mentality had completely changed. The researcher was very surprised to see number 099. 099. I looked for you for a long time this morning. Where have you been? Don't run around all the time. Number 099 looked at the researcher coldly. 099 is not a name, but a number for the experimental subject. I have a name. My name is Jiangmi Researcher, I know. I just told you not to run around. Especially in experimental area 2. There is radiation there. Don't go there. Something will happen if you go there. Number 099 sneered in his heart. But his face was still indifferent. As if nothing had happened. I know. I won't run around. After the researcher told number 099. He turned around and went to find another Earthling. Number 099 remembered him. His number was number 032. And he had been in this underwater base for almost 2 years. Number 032. You have passed the radiation test and can leave. Really? Number 032 was overjoyed. Pack up quickly. I will send you away in an hour. Good. Everyone around congratulated number 032. And the newcomers also looked at him with envy. Number 099 wanted to say something. But when she saw the security guards with submachine guns around her, she shut up. She couldn't change anything now. By the way, the researcher suddenly said to number 099. Jiangmi, I forgot to tell you that someone is looking for you in the tea room. Number 099's eyelids jumped. Who? The researcher smiled. Big shot. You'll know when you go there. Number 099 came to the tea room. This was her first time here. And all of them were in the living area. Only a few evolvers had the opportunity to come to the tea room. Number 099 was nervous. She hurriedly came to experimental area 2 through Yubei's suitcase. And hurriedly returned to the living area through the sleeping bag. She couldn't guarantee that she was 100% not seen by others. The incinerator and clones of the underwater base were secrets that could not be told. Once these researchers knew that she knew the truth, she would only have a dead end. Someone came to see her. Who could it be? What was the purpose of coming to see her? Number 099 sat nervously in the tea room. The robot serving around her poured tea for her. Number 099's face was calm. And only she saw that her hand holding the teacup was shaking very slightly. Miss Jiang? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Mr. Fong walked into the tea room, followed by Hong Ye. Number 099 stood up immediately. Her pupils shrank for a moment. But she deliberately fiddled with her bangs. And the fine bangs blocked the surprise that flashed in her eyes. The old man in front of him was the old man in the research area just now. Mr. Fong saw number 099 stand up. And extended his hand to number 099 in a gentle and polite manner. Please sit down. Number 099 suppressed the fear in her heart. Tried her best to appear calm. And sat down calmly. She could feel that Mr. Fong had been looking at her. And his old eyes seemed to be shining. Fong Wenjing, let me introduce myself. My surname is Fong, and my name is Wenjing. Hello. Mr. Fong. Number 099 said politely. The researcher said you were looking for me. But I don't know you. Right? Fong Wenjing smiled gently. You really don't know me. But I know your relatives. Number 099 looked at Fong Wenjing in doubt. I am an orphan. I have no relatives. Fong Wenjing, yes. There is one last relative in this world who is connected to you by blood. Your brother Fong Xuanzhou. He has been looking for you. Chapter 112. It was already 5 p.m. when we came out of the practical class at the number 110 crack. In the past 2 days, students have frequently entered the cracks. And their understanding of the cracks has gradually deepened. And they are more comfortable doing research in them. Jiangmi finished today's observation diary of the flower-headed snail, changed clothes, and went to the 9th district with Su Chen. The 9th district is a colony of the Federation. And it is also the only semi-autonomous region among all the colonies. There are all kinds of people here. And many federal criminals hide here. It is probably too chaotic. And even the Federation dare not easily get involved. The address that Ivy gave Jiangmi is here. According to Li Shixia's description, Dr. Huang used to be a doctor of the Federation. His supernatural power is scalpel. He is called the King of Hell. As long as a person is still alive, he can save him. Removing the chip is a piece of cake for him. With such skills, Dr. Huang could have thrived in the Federation. But unfortunately, he was a gambler and owed a lot of debts. In order to raise money for gambling, he sold important information of the Federation to criminals. The Federation had no choice but to convict him. So Dr. Huang fled to District 9. Li Xiaoxiao reminded Jiangmi. Just ask him to help you remove the chip. Don't tell him anything else. Jiangmi and Su Chen came to the 2 building of Dr. Huang's small clinic. This kind of small clinic is not very particular. It is casually opened in a residential building in a civilian area. Hanging a neon sign is considered business. Jiangmi walked into the clinic. The clinic is obviously a bit old. The facilities inside are old. The white walls are mottled with mold. And the operating table in the compartment is also full of traces of various frictions. Dr. Huang was sorting surgical supplies in front of the cabinet and turned back when he heard the sound. He adjusted his silver-rimmed reading glasses and glanced at Jiangmi. Another experimental subject? There have been more experimental subjects in recent years. Jiangmi politely asked Dr. Huang. Have you done many similar experiments? Dr. Huang, I removed the chip from Ivy back then. And I have removed the chips of more than a dozen people in recent years. This technology, besides the Federation, only I have it. Dr. Huang seemed to be chatting. But there was obviously something else in his words. Besides Dr. Huang, only the Federation would have the technology to remove it. Could the cube be related to the Federation? Su Chen followed Jiangmi and kept silent. Now he interrupted and said, Do you live alone? Jiangmi saw that Dr. Huang paused. At 50 years old, he was not considered old. And his hands were always steady when performing surgery. But when Su Chen asked this, Jiangmi saw his hands tremble slightly. Yes. Dr. Huang smiled, walked unnaturally to Jiangmi, and closed the bathroom door. He took out his optical computer. The surgery costs 1 million. Pay first, and then the surgery. Jiangmi took out a one-time federal card and gave it to Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang checked it with the optical computer and found that there was indeed 1 million in it. He smiled with satisfaction and urged Jiangmi to lie down in the operating room, with Su Chen following closely behind. Hey. Dr. Huang stopped Su Chen. Don't go in. You will interfere with my surgery. I'm a doctor. Su Chen showed his medical qualification certificate. I can help you. Dr. Huang's eyes flashed with panic. No need. Who knows if you go in to steal my skills? I can do this kind of small surgery alone. Su Chen frowned. Jiangmi comforted Su Chen. It's okay. Dr. Huang was introduced by Ivy. And he has performed many operations. So nothing will happen. Dr. Huang nodded quickly. That's right. You are just worrying about nothing. How could my operation go wrong? Su Chen was speechless, watching Jiangmi and Dr. Huang enter the operating room. The chip is located at the back of the neck. Jiangmi lay on the operating table. And there was no need to take off his clothes. He just needed to pull down his collar slightly. Dr. Huang took out the anesthetic needle and squeezed out the air from the needle hole. His eyes flickered. His Adam's apple rolled. And he gradually approached Jiangmi. Dr. Huang and Ivy have been friends for many years. It was because of Ivy's help that Dr. Huang was able to successfully escape the pursuit of the administration. To repay Ivy, he helped Ivy remove the chip from her body. In the next 2 years, Ivy introduced him to customers. And Dr. Huang helped the experimental subjects remove the chips. The cooperation between the two was harmonious. But today, this cooperation will come to an end. Dr. Huang looked at the yellow anesthetic. There were some things he had to do even if he was extremely reluctant. He held Jiangmi's shoulder and was about to inject the anesthetic into Jiangmi's body. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the air and clamped Dr. Huang in an instant. Dr. Huang didn't see anyone, but heard Su Chen's voice. It's just to remove a chip. Local anesthesia is enough. Why do you need general anesthesia? Space hole? Dr. Huang saw that there was clearly a space hole next to Ning. The man who clamped him was Su Chen. He actually watched him perform the operation all the time. Dr. Huang said in a panic. Of course, it's for the effect of the operation. What do you know? A mediocre doctor? Jiangmi lay on the operating table, looking up at Dr. Huang. Doctor, is this injection really anesthesia? Dr. Huang paused. In a flash, Jiangmi turned over, grabbed the anesthesia needle from Dr. Huang's hand, and pretended to insert it into Dr. Huang's body. Dr. Huang was frightened and screamed. No. This is not an anesthesia needle. Don't stab me. Jiangmi, then what is this? Dr. Huang lowered his head in guilt. This is... Before he spoke, the raging flames instantly flooded the operating room, almost swallowing up the entire operating room. Jiangmi was surprised. She clearly had precognition turned on all the time. But she didn't feel the attack of the flames. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly grabbed Dr. Huang's collar, and moved to the lobby of the hand clinic with a path retracement. The flames rushed towards her, and Jiangmi pulled violently. The huge magic layer blocked the raging fire and protected Jiangmi and others. In the flames, the woman walked over. The flames could not burn her, but only danced and jumped around her. She walked in front of Jiangmi. Dr. Huang screamed in fear. I'm sorry. I didn't poison on purpose. It was her. She caught my son. I can't help it. Jiangmi glanced at Dr. Huang and said nothing. When Su Chen asked Dr. Huang if he lived alone, Jiangmi noticed that there were 2 sets of toothbrushes in the bathroom of the clinic. Dr. Huang obviously did not live alone. The woman looked at Dr. Huang and cursed coldly. Waste. Jiangmi raised her hand and looked at the optical brain. Merlin's locator did not remind her that this person was not an experimental subject of the same origin as her. Not necessarily. Maybe she just didn't have a chip on her. Qingye looked at Jiangmi. Hardening plus path retracing. The boss guessed correctly. Only one of the experimental subjects thrown into District 13 survived. Jiangmi narrowed her eyes slightly. Jiang Hao told her that he saw 2 identical women in the garbage dump, which meant that she and Shi Ning were both abandoned experimental subjects. And the cube also knew this. However, Jiangmi frowned. The woman in front of him was burning with flames. And there were 3 obvious labels near her heart. But Jiangmi couldn't see what was on the labels. This woman's ability can interfere with her superpower labeling. Not only that, it can also interfere with her precognition. Jiangmi couldn't help but get nervous. Your hardening is very good. Qingye smiled appreciatively. Hardening cannot block flames, and high temperatures can still cause burns to the human body. So Jiangmi can only use the magic layer to block Qingye's flames. But she knew that this was not a long-term solution. Flames were like venom, and would dissolve each other when they collided with the magic layer. Jiangmi was actually hardening the magic layer to block Qingye's fire. Qingye smiled. But the smile gradually changed. She felt that the magic layer was so strong that it seemed that it could not be explained by S-level superpowers. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Qingye's eyes. You don't seem to be an S-level superpower. Is it too late to know now? As soon as the voice fell, several hardened earth cones appeared in an instant and stabbed Qingye fiercely. The earth cones were clearly aimed at Qingye's position. Jiangmi also used precognition to predict the direction in which Qingye might escape. But so many earth cones were shot into the air. Didn't hit? How is it possible? Jiangmi jumped out of the magic layer and let the magic layer protect Dr. Huang and Su Chen, while she continued to chase Qingye. Qingye strolled in the flames, sometimes appearing in the east, sometimes in the west. No matter where the earth cone appeared from, it could not attack her. Strange. Too strange. After an attack failed, Qingye appeared in front of Jiangmi in a moment. This woman also has space-related abilities. Qingye clenched her fist, and the raging fire wrapped around her fist, and she slammed towards Jiangmi. Jiangmi immediately covered her body with a magic layer, and the flames hit the magic layer. But the high temperature could not hurt her. Qingye frowned even deeper. You are more than S-level. There was anger and joy in her tone. Jiangmi had seen a similar expression before, which was the fanatical expression of all targets when they saw her, wanting to get her abilities. This woman is definitely also an experimental subject. Qingyu attacked Jiangmi frantically, and the space-related abilities allowed her to easily catch up with Jiangmi. And the fire fist attacked Jiangmi fiercely. Although Jiangmi did not steal space, he also had path retracing. One path retracing can distance her from Qingye. Qingye became more and more crazy and her attacks were fierce. Her attacks either missed or hit Jiangmi's magic layer, which could not hurt Jiangmi. But Jiangmi could not hurt Qingye at all. Even if she used precognition, she could never catch Qingye's position. Is it a mental ability? Jiangmi couldn't be sure. When Qingye launched another attack, she suddenly met Jiangmi's eyes. And Qingye paused, and the earth cone attacked her at lightning speed. Qingye turned sideways and avoided Jiangmi's earth cone. But her arm was still scratched, and blood flowed down. Qingye opened her eyes wide. SS-level mental ability. Hypnosis? You used hypnosis on me. In addition to Jiangmi, there are now 3 SS-level psychics in District 13. Zhongzheng Bowen, Pei Jixian, Qin Xianyu. Among these 3 people, Jiangmi finally chose to steal Qin Xianyu's ability. Swallow and gravity are good, but Jiangmi thinks that auxiliary abilities can have unexpected effects. And this time, she made the right bet. At the moment when Qingye lost consciousness, Jiangmi finally saw the label on her body and knew clearly her ability. Chapter 113. A-level contracting the earth to a ruler. S-level fire ability. SS-level perception fraud. Jiangmi guessed the first 2 abilities, but the last one made her breath stagnate. Perception fraud. No wonder her foresight and aim were all invalid. In front of such a top-level mental fraud, she could never catch Qingye. "Who are you?" Qingye looked at Jiangmi with a gloomy face. Jiangmi's face made Qingye think she was Hardening at first. But with the appearance of earth control and theft, Qingye had to reconsider the identity of the woman in front of him. The bad thing is that Qingye clearly felt that the ability that just made her dizzy should be SS-level hypnosis. She only knew that Chen Xianyu was an S-level hypnosis ability user. When did the Federation have SS-level hypnosis ability? Qingye stared at Jiangmi with a piercing look, not daring to slack off for a second. Jiangmi didn't dare to slack off either. She had no way to fight against perception fraud. Currently, only hypnosis was useful. And she only had 50 seconds left for hypnosis. She wanted to kill Qingye in these 50 seconds. The earth spikes and vines were launched at the same time, attacking Qingye like crazy, along with the two G-dot locks pulled out from Jiangmi's waist. This was Jiangmi's strongest attack power. Not only that, she also kept using hypnosis to interfere with perception fraud, so that Qingye could not confuse her perception. Perception fraud is a better skill than hypnosis in actual combat, and hypnosis is not suitable for actual combat. Therefore, Jiangmi's hypnosis can only barely avoid the confusion of perception fraud on her 5 senses. In addition, Qingye can shrink the earth into a ruler, so even if she is embarrassed, she can still avoid Jiangmi's attack. Jiangmi still lacks word spirit. Unfortunately, after Ji Linglan came to District 12, she dragged Jiang Xiaobai to travel around and didn't care about practical classes at all. Jiangmi saw her on the first day and never saw Ji Linglan again. If there was word spirit, it would be different. A minute passed quickly. Qingye was particularly embarrassed and had scars all over her body. But she also escaped from Jiangmi's attack. After that, it was difficult for Jiangmi to catch Qingye's trajectory. But Qingye couldn't hurt Jiangmi either. It was a dead cycle between them. However, Jiangmi still had the upper hand. She hadn't been injured so far, and her physical strength was much better than Qingye. Qingye also understood this. If she continued to waste time with Jiangmi, she would definitely suffer. This woman, who said her mental strength was poor, she hasn't sweated a drop of sweat so far, and her mental strength is obviously very abundant. Qingye knew that this couldn't go on. She looked at Jiangmi, panting. "Your hardening is not fireproof. It's just that you can repair your defense layer quickly. If I'm faster." Jiangmi frowned, and a bad premonition flashed through her mind. The next second, she saw that the surging flames were no longer coming towards her, but attacking Su Chen and Dr. Huang. Qingye knew that she couldn't beat Jiangmi, but it was still possible to burn Su Chen and Dr. Huang to death. She had been using perception fraud to confuse Jiangmi's senses, but in fact she had buried the flames around them. The flames appeared too quickly, and the magic layer had no time to repair, and it submerged Dr. Huang and Su Chen. Jiangmi was shocked, and it was too late to use the magic layer again. However, the scene of the two people screaming in death that Qingye expected did not happen. At the moment when the flames submerged the two, Xiao Ha, who was hiding in the dark and gnawing chicken legs, appeared, and a space hole moved the two people to another position. Qingye. Yeah. Showing up at the critical moment. As expected of me. Xiao Ha protected Su Chen and Dr. Huang behind him. And Dr. Huang was still celebrating his survival. Qingye's eyes widened. She was not sure just now, but now with the appearance of the space hole, she was 100% sure that the woman in front of her was the faceless man. If Dr. Huang took off her chip. No. The faceless man's chip must not be taken off. Qingye no longer attacked Jiangmi. This time, she just wanted Dr. Huang to die. The flame attacked Su Chen and Dr. Huang again, and Jiangmi rushed in front of them and blocked it with the magic layer. But the magic layer was not fireproof. It just temporarily isolated the flame. Qingye's S-level fire ability could control the flame's trend, and the flame passed Jiangmi's magic layer and attacked Dr. Huang again. Xiao Ha stomped his feet quickly, and there was another space hole, which was going to send Dr. Huang to a safe place outside. When the other side of the space hole appeared, Xiao Ha was stunned. The other end of the space hole was right next to Qingye. A smile appeared on Qingye's lips. She could deceive the 5 senses of the faceless man, so she could deceive the 5 senses of the magic wolf. It was just a matter of letting it open the magic layer to her side. What's so difficult about that? Dr. Huang slid down the space hole and was grabbed by the throat by Qingye. Go to hell. Qingye used her elbow to almost break Dr. Huang's neck. However, the touch between her 5 fingers was not the soft touch of humans. Qingye inexplicably felt that Dr. Huang was unusually hard and could not be broken at all. She was shocked and turned her head to see Jiangmi appear beside Dr. Huang. How could you? Qingye was speechless in shock. Jiangmi raised his foot and kicked Qingye away. Qingye fell to the ground in a mess. Still in shock. She had clearly released perception fraud. How could the faceless man kick her? Suddenly, Qingye found the key. The moment she grabbed Dr. Huang, the faceless man also touched her. He stole her ability. Qingye heard her own heartbeat, which was her uncontrollable fear of death from within. Why do you know that I can deceive the senses of the demon wolf? Qingye asked Jiangmi angrily. She couldn't understand. She thought that she was secretly deceiving the demon wolf, and the faceless man couldn't know it. Jiangmi didn't answer. Of course she wouldn't tell her that she could read minds. Although it was limited to creatures with an IQ of 5 years old, it happened to be able to read Xiao's mind. But Qingye only deceived Xiao's 5 senses, but not hers. So when Xiaoha opened the space hole, Jiangmi knew Qingye's actions, and she successfully touched Qingye through Dr. Huang and stole her perception fraud. Now, everything is different. Qingye retreated in fear. She understood what the faceless man was going to do. Perception fraud was such a great ability, and it would soon belong to the faceless man. Qingye couldn't imagine how terrifying the faceless man, who had so many superpowers, would be if he also had perception fraud. The cube no longer had the ability to recycle her. The experimental subject that could not be recycled could only be destroyed. At the moment when Jiangmi's earth cone attacked Qingye, Qingye suddenly took out a small remote control and pressed the red switch on it. Go to hell. Boom. With a sound, Jiangmi clearly felt that something exploded in her pocket, blowing a hole in her coat. That was Merlin's locator. The bomb buried by the cube still existed on Merlin's locator. At that moment, Qingye blew up the bomb. Qingye was stunned. The faceless man was fine, but the things in her pocket were blown up? Her chip had been taken out? No. 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 If her chip was taken out, she wouldn't have to come to see a doctor. This means the faceless man is not Merlin. Qingye's pupil shrank suddenly, and he pressed the code and switch on the remote control again. If the faceless man is not Merlin, then it must be Yao Qian. There was no sound this time. After Qingye pressed the red switch, nothing happened. It wasn't Yao Qian either. Qingye looked at Jiangmi fiercely. Ning, the person who really killed Merlin and Yao Qian turned out to be Ning. Qingye felt that his breathing was suppressed. The boss had inferred the survival of the experimental subjects. He believed that Ning only killed the experimental subjects that were thrown away with her. The faceless man was Merlin and recovered Yao Qian's superpowers. But now it seems that these people are all Ning. Just now, Ning also used plant-related superpowers, which means that Hibiscus is also Ning. During this period of time, Ning was the one who stirred up the storm in Livonia and made the cube, the God-giving society, and even the Kinney Federation restless. With so many experimental subjects, how many superpowers does Ning have now? Qingye quickly raised the remote control. Ning must die. If you use this thing to kill me, all those superpowers will be wasted. Jiangmi said lightly. There will always be superpowers, but you can't keep them. Qingye's eyes were sharp, and he pressed the red button fiercely. But this time, there was still no explosion. Qingye was stunned and pressed the red switch a few more times. If Merlin's locator had not exploded at the beginning, Qingye would have thought that the remote control was broken. Behind Jiangmi, Su Chen was holding a black box. Dr. Huang lay on the side, explaining weakly, "This is the signal blocker I developed when I helped Ivy get the chip. It can block the signal of this chip." Qingye's face was livid. Jiangmi looked at Qingye and raised his eyebrows. "It seems you can't kill me yet." Qingye's heart was beating. Ning was right. The remote control of the chip bomb was her only chance to kill Ning. She was stolen by Ning, and was no longer her opponent. Now even the remote control is useless. Staying here, there is only a dead end. Jiangmi instantly attacked Qingye. Qingye didn't want to fight back and immediately used shrinking the earth into a ruler to escape quickly. Xiaoha jumped out very tactfully, holding Jiangmi and catching up with Qingye. In front of the S-level space power, shrinking the earth to a ruler is just a ball. Qingye was shocked and shouted angrily. "Huang Yuren, do you still want to save your son's life?" Dr. Huang paused. Of course he wanted to. But he didn't take out the signal blocker just now. Su Chen took it away. This doctor has no superpowers. But it hurts so much when he hits people. But Qingye doesn't look at these. She only looks at the results. Dr. Huang knew his ending. He sighed, seeing that Jiangmi was about to catch up with Qingye. A scalpel suddenly appeared in Dr. Huang's hand and stabbed him in the heart. Su Chen. He was quick to knock Dr. Huang's knife away. But this could not stop Dr. Huang from seeking death. His superpower was a scalpel. He could turn out a scalpel blade at any time and stab himself fiercely. The scalpel pierced into Dr. Huang's heart. And blood flowed. Su Chen immediately stopped the bleeding for him. But it was a fatal injury, and it was too late. The only thing that can save Dr. Huang now is Jiangmi's harden. Only if she hardens Dr. Huang's whole body can she temporarily save his life and send him to the operating room. Qingye was close at hand. But Jiangmi still chose to stop. She looked at Qingye. He has done what he should do. You'd better fulfill your promise. Don't worry. Qingye got closer and closer to Jiangmi. I won't make things difficult for the child. Chapter 114. Jiangmi returned to Dr. Huang and hardened his whole body. Dr. Huang in this state is no different from being frozen to minus 200 degrees Celsius by liquid nitrogen. As long as Dr. Huang is sent to a large federal hospital or an S-level healing psychic, his heart damage can be cured. Dad. A child rushed into the clinic crying. And the neighbors in the tube building popped their heads out in horror. That woman just now. Let me take care of this child. The child lay on the hardened Dr. Huang and cried loudly. The signal blocker can only block for 3 hours. We must return to the base and remove the chip in your body. Su Chen didn't say anything. And suddenly, a ball of flames burst out of Dr. Huang's body. Jiangmi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and quickly pulled Dr. Huang's child away. But the flames were too fast, burning Dr. Huang's whole body. But in a moment, his body was burned to scorched earth. This is Qingye's ability. Just as Jiangmi had implanted divine silk into Su Chen's heart, some elemental power users can implant their own elemental power into the other party's heart, and control the other party's life and death within a certain range. Jiangmi's vine silk has a limited range. As long as she leaves the other party a certain distance, the vine silk will be ineffective. But Qingye's firepower is an S-level ability. Even at such a long distance, it can still burn Dr. Huang to death. The fire was brilliant, appearing in an instant, and disappeared in a moment, catching people off guard. The child was confused. And then he lay on the hot charred corpse and cried loudly. Dad! Dad! Dr. Huang knew that Qingye had implanted fire silk in him. So he committed suicide so decisively. He knew he could not survive. Su Chen looked at Jiangmi fiercely. Dr. Huang was dead. Which meant that the person who could remove the chip from Jiangmi had disappeared. The black signal blocker lit up a red warning light with a 3-hour countdown. We must find that woman, Su Chen said coldly. You have less than 3 hours. Jiangmi, before that. We have to go to another place. The empty room in the past was now in a mess. A whole wall of surveillance cameras showed pictures of every corner of the Federation. But the owner who could control these surveillance cameras was now sleeping in a petri dish. Caretaker A complained. Is it necessary? Just a disabled person. Does he need someone to monitor him? Even if no one is here. This person can't run away. Caretaker B said. What do you know? Qingye said this person is very important, and is the key to luring out the faceless man. Qingye is going to retrieve the faceless man? Caretaker A whispered. When I followed Hongye before, I heard about the faceless man. I heard that she killed many important people in Livonia. If Qingye retrieves the faceless man, wouldn't it be more powerful? Of course. Caretaker B responded. How can those ordinary experimental subjects compare with Qingye? Qingye is an SS-level strongman. Caretaker A, but I heard that the faceless man can teleport. Do you think she will suddenly find this place? Caretaker B, how is it possible? The location of the eye is so hidden. Qingye chased her for so long before finding the eye through Li Xiaoxiao. How could the faceless man? Caretaker B was halfway through his words and couldn't continue. A space vortex appeared in front of them. While the two were talking, Jiangmi walked out of the vortex. Caretaker B was shocked. Run! As soon as the words fell, vines appeared instantly and entangled the two caretakers. The two wanted to struggle, but Jiangmi's eyes flashed, and the vines instantly pierced their bodies. Chen Rang followed Jiangmi and saw this bloody scene. Sister Me, even if I can explore the memory, why don't you leave a living person? It's very uncomfortable to explore the memory of the dead. Jiangmi glanced at Caretaker A. His ability is Carrier Pigeon, which can pass messages to others at any time. If we don't act quickly, our affairs here will be exposed. Chen Rang, what about the other person? Jiangmi, it's convenient. Chen Rang. The three walked into the room. And Su Chen walked in the end. The room was in a mess. And the surveillance on a whole wall was particularly eye-catching. Ivy's ability should be related to surveillance, Su Chen said. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to find your location so easily. Where's Ivy? Chen Rang looked around. But there was no other figure. I am here. The images in all the surveillance cameras disappeared, forming these 4 words. The 3 of them were stunned. Then, the room shook, and the walls formed by the surveillance cameras moved to both sides. And another room behind was exposed in front of the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked at each other. Jiangmi could feel that Ivy was in that room. She walked into the room first. The room was even emptier than the outside, with nothing but a huge petri dish standing in the middle of the room. Ivy's body was immersed in the petri dish. Her body was incomplete, and her body from the chest down was cut by the blade, and the bone cuts were unusually flat. She was left with only a broken upper body, and countless tubes were connected to her body to maintain her fragile life. She closed her eyes tightly, soaked in the petri dish, and did not move. Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again one day. Ivy in the petri dish did not speak. The voice was played from the monitor in the corner of the room. It was a voice that was very close to human voice. But Jiangmi knew that this voice was the product of AI synthesis. Everyone has their own past. Jiangmi would not ask Ivy why she is like this now. I met a woman. She is most likely the same experimental subject as us. And she is the one who can recover us. Jiangmi said. It's Qingye. Ivy answered. She is not our origin. But she works for the cube, which is almost the same. Your ability is not bad. Jiangmi's eyes fell on the golden label on Ivy's heart. SI. No wonder she could observe everything through biological and surveillance. Qingye was driven away by me. But she is likely to come back to retrieve you. I will take you away. Ivy, okay. Ivy's body is wrapped with various tubes, which are necessary instruments to maintain her life. In essence, her consciousness is still in her body. As long as the culture dish is transported away, Ivy can be taken away. Xiaohua can help with this. It holds a chicken leg and easily opens a space hole. On the other side of the space hole is the base of the extreme cold frost. Xiaohua doesn't eat cakes recently. After completing the teeth, it likes to eat meat more. Ning, I didn't expect you to come to see me. While Chen Rang and Su Chen were transporting the petri dish, Ivy didn't forget to chat with Jiangmi. I remember that you burned the note with my location in front of Li Xiao. When Dr. Huang was exposed and Qingye had someone take control of this place, Ivy thought she was dead. Oh, I did burn the paper. Jiangmi shrugged. But I wrote down the address. I was just pretending to show you. Ivy. Back at the extreme frost base, Xiaohua closed the space hole. The power was connected to Ivy's culture dish again. And Su Chen also equipped her with a display screen and a player so that Ivy could talk and communicate like a normal person. Ning, my signal can be connected to the signal blocker. Ivy said. You only have 2 hours and 30 minutes left to live. Once the time is up, even if Qingye is not in front of you, she can remotely control it and let you die from the bomb in the chip. Is there no way to remove the chip except Dr. Huang? Su Chen asked. Scalpel can handle chips. As far as I know, there are 2 other people in the entire Blue Star who have awakened this ability. Ivy said. One is a person in the cube who has been with Fang Wenjing for many years, and the other is a child. You have space. You can find her quickly, but you can't teach her to remove the chip in 2.5 hours. Find Qingye and snatch the remote control from her hand. This is the only way at present. However, I don't know where Qingye is. Hearing this, Su Chen and Chen Rang frowned. Qingye ran away, and they didn't know where Qingye was. They thought Ivy would know. But I didn't expect Ivy didn't know either. Jiangmi said lightly. I know where Qingye is. You know? Su Chen was stunned. Jiangmi, I have absolute hit. I marked her at the time. C-level absolute hit can only mark one person at a time. But if you mark the other person, you can feel the other person's position even if they are at the ends of the earth. Jiangmi can now feel Qingye's position, which is a place very far away from the ground. But before I go find her, I have another question. Jiangmi looked at Ivy. Teacher Mu said that there is an organization that is looking for a human base on Earth just like the extreme frost. That is the cube. Right? Ivy nodded. They are using Earthlings for experiments. And our origin is Earthlings. Wait. There is something wrong with what you said. Shen Rang interrupted. Sister Mimi is an Earthling. What do you mean her origin is an Earthling? She is not. Ivy said. Those who will be used as experimental subjects and sent to Blue Star for social training are just clones, and will eventually be recycled by the cube. Earthlings are precious materials for the cube and will not be wasted easily. Shen Rang took a breath. Impossible. Sister Mimi clearly has memories of Earth. Ivy said calmly. Memory can be transplanted. Shen Rang. The length of her memory is clearly the same as her body age. Ivy paused. She had no expression or movement. And Jiangmi clearly felt her surprise. This is really strange. You were implanted with the memory of the origin? Ivy asked Jiangmi. Your body age is really around 20 years old. Isn't it matured in a petri dish? Su Chen answered on behalf of Jiangmi. The current examination results show that this is indeed the case. Ning has only lost part of his memory. In other aspects, he is no different from us. Ivy didn't understand. Did the cube change the experimental policy? If Jiangmi is really an Earthling, there is no need for socialization. It is meaningless to leave her out like this. But if Jiangmi is not an Earthling, her body age is very strange. It is impossible for the cube to cultivate Sister Mimi from infancy 20 years ago. Right? Chen Rang said another possibility. It doesn't matter. Find Qingye, and the truth will be revealed. Jiangmi stood up. With a detailed map of the Kinney Federation in front of her, Jiangmi just used the absolute hit positioning to sense Qingye's location. She has now determined where Qingye is. Jiangmi raised her eyebrows. There are still 2 hours. It's time to set off. Maybe I can meet another me next to Qingye. Chapter 115. Undersea Base. Number 099 followed the researcher to the experimental area. The experimental area was very large. In addition to the radiated experimental area too, that they could not enter, there were many other areas. She followed the researcher to a laboratory. This laboratory is specially used to wake up humans in the cryostat. The researcher said politely. Miss Jiang, your relatives are here. Number 099 walked into the laboratory. It was a white laboratory with various equipment she didn't recognize. In the middle of the room was a single operating table. The boy seemed to have just woken up. He sat up from the bed and looked around blankly. He turned his head and saw number 099. Number 099 felt his breath stagnate. He was about 14 or 15 years old and looked a bit like number 099, as if he was a replica of number 099. But his face was more childish, but also more heroic, and his obsidian eyes were exactly the same as number 099. Number 099 remembered that the last time he saw him, he was lying on the hospital bed, looking sickly, and was still a 13-year-old child. Now, he already looked a bit like a teenager, with a prominent Adam's apple on his neck. Children in adolescence always grow up very fast. Sister. Fang Xuanzhou smiled gently when he saw number 099. The boy's face was pale, but he looked very good when he smiled. But his eyes were not as clear as those of a teenager, as if they had experienced vicissitudes of life, and looked as haggard as an old man in the twilight. He jumped off the bed excitedly, as if he had just woken up from the freezer, and his body staggered a little. He walked to number 099 and held her hand tightly. Sister, I finally see you. Number 099 paused and pulled back his hand without a sound. Sorry. You got the wrong person. Fang Xuanzhou's eyes widened. How could I get the wrong person? We depended on each other during the apocalypse. Have you forgotten? After the apocalypse? Number 099 looked at Fang Xuanzhou in confusion. Have you seen me after the apocalypse? Fang Xuanzhou, you traveled through mountains and rivers to come to my base and donated bone marrow to me. After that, we stayed together until we entered the freezer. That's impossible. Number 099 refuted Fang Xuanzhou without even thinking about it. She has never been a kind person. Her biological parents abandoned her because they favored boys over girls, and later asked her to donate bone marrow to her brother. She was resentful of her parents. So how could she travel through mountains and rivers to save Fang Xuanzhou? That's unreasonable. Fang Xuanzhou lowered his head helplessly. But you really came. Mom and Dad went to the human base of Huaqin University to find you. They didn't come back. Only you came back. Number 099's voice trembled slightly. They died? Fang Xuanzhou nodded. I didn't see them for the last time. It was you who told me that they died in the black fog. Number 099 now understood a little. She had resentment towards her biological parents. So she refused to donate bone marrow. But if they all died? Fang Xuanzhou was just a child. And she was abandoned. Fang Xuanzhou couldn't be blamed. Fang Xuanzhou saw that number 099's face eased. And held her hand again. So sister, do you believe what I said? The researcher uncle said that you lost your memory. But I am your brother. Number 099 looked at Fang Xuanzhou. She had heard the director of the welfare home say that blood relationship is a very wonderful thing. Even if you have never seen each other, you will still care about each other because of the bond of blood. Number 099 disagreed. She went to save Fang Xuanzhou not because she was related to him by blood, but because she could do it, even though they were siblings. They had only met once. Number 099 didn't think she had deep feelings for Fang Xuanzhou. It was just because she had no more resentment. And Fang Xuanzhou needed her help. And she happened to be able to help him. So, now facing Fang Xuanzhou, number 099 was also very rational. So, if I stay with you in the future, then we will also enter the freezer together? Number 099 asked. Yeah. Fang Xuanzhou nodded. He was less than 15 years old. But he was already a head taller than number 099. We entered the freezer in the first year of the freezing plan. Yu Beibei told number 099 that the world would start the freezing plan in the second year of the crack. Fang Xuanzhou said that they entered the crack in the first year of the freezing plan, which means that she probably lost 2 years of memory. Number 099 looked at Fang Xuanzhou. But if you and I entered the cryostat together, it means we are in a human base. Why did I wake up a year ago and then see you? Fang Xuanzhou's eyes trembled almost unnoticeably. Sister is always so sharp. She found the loophole in his logic in a few words. In those years, no one in the base discovered his lies. Only sister. Sister, you are worthy of being sister. But Fang Xuanzhou smiled softly. Because I was not in good health. I almost died in the cryostat. I was receiving treatment for this year. I didn't let the researcher uncle contact you until the treatment was successful. Number 099 looked at the researcher next to him. And the researcher nodded quickly. Yes, Xuanzhou's health is very poor. And it has only recently improved. Fang Xuanzhou looked at number 099. Sister, do you believe it now? Number 099 looked at the researcher deeply. Then looked at Fang Xuanzhou. And smiled. Well, you are my brother. Of course I believe you. Fang Xuanzhou's eyes suddenly soured. And the next second, he hugged number 099 tightly. Sister, we are the only relatives in the world who are connected by blood. You won't abandon me. Right? Number 099, no. Diving into the underwater base is a big project. For ordinary people, first of all, you have to get a submarine that can withstand the pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea. And secondly, you have to prepare sufficient oxygen. Finally, you need to detect the location of the base in the vast seabed. Therefore, the underwater base has been very secretive for many years and has never been discovered by the Federation. It is not that complicated for Jiangmi to enter here. Xiaoha's teleportation has a distance limit. If the distance is too far, it will take multiple teleports to reach it. But the space hole has no distance limit. But it has a longer pre-swing. Jiangmi sensed Qingye's position and quietly opened the space hole connected to the underwater base. Beside him, Mu Lanxue, Su Qin, and Chen Rang all changed into combat uniforms, with daggers and submachine guns on their waists. Chen Rang was very excited. Is this the underwater base? It looks similar to the land. Jiangmi opened the space hole in an aisle of the underwater base. Xiaoha rushed out first to check whether there were surveillance and guards around. After confirming safety, the group entered the underwater base. Most of the walls and floors of the submarine base are decorated with silver-white paint. A few meters in the corridor, you can see a huge oval porthole. Outside the transparent and thick glass is a vast and deep ocean, where countless fish with degenerated eyes swim. Chen Rang sighed. This is really the bottom of the sea. Mu Lanxue looked around. This is more like a research institute. As a researcher, her keenness allowed her to quickly perceive the function of some equipment in the submarine base when she saw it. This is not a militarized base like the National Team Training Base. This is a research-oriented base. Ivy, the cube is also looking for a human base on Earth. But I haven't found out where they hide those Earthlings. If this is a research base, those Earthlings are likely to be here. And my and Hardening's experimental subjects. Ivy's body did not reach the submarine base, but her consciousness can reach it through eyes. She is now sharing Jiangmi's vision and communicating with everyone through blue wireless headphones. I thought we were just going to kill that SS class. Mu Lanxue pulled the safety of her submachine gun. It seems this trip is worth it. Hardening, my consciousness can hack into the monitoring system of this underwater base, Ivy explained. But it requires some support. As long as I insert my USB drive into any internet system here, I can hack into this place. Jiangmi's mouth curled. It's really much easier to have a hacker to help. Otherwise they would be at a loss when they came to this underwater base. Xiao Ha has already felt it. This underwater base is huge, and the base building is made of special materials, which is impossible to sense easily. In the area it can sense, there are as many S-class as wholesale. Therefore, it is easier to hack into the system. Jiangmi and others slipped outside a laboratory, where there were computer equipment and 2 researchers doing research. Mu Lanxue and Su Chen were extremely fast and quickly controlled the 2 researchers, making them unable to speak. Jiangmi found the interface and inserted Ivy's USB drive into it. Connecting. Connected successfully. I have invaded this underwater base. The 2 researchers were covered with their mouths and widened their eyes in horror. They wanted to call for help and secretly press the alarm in the room. But they were shackled by the people behind them and could not move at all. Chen Rang stepped forward and pressed his fingers on their temples to delete their memories. Then, the 4 of them quickly left the laboratory. The researchers in the laboratory were sitting in their chairs and woke up suddenly. What just happened? Why did they fall asleep? But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't remember what happened before. So they just thought they had just taken a short nap and continued to work. And Ivy's eyes have shifted from sharing vision with Jiangmi to all aspects of this underwater base. Ivy quickly calculated. According to statistics, the underwater base covers an area of more than 1 hectare, where 232 Earthlings, 124 researchers, and 452 security personnel are detained. Among them, there are 17 S-level security personnel and 132 A-level psychics. 17 S-level? Chen Rang's face turned pale. He was just an A-level psychic, but he didn't expect there were so many S-level psychics here. Are S-level psychics wholesale cabbages? Rely on psychic transplantation, Mu Lanxue said. Psychics are consumables on Blue Star, and their number is decreasing due to the death of psychics. However, as long as you master the psychic transplantation technology, you can transplant the psychic power to another person's body when the psychic is dying. The transfer effect will be greatly reduced if you just transfer the psychic power of a dying person. Mu Lanxue estimated that it was just barely at the level of S-level. Chen Rang cried with a sad face. That's also S-level. And he is only an A-level psychic. And an A-level auxiliary psychic. He is just a scum in combat. Warning! Warning! An S-level perception psychic has noticed the abnormality of the base and is coming towards you. Just at the next intersection, Ivy hurriedly reminded them. But they were still a step slow. The silver-white layer wall in front of them suddenly opened, and 6 psychics in combat uniforms walked out. Jiangmi glanced at them, and there were golden labels on their hearts. All 6 psychics were S-level. Chapter 116. Chen Rang and Su Chen took a step back very tactfully. Plunder. Enchantment. Twist. Shadow. Transformation. Super perception. Jiangmi told Mu Lanxue all their abilities at once. Mu Lanxue, you 3 and I 3? Jiangmi, okay. Xiao Ha, ouch. Where's me? Where's me? Mu Lanxue smiled. It seems that 6 S-levels are not enough. She instantly turned into a fire phoenix and rushed between the 6 people. The 6 S-level psychics quickly dispersed. Even if they didn't touch the blazing flames, they felt the horror. The super perception psychic was even more terrified. She clearly felt that this was an SS level ability and shouted, "Get out of the way! That's SS level!" The twist psychic twisted, and the entire space-time was twisted. The trajectory of the fire phoenix also shifted, and the attack was in vain. Shadow psychic also jumped out and trimmed and modified Mu Lanxue's shadow. The originally majestic fire phoenix turned into the size of a pheasant. The surging fire phoenix finally failed to touch the psychics and was silenced. Shadow Psychic sneered. SS-level psychics are just like this. The next second, a burning hand suddenly stretched out from the deformed fire phoenix and grabbed the neck of Shadow Psychic. Are you talking about me? She exerted force on her wrist. And with a click, the neck of Shadow Psychic broke, and his smile finally froze on his face. All S-level psychics. The moment the shadow control disappeared, the pheasant-like flames expanded into a huge phoenix again. The S-level psychics quickly took a step back. At the critical moment, Plunder Psychic successfully snatched Mu Lanchua's power and turned into a fire phoenix. SS-level psychics. You are not the only one. Before he finished speaking, Jiangmi Path Retracing appeared behind the plundering psychic and stabbed the plundering psychic with a sharp dagger. Jiangmi said calmly, do you think you can plunder the teacher's psychic power? It was just a flaw that Mu Lanchua deliberately exposed. It was easier to deal with the remaining S-level. The distortion psychic once again distorted time and space, but was discovered by Xiao Ha. The wolf's mouth had not bitten a living person for a long time. As soon as it opened its mouth, it ate the distortion psychic. The form transformation psychic died under Su Chen's knife. After opening the psychic shield, it was not difficult for Su Chen to kill an S-level psychic. Next, the two psychics' enchantment and super perception also failed to escape. Only Chen Rang stood aside, leisurely cracking melon seeds. Auxiliary personnel should have the consciousness of auxiliary personnel. If you can slack off, then slack off. From this point of view, S-Class is nothing special. In a few minutes, Jiangmi and others have killed the S-Class, who suddenly rushed out. Xiaohua opened the space hole and threw out the bodies of these people. Ivy, going forward is the experimental area 2 of the undersea base. Their main experimental research is here. When everyone walked to the experimental area 2, they saw the name of the laboratory, the clone laboratory. Entering the laboratory, what came into view were countless culture dishes, sleeping in the light green nutrient solution. Jiangmi had expected to see the scene, but when he really saw it, he was still shocked. Especially when he saw his own clone. All the clones are here, Ivy said. These clones have been placed in the culture dish since the beginning of cultivation, and have been injected with tranquilizers until they need socialization training. And they will be awakened only when they need socialization training. There are 124 clones here. Mu Lanchua, destroy them. Chen Rang's eyes widened. This is not good. This is the best ending for them. Letting them go will only make the nutrients for other experimental subjects. Mu Lanchua shrugged. These clones only need 1 year from embryo to maturity. Their cultivation process is similar to the mother's 10-month pregnancy. Destroying them is equivalent to miscarriage. Chen Rang struggled internally. After all, he still had the memory of the end of the earth, which made him think that mature human bodies were human beings when he saw them. But just as the Federation would use clones for human transplants, the clones in the culture dish did not actually have human attributes. In other words, it was the researchers who kept them sleeping forever, and they did not have the nature of living. Jiangmi did not participate in their conversation and stood in front of a huge culture dish. This petri dish is different from other petri dishes. Other petri dishes almost cultivate the experimental subjects until they are 18 years old. But in this petri dish, the experimental subject only looks like 13 years old. Fang Xuanzhou. This petri dish contains Fang Xuanzhou's clone. After destroying the clone, Ivy invaded the underwater base without letting the people in the base find out about it. They continued to move forward. Jiangmi sensed Qingye's position in his heart, and it was not far from her. After leaving the experimental area 2, several security personnel were knocked down on the road. Jiangmi and others finally came to the living area. This area occupies a large area in the underwater base, and all the people living in it are Earthlings awakened from the freezer. It was late at night, and the researchers had fallen asleep, except for a few security guards guarding the door. The others were all Earthlings. Jiangmi knocked down the security guard with a rattan stick and walked into the living area. Jiangmi, why are you here? Someone recognized Jiangmi and walked up to look at her combat uniform. Your clothes are so strange. Many people gathered around, and everyone recognized Jiangmi and greeted her. Jiangmi was just confused. How could these people know her? Could they be the people she knew in her lost memory? At this time, Su Chen patted Jiangmi on the shoulder and motioned Jiangmi to look forward. Not far ahead, Jiangmi saw another girl who looked exactly like her. She was wearing the uniform white protective clothing of the living area, and her dark eyes were like bright gems. staring at Jiangmi. And beside her, there was 15-year-old Fan Xuanzhou. Everyone in the living area was shocked. Two Jiangmi? What's going on? Which one is the real Jiangmi? At this moment, Ivy showed a lot of experimental reports of the underwater base on the screen of the living area. This underwater base is one of the cube bases. They are using Earthlings for experiments. Earthlings who failed the experiment were destroyed by them in the incinerator. You think you can leave the underwater base by passing the radiation test. But in fact you are heading towards death. There is no radiation on the blue planet at all. Everyone was shocked. This overturned all their cognition. The cube that saved them was obviously a good guy. How could it be a bad guy? This is slander. Yes, the cube was obviously very good to us, and woke us up from the freezer. How could it be a bad guy? We have clearly seen that people who passed the radiation test are living well outside. How can it be fake? Many people protested against Ivy's remarks. After all, they have been with the cube for some time. And people are more willing to trust people they are familiar with rather than a group of strangers. What's more, among this group of strangers, there is one person who looks the same as number 099. What they said is true. Number 099 stood up. I hid in Yubebe's suitcase yesterday and wanted to sneak out to take a look. But I couldn't sneak out. I saw them throwing Yubebe into the incinerator. And I also saw a laboratory full of our clones. You should be talking about this. Ivy released a video of the clone laboratory. Although all the clones in the laboratory have been destroyed, Ivy left the video before the destruction just in case. Everyone was even more shocked. It turns out that the entire submarine base is a lie. Their dream of leaving the submarine base is actually to send them to their deaths. Mu Lanxua asked Xiao Ha to open a space hole. The other end of the space hole is in a safe house in the extreme cold frost. If you believe it, go with us. If you don't believe it, we won't force you. Everyone is still entangled. But some of them have been shaken. They originally doubted the management of the cube. And through the space hole, they can leave. Finally, someone took the first step and walked into the space hole. One person did this. And the rest of the people were shaken and entered the space hole one after another. But some people still doubted it. Mu Lanxua's purpose is very simple. If you believe it, enter the space hole. If you don't believe it, forget it. They are just saving people by the way. They are not the Virgin Mary, and have no obligation to save everyone. The Earthlings in the living area are under the charge of Mu Lanxua and others. And Ivy helps supervise. Once someone from the base finds this place, Mu Lanxua can arrest people, and Chen Ran can delete his memory. And Jiangmi has more important things to do. There are less than 10 minutes left. She can feel that Qingye is not far from here. But this time, her target is not Qingye. Ivy, I just checked. The core operating system of the chip bomb is in a room called the main control room. You just need to find that room and destroy the operating system. The living area will soon attract the attention of the base. And the destruction of the clone laboratory will not be concealed for long. It just buys you time. We have to hurry, Jiangmi said to him. And her cheek instantly turned into Qingye's face. With Ivy's guidance, she quickly walked towards the main control room. There was only one security guard in the main control room. Seeing Qingye appear, he stood up suddenly. Miss Qingye. The other party was polite and respectful. I want to go in and take a look, Jiangmi said. Of course. Of course. You can come in any time you want. The security guard made way. The door of the main control room was exposed to Jiangmi. Unlike other rooms in the submarine base, the door of the main control room was obviously different. There was a password lock installed on the door. The number, fingerprint, and pupil were triple tested. Only those who passed the test could enter the main control room. Jiangmi froze when he saw the digital password lock. The fingerprint and pupil can be completed with Qingye's face. But this digital password cannot be completed. Miss Qingye? The security guard next to him asked in confusion. It's too late. Stop pretending, Jiangmi said. And his face returned to his own. The security guard was shocked. Suddenly, a vine appeared behind him and pierced his body. Jiangmi opened her hands, and a space hole appeared in front of her. The pre-swing of the space hole is related to the distance of the hole, and the moving distance. For Jiangmi, who just opened a hole to enter the room, the hole of the space hole is very small, and the distance is almost non-existent. So there is no need for pre-swing. Jiangmi walked into the main control room. What came into view was a whole wall of display screens. The numbers and socialized identities of all the targets were on the display screens. There was also a series of buttons on the control panel below that could control the life and death of the other party. The bioelectricity of the experimental subject was limited, so the system information could not be conveyed to the main control room. But if the switch of the main control room was turned on, relevant information could be obtained. But at the same time, the chip bomb on the experimental subject would also be activated, and the countdown would be 24 hours. Jiangmi had a signal blocker on her body, so this system was temporarily painless to her. But the effect could only last for a few more minutes. Ivy, the remote control on Qingye is only a temporary backup. As long as this operating system is destroyed, the remote control on her will be useless. Jiangmi nodded and was about to move forward when he suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. A superpower shield was installed around the operating system in front of him, so superpowers could not be used. At this moment, the entire underwater base lit up with blazing red lights, and the red light enveloped everything. Warning! Warning! The underwater base has been invaded. Please send rescue quickly. Warning! Warning! The underwater base has been invaded. Please send rescue quickly. In a corner of the living area, Fang Xuanzhou opened a secret compartment, and there was a red button hidden inside. He pressed the button without hesitation. In an instant, the red alarm sounded throughout the underwater base. He curled his lips with satisfaction and stood up proudly. Behind him, the voice of number 099 came. What are you doing? Chapter 117. Before Jiangmi got close to the operating system, several bullets suddenly came at her. Jiangmi immediately took a step back. She was no longer the weak college student in the past. After learning physical skills, she also had some perception of the surrounding environment. But this time, her perception was confused again. Qingye suddenly appeared in front of Jiangmi and rushed towards Jiangmi with a sky-high flame. A magic layer appeared, blocking the raging fire. But that magic layer could only block it for a while, not forever. Qingye shook the remote control in his hand and taunted. You don't have much time. In a few minutes, it will be your death. S-level psychics appeared one after another and surrounded Jiangmi. Jiangmi made a rough calculation. There were 17 S-level psychics in the underwater base, in addition to the 6 that she and Mu Lanxue met at the beginning. There were still 6 S-level here. The other 5 should be with Mu Lanxue. Mu Lanxue didn't need Jiangmi to worry about it, but Qingye was obviously more troubled. Jiangmi couldn't see the ability labels of those psychics, so it should be Qingye's perception fraud that was causing the trouble. Qingye, I know you stole my perception fraud, but I'm afraid you'll miscalculate this time. An S-level psychic stepped forward and put his hand on Qingye. Qingye's black eyes suddenly turned into a blazing red, and the aura around him surged. The world was distorted, and all perceptions were confused. Jiangmi's pupils shrank suddenly. She had 30 seconds of perception fraud on her, which she had stolen before. She didn't expect to use it to deceive Qingye, but having the same mental ability, she could resist the effects caused by the other party. But Qingye's perception fraud was actually higher than Jiangmi's. The S-class psychic just now. His ability is similar to Hua Yunzhang's ability. Qingye sneered. His ability is amplification, which is similar to Hua Yunzhang's evolution. But Hua Yunzhang's ability is a group ability, and all psychics within a certain range can evolve one level. But his ability is only effective for one person, and there is no ability to jump levels. It can only enhance the effect. But it's enough. Qingye rushed towards Jiangmi fiercely, and it was not only perception fraud that was amplified, but also her fire psychic. Now her perception fraud and fire psychic are at the peak of the level. She now has the ability comparable to 3S level. Jiangmi's hardening is only SS level, and it was originally just barely able to prevent fire. Now it is impossible to control Qingye's almost SS level attack. The ground turned into a quagmire, trapping Jiangmi in an instant. And the surrounding S-class psychics also used all their strength to prevent Jiangmi from leaving. Today is the day you die. The flames instantly engulfed Jiangmi. The extreme heat, even if Jiangmi used the magic layer to protect herself, could not prevent the heat from melting and swallowing her. Qingye had a crazy smile on her face. She couldn't wait to swallow Jiangmi's ability. A strong sense of suffocation swept over, and a row of lights lit up in the dark around Jiangmi. The man grabbed the superpower shielding stick and stabbed it into the ground. In the area, all superpowers disappeared suddenly. Qingye was shocked for a moment and immediately stepped back. The suffocating feeling of the superpower shielding was like a person who couldn't swim falling into the river, leaving only powerlessness and panic. The fire disappeared, and the distortion of perception fraud also disappeared. There was no superpower in this area. Jiangmi patted the dust off his body and looked at Su Chen not far away. Dr. Su, you are too slow. I almost got burned to death. Su Chen was helpless. It's not easy for me to activate so many superpower shielding sticks at the same time. Qingye widened his eyes. You did it on purpose. You deliberately led us into this area? The superpower shielding stick can shield superpowers in a large area, with each stick as a fixed point. Several superpower shielding sticks form an area. Su Chen is alone. Of course, he can't set up a trap in advance, so he can only let Jiangmi lead all these people here. Jiangmi shrugged. My bait is not bad. Right? Qingye's face was livid. Even if there is no superpower, there are only 2 of you now. Do you think you can win? Qingye has the advantage in numbers. The 7 of them. Not to mention the other security personnel who will arrive soon. Can't be 2 people? Su Chen said lightly. Don't underestimate China's martial arts. Everyone rushed up and attacked Su Chen and Jiangmi with physical skills. However, before Jiangmi could make a move, the person who rushed up had been knocked down by Su Chen. Jiangmi realized that she had only learned the basics of physical skills in the past 6 months. Su Chen's attainments in physical skills can probably be described as reaching the pinnacle. Mu Lanqiu has said that the Su family is a martial arts family on Earth, and the physical skills materials that Jiangmi had learned before were all given by Su Chen. 8 years ago, Su Chen was not yet a superpower. He only relied on his strong physical skills to enter the crack with a group of bounty hunters and killed an S-level demon species alone. Then, he took the S-level golden blood and awakened to a 3S-level superpower. If Su Chen's superpowers had not been transplanted, he would now be the strongest 3S level in the Federation. Qingye's face turned pale. She thought she had the advantage in numbers. But Jiangmi didn't make a move. Other security guards rushed up, and Qingye quickly ordered them. Destroy those power shielding sticks. There are many people in the cube, and there are many powers. So Su Chen shouldn't be allowed to shield his power. This man's physical skills are terrible. At the same time, an A-level power user destroyed the power shielding stick. If one of these things is destroyed, the power shielding in the entire area will be useless. Qingye seemed to be able to breathe again and breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, she turned back suddenly and saw that Jiangmi had rushed to her side without knowing when. The hardened 5 fingers inserted into the chest of the enlarged power user at lightning speed and pulled out his heart from his chest. Blood dyed the silver-white underwater base red. All power users have regained the ability to use their powers. But in the few minutes without power just now, most of the S-level power users have had their necks twisted by Su Chen. And the most important enlarged power user was also killed by Jiangmi. Qingye's advantage is gone. The other security personnel looked at each other in bewilderment. Nearly 100 superpowered people were gathered here. They clearly saw the 6 bodies on the ground, which were from the strongest superpowered people in this area. And there were only 2 intruders here. Not to mention that one of them was a multi-powered person. The other was just an ordinary person with no superpowers and bare hands. Is this reasonable? Qingye hurriedly looked at the time on the remote control. There was only 1 minute left before the signal blocker failed. Just hold on for another minute. Su Chen was a non-superpowered person. He was not a concern without the superpower blocker. As long as Qingye killed Hardening in 1 minute, victory would be in their hands. Stop those 2! Qingye shouted. And all the psychics rushed forward and frantically stopped the 2. Only 1 minute. Qingye muttered in his heart. Just 1 minute. 100 people. Can't stop 2 people? But no matter how many people there are, they are useless in front of precognition. There is no need for Su Chen to do anything. The earth cones rising from the ground and the wildly dancing vines are enough to kill these A-level psychics. The only thing Qingye can rely on is the time advantage provided by the number of people. Even if Jiangmi is strong, they are a little short of people. Finally, 1 minute is up. Qingye's eyes lit up. Hardening, you are dead this time. She suddenly pressed the switch of the remote control. However, Jiangmi looked at Qingye coldly, and his body was safe and sound. Qingye was stunned for a long time. You are not Hardening, she muttered, her eyes widening slowly. Are you the other experimental subject at that time? The experimental subject had not undergone any socialization test, nor had he taken the golden blood. In Fan Wenjing's speculation, this person should have died in the crack. She actually survived. Qingye sneered. So what? Even if it is another experimental subject. I have your chip number, and can still activate the chip bomb. Whether it is Hardening or not. The faceless man must die. Qingye did not hesitate, and pressed the chip bomb switch again. At the same time, Jiangmi stretched out his hand to Qingye. No explosions are allowed here. Qingye. The word swept in, and formed rules in the space. The remote control had clearly entered the specific number and bomb switch. But Jiangmi was still safe and sound. The faceless man actually stole Ji Linglan's superpowers before coming here. Jiangmi chuckled. She had 60 seconds of theft. 10 seconds of space had been used up. 30 seconds of perception fraud had been used up. And the remaining 20 seconds were word spirit, which she had not used at all until now. She had made full preparations before coming to the underwater base. And she was not afraid that the signal shielding would fail. In addition, word spirit can not only set space rules to prohibit bombs. It can also. Perception fraud is prohibited here. Fire control is prohibited here. Shrinking the earth to a ruler is prohibited here. The suffocating feeling of superpowers swept over again. Accompanied by Jiangmi, who rushed in front of her in an instant. Jiangmi had a sharp dagger in his hand. And without any hesitation, he stabbed it into Qingye's abdomen. Qingye's throat was fishy and sweet, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. She took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground powerlessly. It's useless to kill me. Qingye's mouth was full of blood. You are just an experimental subject. The boss will not let you go, the cube will not let you go. After saying that, Qingye closed his eyes forever. In Jiangmi's mind, the system popped up a series of reminders. Kill S-level psychics. Get magic points. Kill A-level psychics. Get magic points. Kill A-level psychics. Get magic points. The latest one. Successfully kill the target. Get additional superpowers. A. Contracting the earth into a ruler. S. Fire control. SS perception fraud. Jiangmi loaded the obtained magic points on the hardening. And the system panel was updated again. Basic attributes. Number, none. Magic points, 92,250 allocated. Hardening, 92,250. Speed 0. Strength, 0. Mental power, 0. Own powers, SS hardening. Subordinate powers, SS perception fraud, S fire control, S earth control, A plant control, A shrinking the earth, A precognition, A mental confusion, A mythical beast species, fallen angel, B face changing, B theft, C absolute hit, C path retracing, C power, labeling, E mind reading. The power has increased. And the system automatically hides the detailed explanation of the power. The surrounding power users were stunned. It was fine if the S-level power user died. But now even Qingye was dead. They didn't know what to do. Although the opponent had only 2 people. They felt powerless in vain. The entire base suddenly shook. And a huge explosion was heard in the distance. What happened? A security guard asked in fear. He was new, having been at the submarine base for less than a week, and had no idea what the shaking and explosions meant. The remaining veterans were horrified. The warning has not been turned off, which means the invaders have not been dealt with. The submarine base has activated the self-destruct device, and this place is going to collapse. Chapter 118. Ivy's projection screen was displayed on every display screen in the submarine base, and her voice echoed in every corner of the base. The self-destruct device has started. It is predicted that in 10 minutes, the submarine base will completely collapse. 10 minutes is not enough time to prepare the submarine. Jiangmi asked. Can't the self-destruction be cancelled? Ivy, no. My ability is I can only see everything here through the monitoring of the submarine base's internet system. But I am not a real hacker. I can't change their program. The cube is worried that everything here will be exposed. Since the invaders cannot be solved, they will destroy this place. In short, their experiments cannot be made public. This is an old trick of the cube. At the beginning, in Gifford Pharmaceutical Park, they also dropped bombs to conceal the monster experimental subjects of the God-given society. The experiment cannot be exposed. Human life is worthless. This is their purpose. Mu Lanxue and Chen Rang have organized those Earthlings to leave. You don't have to worry. Ivy comforted Jiangmi. Xiaohua hasn't left yet. You can ask it to open a space hole. Escape is not difficult for Jiangmi. She has destroyed the chip operating system in the main control room, and the cube can no longer threaten the experimental subject with chip bombs. But Su Chen looked at the display screen in the main control room and saw the grayed out text on it. His face darkened. When Qingye wanted to blow you up just now. He entered your number. Number 13. Su Chen pointed to the text on the display screen. It shows that the chip bomb was successfully activated and number 13 is dead. Who on earth sounded the alarm? That stone almost hit my head just now. If I find him, I will definitely kill him. Chen Rang cursed all the way. And the wound on his forehead still hurts him. Mu Lanchua walked beside him and said coldly, "Who made you so bad at physical training that you can't even dodge a stone?" Chen Rang pouted. "Sister Lanchua, I used to do research. And physical training is so tiring. I don't have the perseverance of Sister Mimi." Xiaohua was sniffing in front. And the two came to a corner of the living area. According to Ivy's instructions, the place to activate the warning switch is here. Mu Lanchua didn't hold out hope. She thought that since the other parties secretly sounded the alarm, it was highly likely that he would not stay there. But when she approached this area, she smelled blood and her brows tightened. The small door of the secret compartment in front of her was still open, and the alarm button was exposed outside. And next to her, Fang Xuanzhou was holding the body of number 099, his face full of tears. "Sister, you are the only relative I have left. How can you get into trouble? How can you leave me?" Mu Lanchua and Chen Rang looked at each other. After a while, Jiangmi and Su Chen also came over. The submarine base was about to collapse. Xiaohua opened a space hole and teleported them back to the living area. Fang Xuanzhou looked up at Jiangmi. "Did you kill her? You killed my sister?" Jiangmi looked at Fang Xuanzhou steadily. She and Fang Xuanzhou only met once. After such a long time, she almost forgot about this child. His eyes were very old, like an old man in his twilight years. But the paranoid look in his eyes was exactly the same as before. Su Chen quickly checked the wound behind number 099's neck. It was a chip bomb that blew up her spine. Su Chen asked Fang Xuanzhou, "When did she get into trouble?" Fang Xuanzhou muttered, "Just now. About 5 minutes ago." Su Chen roughly calculated. That was when Qingye pressed switch number 13. He looked at Jiangmi. "You are not the number 13 experiment subject." "She is." Fang Xuanzhou tightened his grip on number 099. "How is it possible? She is not the experiment subject. She is my sister?" Jiangmi was not interested in what Fang Xuanzhou was entangled with. Even if Yu Liang told her that she had been to Fang Xuanzhou's base and donated bone marrow to him, Jiangmi no longer had this memory. To her, Fang Xuanzhou was almost a stranger. That is, someone exchanged the clone and the original body, and implanted my memory into the clone, making others think that I was the clone, and then put the clone among a bunch of earthlings. Su Chen nodded. "This is the most reasonable explanation." Mu Lanchua, "But why did they do this?" At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly became huge and ran over with the researcher in his mouth. "There's a bad guy here. I saw him sneaking around in the dark. There's definitely something wrong." Fang Xuanzhou's pupil shrank when he saw the researcher. Jiangmi noticed the label "A memory transplant" on the researcher's heart. "It seems you know what happened." The researcher didn't see the flash of surprise in Fang Xuanzhou's eyes. But the underwater base was constantly self-destructing. And a demon wolf bigger than him kept scaring him. And the researcher's legs were trembling. I don't know anything. I just followed orders." "What did I do?" Jiangmi asked. The researcher shuddered, thinking that number 099 was dead, and simply told the truth. "I am the researcher responsible for transplanting memories to clones. A year ago, Lao Zhang came to me with you and number 099 and asked me to transplant your memory to number 099. How can you transplant the original body's memory to the clone?" But Lao Zhang said that there is a problem with your system. It may be caused by his improper operation. He is afraid that Mr. Fang will hold him accountable. Anyway, there is no difference between the original body and the clone. So number 099 will replace you. Fang Xuanzhou's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked at Jiangmi fiercely. Jiangmi tilted his head. "So I am not a clone?" She thought that she was just a clone. But the original body's memory was implanted. The researcher trembled. "It's just that other researchers didn't check. As long as they checked, they would know that number 099's body is only more than 2 years old. That is a 1-year cultivation period and a 1-year living period. So Qingye killed number 099. Because when Fang Wenjing investigated Jiangmi, the researcher in charge of him reported the number of the chip bomb on number 099. The chip implanted in the original body and the chip implanted in the clone have different numbers. Fang Xuanzhou's eyes were moist. He put down the body of number 099 in his arms, and looked at Jiangmi eagerly. So you are my real sister, right? Jiangmi looked at Fang Xuanzhou. He had grown up a little more than she remembered, and was taller than her. In Jiangmi's sight, Fang Xuanzhou had no special abilities. But strangely, when she looked into his eyes, Jiangmi couldn't help but think of Fang Wenjing. Yes, I am your sister. Jiangmi smiled and pointed at the switch in the secret compartment. But why did you sound the alarm? Fang Xuanzhou was anxious and explained quickly. Sister, I didn't know. I thought you were an experimental subject, and you came to hurt us. I'm sorry. I didn't know the truth. I'm sorry. It's okay. I know you don't know, Jiangmi said. I don't remember what happened when I went to save you. But I think you must remember it. Right? Of course. Fang Xuanzhou was obviously still a 15-year-old child, and his tone was excited. The days I spent with my sister were the happiest time of my life. Really? Then, can I also see our memories? Jiangmi waved his hand, and Chen Rang stepped forward and approached Fang Xuanzhou. Little brother, just let me extract a little of your memory, and then implant it into Sister Mimi's brain. It's very convenient. Fang Xuanzhou's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Sister, this is not good. Chen Rang, don't worry. I just want to see your memories on Earth. I won't look at other things. Before he finished speaking, Fang Xuanzhou suddenly pulled out a knife in front of him and stabbed it into his heart. Everyone! Jiangmi rushed forward suddenly. Precognition is an active skill. Jiangmi will only release it when in danger and fighting. Otherwise, Jiangmi will not be able to handle the collection of information fragments of the present and the future at the same time. Jiangmi never expected that Fang Xuanzhou would commit suicide. She immediately pressed the wound on Fang Xuanzhou's chest. What are you doing? I'm sorry. Sister, I can't let you see my memory. Blood gushed out of Fang Xuanzhou's mouth. But you have to believe that I am your last relative. And we will meet again soon. After saying that, Fang Xuanzhou closed his eyes forever. Chen Rang immediately stepped forward. Even if the person was dead, he could still check the other person's memory. He put his hands on Fang Xuanzhou's temple and searched for fragments of his memory. A minute later, Chen Rang let go. What did you find? Jiangmi asked. Chen Rang shook his head. Nothing. How is it possible? He should at least have the memory of us entering the underwater base? No. This body is like a newborn L. It's just pitch black. No memory at all. At the same time, in a certain base in the cube, Fang Wenjing woke up suddenly from the bed. Sister, Hong Ye immediately came to Fang Wenjing and poured him a cup of tea. Boss, are you okay? How is the underwater base? Fang Wenjing panted. Although he changed his body, he still felt a piercing pain in his heart. Hong Ye lowered her head in shame. Operation Qingye failed. The self-destruct device of the underwater base has been activated. In 3 minutes, the entire base will be destroyed and the Federation will not find any trace of us. Sorry. We failed to save Miss Jiang. Fang Wenjing shook his head. Number 099 is not my sister. She is just a clone. Hong Ye was surprised. What about the real Miss Jiang? Fang Wenjing took a sip of tea and looked into the distance. It was the faceless man. He sneered. His eyes were sinister. That group of traitors actually secretly replaced my sister and the clone. Hong Ye's eyes widened. Qingye. Yi said back information, confirming that Yao Qian was dead. Malin was dead. Shining was dead. Wei Li was dead. From this point of view, Miss Jiang has almost recovered most of her abilities. In addition to Qingye's ability, Hong Ye swallowed her saliva. Miss Jiang is now a multi-powered person with 2 SS-level abilities, and her hardening ability can be upgraded. Fang Wenjing sighed. Yes, we have been experimenting for so long, and it turns out that my sister is the one who can upgrade. Boss, what should we do next? Fang Wenjing pondered for a moment. His thoughts gradually came back, and his eyes regained their former sharpness. Spread the news that Shining is a faceless man, and that she killed Malin and Yao Qian. Hong Ye whispered, Isn't this bad for Miss Jiang? Such a powerful, multi-powered person. The world can't tolerate her. Fang Wenjing smiled. And I am the only one who can tolerate her. Chapter 119 Final Battle. Qingye has an artificial eye that can record everything she sees. Both of her confrontations with Jiangmi were recorded. The cube muted the sound, leaving only the scene of Jiangmi using multiple powers. The video quickly spread across the star network. It is not difficult for the cube to make a piece of news explode. In District 12, Zhongjung Bowen led the executive commissioners of the Administration Bureau to quickly surround the Shangrong Hotel. Early in the morning, before the students went to class, they saw that the hotel had been heavily surrounded by people from the Administration Bureau. They all held special guns in their hands and looked solemn. For a time, people were panicked. The people from the Administration Bureau rushed to the door of the room where Jiang Mi lived. Just as Mo Chung was about to kick the door, Ming Yueshi walked out of the room. Zhongjung Bowen glanced at the room. "Where is Ning?" Ming Yueshi shrugged. "She asked for leave yesterday and didn't come back." Zhongjung Bowen was speechless. He also felt that with Ning's cunningness, she couldn't stay in the hotel after the news was exposed. But the inspection should still be inspected. Mo Chun led his men into the room and searched the room from all sides, even breaking open the secret compartments of the closet, leaving no place where people could hide. Ming Yueshi leaned against the wall of the corridor indifferently, holding a piece of candy in her mouth, as if everything that happened in the room had nothing to do with her. When she saw an executive commissioner violently tearing open Ning's school bag to see if there were any clues, she finally spoke up. "That bag is worth 1 million. If you can't find evidence of the crime, I will ask you for compensation later." The executive commissioners in the room froze for a moment. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think the canvas bag in his hand was worth 1 million. But Ming Yueshi added coldly, "Is it okay for me to borrow hers?" The executive officers then withdrew their efforts and stopped searching for evidence violently. Zhongjung Bowen asked Ming Yueshi, "You and Ning are roommates. Don't you know that she is a faceless man?" Ming Yueshi looked at Zhongjung Bowen with a puzzled look on his face. "You and Ning are familiar with each other. Don't you know it?" No. Zhongjung Bowen knew. He had this absurd guess in his mind, and he even rushed to the school to ask for Ning's alibi. But Principal Hua helped her to perjure herself. Principal Hua actually helped her too? Ning didn't do anything that was harmful to the world. Was it necessary to kill her like this? Ming Yueshi frowned and looked at the executive officers searching the room, the damaged coffee shop in downtown Livonia, and the aircraft that fell in the suburbs. These two cases were originally attributed to the faceless man. It was just that after Reiser's death, the Management Bureau examined his body and speculated that he was the real murderer and the faceless man just stole his ability. But in addition to this, the faceless man still did a lot of good things. Zhongjung Bowen, she sneaked into the Administration Bureau to steal data, mixed into the number 109 exploration team to find out information. And she also stole SS-level gold blood. Isn't that enough? Just stealing SS-level gold blood is enough for the Federation to shoot her. Ming Yueshi smiled. She sneaked into the Administration Bureau, just looked at some data, she mixed into the number 109 exploration team, and finally killed Yuan Xie and Ye Yin? These two people deserve to die. The Federation didn't dare to do anything to them. But Ning did it, not to mention the Phantom Rat. That's because you are useless. 3 SS level can't protect a demon species. Ning is not a member of the Federation. She stole things from criminals and reported them to the Federation? Zhongjung Bowen looked at Ming Yueshi coldly. If an ordinary person said such words, he would arrest him in the name of reactionary. But the person in front of him was Ming Yueshi. No matter what she said, the people of Jishu Alliance would protect her. Zhongjung Bowen was silent and did not continue the verbal dispute with Ming Yueshi. The action of the administration was too loud. Many students popped their heads and looked over here curiously. Some people supported the administration, and some people thought that Ming Yueshi was right. What Ning did was not a bad thing. Guan Hui was complacent. I think there is something wrong with Ning. He actually opposed the Federation. Director, such a person should be arrested. Shoot! Shoot! None of the untouchables in the colony are good things. The people of the administration did not search for Ning in the hotel room. Ning had an S-level space wolf by her side, and she could leave at any time if she wanted to. The administration certainly did not expect to catch Ning in the hotel. This time, they just wanted to take away her things as evidence of her guilt. The national team and others also came to the door of the room. Seeing the chaotic room, Pei Jixian's face turned pale. Is she really the faceless person? Before Zhongjung Bowen could answer, Guan Hui took the lead and said, Of course. The video is so obvious. Captain Pei, Ning is not a good person at this time. I just don't know why she has so many superpowers. She must have used some dirty and despicable means. The untouchables are. Before he finished speaking, A powerful gravity field came and pressed Guan Hui to the ground. Guan Hui spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt that 2 of his ribs were broken, and he couldn't lift his arms. Zhong Jungbowen didn't even look at him. The video has been checked. There are traces of editing. But the pictures are real. I also sent people to the clinic in District 11 to collect superpowers, to confirm that they match the superpowers in the video. Pei Jixian smiled bitterly. Looking at it this way, it's almost certain. Zhong Jungbowen paused, as if he was a little hesitant, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Moreover, according to the information we have now, if that wolf is a space magic wolf, then Ning is not only the faceless man, but also anonymous. Anonymous? Pei Jixian raised his eyebrows. He had seen Anonymous video in the Rift game. Her strength was very good. She had only used 1 space ability before to suppress Jiang Xiaobai. But if Ning was anonymous, Pei Jixian's eyes slowly widened. And Jiang Xiaobai beside him, and Minji Wexi opposite him all showed surprise. Zhong Jungbowen continued. If the faceless man had the space ability, there would be no need to bring the space magic wolf. She may only have the ability of the space system. Most of the time, she relies on stealing the space of the magic wolf to use the space hole. Jiang Xiaobai's face turned pale. He knew that Yao Qian's theft was only B-level, which means that when Anonymous fought him in the crack, he relied on the space ability he stole to fight him. At that time, he actually thought that in a real PK, Anonymous was not his opponent. He was naive and overestimated his ability. The other students were even more surprised. The faceless man was a federal SS level wanted criminal. He had just been promoted to a 3S level wanted criminal. The word wanted criminal was not a good word in the eyes of the public. Therefore, when they knew that Ning was a faceless man, they were afraid of Ning. But Anonymous was different. Anonymous was a legend in the crack game. Her name was still posted on the official website of the crack game because she was the player who won the most $1 million prizes among all the crack game players. As long as she participated in the crack game, she never failed. The top 3 videos on the official website of crack are still the scenes of Anonymous killing demons instantly. So, is Ning so strong? On the Star Internet, the discussion about Ning being the faceless man has exploded. The latest analysis. Ning participated in the 107th crack game. And Anonymous also became famous in that game. Ning can steal. And there are space demon wolves around him. And Anonymous also has space abilities. Ning is 99% anonymous. Damn. Anonymous has dominated the screen of the crack game until now. Is Ning so awesome? When Ning participated in the Crack Academy entrance examination, she instantly killed 5 war rainbow pythons in a few minutes. At that time, it was already shown that she was very powerful. Right? It was also her who kidnapped Ming Yueshi and assassinated Ming Jinyan. Right? It was all done by her face-changing Yao Qian. Crack number 109. In the movie, she suppressed the national team by herself and killed Yuan Xia and Ye Yin. Also in Jinghua Hotel, she killed so many superpowers and stole SS-level gold blood. The Academy really cultivated a monster without knowing it. The above person is wrong. The Academy has only been open for more than 2 months. Before she joined the Academy, I'm afraid she was a monster. The key is that a person can only have 1 superpower. Why does she have so many superpowers? I also want to be a multi-powered person. Rumor has it that Yao Qian can steal. Merlin can earth control. And Ning killed him. I feel like if she killed them, she can have their superpowers? That's too scary. No wonder the faceless man is a 3S wanted criminal. What should Ning do if he kills people everywhere? But I don't think Ning is a murderer. Think about it. Ning and Ming Yueshi protected the second-class citizens together and openly confronted Zhong Jungbowen. I am a second-class citizen. In this regard, I think Ning is a good person. All the people who died in Jinghua Hotel were criminals. I think Ning did a good thing. He assassinated Ming Jinyan and helped the Federation. It's strange. What is Ning's goal? The administration finally took away all of Jiangmi's things in the hotel room and left the hotel. After the people from the administration left, Yao Xingli rushed into the room. Ming Yueshi. What's wrong with Ning? She is a faceless person. So where is my sister? When he entered the room, Yao Xingli found that the national team members were all there. Yao Xingli choked. Under the aura of several people from the national team. He couldn't speak properly, but he raised his head in the end. He wanted to know Yao Qian's situation too much. Previously, he thought Yao Qian was dead and regarded the God's Gift Society as his old enemy. But now, he learned that it was Ning who kidnapped Ming Yueshi and assassinated Ming Jinyan. What about Yao Qian? Where is Yao Qian? Weika and Tian Xian followed Yao Xingli. They wanted to know about Yao Qian and Ning. Pei Zhixian did not hide it. Do you remember the story of the Zhao family twins? Yao Xingli frowned. What does the story of Ning and Yao Qian have to do with the two brothers of the Zhao family? Zhao Yun has two superpowers. His other superpower was obtained by killing his brother Zhao Yuneng. Pei Zhixian explained slowly. So, as long as you kill an individual with the same gene sequence as yourself, you can obtain the other's superpower. Zhongjun Bowen concealed this matter. Jiangmi got this information through Su Chen. And Pei Zhixian got this information by having Qin Xianyu hypnotize the relevant personnel of the administration. To confirm the information, I went to Zhongjun Mufa to confirm it. Zhongjun Mufa didn't care about the twists and turns of the management bureau. She was only interested in research. She told me that killing identical twins can not only gain the other's abilities, but also killing clones. So, Yao Qian is most likely a clone of Ning. Chapter 120. Yao Xingli's eyes widened slowly. Jiang Xiaobai added calmly. Don't mention Yao Qian. There's also Meilin. Meilin's earth power has become Ning's ability. So she was also killed by Ning. Minji Wex's breathing gradually became heavier. In the video, Ning showed too many abilities. Hardening, plant control, earth control, theft, face changing. Yao Xingli was confused. But how could my sister be a clone of Ning? Ning can't be a clone of my sister. Not to mention that there is also a teacher Meilin. The clone looks the same as. Height can be achieved through plastic surgery. But the three people clearly have completely different life experiences. Meilin is the oldest. Could it be that Ning and Yao Qian are both clones of Meilin? But why did the father make a clone and have plastic surgery to be his daughter? Actually, there is a way to make it happen. Tian Xian interrupted. As a senior, she is also the most knowledgeable. You haven't come into contact with memory superpowers much. Right? As long as the clone is plastic surgery to look like Yao Qian. And then all of Yao Qian's memories are implanted into the clone. The clone will become another Yao Qian. Merlin and Ning can also use this method, which can ignore the age limit. Everyone. Ming Yueshi pondered for a moment. She felt that what Tian Xian said was possible. Memory is an important factor in building a person's three views and logical thinking. According to Tian Xian's idea, the person with transplanted memories is Yao Qian. But the body is different in nature. 2 years ago, Yao Xingli choked up. If that's the case, my sister was replaced 2 years ago. In that car accident. After that, we drank the golden blood to awaken. And my sister must have been. Yao Xingli was reluctant to say that word. But everyone at the scene knew it. Yao Qian at the hospital entrance. Although the DNA was detected to be the same as Yao's father and mother, it is very likely that Ning secretly replaced the test sample. She was also at the scene at the time. And Qin Xianyu was also next to her. She could have stolen Qin Xianyu's ability and hypnotized others to replace the test sample. The real Yao Qian was gone a long time ago. Yao Xingli looked at Ming Yueshi fiercely. Yao Qian kidnapped you at the beginning, and then assassinated Ming Jinyan. This is obviously her trick to trick the God's Gift Association. She is obviously my aunt's person. How could you not know her identity? Yao Xingli was the second person to question Ming Yueshi today. It seems that she and Ning were roommates. And she was Ming Jinyan's daughter. So she should know all this. But Ming Yueshi really didn't know. She was also curious. Mother, did she know about this? Did Mother know that she would be kidnapped? Did she acquiesce to Ning's doing this? In the kidnapping choice that day, did Mother really give up on her? Ming Jinyan's office in the federal government building. Ming Jinyan also received many applications. With the presidential election approaching, many congressmen asked to send 3 as superpowers to strangle the faceless man. Yao Qian saved Ming Jinyan twice. This is a secret. Few people in the Federation know about it. Everyone only sees the surface and thinks that Yao Qian is targeting Ming Jinyan. Now Ning is Yao Qian and also a faceless man. Of course, everyone wants Ming Jinyan to send 3 as superpowers to strangle Ning. Wan Ju is the one who knows the truth. She brought Ming Jinyan a cup of coffee. Member, it seems that Ning is more powerful than we thought. She killed the superpower who filmed the video, and also gained her ability. From this perspective, Ning is already an SS-level multi-powered person, with abilities comparable to 3S-level power people. Looking at the entire Blue Star, there is only one 3S-level Lu Xianxian in the Federation, and there are no more than 3S-level power people on Blue Star. Once a country has a 3S-level power person, it has the potential to become a superpower. The news that Ning is a faceless person can spread so quickly throughout the Star Network, not only because of the cube behind the scenes, but also because the value of the faceless person is too high. If Ning is willing to be loyal to the Federation can forgive her past crimes, and the Federation is willing to give her the SS-level golden blood that she robbed. Wanju, member, you have a close relationship with Ning. If you can get her to be loyal to the Federation, it will definitely be a great help for you to get promoted in the future. Ming Jinyan was helpless. People outside think that I don't get along with her. But you think she is my person? Wanju was surprised. Isn't it? Not really, Ming Jinyan said truthfully. To be honest, we are just a cooperative relationship. People like her will never submit to the Federation. Ming Jinyan is a member of the Federation after all. Wanju paused. The administration is now hunting her down everywhere. So will you protect her? Ming Jinyan did not answer but asked. Does she need it? Wanju wanted to persuade Ming Jinyan to find a way to bring Ning under his command. But Ming Jinyan waved his hand. It's good to maintain the current relationship. You should get ready. It's time to leave for District 13. The presidential election is imminent. In addition to handling party affairs, Ming Jinyan still has to go around to promote the party. The Democratic Alliance is the biggest rival of the Jishu Alliance. Although Ming Jinyan's votes are slightly better, he may be overtaken by the Democratic Alliance. The Democratic Alliance is the current ruling party, and the current president Xing Kong is from the Democratic Alliance. However, which party does not want to be re-elected as the ruling party? Although the news that Ning is a faceless man has been exposed, the colonial area has a very good impression of her, especially District 13. Ming Jinyan will most likely get more votes when he goes to District 13 to give a speech. At the same time, a certain port. Last night, the waves suddenly surged, and the huge waves almost submerged the village near the port. Fortunately, most of the fishermen have experience with tsunamis. In addition, before the incident, an inexplicable broadcast sounded, constantly broadcasting news of small tsunamis, and the villagers evacuated early. Zhongjung Bowen stood at the port, looking at a messy beach. On the beach, there were stranded fish struggling to jump back into the sea. It's a pity that the distance was too far, and it was finally dried into salted fish. Mo Chung hurried over and handed over the report he had just investigated. The data from the Federal Ocean Bureau shows that there should not have been a tsunami in this area last night. At present, it is highly likely that it was man-made. Zhongjung Bowen flipped through the report. Have you checked the seabed? Mo Chung, we have checked. We found an underwater base 10,000 meters below the seabed. The base was installed with, and the entire base has been blown up. Currently, we have collected some debris and remnants of the underwater base, and pieced them together. This seems to be a base for cultivating clones. Zhongjung Bowen paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Clones? Yes. Mo Chung was puzzled. It's just clones. Why build a base 10,000 meters below the sea? It costs a lot of money. Oh, not only the base. We also found many remnants of the freezer. The kind of freezing chamber in the crack? Yes. Zhongjung Bowen's eyes darkened. The existence of human civilization in the crack is no secret to the Institute and the administration. The administration has also found human bases and revived the Earthlings in them. But those people either disappeared or died not long after waking up. In recent years, the administration has rarely found human bases and freezing chambers in the cracks. Even if they are found, most of the freezing chambers have disappeared. If it is an experiment on Earthlings, then it is understandable to build a base 10,000 meters below the sea. Moreover, regarding the experiment of cloning humans, Zhongjung Bowen couldn't help but think of Ning. His eyelids jumped. Could this matter also be related to Ning? This base. Could it be that she blew it up? If it was the former Ning, Zhongjung Bowen certainly wouldn't believe it. But she killed all the people in the cubes of the Jinghua Hotel. She didn't spare any believers in the base of the God-giving society. The faceless man could do such a thing. Zhong Bowen could vaguely sense that Hardening was taking revenge. Revenge on the God-given society and the cube. Others might not know. But Zhong Bowen knew it all too well. He saw Hardening in the ruins of Gifford Park, which was one of the bases of the God-given society. And the energy bomb that destroyed everything was thrown by the cube. Zhong Bowen sighed slightly. This is indeed revenge. Revenge on the God-given society is fine. But the cube? I'm afraid that in the end, this fire will burn the Federation. After confirming that the small tsunami was man-made and asking the executive commissioner to go into the water to salvage, Zhong Bowen turned and left the port. The Democratic Alliance issued a death order. And catching the faceless man was the most important thing. Suddenly, the light brain sounded. Zhong Bowen glanced at it and saw that the other party had sent an email. The sender was actually Hardening. Zhong Bowen immediately opened the email. There were only a few words on it. The Bishop of the God-given Society is in District 13. This is the address. There was a big fuss outside because of the faceless man. Whether it was the Federation, the Rift Academy, or the Star Network. All the news was about her. But the person involved was in a base in the far suburbs of the extreme thrust. Teasing wolves. There was a large lawn in this base. Xiaohua was still the size of a husky, and had fun on the lawn. Jiangmi didn't expect that the ball that dogs like to play with was also liked by wolves. Mu Lanxue looked at Xiaohua speechlessly. She quit her job at the Rift Academy. Recently, there was no cryopod that needed her to transport. She and Jiangmi were at the base together, teasing wolves. She observed Xiaohua's living habits. But the research notes recorded the living habits of dogs. Mu Lanxue said seriously. It really looks more and more like a dog. If there is a chance, draw a tube of its blood for analysis. I suspect there are dog genes in it. Xiaohua yelled at Mu Lanxue. I acted well. What do you know? A two-legged beast? Humph. Mu Lanxue put down the research record and looked at Jiangmi. Finally, we will kill the God-given society. Won't you come out to help? Jiangmi was holding a chicken leg and feeding Xiaohua. The address was given to Zhong Bowen. He is not that stupid. Can't he catch him? That's right. Mu Lanxue still knows Zhong Bowen very well. SS-level psychics are already a heaven-defying existence on Blue Star. Unless they encounter multi-psychics and 3S-level psychics, they can walk sideways. Since the address of the Bishop of the God-given Society has been exposed, there is no reason why the Management Bureau can't catch him. For Jiangmi, the only thing left now is the cube. The cube is studying multiple superpowers and superpower vertical upgrade technology through Earthlings. The principle of multiple superpowers has been found. But for superpower upgrade technology, I am afraid that even the cube does not know the principle. Jiangmi does not know. Jiangmi turned his head and asked Mu Lanxue. The researchers captured by the underwater base said that superpower upgrades have only been found in Earthlings. Teacher, the extreme cold frost has also saved many people. Is there anyone who can also upgrade superpowers? Even if there is, they don't know? Mu Lanxue said calmly. Superpower upgrades can only be achieved by killing demons and superpowers. Most people will not kill many demons in their lifetime. Not to mention superpowers. Jiangmi also found that if there was no system, she would not know that her superpowers had been upgraded. Suddenly, Jiangmi found the loophole in Mu Lanxue's answer and looked at Mu Lanxue fiercely. Mu Lanxue smiled sweetly. You found it. My superpowers can also be upgraded. Chapter 121. Mu Lanxue took the chicken leg from Jiangmi and fed it to Xiaohua. Jiangmi saw the shining label on her heart, SS Phantom Beast Fire Phoenix. She didn't know Mu Lanxue's past. But since she could see the ability label, Mu Lanxue was SS level. Jiangmi naturally didn't think that Mu Lanxue was actually the same as her. This is a secret. I haven't told anyone, said Mu Lanxue. I entered the cryostat so early because I was contaminated by the black fog. Jiangmi. Mu Lanxue shrugged. Some people contaminated by the black fog will go crazy at the time. Some will have delayed attacks. And some can become evolvers. But there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming an evolver. So I put my hope in the future and entered the cryostat in advance. I bet right. I didn't have an attack within 24 hours after waking up. I once thought I became an evolver. But I didn't have superpowers at the time. Later, I built superpowers in my head. And gradually, I was able to use that ability. My first superpower was fire control. I kept building and simulating. and finally became a phantom beast of the Fire Phoenix. Mu Lanchua looked at Jiangmi. You should be able to build your superpowers. Right? Jiangmi nodded. The system's method of adding some points to parameters is actually to build superpowers. Jiangmi has the help of the system, and her construction is more accurate. But Mu Lanchua doesn't. So she can only simulate and build in her mind. So the mechanism for upgrading superpowers is black fog pollution plus freezing? Jiangmi felt a little strange. She thought about it, and her eyes lit up. It's black fog pollution plus time. Demon species can also upgrade superpowers by killing monsters and superpower users. Their upgrade mechanism is acquired through the accumulation of generations, a long period of time, and the survival of the fittest under the continuous pollution of the black fog. Mu Lanchua and Jiangmi stayed in the cryostat for hundreds of years. It was the symbiosis with the black fog for hundreds of years that made their bodies evolve. They were no longer evolving towards superpowers and evolvers, but towards demons. Therefore, superpower upgrades only happen to Earthlings, because only they have experienced hundreds of years. This also proves that Jiangmi is definitely the original body, and cannot be a clone. Do the evolvers who enter the cryostat have this ability? Jiangmi asked Mu Lanchua. Mu Lanchua shook her head. It must be entered into the cryostat without superpowers. From this point of view, the cube may never be able to obtain superpower upgrades in its lifetime. Jiangmi thought of the system on his body again. Yuan Xie called this the superpower data system. But now it seems that Jiangmi thinks that this system is more appropriately called the superpower shaping system. Jiangmi, does your sister know that your ability can be upgraded? Mu Lanchua looked at Jiangmi suspiciously. She didn't know why Jiangmi suddenly mentioned Mu Lanyu. Of course she knows. The system on me should be designed by her for you. Mu Lanchua was stunned. She knew that Mu Lanyu liked to study datization, and they were in different research directions, so she didn't care about Mu Lanyu. The ability datization system was designed by Mu Lanyu for her? Jiangmi, she probably found out that Yuan Xie coveted this system, so she turned off the ability shaping module to prevent the ability upgrade from being discovered. But as long as it is implanted in the body of the demon, this module will still be activated. But it's just a little bug. In fact, this bug is not small. Jiangmi smiled and said, Teacher, this is a gift from her. Mu Lanchua paused, her eyes slightly moist. Yes, this is a gift from Mu Lanyu. It's just that she didn't know about this gift until 8 years later. District 12. A base of the God's Gift Society. The bishop punched the table. The projection screen next to him was playing the most popular video on the Star Network so far, which was a video that revealed that Ning was a faceless man. The bishop's face was livid. Mr. Ding was killed by Ning, and the kidnapping of Ming Yueshi and the assassination of Ming Jinyan failed because of Ning, including the destruction of the God's Gift Association base. The massacre of the entire God's Gift Association base was also Ning. If this is the case, then the dead Yao Qian. The bishop's eyes were vicious. Yao Qian was Ning, and Old Gun was actually Ning. After the base was destroyed, Old Gun was already dead, and it was Ning who had been communicating with them. The bishop immediately asked the elders around him. Old Gun. No. How much does Ning know about our plan in District 12? The elder trembled. I didn't tell her the detailed plan. But early this morning, Ning changed his face and contacted me as Old Gun and asked me if I needed help. I refused. Without your suggestion, I certainly didn't tell anyone about our plan. The bishop breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, even if Ning disguised himself as Old Gun, he didn't get any information from them. The bishop suddenly realized something was wrong. You said Ning contacted you? The elder wiped his sweat. Yes. Yes. Idiot. Why did she contact you? She was trying to get our address. The elder's eyes widened. Their computer numbers were encrypted. But once they started communicating with each other, the other party could track them. The elder didn't know that Old Gun was Ning at that time, so he ignored this point. This plan must be advanced. The bishop said coldly. We can't stay here any longer. The bishop picked up the laptop and told the people below to prepare to evacuate this base. Suddenly, a believer rushed into the office in a hurry. Bishop, it's bad. The administration has surrounded us. The new base of the God's Gift Association is an office building in the new park of District 12. District 12 was incorporated into the Federation not long ago, and the war had just ended, so everything was in ruins. At this time, Applying for such a startup company is the easiest to be approved by the top management. The bishop has been staying in this office building all this time, safe and sound. But today, he rushed to the glass floor-to-ceiling window and saw that the entire office building had been surrounded by people from the administration. Boss, it's confirmed that this is indeed the base of the God's Gift Association, and the information given by the faceless man is correct. Mo Chung came to report to Zhong Jung-boen. Zhong Jung-boen stood on the high floor opposite the office building, holding a small telescope, through which he could see the situation in the opposite office building. Now the believers in the office building were like ants on a hot pot, thinking only of how to escape. Brothers are ready. Mo Chung was full of energy. Boss, although we can't catch the faceless man today, we can catch the evil cult of the God's Gift Society in one fell swoop. How many people are inside the God's Gift Society? Zhong Jung-boen asked. The thermal sensor shows that there are 122 people, and the perception of the superpowers sense the situation inside, including one SS-level superpower and two S-level superpowers. But we still have more than 5 S-level superpowers here, so catching them is no problem. Today, the God-given society can't escape. Zhong Jung-boen looked towards the office building with a sharp look. Give orders? Except for the leader. No one needs to be left alive. Yes. The people from the administration rushed forward. With such sufficient preparation, the people from the God-given society were like turtles in a jar. Even though there were SS-level and S-level superpowers among them, they were still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot when facing the executive commissioners of the administration. The black mucus on Zhong Jung-boen's body was baring its fangs and claws. After knowing that Hardening was a faceless man, he was full of anger. And now, this anger finally had a place to vent. The black mucus came with a bang, smashing the hard tempered glass. The people from the administration broke into the office building through the window. The broken glass shards on the surface scratched the bishop's cheek. The bishop only felt a burning pain on his body. The black mucus rushed forward and instantly shackled him. It all happened too fast. Catch the thief first to catch the king. Zhong Jung-boen knew this truth well. Help! Help! The bishop's throat was filled with sobs for mercy. Humph! This guy is the boss of the God's Gift Society. He is just a waste. Mo Chung followed Zhong Jung-boen. Where are the remaining S-level psychics? Zhong Jung-boen asked. Don't worry, boss. Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming have already gone after them. They can't escape. Before he finished speaking, a cold fishing line suddenly appeared, splitting the solid black slime in half. Zhong Jung-boen was stunned. Fishing line is Xiao Chong's unique skill. This is an S-level ability. Although it is called fishing line, it is actually made of nanometers. Very hard. Cutting iron like mud? Even his slime can be cut in half. The fishing line that cut through the black slime was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the fishing line that cut across the bodies of Zhong Jung-boen and Mo Chung almost cut them off at the waist. Zhong Jung-boen dragged Mo Chung back quickly, barely avoiding the fishing line. Zhang Meng's low voice came from behind. In my name? Summon the messenger from the darkness. The ground suddenly changed, and the hard concrete ground turned into a black wave. Dozens of black shadows emerged from the wave and rushed towards Zhong Jung-boen and Mo Chung desperately. Zhong Jung-boen immediately blocked with black slime, and Mo Chung also pulled out his submachine gun and fired at the fishing line and black shadows together. But even so, the two were forced to the edge of the office building. In front of them, there were the attacks of Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming, and behind them, there was a height of dozens of meters above the ground. The shadows just now were Zhang Ming's ability. The S-level ability goes shadow. Mo Chung shouted angrily. Xiao Chong, Zhang Ming, you are from the administration. What are you doing? Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming ignored Mo Cheng's words, but walked to the bishop and respectfully helped the bishop up. The two looked indifferent, but when they saw the bishop, their eyes burst into infinite piety. They put their hands on their chests and shouted to the bishop, everything is God's will. Zhong Jung-boen and Mo Chung widened their eyes. These two people are actually from the God-given society? How is it possible? Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming are from a noble family of the Federation. They have been following Zhong Jung-boen since they were in the national team. It has been 10 years. They have fought side by side for 10 years. How could they be from the God-given society? But the fact is that they stand behind the bishop, like two guardians of the bishop. Not only that, there was a sudden explosion downstairs. one after another. And Sue? An executive commissioner came to report to Zongjung Bowen director. It's bad. The executive commissioner betrayed and poisoned the energy water. Our people are now foaming at the mouth and falling unconscious. We are no match for the God-given society. There was a roar in the air behind him. The bishop and others had already escaped and slipped to the boarding point of the office building. Zongjung Bowen immediately chased after them. Xiao Chong's fishing line and Zhang Ming's ghost rushed out, blocking Zongjung Bowen's way forward. Zongjung Bowen gritted his teeth. What on earth did you do to them? The bishop looked at Zongjung Bowen and curled his lips. Director Zongjung. This is just the beginning. The good show in District 12 is about to begin. Chapter 122. The bishop has 1 SS level and 4 S level people around him. The administrator has only 1 SS level and 3 S level people. In addition, there is a group of poisoned executive commissioners. The situation is reversed instantly. Zongjung Bowen was deeply shocked. He thought that anyone could betray him. But he didn't want to believe that his comrade, who had fought side by side with him for 10 years, would stab him in the back. He still had wounds caused by fishing line and ghost on his body, and blood slowly flowed out of the wounds. But Zongjung Bowen was unwilling to give up. The aircraft kept flying away. His devouring chased again, but was cut into pieces by Xiao Chog's fishing line. Boss! Mo Chung quickly supported Zongjung Bowen and called Yu Chi to come up for treatment. Zongjung Bowen asked Yu Chi, how are the other brothers down there? Yu Chi shook his head. It's a deadly poison. I temporarily relieve the toxins in their bodies. We need to send them to the federal hospital for further treatment. Yu Chi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Some brothers couldn't hold on and have left. Boss, Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming are ruthless. They really want to kill us. Zongjung Bowen was silent, looking at the aircraft that was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. At first, Pei Jitsu couldn't imagine that an Yin would be a member of the God-given society. Now, Zongjung Bowen couldn't imagine that Xiao Chong and Zhang Ming would be members of the God-given society. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that there were far more than just these few believers of the God-given society hidden in the Federation. Federal Crack Research Institute. In the institute, researchers are constantly busy with various experiments. This is the pinnacle of crack technology in the entire Federation, and even the entire Blue Star. New research results are born here every day. In the busy schedule, researchers occasionally discuss the hot topics of the Federation recently. Have you heard? Ning is actually a faceless man. Faceless man? He was promoted to a wanted criminal of 3S level today? Yes. His real identity is Ning. Alas, Ning is obviously a very good child. How could he be a wanted criminal? Someone on the Star Network voted and asked whether Ning should be wanted. Anyway, I voted against it. The Federation has been really unstable recently. I guess the kids on the national team are not feeling well either. Speaking of the devil appears. As soon as the words fell, Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen came to the institute. The researcher came to receive the two. Ms. Ji, Mr. Yi, hello. You two came to the institute specially. Is there anything you need? Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen looked at each other and said in a calm tone, there is a new discovery in the number 110 crack. Director Zongjung asked us to come to the institute to get the body of the Phantom Mouse. The body of the Phantom Mouse? Several researchers were stunned. Although the Phantom Mouse is dead, it still has a high research value. The body is currently preserved in the institute. Among the several researchers, the most respected one is a researcher named Fu, who is over 60 years old and is the main organizer of a department. Researcher Fu walked up to the two and said, to come to the institute to get something, you need to apply for documents. Do you have the documents stamped by the administration? Yi Tongchen nodded and showed the documents. The application documents stamped by the administration indicate that the procedures are complete. Although the researchers had doubts in their hearts, they still led the two to the 5th underground floor. That is where the Phantom Mouse body is. In the afternoon, Zongjung Muchu also left the laboratory, holding milk tea, and leisurely lying on the railing of the corridor. The institute is high and hollow, with a skylight in the middle, from where you can see everything in the lobby. Zongjung Mufa narrowed her round almond eyes and watched researcher Fu take Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen into the elevator. Isn't the national team exploring the number 110 crack during this period? Zongjung Mufa asked the assistant beside her. Why is Linglan here? The assistant said respectfully. Researcher Fu just uploaded the application documents, and Miss G and Mr. Yi came to take the body of the Phantom Mouse. The body of the Phantom Mouse? Zhong Zheng Mufa's eyes were stern. Whose order? Assistant. The application document is stamped by the administration. It should be Director Zhong Zheng. What a joke. Zhong Zheng Bowen is besieging the God's Gift Association. How can he be in the mood to give such an order? Zhong Zheng Mufa pulled the application document over, and saw that it was stamped by the administration. This official seal is of a very high level. Even if it is not stamped by Zhong Zheng Bowen, it must be stamped by his secretary. Zhong Zheng Mufa immediately contacted Zhong Zheng Bowen. But there was a busy tone on the other side of the optical brain. After dialing the number for the third time, Zhong Zheng Bowen finally connected the optical brain. Zhong Zheng Mufa started to curse. What happened in the crack number 110? Why do you suddenly want to take the body of the Phantom Mouse? Although this little thing is dead, who knows what kind of trouble it can cause? What do you want the body of the Phantom Mouse for at this time? Zhong Zheng Bowen was bandaging the wound. And when he heard Zhong Zheng Mufa's curse, his brain short-circuited for a moment. I didn't ask anyone to take the body of the Phantom Mouse, he blurted out subconsciously. And then asked, who wants to take the body of the illusion? Zhong Zheng Mufa, Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen. Zhong Zheng Bowen was horrified, and a bad premonition flashed through his mind. Auntie, don't let them leave. Underground floor 5. All the dead demons of the Federation are placed here. Most of them are above S level. Their bodies will not be easily burned, but are constantly studied by researchers. The most important one is the body of the Phantom Mouse. Unlike other bodies that have been disassembled, Zhong Zheng Mufa has recently focused on studying the body of the Phantom Mouse. She pursues perfection. After each dissection, she will sew the body of the Phantom Mouse back together. It is still in the preliminary research stage, and the body of the Phantom Mouse is still intact. Researcher Fu opened the hatch and put the body of the Phantom Mouse into a metal cabinet. Researcher Fu, the temperature in the metal cabinet is 0 degrees all year round, which is suitable for preserving corpses. The bodies of SS-level demons are very important to the Federation. Remember to return them immediately after you use them. Yi Tongchen reached out to take the metal cabinet. Don't worry. We will definitely return them after use. Before he touched the metal cabinet, suddenly, the entire underground 5th floor lit up with a blazing red light. And the red light enveloped the entire dissection room. Warning! Warning! Criminals have invaded the Institute. The 5th underground floor of the Institute is closed. Researcher Fu stared blankly at Yi Tongchen. He instinctively reached out to take the metal cabinet containing the corpse of the Phantom Mouse. Suddenly, with a bang, the assistant researcher behind him quickly shot him in the head. The name Zhou Qi was written on the nameplate of the assistant researcher. Zhou Qi looked at Yi Tongchen and Ji Linglan indifferently, put one hand on his chest, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Everything is God's will." After the secret code was agreed, the three exchanged glances. Zhong Zheng Mufa has discovered us. The 5th underground floor is blocked. It is difficult for us to get out. Ji Linglan frowned. Zhou Qi didn't care. Don't worry. There is a special passage for researchers. Follow me. The entire institute has been blocked. The institute is full of researchers, and their abilities are terrible. 2 S-level ones are enough to wipe out the entire institute. Zhong Zheng Mufa didn't know what use Ji Linglan and the others had for the corpse of the phantom rat. But it was definitely not a good thing. Researcher Fu's heartbeat could no longer be seen, and the 5th underground floor was in a bad state now. The assistant hurried to report. Director, something happened. Researcher Fu's assistant Zhou Qi is also on the 5th underground floor. He has taken Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen away. Now, with the security of the institute, they can't stop the 2 people at all. Along the way, countless security personnel died under Yi Tongchen's lightning strike. Yi Tongchen and Ji Linglan returned to the ground of the institute without any obstacles. Zhong Zheng Mufa stood in the corridor high above, looking at the 2 familiar voices on the 1st floor. The nobles of the Federation are divided into different levels. The 5 major families that control the Democratic Alliance are the top nobles of the Federation. Secondly, the families that can cultivate S-level superpowers are also the major nobles of the Federation. Power is constantly gathered by relying on superpowers and blood ties. Yao Qian's rebellion was shocking enough. And the rebellion of S-level people such as Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen was completely unimaginable. The assistant was shocked and speechless. How prominent are the Ji and Yi families in the Federation? How could the children of such families rebel? But Zongjung Mufa clearly recognized the metal cabinet in Ji Linglan's hand. It was a cabinet specially used to store the corpses of demons. They have already got the body of the phantom mouse. Yi Tongshan ignored all the security personnel. The lightning struck, and the ground was pale. What was left was only the charred bodies of the security personnel. The group walked out of the institute in a swagger. Zongjung Mufa rushed out. Outside the institute, a flying machine had landed in the square in front of the institute, waiting for Yi Tongshan and others. Zongjung Mufa looked up and saw many familiar faces on the flying machine. Some from the administration bureau, and some from the military and political department. Among the group of S-level superpowers, there was a girl sitting in the middle like a king Qinxianyu. The lightning struck like rain, hitting the ground, and no one dared to step forward. Ji Linglan shook the metal cabinet in her hand at Qinxianyu. "It's done." Qinxianyu's voice was still lazy. "Then let's go!" Ji Linglan and Yi Tongshan both got on the flying machine, and the flying machine was about to take off. Suddenly, a rumbling metal cone came crashing down, like dense arrow feathers piercing through the wings of the aircraft. The aircraft had just taken off for less than 2 meters when a powerful gravity field slammed into the aircraft and smashed it back to the ground. Qin Xianyu raised his head abruptly and looked at Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai flying high in the sky from afar. Linglan. Jiang Xiaobai rushed to Ji Linglan regardless of everything. But he failed to touch Ji Linglan. Lightning appeared from Yi Tongshan's arms and hit Jiang Xiaobai like a thunder whip. The conductivity of metal is too good to stop the lightning strike. Pei Zhixian was quick-witted and pulled Jiang Xiaobai away from Yi Tongshan's thunder whip. "Tongshan, do you know what you are doing?" Jiang Xiaobai angrily scolded Yi Tongshan. Until now, he still couldn't accept that Yi Tongshan betrayed the Federation. Pei Zhixian had already gritted his teeth. "Xiaobai, don't underestimate the enemy. They are no longer our teammates now." Chapter 123. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. They were the same age, went to the same school since childhood, and finally joined the national team together. After so many years of feelings, even if they were not familiar, they became familiar. Yi Tongshan aside, Jiang Xiaobai's mother died of dystocia when giving birth to Jiang Xiaobai, and Jiang's father became paranoid and morbid because of this. He repeatedly abused Jiang Xiaobai at home. It was Ji Linglan who brought him warmth. Jiang Xiaobai will always remember that when he was locked in a small dark room and was almost starved to death for a week, it was Ji Linglan who secretly brought him food. Linglan is his only one in this world. But today, Linglan stood on the opposite side of Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai asked Ji Linglan blankly, "Why?" "As long as Ji Linglan is willing. Jiang Xiaobai can now abandon the national team and the identity of the federal noble and join the God's Gift Society with her." Ji Linglan looked at Jiang Xiaobai, and a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. The next moment, she picked up the submachine gun without hesitation and pointed the gun at Jiang Xiaobai. Bullets shot at Jiang Xiaobai. They were metal bullets that could not hurt Jiang Xiaobai. But Jiang Xiaobai did not dodge and stood in front of Ji Linglan like a piece of wood. He looked at Ji Linglan with a gentle smile on his face. "Jiang Xiaobai, are you stupid?" Pei Zhixian jumped forward and pushed Jiang Xiaobai away, and the bullet shot into the air. "You will die. You don't want to die." Jiang Xiaobai frowned. Linglan actually shot at him. Linglan really wanted his life? "Don't be in love," Pei Zhixian scolded. "I don't understand what happened. Let's control their aircraft first." Pei Zhixian controlled the gravity field again, destroying the aircraft that Ji Linglan and the others relied on to escape. Then, Ji Linglan's clear voice rang in his ears. "Gravity is prohibited here. Metal control is prohibited here." Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai were both controlled. The bad thing was that they had just dodged into the air to avoid Yi Tongshan's lightning strike. Such a sudden suffocation caused them to fall to the ground. The two used physical skills to roll on the ground, slowing down the impact of landing, and fell to the ground in a mess. In front of them, Qin Xianyu and others had already changed to another aircraft. There were aircrafts at the entrance of the institute. With so many S-level psychics, they would not worry about not being able to knock open and unlock aircraft. The aircraft took off again, and this time, no one could stop them. "Linglan." Jiang Xiaobai looked at the aircraft in the air, his voice heartbreaking. "Jiang Xiaobai, go back," Ji Linglan said calmly. "We have never been on the same path." Qin Xianyu and others successfully stole the body of the phantom mouse. At the same time, Zongjung Bowen and Pei Zhixiu also contacted Pei Zhixian. and the three of them held a brief meeting through the equipment of the Institute. At present, whether it is the national team, the management bureau, or the military and political departments, a certain proportion of personnel have rebelled, with more than 30 people rebelling, including more than 10 S-level superpowers. But these are only preliminary judgments, and we cannot confirm whether there are other potential rebels. The national team is the department with the largest proportion of rebellion, with 6 members. Hardening is a faceless person, and has been removed from the national team. Chen Xianyu, Ji Ling'an, and Yi Tongchen rebelled collectively. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai sat at one end of the conference table, and had not yet recovered from the huge sense of frustration and betrayal just now. Mo Chung continued to report. The military and political department has the most traitors, and almost all of them are instructors from the national team. The administration bureau has the least traitors. Mo Chung hesitated for a second and continued. Among the traitors, Song Shan and Wei Shu are also included. Pei Jixian looked up suddenly. Some time ago, the God-given society assassinated Ming Jinyan in the welfare home. Wei Shu and Song Shan were clearly protecting Ming Jinyan and risked their lives. How could they also be members of the God-given society? If they were members of the God-given society, why did they protect Ming Jinyan in the first place? In the projection screen, Zhongzheng Bowen still had injuries on his face, and these scars did not need to be treated with Yu Qi's supernatural powers. We investigated all the traitors, and found no clues that they were related to the God-given society. That is to say, before today, they were all loyal to the Federation, and had been sincerely helping the Federation to eliminate the believers of the God-given society. But after today, they all rebelled. This situation is very similar to a person. Pei Jixian instantly thought of that person's name. Yin. At the beginning of the 109th crack, everyone thought Yin was an instructor. Yin had a good relationship with everyone. He had no criminal record of contacting the God-given society before, but he inexplicably started stealing phantom mice. After his death, the management bureau thoroughly investigated Yin. Apart from the fact that he stole the phantom mice, no evidence of treason was found from him. And today, Yi Tongchen and the others are the same. They are too clean, without any flaws, and it is impossible to imagine that they are actually believers of the God-given society. There is only Chen Xianyu here, and her resume is problematic. Zhongzheng Mufa said lightly. I just compared her information. If my speculation is correct, she is not a child of the Chen family. Everyone, the 4 members of the national team, Pei Jixian, Ji Ling'an, Yi Tongchen, and Jiang Xiaobai, almost grew up together, and were familiar with each other before joining the national team. But Chen Xianyu is different. The child of the Chen family has been in poor health since childhood. She did not go out to study, and had to hire a tutor. It was only in the past 2 years that she awakened her S-level supernatural power, and joined the national team. Before this, everyone was not familiar with her. The little girl of the Chen family suffers from an incurable disease. She came to me for treatment. Zhongzheng Muchu took out the medical examination report of the daughter of the Chen family. I re-examined her blood sample, and confirmed that the current federal technology has no way to treat her. She will not live past 18 years old. The current Chen Xianyu is an imposter. Is she the only one with a problem? Pei Shixi was puzzled. Could it be that she instigated everyone to rebel? Impossible? S-level psychics don't have this ability, but what about SS level? In the conference room, an expert in psychics boldly speculated. SS-level hypnotists are enough to brainwash a person, and the rebels spread around the national team. The closer the relationship with the national team, the easier it is to be hypnotized. Doesn't this just prove this point? If Chen Xianyu is an SS-level hypnotist, everything makes sense. As long as she contacts him, she can implant ideas into the other party, and this idea will gradually merge into the other party's mind. The more the idea is incompatible with the person's cognition, the more difficult it is to implant. However, day after day, 1 contact, 2 contacts, 3 contacts, as long as the number of contacts is large enough, the idea implanted in Chen Xianyu will be deeply rooted. Moreover, since he was hypnotized by Chen Xianyu, this person is essentially on the side of the Federation. So naturally no connection with the God-given society can be found. Zhongzheng Bowen asked, is there any other basis for this speculation? Yes. Another researcher in the conference room was flipping through the files. I wonder if the director and Colonel Pei still remember the number 104 crack. The number 104 crack is the most serious crack in the history of the Federation. The survival rate of the number 104 crack during the crack test was 87%. But when the researchers entered, including the director of the institute at the time, all died in the crack. After Director Zhongzheng took over, he led us to study the 104th crack. Said the researcher, we found that most of the demons had SS-level hypnotic abilities in their brains. These demons were hypnotized to spare the third-class citizens and bite to death all those who came in later. We initially thought that this was a revenge by a highly intelligent demon, and that the SS-level ability might be the ability of that demon. But now it seems that the truth is not like this. Zhongzheng Mufa added. At that time, there was a little girl who was recorded dead in the 104th crack, and her physical data was the same as Qin. Xianyu is exactly the same. She is an orphan from an orphanage, who was raised until she was 18 and then forced into the rift. We suspect that she is Qin Xianyu. She is not dead. She awakened her SS level ability in the Black Fog. As for why Qin Xianyu is a member of the God's Gift Society, it is not difficult to understand. The God's Gift Society has always welcomed evolvers, and Qin Xianyu is a typical evolver. As for why SS level Qin Xianyu was identified as S level in the physical examination, it is also easy to explain. Her hypnosis can completely do this, allowing the doctor who performed the physical examination to change her data. SS level superpowers are national strategic weapons. Qin Xianyu's ability illustrates this point very well. Just her alone is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in a country. Zhongzheng Boeing concluded. This S-level betrayal is the most serious rebellion in the Federation. We still don't know what the purpose of the God-given society is, but it is very likely related to District 13. District 13 is the next battlefield. At the same time, at the beach of District 13, the aircraft with the tracking equipment removed fell on the beach. There was also the aircraft that the bishop used to escape, and the bishop stood on the beach, waiting for Qin Xianyu's return. Qin Xianyu got off the aircraft and saw the bishop with a calm look. The bishop was extremely happy and hugged Qin Xianyu excitedly. Baby! I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you lost weight again? Qin Xianyu said lazily. No. I gained 5 pounds. Bishop, it's good to be fat. It's a blessing for a little girl to be fat. Ji Linglan and others who accompanied her followed Qin Xianyu respectfully, holding the metal cabinet containing the corpse of the Phantom Mouse in their hands. The bishop took the metal cabinet as if it were a treasure. The Phantom Mouse was dead, and the SS-level golden blood no longer existed. But the Phantom Mouse was still useful to the bishop. They took the Phantom Mouse's body out of the metal cabinet, and a superpower user took the initiative to step forward and put his hands next to the Phantom Mouse's body. A steady stream of superpowers flowed from his body to the Phantom Mouse's body. The pale and bloodless hamster was slowly regaining its vitality, and its little paws trembled slightly. Ji Linglan frowned. Can it be revived after death? 3S level healing skills? It would be great if there was such a powerful superpower user. The bishop smiled, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. He is just an S-level superpower user. Yi Tongchen asked. The Phantom Mouse is dead, and an S-level healing psychic can't bring it back to life. Right? The bishop's eyes were full of compassion, and he looked at the psychic as if he was looking at a dead person. So, he is not a healing psychic. His ability is life for life. S-level life for life, which can bring back the life of any creature, including SS-level demons. As soon as the voice fell, the life-for-life psychic bled from all 7 orifices, fell to the ground, and closed his eyes forever. No one spoke at the scene, and Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen didn't know whether he voluntarily exchanged his life for his life or was hypnotized by Qin Xianyu. It doesn't matter. Everything is God's will. Everything is to make God's gift better, in front of God's purpose. All lives must make way for God. Ji Linglan and Yi Tongchen still maintain their original rationality and clarity, but in their minds, God's gift has priority above all else. The bloodless little hamster on the ground squeaked and jumped up. The SS-level demon species was resurrected. Now, it's our home court. The bishop held the trembling phantom rat in one hand, and the fear ball condensed by Qin Xianyu in the other. The two combined. The sea surface was in turmoil, and a steady stream of demon species emerged from the sea and rushed to the city of District 13. The elder stood beside the bishop and lowered his eyes respectfully. Bishop, District 13 is ready. Counting the cracks in the Doomsday era, there are a total of 24 cracks in District 13. Explosive devices are installed on all energy layers. As long as you give an order, the energy layer will explode, and all the black fog will surge out, completely submerging District 13. The bishop squinted with satisfaction and looked in the direction of District 13. The collective evolution of mankind has begun. Chapter 124. The support team of the administration hurried to District 13. Looking down at District 13 from the aircraft, there were wars everywhere, and many executive commissioners were fighting against demons on the ground. But with the blessing of the black fog, the ability of the phantom rat was enough to radiate the entire District 13. As long as humans were afraid, a steady stream of demons would emerge from the black fog and destroy the world. Not far away, several crack energy layers had exploded, and the black fog surged out, flooding 3 blocks. Now District 13 was in chaos, and the executive commissioners were busy fighting against the demons and had no time to deal with the black fog. Our people are already expelling the black fog, an executive commissioner reported to Zhong Zhongbowen. But the speed at which the black fog appeared was too fast. There were people going crazy in the black fog. With the number of executive commissioners we have now, we can't handle such a scene at all. There are 24 cracks in District 13. 3 of which appeared after it was affiliated with the Federation. The numbering method used was the Federation, which was number 107, number 108, and number 109. These cracks have been explored, and crack games are occasionally held, so there is little black fog lingering near the crack exit. But the remaining 21 cracks are the cracks that appeared 100 years ago. These cracks were later sealed by the energy layer, and Songfu Kingdom did not develop them. Therefore, the black fog behind the cracks has spread to the exit. Once the energy layer is broken, the black fog will rush out. Zhong Zhongbowen suddenly understood why the God's Gift chose District 13. District 13 can be said to be the place with the highest density of cracks on the blue planet. Releasing black fog here allows humans to evolve. Even the Federation cannot save so many people. District 13, with a permanent population of about 10 million, is now running for their lives. But they don't know where to escape to for a chance of survival. Yaching stumbled and fell to the ground, and Yali immediately helped her up. Go! They are catching up. Yaching wiped the stains on her face and looked back at the surging demons. Their pupils were shaking and their eyes were full of fear. But where to escape to? They had never seen so many demons and monsters. Even if they were lucky enough to kill 1 or 2, more demons would appear immediately. Moreover, the more they feared a demon, the more demons would come. Yali rushed out barefoot, and the gravel on the way rubbed her soles full of blood. The demons seemed to smell the blood and rushed over. Go find the students in the academy. Yali pushed Yaching. Find them. They will save you. They will. A huge python came winding over. Its body was as thick as a bicycle wheel, and it was full of venom. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees withered. Yaching recognized this kind of demon. She had read about it in a book. It was a war rainbow python. Yali rushed forward with a kitchen knife. She wanted to stop the war rainbow python. Only in this way could Yaching have hope of survival. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward desperately. Sister! Yaching cried out. It was unbeatable. The war rainbow python was an A-level demon. Even those bounty hunters might not be able to beat it. The wind whistled, and the buzzing sound of bees rang in her ears. The war rainbow python rushed towards Yali, but a flash of white light flashed in front of her eyes. Yao Xingli, who turned into a white tiger, jumped and quickly saved Yali. Then, a woman in combat uniform appeared in front of Zhang Hongmeng. Its huge orange-yellow vertical pupils fell into the woman's eyes, and countless nightmares instantly filled its mind. The brief blankness of Zhang Hongmeng's appearance. Minji Wexi shouted, Wake up! Tian Xian. Here we come! The two responded, and the whistling wind blades and dense bullets were all shot at Zhang Hongmeng. Unlike the students who were helpless against Zhang Hongmeng in the opening exam. After 2 months of study, everyone has experience and fully grasped Zhang Hongmeng's weaknesses. Zhang Hongmeng groaned in pain and finally fell to the ground. Completely dead. You have to hit the snake at its weakest point. Wake-up proudly waved his wind blade. I couldn't do anything to you before. Do you think it's the same now? Yaching was so excited that she went forward and hugged Yali tightly. Sister! Yali looked at Minji Wexi and others and said sincerely, Thank you. Thank you. Don't be happy too early. Yao Xingli's transformed white tiger spoke. And because his body was still that of a tiger, his voice was also very deep and heavy. He looked at the other demons that appeared in front of him with a sharp gaze, and his forehead wrinkled. The one just now was just the tip of the iceberg. More and more demons appeared around the crowd, surrounding the students. Fortunately, S-level demon information is rare, and the crack atlases sold on the market rarely mention S-level demons. So most of the demons imagined by the public out of fear are of ordinary level, and A-level is already the most terrifying among them. Unlike in the crack number 109, a group of researchers, who all knew S-level demons, came up with 14 S-level demons at once. But even so, facing such a large number of demons, everyone gradually felt powerless. The students protected Yali and Yaching, and met many third-class citizens, who did not have superpowers along the way. The black fog had not spread to this place, so it was still safe. But the ability of the phantom rat had already radiated here, and there were still many demons here. The God-given society did not want to kill people. They used the phantom rat to transform the demons, just to cause unrest in District 13, so that the Management Bureau would have no time to deal with the overflowing black fog. As for whether someone would die in the hands of the demons before they could evolve, in the eyes of the God-given society, those who died in the middle were just waste abandoned by God. Before coming out to rescue people, the college teacher told the students that all 24 cracks in District 13 were destroyed. At present, the energy layers of 5 cracks have been completely destroyed, and the black fog has leaked out. The energy layers of the remaining 19 cracks have also been damaged to varying degrees. At most 3 hours, District 13 will be submerged by the black fog. Minji Wexi didn't know where they could escape to. There were more and more demons, and the students showed signs of fatigue. Minji Wexi did the opposite, using her own ability to make many people fall into nightmares. People who fell into nightmares were immersed in their own nightmares, so they naturally had no time to imagine those terrifying demons. This had a certain inhibitory effect on the production of demons. But unfortunately, once humans fell into nightmares, they lost the ability to escape and resist. And this trick only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. More and more demons gathered, and the more people there were, the more fear there was, and the more demons there were. The students who used to be at ease were now panting, seeing an ape demon grab a sling stone with the bomb ability and throw it at the students. Many students closed their eyes in fear. At this time, Sherning's skills are most useful. Her defense layer can defend against all A-level attacks, and S-level attacks are no problem, but she is not here. The stones rushed towards the students, and Wiki tried to avoid them with wind blades. In the end, many stones fell beside everyone, and bursts of explosions broke out one after another. The students looked up, and a huge defense layer appeared above them, blocking the stone attacks. Sherning! Sherning is here. I knew Sister Ning would definitely come. How could Sister Ning abandon us? The students were very surprised and thought that it was Sherning who came to save them. But when they turned around, they saw that it was actually several A-level commissioners from the Superpower Administration who set up the defense layer. The executive commissioners were more straightforward and vicious than the students. They were merciless and shot the ape demon in the distance in the head. The Federation sent people to support us. Some students exclaimed happily. Great. We won't be in trouble. The aircraft hovered over the students' heads. It was a large aircraft that could accommodate more than 200 people. There was no place to land in the area, so the aircraft lowered the rope ladder and let the students climb up one by one. The students were about to climb up, and suddenly, a girl walking in the front stopped, gave up her position, and looked at Yali and Yaching and other third-class citizens. You go first. The third-class citizens were stunned and cried with joy. They had no hope of survival, and thought they could only wait to die in District 13. It turned out that the Federation sent someone to save them. Yaching was overjoyed, and pulled Yali to climb the rope ladder. The executive commissioner suddenly stopped the two. Sorry. This aircraft is only allowed to be used by students of the Rift Academy and federal civil servants. Yali's face turned pale. What about us? The executive commissioner's eyes flashed with pity, but he still handled it in a businesslike manner. Sorry. You are not on our rescue list. The students were in an uproar, and Minji Wexi felt something was wrong. So she pulled the executive commissioner aside. What's going on? Miss, don't make things difficult for us. The executive commissioner sighed. The riots in District 13 are serious, and the top leaders can't handle it. Now the Federation has decided to give up District 13. Another executive commissioner added, "Our aircraft is here to take you back. After all, you are all children of the Federation nobles. You can't get into trouble. As for the civilians, we can't do anything about it." "No way." Ming Yueshi grabbed the executive commissioner's collar and pointed at the civilians, young and old. Outside, District 13 has a population of more than 10 million. In addition to the permanent residents, there are also merchants who come and go for business. Are you not going to care about all of them? The executive commissioner lowered his head. "Miss, we are only commissioners responsible for executing orders. These are all orders from above. You should get on the aircraft quickly." "I don't believe it. Mother can't make this decision." Ming Yueshi did not get on the aircraft, but stepped aside and took out the light brain to contact Ming Jinyan. Even if this order was issued by the current president Xing Kong, Ming Yueshi firmly believed that the Jishu alliance headed by her mother would not agree to this move. The light brain dialed Ming Jinyan's number twice, but no one on the other side answered. Ming Yueshi opened the light brain signal bar and saw that there was no signal. The federal light brain signal is controlled and transmitted by satellite. Even if the demons are rampant on the ground, the light brain cannot have no signal. At this time, other students also checked their optical computers, and everyone found that their optical computers had lost signals, could not receive information, and could not send messages. "What's going on? I can't even refresh the Star Network. I still want to update my Instagram. There will be a day without signal in the Federation. I thought there would be no signal only in the cracks. What should I do? I can't ask for help from outside. How can the people in District 13 contact each other and save themselves? The Federation should not cut off the network of District 13. Minji Wex's face turned pale, and her shoulders trembled. The executive commissioner saw her like this, and couldn't help but tell the truth. "Miss, all communication signals in District 13 have been cut off. For the stability of the Federation, everything that happens here will not be transmitted to other parts of the Federation. Similarly, signals from outside cannot be transmitted. We must leave here immediately. In an hour, the Federation will throw missiles in District 13 to eliminate all demons. This place will soon become a dead city." Chapter 125. District 13 Airport. Abandoned District 13? Ming Jinyan stared at Zhong Bowen. "Zhong Bowen, do you know what you are talking about?" Zhong Bowen lowered his head and mechanically repeated the order from his superiors. This is also a helpless move. If the energy layers of the 24 cracks are shattered at the same time, District 13 will inevitably be submerged in the black fog. It is not cost-effective for the Federation to use the whole country's strength to save a colony. "Paw dash!" Ming Jinyan slapped Zhong Bowen in the face. Her 5 fingers trembled, and she looked at Zhong Bowen in disbelief. So many lives can be measured by cost-effectiveness? Zhong Bowen was silent, and did not speak again. The sound of the aircraft landing came from not far away. The administration had found the students scattered in District 13, and brought them to the airport. The students who participated in the exploration of the number 110 crack this time were all freshmen. Only more than 100 people. They were too weak to save District 13, and finally had to choose to follow the administration back to the airport. Ming Yueshi came down the gangway, and ran over immediately when she saw Ming Jinyan. "Mother!" Zhong Bowen saw that all the students had been taken to the airport, and he persuaded Ming Jinyan again. "Member, District 13 is already like this. You should leave. Is there no other way?" Ming Jinyan was still unwilling to leave. "What about the God-given association? Why did they do this? Is there no room for negotiation?" Zhong Bowen took out his light brain and played a video. "To avoid riots in District 13. We suppressed this video, but I think it won't be suppressed for too long." The video first showed a snowflake, and the picture was blurry. After a few seconds, the background of the video became clear, and the bishop wearing a mask appeared in the picture. "Good afternoon, everyone in District 13. I believe many people have seen the rolling black fog and the countless demons emerging from it. In your perception, this is the coming of the end of the world, and the black fog and demons represent destruction. But today, I want to tell you that this is not the end of the world, nor is it a terrorist attack. This is a group evolution that is enough to shock the blue planet. The population of District 13 is 10 million. 1 in 10,000 people can get the opportunity to evolve. There will be 1,000 people who will become the darlings of the world. You are the evolvers chosen by the new era. New world. Welcome you." Ming Jinyan looked at the video with a frown. Is this the video released by the God-Given Society? Zhong Bowen nodded. The Federation cut off the network of District 13 because they were afraid that this video would be exposed and spread to other districts of the Federation. What about blowing up District 13? Ming Yueshi asked. Are they really going to destroy District 13? Ming Jinyan widened her eyes in horror. Obviously, Zhong Bowen had not told her that the Federation had decided to blow up District 13. Zhong Bowen hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. The Divine Society will use the magical mouse to materialize countless demon species. They also have nearly 20 S-level psychics. Our people cannot set up energy layers at the cracks. Blowing up District 13 can clear out those psychics and demon species at the same time, and then send researchers to set up energy layers. This is the most cost-effective way to save District 13. It's cost-effective. And it's cost-effective again. The Federation once developed a very powerful energy bomb. This energy bomb can accurately control the scope of the destroyed area, and will not have a lasting impact on the area like a nuclear bomb. It is the most suitable material for destroying District 13. Now, with just a few energy bombs, District 13 can be saved without any effort. Ming Yueshi said in a cold tone. The cost-effectiveness is only one of the reasons why the Federation threw energy bombs. Right? District 13 is the place with the most support from other, with a support rate of over 80% on StarNet. Once the Democratic Alliance destroys District 13, Xing Khan will be more likely to be re-elected in the next presidential election. Given these two reasons, the Democratic Alliance will definitely choose to destroy District 13. Boom boom boom. A huge roar came from not far away, and Mo Chung hurried to report. Boss! 3 more cracks in the energy layer burst, one of which is near the airport, and the black fog is about to spread. Everyone looked up, and the sky could already glimpse the clues of the spread of black fog, and the white clouds were dyed black. Ruanzhu was horrified and persuaded Ming Jinyan. Member, we must leave. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Not only Ruanzhu, but all the members of the Jishu Alliance who accompanied him persuaded Ming Jinyan. Member, you should leave. The black fog rolled and covered the sky. Zhong Bowen sent an executive commissioner to intercept the black fog, but faced with the simultaneous explosion of 3 crack energy layers, and without the support of the Federation, the equipment of the administration could only support for a short time. Ming Jinyan returned to the aircraft, in order to prevent the black fog in District 13 from leaking out and affecting other areas. All areas connected to District 13 were set up with checkpoints, and no aircraft or vehicles were allowed to enter. But Ming Jinyan's aircraft was different, and he could fly back to Livonia unimpeded. There was also a live broadcast camera on the aircraft, which was originally set up to promote Ming Jinyan's visit to District 13. Ming Jinyan was surprised to find that there was still a signal on the live broadcast. The Jishu Alliance broadcast Ming Jinyan's trip throughout this trip. This live broadcast route followed the Federation satellite route and was not cut off by the Federation. Ming Jinyan knew that although the Federation had cut off all networks in District 13, the administration could still contact the Federation, and it also followed the Federation's special satellite route. In the live broadcast, barrages flew by from time to time. Did something happen in District 13? My friend went to District 13 to play, and I still can't contact him. +1. My boyfriend works in District 13, and I haven't been able to contact him for a long time. Could this guy have cheated on me? Ming Jinyan is in District 13? There shouldn't be anything wrong in District 13. That's right. Ming Jinyan's live broadcast is pretty good here. The Federation has such good public security. How could there be any trouble in District 13? Ming Jinyan's eyes flashed. This may be the only way for them to contact other areas of the Federation. She grabbed the live broadcast light brain and stood up suddenly. Ruanzhu immediately stopped Ming Jinyan. You want to stop me? Ming Jinyan looked at Ruanzhu coldly. Ruanzhu looked solemn. Member, it's not worth it. District 13 is already like this. Your life is the most important. Only if you survive, those third-class citizens in District 13 can be saved. Ming Jinyan looked at Ruanzhu coldly. In half an hour, the energy bomb will fall and blow up the entire District 13. You tell me now, if I leave District 13, there is still hope? Ruanzhu was silent, but she held Ming Jinyan's hand. But she didn't let go. Ruanzhu will always remember the day she decided to help Ming Jinyan. The sky was covered with rain, lonely and desolate. Ming Jian first proposed the idea of abolishing the citizen system in parliament, but was ridiculed by the crowd. Then, she met Wan Zhu. Wan Zhu has never been a person who shares Ming Jian's political views. Wan Zhu has no idea about federal politics. In this corrupt system, she just wants to succeed. Wan Zhu was born in an ordinary family, and can only climb to the position of a congressman's secretary in this life. She has set her sights on Ming Jian. She hopes that Ming Jian's success will drive her success, and allow her family to have a place among the federal nobles. Ming Jian's political views are not important. It is enough for her to succeed. In the past 10 years, Wan Zhu has seriously assisted Ming Jian. And Ming Jian's ideas are her ideas. But that is Ming Jian's idea after all. Wan Zhu's greatest desire in her heart is that Ming Jian can succeed. And the dead can never talk about the word success. Ming Jian sighed. Wan Zhu, I'm sorry. I promised you that I would walk with you to the highest position in the Federation. But today I have to break my promise. You are very good. Even if you didn't meet me, you can succeed. I will write you a letter of recommendation so that you can become the secretary of the next presidential candidate of the Jishu Alliance. But, today, I have to do this. Ming Jian firmly pushed Wan Zhu's hand away. She was not sure whether what she was going to do next would succeed. But there were 10 million lives behind her. So she had to give it a try. Didn't she? Ming Jian grabbed the light computer and walked to the hatch. Before she took a step, Wan Zhu stopped her again. Wan Zhu. Wan Zhu took the light computer from Ming Jian's hand and smiled lightly on her usually serious face. Member, I have been with you for so long. For 10 years. We have been through ups and downs. And we have experienced life and death together to get to where we are today. I, Wan Zhu, really don't have any ideas about politics. But your ideas are my ideas. Since you have made such a choice, I will stand by your side. Member, please let me follow you all the time. Ming Jian paused, and suddenly felt his eyes warm. The network in District 13 was completely disconnected. But the federal network line was still available. At the same time, Zhong Bowen organized the students of the Rift Academy and the executive commissioners who were dying in District 13 to quickly leave District 13. Suddenly, the huge display screen at the airport that was used to display flight routes lit up. Not only that, all the display screens under the jurisdiction of the Federation in the streets and alleys of District 13 lit up, becoming the only strange color in this dilapidated world. And this video was also broadcast live to the Federal Star Network through the optical brain. Zhong Bowen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and hurriedly asked Mo Chung, "Where is Ming Jian's aircraft?" Mo Chung hurriedly reported, "The aircraft is fine." But the pilot was knocked unconscious by Ming Jian and Wan Zhu. In the video, the first video played was the video of the Bishop of the God-Given Society. The Bishop's words group evolution spread throughout the streets and alleys of District 13 and quickly spread within the Star Network. Then, Ming Jian appeared in the video, facing all the people in the Federation. Ming Jian bowed deeply to the camera. "Hello, everyone in District 13, and netizens on the Federation Star Network. I am Ming Jian. I am sorry to tell you that District 13 is facing an unprecedented crisis due to the attack of the evil cult organization. The Black Fog and demons are destroying District 13. And the network of District 13 is paralyzed. People can't transmit the current situation of District 13 to the Federation, let alone ask for help from the Federation. Fortunately, I have a usable line in my hand, which can transmit the news of District 13 in real time. Here, on behalf of the people of District 13, I pray for federal assistance. I will stay in District 13 and wait for federal assistance together with the people of District 13. Chapter 126. Mo Chung stared blankly at Ming Jian on the huge display screen at the airport. It was too late for them to stop him. This sentence had spread throughout District 13 and the Federation Star Network. He opened his mouth. Is Ming Jian's useful? Maybe. Zhong Bowen frowned. She is betting her life on the position of the ruling party of the Jishu Alliance for the next 4 years. As long as the Jishu Alliance can send troops to protect Ming Jian, the next president must be Ming Jian. On the contrary, if Ming Jian dies, the Jishu Alliance will have to be an opposition party for a long time. This is the only solution Ming Jian can think of at the moment. She is a presidential candidate after all, and a presidential candidate with a great chance of winning. The administration came to District 13 to pick up Ming Jinyan, which was also the intention of the Jishu Alliance. Theoretically, even if she loses the votes in District 13, Ming Jinyan's votes are still slightly better than Xing Kong, and her chances of being elected are very high. But now, she chooses to stay in District 13. The Jishu Alliance now has only two choices: send troops to rescue District 13 at all costs. In this way, with the credit of District 13's rescue, no matter how the Democratic Alliance jumps, the next president will be Ming Jinyan. Or give up Ming Jinyan and give up the position of the federal ruling party for the next 4 years or even longer. This is a gamble. Zhong Zhengbowen subconsciously feels that Ming Jinyan's chance of winning is not low. This video has been transmitted to the Star Network, and most people are still willing to support Ming Jinyan. I wondered why I couldn't contact District 13. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in District 13. More than 10 million people. The God-given society is a lunatic. The Federation will definitely send troops to rescue District 13. Right? Of course. Even though they are low-class people, they are still human lives. But there are 24 cracks. And so many demon species. How much money and material resources will it cost? It's all our taxpayers' money. It feels like the Federation's fiscal revenue for a year is not enough to fill this hole. Ah, are they not going to save them? Ming Jinyan came down from the podium, and Wanzhou quickly supported Ming Jinyan. Member, you are very handsome. Wanzhou praised. Whenever the member stood on the podium, he was full of vigor. Wanzhou, it depends on what choice the Jishu Alliance can make next. After all, it is the largest opposition party in the Federation. If they fight hard, they may not lose to the Democratic Alliance. Ming Jinyan did not respond. She did not comment on Wanzhou's opinion. This speech was a bet with the Jishu Alliance, asking for help from District 13 and the Federation. And at the same time, it was a signal to her. Ning is Ming Jinyan's biggest trump card in the incident in District 13. When they arrived at the airport, there were still many people from the administration. Ming Yueshi led the students of the academy and ran to Ming Jinyan. Ming Jinyan's face was serious. Why are you still here? The administration escorted the students of the academy and should have left long ago. We are not leaving. Ming Yueshi took a step back and showed the other students behind him. These are all the psychic superpowers in the academy. The front row is hypnotic and memory superpowers, and the back row is psychic superpowers in other directions. The way the Phantom Rat constructs the demon species mainly relies on fear and imagination. The former can be changed by hypnotic superpowers, and the latter can be deleted by memory superpowers. Ming Yueshi pointed at another group of students. These students are all auxiliary students. They can amplify the abilities of psychics. In this way, even low-level abilities can produce the effects of high-level abilities. Tian Xian added. And the number of high-level demon species is limited. As long as we can delete the images of high-level demon species in the minds of the masses, ordinary people can kill some low-level demon species together. The students looked at Ming Jinyan with a firm gaze. Although our level is low, we have the advantage of numbers. We may not lose this incident in District 13. Ming Jin was speechless. As a mother, she didn't want Ming Yueshi to stay at all. In her eyes, Ming Yueshi would always be a child. However, her child has grown up. Ming Jinyan gently touched Ming Yueshi's head. Okay. We won't leave. We will stay in District 13 together. The students began to try this method of eliminating demon species with psychics as the main force near the airport. The airport is a safe zone built by the administration. There are energy shields inside the airport. Not many demons have been seen yet, but demons are rampant outside the airport. The students' method has some effect. In addition, there are many students. For a time, there are fewer demons near the airport, and those who are dying near the airport are taken to the airport by students. Zhong Zhengbowen ordered Mo Chung. Gather the spiritual power users in the bureau and let them deal with the demons together with the students. Mo Chung was surprised. Boss, the Zhongzheng family is one of the 5 major families of the Democratic Alliance. Are you going to help Ming Jinyan? Zhong Zhengbowen glared at Mo Chung. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Mo Chung smiled slyly and turned to instruct the executive commissioner of the administration. With the help of the administration, the students were able to eliminate the demons much faster. Compared to the students, the commissioners of the administration were more experienced. After knowing the principle of the method, they did not need the guidance of the students, and went to eliminate the demons in groups of several people. The method of changing the minds of the masses is much faster than fighting the demons. The latter is only a temporary solution. Under the ability of the Phantom Rat, humans are constantly afraid, and the demons are naturally endless. The former is a temporary solution. After deleting the memory or hypnosis, the demons will not appear again. The method is very effective. But unfortunately, there are too few people. District 13 is too big. As a former country, it is now one of the 33 states of the Federation. Only students and the superpowers sent to District 13 by the administration cannot solve the problems of District 13. Boom boom boom. There was another explosion in the distance, and 3 more crack energy layers shattered. Mo Chung anxiously reported the situation in District 13. Boss, the black fog has submerged 1/3 of District 13. We have limited equipment to expel the black fog, and the black fog will soon spread to the airport. At the same time, the Zongjung family also contacted Zongjung Bowen. The Jishu Alliance and the Gongan Alliance have reached a consensus and will not rescue District 13. In another 10 minutes, the federal line in District 13 will also be cut off. Come back quickly. There is no time. The energy bomb has been loaded and aimed at District 13. Ming Jinyan lost the bet. Zongjung Bowen hurried to Ming Jinyan. Member, it's too late. Let's go! Ming Jinyan stood in the airport control tower, where the view was excellent, overlooking everything in the airport, and also overlooking the scenery outside the airport. There was a vague silhouette of an aircraft in the sky, approaching District 13. It was an aircraft loaded with energy bombs, and was about to reach District 13. The black fog rolled, and District 13 was wailing everywhere. The aircraft drew an arc in the blue sky, and the tail left a beautiful cloud of smoke. Everyone saw this aircraft, and the true doomsday of District 13. Member, Zongjung Bowen shouted again. Ming Jinyan looked at the aircraft and sighed silently. It's too late. At the airport, the commissioners of the administration who knew the truth were stunned. Are they really going to drop energy bombs? Will it not affect us? It should explode from a place far away from us? No. We have to leave District 13 quickly. Has the Jishu Alliance abandoned Ming Jinyan? Fuck. A bunch of lunatics. Wait. Why do I feel that the aircraft is flying towards us? Those bastards of the Democratic Alliance. Will they start from us? Fuck. It's flying over our heads. I don't want to die yet. The aircraft flew over the airport, and then several missile-like things fell from the cabin. This explosion actually started from the airport. The rolling black fog was close at hand, approaching the edge of the airport, and the bomb that was about to fall made everyone even more panicked. Energy bombs are strategic weapons on Blue Star comparable to nuclear bombs. It can accurately determine the drop area and explosion range, and will not cause radiation and other effects on the area. Therefore, every time the Federation invades another country, the energy bomb is the most practical weapon. It can blow up a park, and it can also blow up a continent. Everyone at the airport was holding their breath. It made no difference whether the energy bombs fell first, or the black fog not far away fell first. They were all dead ends. The energy bombs were about to fall, but the falling area seemed to have shifted a little bit. All the energy bombs fell around the airport. The moment the energy bombs landed, they raised a cloud of dust. The explosion that everyone expected did not happen. After landing, those energy bombs actually absorbed the surrounding black fog like a whirlwind. The black fog that was about to approach the airport was absorbed by the energy bombs at that moment, revealing a large safe area. The aircraft circled over the airport, and Zongjung Mufa jumped off the aircraft. Wow! My newly developed black fog absorbing bomb is very useful. Everyone! Director of the Crack Research Institute? There are people from the institute on this aircraft. After Zongjung Mufa, several more aircraft flew over, throwing black fog absorbing bombs at the ground. All the black fog absorbing bombs fell to the ground and absorbed the black fog crazily. The black fog that was originally spreading and expanding was defeated by these new bombs. That is, Ming Yueshi recognized the logos on the aircraft behind. That is the aircraft of the college. Some students shouted excitedly. Principal Hua is here too. Everyone was ecstatic. Federation. The Federation is here to save us. At that moment, everyone's light brain on the scene made different ringing sounds, and the network that was originally blocked in District 13 was restored, and everyone received the signal from the Federation. At the airport, the huge display screen lit up again. This time, the person on the screen turned into a middle-aged man in a suit. Good afternoon to all the people of the Kini Federation. I am Xing Kong, the current president of the Federation. I deeply regret the disaster in District 13. District 13 is one of the territories of the Federation and an integral part of the Federation. Facing the threat of evil cults, the Federation will never give in. As the president of the Kini Federation, I hereby promise that whether it is District 13 or any state in the Federation, if such danger occurs, the Federation should treat it equally. Even if it takes the whole country's strength, we will save District 13 and every citizen of the Federation. The Federation actually responded positively. I knew it. After all, there are more than 10 million people. How could we not save them? Our country is people-oriented. Xing Kong can't be re-elected after such a big incident while in office. He will probably resign after the incident. It doesn't matter. The Federation is willing to help. District 13 should be fine. Great. My boyfriend is in District 13. I almost thought he was going to get into trouble. I just saw a lot of research institutes and colleges flying towards District 13. It seems that the rescue has begun. Xing Kang's words caused a stir in District 13 and Star Network. The president has spoken, which means District 13 is saved. In the office, Xing Kong finished his speech and the live broadcast ended. At the moment the live broadcast was turned off, the face of Xing Kong, a middle-aged man, turned into a girl. Jiangmi calmly stood up from her seat and took off Xing Kang's large suit jacket. At her feet was Xing Kang's body. Blood was flowing from his head. He died with his eyes open. Jiangmi held a gun and looked at the trembling members of the Democratic Alliance in front of him. Everyone was trembling with fear, lowering their heads, and not daring to breathe. Only Jiangmi sat leisurely on the president's desk, looking at the people in the office. Tell me, who else refuses to save District 13? Next. It's his turn. Chapter 127. District 12 Airport. Zhongjung Bowen looked at Xing Kang's speech on the huge screen at the airport and was silent for a long time. The Zhongjung family is one of the 5 major families in the Federation, and his source of information cannot be wrong. He turned his head to look at Ming Jinyan, but saw that Ming Jinyan was not surprised by Xing Kang's speech at all, and his mouth corners were slightly raised. Zhongjung Bowen frowned. Ming Jinyan sneered. If the Jishu Alliance will fight against the Gongmin Alliance because of me, I will look up to them. But they are just guys who are just sitting around doing nothing. The video of my speech just now was never shown to the people of the Jishu Alliance. Zhongjung Bowen quickly asked. Who was it for? Ming Jinyan. Bowen, you are familiar with her. Why didn't you guess it? Zhongjung Bowen gritted his teeth. Sure Ning. She is indeed yours. Ming Jinyan shook his head. She is not my person. But we just happen to have the same ideals. Sure Ning's methods are a bit radical. But the old guy in the federal high level should also step down. President's office in the federal government building. The office's computer rang one after another, and the members of the Gongmin Alliance trembled. The people in the secretary's office looked at the number on the computer and reported to Jiangmi timidly, yes. It's the Pei family, the Zhongjung family, and the Lu family. They want to contact President Xing and ask why he spoke like that. Jiangmi calmly picked up the laptop and immediately heard a scolding from a family leader on the other side. Who told you to speak like that? Xing Kong. Understand your identity. We can make you president, but we can also easily bring you down. Don't think you. Jiangmi interrupted him. Sorry. I'm not Xing Kong. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ning. The other party choked. Jiangmi glanced at the number on her head, and Ivy announced in her Bluetooth headset. The one who is contacting you is the head of the Pei family. The head of the Pei family pondered the name Ning for 2 seconds, and reacted in an instant. Faceless man? Bingo! Jiangmi snapped his fingers. It's the faceless criminal wanted by your federation. Xing Kong is dead. I killed him. Now I have taken over the president's office. I know you have the army, the federal funds, and the equipment to fight the Black Fog and the demons. I don't have much patience. Heart. Within 2 minutes, I hope that you, the heads of the families, will announce on the Star Network that you will fully support District 12 and do so truthfully. Otherwise, I will go to you. Go to us? The head of the Pei family's face darkened obviously. Sure Ning, you alone want to go against the 5 major families? How do you go against them? Jiangmi's tone was as nonchalant as ever. I just ask you for help. But I am a person with little patience. I will wait for 2 minutes at most. Don't let me down. After speaking, Jiangmi hung up the light brain. Isn't 2 minutes too fast? Chen Rang asked curiously. Even if those families want to prepare, they can't do it so quickly. Su Chen, within 2 minutes. It is too late to send troops to District 12. But it is enough to announce the family's departure on the live broadcast. With their speech, Xiaohua can open a space hole and go directly to District 12. Their actions are not important, but their attitude is important. Ivy, I'm afraid the 5 major families will not do this. The Faceless Man's ability is assessed as 3S level, and they also have 3S superpowers. So, my patience is only 2 minutes. Jiangmi looked at the time on the computer. After 2 minutes, they still didn't take action. So it was our turn. The strongest psychic in the Federation is only 3S level. Jiangmi has not fought against a 3S level psychic. But Su Chen was once a 3S psychic. He said that if Jiangmi fights against a 3S, he will not lose in terms of psychic ability. So Jiangmi has nothing to fear. If he really can't beat him, just let Xiaohua open a space hole in Ru Wei. She has an S-level space. But the 5 major families probably don't. 2 minutes later, the Star Network was still discussing Xing Kang's speech, and the 5 major families did not make any movement. The deterrence of a 20-year-old girl is not threatening enough. Even if it is comparable to a 3S, the 5 major families are still unmoved. Jiangmi looked at the time on the optical brain. Then the first step is to let the military and political go to District 12 to help. Pei's old house. Grandpa Pei sat upright, surrounded by bodyguards from the family, all wearing black combat uniforms, with an aura that cannot be ignored. The subordinate reported, all S-level people in the family have been summoned, and Jitu is on the way. Grandpa Pei, where is Xixian? The subordinate paused, after confirming that several main players of the national team had defected. He and the kid from the Jiang family went to District 12. Idiot! Grandpa Pei leaned heavily on his crutches. At this time, why go to District 12? Grandpa Pei couldn't help but think of Pei's father. Compared with Pei Jixian, Pei's father was obviously worse. He spent his days in debauchery and drunkenness on women's beds, and didn't care about family affairs at all. The only use he had for the family was that he gave birth to Pei Jixian, who could awaken SS-level abilities. Pei Jixian was much more useful than his father, but he seemed to have inherited too many of his traits, and was just as uncontrollable. Don't worry, Patriarch. His subordinates comforted him. Among the 5 major families, only the Lu family has 3 S-level psychics. After that, our family is still the strongest, with 2 SS-level psychics. Even if the Faceless Man really wants to settle accounts with the 5 major families, he will never find us. Before he finished speaking, there was a heart-wrenching scream from the guards outside. The S-level people in the room immediately tensed up and stared outside. Old Master Pei also stood up suddenly. His hunchback seemed to be straightened, and he looked outside in horror. The Faceless Man is coming. The Pei family manor was already a bloody storm. There are many psychics under the Pei family, but only some of them are in Livonia. Today, all of them gathered in the Pei family manor. Nearly 10 S-level psychics surrounded Jiangmi. In addition to S-level psychics, there are countless A-level psychics. Mr. Pei doesn't believe that such a powerful fighting force can't stop the Faceless Man. However, all the psychics rushed forward and couldn't catch the Faceless Man. Those attacks clearly fell on the Faceless Man accurately. But the next second, the Faceless Man appeared in another place. Jiangmi has many superpowers. Even if her attacking superpowers are not strong, she has perception fraud and precognition, which can make her invincible. Not to mention that there is an inconspicuous superpower labeling, which allows Jiangmi to see the opponent's superpowers in advance and prepare in advance. Under heavy siege, Jiangmi defeated many superpowers with overwhelming force. With a shrinking the earth into a ruler, she broke through all the siege, entered the inner hall, and stood in front of Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei's eyes widened. Perhaps it has been too long since he felt such a shocking threat. This time, Jiangmi did not bring a gun, but transformed into a fallen angel of the mythical beast species, with black wings spread out behind her. Each black feather has been hardened at the SS level, pointing at everyone who blocked her way. Jiangmi looked at Mr. Pei and said casually, I only ask you one thing. Throwing energy bombs at District 12. Did you vote in favor? Mr. Pei's body was shaking. But after all, he had lived for 70 or 80 years, and had eaten more salt than Jiangmi had eaten rice. At this moment, he still suppressed his inner fear and looked at Jiangmi firmly. So what? Little girl. Don't be too arrogant. The Pei family will not. Countless black wings flew out at the same time, piercing Mr. Pei into a sieve. Old Master Pei stared at Jiangmi, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. And finally, he could no longer stand and fell to the ground. At the moment he fell to the ground, a strong pressure came from behind Jiangmi. The superpowers made way, and Pei Jitsu rushed into the hall. Colonel Pei is back. Colonel Pei is back. The Pei family members shouted when they saw Pei Jitsu. If the death of old Master Pei just now represented despair, then the appearance of Pei Jitsu represented new hope. A group of S levels could not fight against the faceless man. But with the SS level superpower, everything was different. Pei Jitsu immediately attacked the faceless man. Rewind was not an offensive superpower. Like Jiangmi, he did not have a very strong attack power. But Rewind could reverse everything, including attack and the release of superpowers. For the first time, Jiangmi discovered that perception fraud was useless. Her perception fraud had just been used when Pei Jitsu used Rewind to reverse it, turning it into an unused state. The same was true for Jiangmi's attack. The attacks of earth cones and vines were fine, and reversing them would not cause any harm to her. But if she used fire powers and the black feathers of the fallen angel to attack Pei Jitsu, he would reverse and counterattack. All powers that act on the opponent can be reversed by Rewind. On the contrary, powers such as precognition and hardening that act on the power user themselves are immune to Rewind. But as long as it is an offensive power, it acts on the opponent. So Jiangmi can't hurt Pei Jitsu. Countless Pei family members at the scene were excited, as if they saw the dawn of victory. Colonel, the faceless man killed Mr. Pei. We can't let her go. Yes, we must not let her go. The voices around him were getting louder and louder. These people were excited, with dissatisfaction with the faceless man and the expectation of turning defeat into victory. Pei Jitsu also stared at Jiangmi. He was a member of the Pei family, so he should be united with the Pei family. Jiangmi used Sherning's face. He once admired Sherning very much. But they were not the same kind of people after all. The enemy of the Pei family was the enemy of Pei Jitsu. Jiangmi was not nervous, although she could not break through the S-level defense line to kill Pei Jitsu. Pei Jitsu also hurt her. Under hardening, firearms were useless to Jiangmi. When his consciousness returned, Jiangmi saw the future 1 minute later. The Pei family ordered people to quietly surround the old house, use the supernatural power blocker, and then use firearms to kill Jiangmi. This is definitely a good idea when encountering a high-level superpower that cannot be dealt with. The superpower shield is an excellent weapon. Jiangmi has used this thing to turn defeat into victory many times. Now the Federation has also learned to be smart and use this thing to deal with Jiangmi. However, while the Pei family was setting up the superpower shielding stick, Jiangmi shrinking the earth to a ruler appeared in front of Pei Jitsu. Pei Jitsu's eyes widened, and he immediately used Rewind to block, worried that Jiangmi would suddenly use some attack. Unexpectedly, Jiangmi just left a sentence. Colonel, do you like the Mr. Ding I gave you at the beginning? He is the real murderer who killed your fiancée. Pei Jitsu looked at Jiangmi fiercely. Did you tell Jixian about this? Jiangmi, of course. Although I asked Pei Jixian not to tell you. I think he will tell you. This is extremely important news for Pei Jitsu. And it is also a thorn buried deep in his heart. A thorn. He has a grudge against the Pei family. When he caught Mr. Ding, regardless of whether it was Mr. Ding who really hurt his fiancée. In short, his only request was to let Mr. Ding be sentenced to death. As one of the 5 major families, the Pei family was clearly capable of doing this. But they sold the face of the Fong family and saved Mr. Ding's life. Even now Pei Jitsu knew that the man was not the real murderer of his fiancée. But what if he had caught Mr. Ding number 3 back then? The Pei family would still protect number 3 and would not care about him. If the faceless man had not appeared, Pei Jitsu might have ignored this needle forever. But today Jiangmi appeared, and the depth of the needle piercing his heart was increased. The surrounding Pei family members were ready. As long as the supernatural shielding stick was turned on, the faceless man would be trapped and they could study him at will. Just when they were about to activate the supernatural shielding stick, Pei Jitsu suddenly used Rewind, and countless supernatural shielding sticks that had been inserted into the ground flew out again. Pei Jitsu. Mr. Pei's men cursed. Do you know what you are doing? Bang! Pei Jitsu raised his gun, without even looking, and blew off his men's heads. All the Pei family members were stunned. At this moment, they grabbed their weapons and stared at the two people in the encirclement, not knowing what to do. Pei Jitsu looked at Jiangmi. I owe you a favor. I will repay you today. Go ahead. The Pei family won't stop you. Jiangmi shrugged. They can't hurt me. Pei Jitsu. This can't be considered a favor. Pei Jitsu. Then what do you want? Let me send troops to District 12. Although I am a military and political colonel, the military and political affairs are truly controlled by the family. I don't have this ability. Jiangmi, you didn't have it before. But now that Mr. Pei is dead, you are the head of the Pei family. You do? Pei Jitsu was stunned and looked at Jiangmi in disbelief. Chapter 128. Pei Jitsu once imagined himself becoming the head of the Pei family for a short period of time. At that time, Pei Jitsu had not taken the golden blood yet, and he was the only SS level in the family, even if he was a side branch. But after Pei Jishian took the golden blood and awakened to become an SS level superpower, countless people praised and congratulated him. After all, he was the blood of the main family of the Pei family, and Pei Jishian should have such ability. And Pei Jitsu, who was once favored by everyone, also fell to the position of a retainer and could never become the head of the family. Pei Jitsu was lost for a while, and finally let it go. It was not his in the first place, so there was no need to force it. But today, when Cherning mentioned it like this, Pei Jitsu's heart was eager to move. He felt that he was no worse than Pei Jishian. But one was from the main family, and the other was from a side family. Why could Pei Jishian be the heir to the family head? But he couldn't. I thought that you would have a better relationship with Jishian. Pei Jitsu wondered. You should support him anyway. Jiangmi felt that Pei Jitsu had probably misunderstood. I'm not interested in the internal fighting and power struggles in your Pei family, and I don't want to support anyone. But the Pei family needs a family head. Of course, it would be fine to find Pei Jishian and bring him back to be the family head. But Pei Jishian and Mr. Pei have no grudges. After all, they are still grandfather and grandson, and he will probably seek revenge on Jiangmi. From this point of view, it is more cost-effective to cooperate with Pei Jitsu. Pei Jitsu also thought of this and didn't ask any more questions. Don't worry. As the head of the Pei family, I will send people to support District 13 immediately. As for the scene, will there be anyone who opposes? If there is, then just kill them. The head of the Pei family died. The first heir was not there and could not be contacted in District 13. Pei Jitsu was the second heir, and it was natural for him to be the head of the family. Xiaohua opened the space hole, and Jiangmi returned to the president's office. If the congressmen still had some hope in their hearts just now, begging the people of the 5 major families to kill Jiangmi so that they could be rescued. But after seeing the body of Mr. Pei, their hopes were dashed. Jiangmi asked Ivy to pass the screen of Mr. Pei's death to the heads of all the remaining families. A few minutes later, including Pei Jitsu, the Zongjing family, the Lu family, and the Yun family all live broadcast and promised to the people to support District 13. Now, only the Fong family is left, the secretary reported tremblingly. Mr. Fong came to the government building. Just at the door, Jiangmi came to the meeting room and saw Fong Wenjing. Still the vicissitudes of life. But he was a powerful person who held the fate of the entire federation. The vest was almost completely off, and Jiangmi was too lazy to play Tai Chi with the other party. Fong Xuanzhou? Sister. Fong Wenjing smiled. You can recognize me like this. It can't be considered recognition. Jiangmi was just randomly tricking the other party. But she didn't expect to guess it right. She looked up and down at Fong Wenjing. Fong Wenjing's heart was empty, without any superpower label. Jiangmi remembered that when she met Fong Xuanzhou in the underwater base before, he didn't have a superpower label on him. The absence of a superpower label only means that this body has no superpowers. But it doesn't mean that they are not affected by superpowers. Is it possession? Or clone? Jiangmi had checked the relevant information about superpowers. Similar superpowers have appeared in history. Fong Wenjing and Fong Xuanzhou. There are no superpower labels on their bodies, which means they are not the real bodies. Sister, hundreds of years have passed, and you are still the same as before. Fong Wenjing stretched out her hand, as if to touch Jiangmi. Su Qin was quick and opened Fong Wenjing's hand with a book. The most likely way for possession-type superpowers is contact. This is also the reason why SS-level superpowers or near-SS-level superpowers use mental power or magic power to attach to the surface of the body to protect themselves. Many auxiliary superpowers on Blue Star work through contact. Fang Wenjing was startled for a moment and looked at Su Chen suspiciously. After seeing his blue eyes, Fang Wenjing suddenly realized. Cheng Yi. Long time no see. 8 years. Not that long. Su Chen looked at Fang Wenjing coldly. Is my ability useful? Of course. Fang Wenjing admired it. After all, it is a 3S level ability. I thought you were dead. Su Chen, you are lucky. Su Chen stood beside Jiang Mi and reminded her in a low voice. Don't touch Fang Wenjing. Doppelganger can possess the other party by contact. Even if it is not the original body. Once possessed, you will lose your self-awareness. Jiang Mi frowned. In this case, it would be difficult to defend. And she still had to use magic to protect her body in real time. Su Chen looked at Fang Wenjing. You used this to transplant my superpowers. Didn't you? Fang Wenjing sneered. So what? But sister is different. I won't hurt sister. Jiang Mi didn't comment on Fang Wenjing's words. Didn't you delete my memory? Fang Wenjing, the memory of Doomsday is so bad. Sister, I'm helping you. Jiang Mi suddenly realized, with a hint of sneer in his eyes. Is it because Doomsday's memory is bad? Or you have also possessed me? And there are gaps in my memory. You are worried that I will guess that there is a problem later. So you simply deleted all my memories? Jiang Mi had always wondered why she deleted this memory of Doomsday. In this memory, she must have discovered something important about Fang Xuanzhou. Now it seems that it is very likely his ability. But Fang Wenjing did not admit it. You are my sister. How could I do this to you? Jiang Mi looked at Fang Wenjing. His old eyes. The pupils were dark and bright. But the whites of his eyes were dirty. As if it was the alternation of good and evil. A mixture of black and white. Jiang Mi suddenly had a bolder idea. Frowning even deeper. Let me think about it. That memory should not just let me guess your ability. It's not worth you deleting my memory. Jiang Mi looked at Fang Wenjing fiercely. His eyes full of disbelief. How did your parents die? Were they really contaminated by the black fog? Even if it was the end of the world. Jiang Mi firmly believed that even if her biological parents came to her, she would probably not agree to donate bone marrow at that time. But if they were dying, Jiang Mi would be moved. Jiang Mi knew herself too well. And she felt that Fang Xuanzhou also knew her well. Fang Wenjing looked at her leisurely. Only if they died. You would be willing to save me. Sister, we are blood relatives. It's because they are partial to you that you have a grudge against me. As long as they are gone, can't we live well? Jiang Mi felt a chill on her back. And her limbs were trembling. Crazy. She and her biological parents only met once and had no feelings for each other. But Fang Xuanzhou was different. When Jiang Mi left the hospital, she heard that her parents had almost lost everything to treat Fang Wenjing. But Fang Xuanzhou still attacked them. The people who came to the human base of Huaqing University to look for Jiang Mi were probably not her biological parents, but Fang Xuanzhou. And the one who was willing to go to another base to treat Fang Xuanzhou at that time was probably not Jiang Mi, but Jiang Mi, who was possessed by Fang Xuanzhou. Jiang Mi had dealt with the cube many times, and she knew Fang Xuanzhou's methods clearly. This was the safest way to treat herself. The memory of the possessed person can be explored. And because the clone and the original body are common, all the memories of the person can be seen. Jiang Mi awakened instantly, and countless vines came out from behind. Shackled Fang Wenjing fiercely. Chen Rang, go check Fang Wenjing's memory. Physical contact will cause Fang Wenjing to possess Chen Rang. But as long as he is knocked out, most of the unconscious superpowers cannot use their abilities. Another vine has already clenched into a fist and smashed towards Fang Wenjing. But before the vine formed into a fist touches Fang Wenjing, blood seeps from the corner of Fang Wenjing's mouth. Chen Rang quickly braked, and Jiang Mi's vines also stopped in the air. Su Chen, he took poison. The moment he arrived at the government building, Fang Wenjing didn't think about leaving alive. He looked at Jiang Mi, with a smile on his lips. Sister, although you know everything, I still can't let you see my memory. Let's leave it like this today. I will help you with the matter of District 13. When things are over, I will tell you the secrets of this world. The secret of this world? Jiang Mi looked at Fang Wenjing in confusion. Yes, it is this world. Us, and the God-given society. The ultimate goal is to do this. After saying that, Fang Wenjing lost his breath and fell to the ground unconscious. Chen Rang probed Fang Wenjing's memory and shook his head at Jiangmi. It's a blank. The airport in District 13 is still in panic. Zhongzheng Mufal led the research institute to rescue. But it was a drop in the bucket. Only the federal government could send troops and equipment to save this crisis. But it will take some time to transport the troops and equipment from all over the Federation. The bishop had thought about this. He had thought that the Federation would come to rescue. But even if they did, it would be too late. The black fog spread very quickly. At this time, the energy layers of the 24 cracks had been completely shattered. People kept fleeing and running towards the safe area. But the area without black fog was constantly decreasing. In another hour, it would completely submerge District 13. In 1 hour, it is impossible to reach District 13 from Livonia. How can it be in time? The bishop was very proud. At this time, the space suddenly opened up a huge hole. And dozens of space holes, as big as cracks, appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Ha is only an S-level demon species, and can only control one space hole at the same time. It is now in its prototype state. The 4-meter-tall giant wolf proudly raised its wolf head, and on it sat a white-haired elder, Hua Yunzhang. Xiao Ha's S-level ability was upgraded to SS level, so he could easily control so many space holes, and a steady stream of troops. Researchers, psychics, materials and equipment were all sent to District 13. The students at the airport were very excited. The iconic space wolf must be the faceless man. When it was a dog before, they petted it at school. Ning. It's Ning who came to help us. I wondered why the Federation suddenly changed its attitude. It turned out that Sister Ning was secretly doing something. Ha! You are worthy of Sister Ning. Sister Ning still remembers us. Star Network also said that Sister Ning is the faceless man and a bad person. Nonsense! How could Sister Ning be a bad person? Chapter 129. After receiving the supplies, the troops on the scene were divided into 3 groups. Zhongzheng Bowen led the Administration Bureau, the Research Institute, and the students of the Crack Academy to close the crack energy layer. In the past, the cracks were under the jurisdiction of the Administration Bureau, and they were more familiar with this part. The military and political department dealt with the demons and monsters and protected the scattered people. The location of the phantom rats was unknown. The monsters were rampant in District 12. Even if they could not cure the symptoms, they had to cure the root cause. The last group was the national team, led by Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai, who led all the S-level psychics on the scene to hunt down the bishop and the fugitives of the God-giving society. If Chen Xianyu died, could the brainwashed psychics recover? Pei Jixian asked Zhongzheng Mufa. It was a very tricky thing to get Chen Xianyu to withdraw his hypnosis, but it would be much more convenient if he could be killed directly. Yes, Zhongzheng Mufa replied. Also, the demons keep appearing, and the military and political forces can't kill them all. You are bringing the elites of the Federation, and the bishop is secondary. Huanchu and Chen Xianyu must die. As for how to find this group of people, it is not difficult for the Federation. The Federation has tracking psychics. As long as he has contacted a psychic, he can always know the location of the other party. God's gift base, their place is secret, and the black fog has not yet covered it. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the bishop saw a steady stream of troops coming to District 12 through the space hole. If there is enough time and enough combat power, then saving District 12 is only a matter of time. The bishop once expected that District 12 would be fully covered and the people in District 12 would all evolve. But now the result is that the energy layer is completely broken. But the population density in the area where the crack is located is very low, and the Federation will not allow there to be drama titles nearby. Besides, people are not made of wood. Of course, they will flee when they see the black fog coming. If the Federation really blocks all energy layers, the group evolution plan of District 12 will fail. The bishop gritted his teeth in anger. How could the Federation take action? How could it be possible? It must be the faceless man. Yi Tongchen replied coldly. I have seen Xing Kong. He speaks with a slight accent. The man on the screen before was not Xing Kong. Xingji? The bishop's first reaction was Yao Qian. But he soon realized that the faceless man was not Yao Qian, but Ning. The bishop gritted his teeth again, his face even more embarrassed. It's her again! Whether it's kidnapping Ming Yueshi or assassinating Ming Jinyan, She ruined his plans twice or 4 times. Why is this person so lingering? The bishop's face turned pale. But this is not the end. After a while, his subordinates hurried to report that the national team has come. The bishop was shocked. So fast? Yi Tongchen's face was cold. They have tracking psychics. We have too many people from the Federation. They may track us based on these signals. To let the psychics of the Federation rebel is a good thing to some extent. But to some extent, it helps the Federation. Ji Linglan stood up calmly. I have counted the psychics of most people in the Federation. As long as you know their abilities, there is nothing to be afraid of. Word Spirit, the ultimate killer of blocking psychics. Many psychics of the Federation have rushed to the base of the God-given society. The one in the front is Pei Zhixian, who controls gravity, and Jiang Xiaobai, who has metal control, next to him. When they were about to enter the God-granted meeting area, Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai immediately braked. Ji Linglan's eyes flashed, and she took a step forward. She was about to use Word Spirit to block gravity and metal control, when suddenly, a dark ball of light appeared from behind Pei Zhixian, expanding from the center of the circle where the Federation superpowers were, and instantly covered the entire area of the God's Gift Association base. Ji Linglan's voice disappeared before she had said half of her words. In all areas covered by the black ball of light, the sound was ineffective. Auxiliary A-level superpower silence. Ji Linglan was at a loss. She tried her best to make a sound, but no matter how hard she tried, no matter how she destroyed the space, no sound came out. Then, a piece of metal flew over and tightly shackled Ji Linglan's mouth. She could no longer speak. Ji Linglan looked at Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai fiercely. She couldn't imagine that the Federation had prepared a silent superpower, and she couldn't imagine that Jiang Xiaobai had already figured out a way to block her ability. Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai did not explain. In fact, neither silence nor the use of metal pieces to block Ji Linglan's ability was aimed at her. To be precise, the two were targeting the Faceless Man. In the 1 versus 5 match at the 109th crack, the national team witnessed the strength of the Faceless Man. If they were to face each other again, the Faceless Man could still steal Linglan's ability to fight against them. Therefore, sealing the opponent's mouth with a metal piece and using silence to eliminate all sounds were the two's backup. However, this backup was not used on the Faceless Man, but on Ji Linglan. Ji Linglan could not block the supernatural power, and the situation was one-sidedly in favor of the Federation. The bishop shouted, Yi Tongchen, protect Xianyu and leave. If Chen Xianyu died, the advantage of the God-given society would be completely gone. The two sides started a melee. After all, it was the territory of the God-given society. The bishop and others quickly slipped away, and the remaining S-level rebels rushed forward to attack the Federation's superpowers. Pei Zhixian controlled gravity and quickly caught up with the bishop. But before he rushed to him, suddenly, a muscular man blocked him. Pei Zhixian heard about this man from Zhongzheng Bowen. He was also there when the administration first encircled the God-given society. He is an SS-level superpower. The bishop and the elder hurried to the basement. The Phantom Mouse was locked in the basement. The entire basement floor was opened up, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. And the Phantom Mouse was in the basement, continuously outputting superpowers at a high intensity, constantly creating demon species and monsters. It was also a consumption for it. The little thing has now lost its mind, and is lying on the ground in a daze. Now it's your turn. The bishop looked at the elder. The two walked straight into the basement, without wearing black fog blockers. They are all evolvers, so they are not afraid of the black fog. The elder looked determined, and walked to the side of the Phantom Mouse without hesitation. On the ground of the God's Gift base, the psychic with the ability of perspective opened the perspective to the basement, allowing Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai to see the situation in the basement while fighting against the SS-level psychic. The SS-level psychic of the God's Gift is powerful environment control, which can control the changes in the surrounding environment, including temperature, humidity, air pressure, etc. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the change is, the physical rules cannot be ignored. This is a very auxiliary ability. Facing Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai, two attacking psychics, the environment control psychic has already fallen behind. Pei Zhixian glanced at the situation in the basement. What are they doing? The clairvoyant didn't know either, as he was not familiar with superpowers. There was a superpower materialization superpower who saw the situation in the basement, and her expression suddenly changed. she shouted to Pei Jishian. That elder is a sacrificial superpower. He can make his superpower effect last for a long time by sacrificing superpowers. Stop him. Theoretically, when a superpower dies, all his superpowers will disappear or end. But if he is sacrificed, the superpower will last for a long time. And the duration depends on the level of the sacrificing superpower. The same is true for demon species. Pei Jishian knew that the elder was not an S level, but at least an A level psychic. That means that after he sacrificed the magic mouse, the magic mouse's mirror flower and water moon could last for a year in District 12. It's broken. Pei Jishian reacted and slammed a gravity field at the environment control psychic. We can't waste time here with this SS level. He is here to delay us. Blood seeped from the corner of the environment control psychic's mouth. His goal was to hold back Pei Jishian and Jiang Xiaobai. As long as the magic mouse was sacrificed successfully, their plan would be half successful. Pei Jishian and Jiang Xiaobai attacked the environment control psychic fiercely. But the other party was ready to die and stop the two at all costs. Pei Jishian gritted his teeth, ignored the obstacles of the environment, and rushed to the environment control psychic like crazy. His face was filled with anger, and his 5 fingers tightly pinched the environment control psychic's neck. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. The temperature reached hundreds of degrees, and the strong air pressure pressed on the two. Pei Jishian, who was once elegant, now had skin that quickly dried and withered, and his whole body was covered with terrifying blisters. But the environment control psychic was not affected, but was pinched by Pei Jishian and could not breathe. SS level confrontation. Who will die first? The environment control psychic smiled triumphantly, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Finally, with a click, the environment over control psychic lost his breath. Pei Jishian quickly put on the black fog barrier and prepared to rush to the basement. The perspective psychic sighed. It's too late. The sacrifice is complete. At this moment, the basement. Jiang Xiaobai had already put on the black fog barrier and rushed to the basement before Pei Jishian fought against the SS level psychic. His metal piece also accurately penetrated the body of the sacrificing psychic. However, the sacrifice was successful. The phantom mouse completely lost its breath and lost its second life. No golden blood was precipitated because its golden blood was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by mirror flower water moon that swept across the entire 12th district, causing all the concrete monsters to tremble. The sacrifice mirror flower water moon is completely formed. For the whole year to come, District 12 will be shrouded in mirror flower water moon. Blood gushed out from the elder's neck, and blood gushed out of his mouth continuously, staining his white gown red. But he was still proud, and looked at Jiang Xiaobai, who rushed to the basement. Everything is God's will. District 12 is no longer saved. Through the perspective screen, everyone in the God-given base saw the successful sacrifice. Even if the administration successfully closed the energy layer of the crack, the fear of mankind continued, and demon species, monsters, and unknown monsters would continue to appear. District 12 is destined to become a dead city. Ji Linglan also saw this scene. She giggled, in order to pry open the metal sheet that Jiang Xiaobai shackled on her mouth. She kept pinching the metal sheet with her fingers. Her cheeks and fingers were already bloody. She couldn't speak, but her expression was obviously proud. God succeeded. So what if the Federation came to the rescue? Luck is once again in God's hands. Chapter 130. In the rescue plan for District 13, the national team wanted to kill Huanshu and Chen Xianyu. Now Huanshu is dead, and only Chen Xianyu is left. This is the theory. But Pei Jishian soon realized that Chen Xianyu cannot die. District 13 has been shrouded in mirror flower water moon, which is an unchangeable fact. Unless there is a 3S level invalidation ability, it is impossible to change the effect of mirror flower water moon, let alone 3S level invalidation. The Federation does not even have an S level invalidation ability. Now the only way to save District 13 from the rampage of monsters is Chen Xianyu. Let Chen Xianyu evolve to 3S level under the blessing of Hua Yunzhang, and then collectively delete the fear in everyone's mind, and the monster will disappear. Of course, Word Spirit is also one of the abilities that can invalidate Mirror Flower Water Moon. But unfortunately, Ji Linglan's level is not enough. Even if Hua Yunzhang helps her evolve, it will not work. So, only Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu cannot die. Jiang Xiaobai chased the bishop out of the basement and came to the ground. The bishop quickly hid behind Chen Xianyu and Yi Tongchen waved the thunder whip to protect the two. Other psychics in the Federation also realized the importance of Qin Xianyu and changed their killing to capture alive. Qin Xianyu originally had auxiliary psychics and had no advantage in the battle. Under heavy attacks, she and Yi Tongchen began to be powerless and had mottled wounds on their bodies. Ji Linglong was very worried. She already knew everyone's psychic powers. A-level silent psychics also fainted because they consumed a lot of mental power. Now as long as she concealed the psychic powers of the Federation, the God's gift will be able to turn defeat into victory. Ji Linglong desperately pulled at the metal sheet on her face. Her mouth was torn and bleeding. In order to dig out the metal sheet, Ji Linglong actually grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into her cheek. Jiang Xiaobai was horrified and immediately stepped forward to stop Ji Linglong. But the belief of the God-given society was deeply rooted in her heart. Before the school started, the national team carried out the mission together. Ji Linglong and Qin Xianyu had been together for 2 years, and the hypnotic mark on her body was very deep. Even though Jiang Xiaobai handcuffed Ji Linglong's hands and feet with metal plates, Ji Linglong still did not give up and kept hurting herself to save the God-given society. A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. Qin Xianyu could not take the initiative to delete the hypnotic mark in Ji Linglong's mind. The only way to save Linglong was to let Qin Xianyu die. As for the lives of the people in District 13, what did that have to do with Jiang Xiaobai? Jiang Xiaobai vaguely felt that he, like his father, was a violent person in his bones. He joined the national team only because Ji Linglong was there. In his heart, only Linglong was important. If only Qin Xianyu dies, Ji Linglong can live. Then Qin Xianyu must die. The metal cone flew up suddenly, and this time it was no longer aimed at Qin Xianyu's limbs, but her heart. The metal cone as thick as a wrist was enough to shatter a human heart. Under Jiang Xiaobai's control, it stabbed Qin Xianyu without hesitation. The people around didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to kill, and even Yi Tongchen didn't expect it. The metal cone stabbed Ji Linglong fiercely, but it still deviated slightly and brushed Qin Xianyu's armpit. Qin Xianyu's arm and chest were immediately covered with blood. This was Qin Xianyu's use of hypnosis to deceive Jiang Xiaobai's perception, which slightly confused his attack aim. But hypnosis is not perception fraud after all. It can only change to this extent. Pei Zhixian led people to besiege Yi Tongchen and others, and was horrified when he saw this. He realized that Jiang Xiaobai had the intention to kill Qin Xianyu this time. Xiaobai, Xianyu can't die. Now only she can save District 13. What about Linglong? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were sinister. If she doesn't die, who will save Linglong? Only if she dies, Linglong can be free. Countless metal cones floated into the air, along with various firearms and equipment scattered on the ground, all aimed at Qin Xianyu. Jiang Xiaobai was furious. His eyes turned bloody red, and this kind of fury was enough to make him exert the greatest power of S level. The bishop's face changed suddenly when he saw those weapons. Originally, because Pei Zhixian wanted to save Qin Xianyu's life, they could barely breathe. But now, this only advantage was gone. Jiang Xiaobai ignored Pei Zhixian's orders, and the metal cones and firearms were instantly inspired. If Linglong is awake, she won't be happy. Pei Zhixian finally roared. He knew that he couldn't stop Jiang Xiaobai. He only hoped that Ji Linglong's existence could restore even a little bit of rationality in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. This sentence really worked. At the moment when Pei Zhixian roared, all of Jiang Xiaobai's attacks were slightly changed and aimed at the bishop. He was his last rationality. If he couldn't kill Qin Xianyu, he had to kill the bishop at least. The bishop had excellent perception. When he saw the guns and metal cones aimed at him, he pulled Qin Xianyu without hesitation and let her stand in front of him. Everyone. If Qin Xianyu died, even if all the rebellious superpowers could regain their sanity, District 13 would be finished. Jiang Xiaobai also realized this. But it was too late. He used all his mental power to launch countless metal cones and guns. His mental power was almost gone. Even if he tried harder, he couldn't pull back those metal cones that had left the string. All the metal cones and bullets fell, and Qin Xianyu would definitely die. Qin Xianyu was also desperate. She once thought that she and the bishop were family. She was an orphan since she was a child, because she was a third-class citizen. No matter how well-behaved she was, she could not be adopted. Which family would want a child who was destined to enter the crack? At the age of 18, Qin Xianyu awakened in the 104th crack and became an SS-level superpower. The bishop found her and told her that he would give her a home and love her forever. After that, the bishop really cared about her and loved her. Qin Xianyu always thought that the bishop's affection for her was real. And this sincere affection is that when she was dying, she was blocked by the bishop and used as a scapegoat. The metal cones kept approaching, and tears fell from the corners of Qin Xianyu's eyes. She closed her eyes in despair, and the epiphany at that moment made her accept the ending of death. But the attack did not fall. Even though she heard the whizzing sounds of countless metal cones and guns, no attack fell on Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu only felt that she was being hugged, and it felt very warm, with a little bloody smell on the tip of her nose. She opened her eyes and saw Ji Linglan hugging her tightly, while her back was stabbed into a sieve. The incident happened too quickly. No one expected that Ji Linglan would rush out to protect Qin Xianyu at the last moment. The superpowers of the Federation and the God-given society were all stunned on the spot. The bishop was the first to react, and he quickly left the scene with a wall-penetrating superpower. By the time the remaining superpowers reacted, the rebels were leaderless. Pei Zhixian had no Qin Xianyu to check and balance, and the gravity field pressed everyone to the point of suffocation. The goddess of luck stood on the side of the Federation this time, but Ji Linglan was in pieces. Her breathing became weak, and she fell into Qin Xianyu's arms. Jiang Xiaobai finally removed the metal piece from her body, but she was too weak to speak. Qin Xianyu's face was covered in blood, and she didn't react until this moment. Why was it Ji Linglan who came to save her? How could it be Ji Linglan? Qin Xianyu never liked Ji Linglan. In the past, she was surrounded by orphans, and everyone's life was very difficult. So Qin Xianyu always thought that people were born to suffer. But after meeting Ji Linglan, she realized that people are different. She envied Ji Linglan for her noble birth, a beautiful family, a childhood sweetheart like Jiang Xiaobai, and close friends like Pei Zhixian and Yi Tongchen. And she has always been alone. Even if she hypnotized the Qin family and entered the national team as the daughter of the Qin family, Qin Xianyu was still the marginalized person. But Ji Linglan was different. It turns out that someone can have everyone's love since birth. So Qin Xianyu hypnotized Yi Tongchen. She hoped that Yi Tongchen could like her as much as Jiang Xiaobai liked Ji Linglan. Yi Tongchen's love for Qin Xianyu has always been fake. But Jiang Xiaobai's feelings for Ji Linglan have always been real. She is really jealous of Ji Linglan. And now, the woman she envied and hated the most has protected her life. And the relatives she cared about have long since fled. Qin Xianyu hugged Ji Linglan and burst into tears. Why? Why? The healing psychic quickly stepped forward and wanted to heal Ji Linglan. But he was only an A-level healing psychic, and Ji Linglan's injuries were too severe. She was pierced all over, and her heart was broken. Jiang Xiaobai trembled all over. He knelt in front of Ji Linglan, and took Ji Linglan back from Qin Xianyu's arms. Anyone can die. Why Linglan? Why Linglan? Qin Xianyu's face was covered with blood and tears. I'm sorry. Get lost. Jiang Xiaobai pushed Qin Xianyu away. He wanted to cut Qin Xianyu into pieces, but she was worried that Linglan would protect her again. If she hadn't been implanted with instructions like protect you, how could Linglan be like this? Are you satisfied now? Jiang Xiaobai roared hysterically. Qin Xianyu was speechless, just crying with red eyes. A space hole suddenly appeared next to him, and a huge space demon wolf came out of the space hole, along with Jiangmi, Hua Yunzhang, and Yu Qi. Jiangmi glanced at the seriously injured Ji Linglan, his expression solemn. Yu Qi, save people quickly. Yu Qi nodded, and with the help of Hua Yunzhang, his medical skills evolved into SS-level abilities, and he immediately treated Ji Linglan. SS-level superpowers. If it's SS-level superpowers, Linglan must be saved. A glimmer of desire finally appeared in Jiang Xiaobai's violent eyes. No one was going to investigate whether Jiangmi was a faceless man anymore. Now the situation of Ji Linglan in District 13 was even more urgent. Yu Qi used his superpowers to create a healing light ball, covering Ji Linglan's whole body. But even so, his brows were furrowed deeper and deeper, and his back was covered with cold sweat. He shook his head. Linglan is too seriously injured. I can't save her. Now Principal Hua and I can only maintain her life. Once our abilities are withdrawn, she will die. What Yu Qi didn't say was that Ji Linglan was actually dead now. One of her feet stepped into the gate of hell. All the efforts of Yu Qi and Hua Yunzhang only slowed her down. The decline of death was already inevitable. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were stained with scarlet. and he unconsciously grabbed the dagger on the ground. Fortunately, his mental power had been exhausted, and Pei Zhixian quickly knocked his dagger away and restrained his arms. Sorry, but Xian Yu can't die. Jiangmi looked around. The Federation subdued the rebellious superpowers. Those people were grinning and looked unwilling to admit defeat. Obviously, the belief in the God-given association rooted in their minds made them hate the Federation all the time and want to continue fighting. At this time, even if Qin Xianyu was asked to delete the hypnotic imprint in their heads, Jiangmi estimated that Pei Zhixian would not believe it. Let me do it! Jiangmi's perception fraud is also a mental superpower, also at the SS level, and Jiangmi is familiar with the principle of hypnosis. So she can also delete the imprint in the minds of those rebels. She deleted the marks in the minds of the suppressed rebellious mutants around her one by one, including Yi Tongchen's. And finally, it was Ji Linglan's turn. Jiangmi placed her hand on Ji Linglan's temple, her finger stained with blood. But she didn't care. Her thoughts entered Ji Linglan's mind, looking for the hypnotic mark. Suddenly, Jiangmi paused and withdrew her superpowers. Pei Zhixian keenly noticed Jiangmi's abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiangmi was silent, looking up and down at Ji Linglan, and all he could see was her broken body, covered with wounds caused by metal cones and bullets. If it weren't for Yu Qi and Hua Yunzhang's efforts to support her, Ji Linglan would definitely have died. Jiangmi took a deep breath. Did Linglan take these injuries for Xianyu? Jiang Xiaobai glared at Qin Xianyu, who was shackled by the Federation. If she hadn't implanted the idea of protection in Linglan, how could Linglan be like this? Didn't she use such a despicable method to confuse Linglan and Tongchen? Qin Xianyu was silent and lowered his head in shame. Jiangmi stared at Qin Xianyu for a long time, and finally spoke. Linglan's mind only has the imprint of loyalty to the God-given society. So protecting Xianyu is not hypnosis, but instinct. Whether Linglan rebels or not, as long as Xianyu is in danger, she will go to save him. Chapter 131. Jiang Xiaobai and Pei Zhixian looked incredulous. They stared at Ji Linglan and Qin Xianyu in a daze for a long time. However, what Jiangmi did not say was that it was not only Ji Linglan who had the mark of loyalty to the God-given society. All the traitors had the mark of loyalty to the God-given society, including Yi Tongchen. Perhaps at the beginning, Yi Tongchen's feelings for Qin Xianyu were false. But perhaps when he accompanied Qin Xianyu, or when he carried the lazy little girl on his back again and again, the false mark of love became true. Even Yi Tongchen himself could not tell what his feelings for Qin Xianyu were now. In Yu Qi's medical skills, Ji Linglan opened her eyes with great difficulty. She glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, Pei Zhixian, Yi Tongchen, and Jiangmi, and smiled bitterly. The national team is here again. Then, she looked at Qin Xianyu, who was locked in the power-shielding handcuffs. Xianyu, she called softly. Qin Xianyu's tears burst out. She broke free from the shackles of the Federal Executive Commissioner behind her and rushed to Ji Linglan. Why did you save me? The bishop used her as a scapegoat. She was just an orphan that no one wanted. Why did he save her? Ji Linglan stretched out her hand and gently stroked Qin Xianyu's cheek. Silly. Because we are friends. Qin Xianyu burst into tears again. Ji Linglan gently patted the back of Qin Xianyu's hand. Xianyu, don't make any more mistakes. District 13 needs you. They are all poor people like you. Qin Xianyu nodded heavily. I can delete everyone's imagination and fear. I won't let monsters wreak havoc in District 13. So don't die. Linglan. Don't die. Okay. Linglan's eyes were wet. The few words just now had used up all her strength. Her hands fell down weakly. Yu Qi hurriedly increased the output of his superpowers. He was now treating Ji Linglan while drinking energy liquid. But this was only a temporary solution. The most elite superpowers in the entire Federation are here. Can't you save Linglan? Pei Zhixian couldn't believe it. At this moment, Xiaohua Wolf's ears moved slightly, and he stomped his feet. The space hole opened again, and Su Chen walked out of the space hole. Dr. Su. As a federal doctor, Su Chen was well known in the administration and the military and political affairs. He was one of the few doctors who could heal SS-level superpower injuries without being a superpower. He quickly walked to Ji Linglan and checked her injuries. Do you have a solution? Jiangmi asked. Yes, but it will take time. Su Chen's words gave everyone confidence, and everyone's gloomy faces showed a hint of joy. Su Chen snapped his fingers. and a white cat appeared in the space, stretching comfortably. Milky cat. Xiaoha's eyes lit up when he saw the mammoth cat. The habit engraved in his bones made him want to hold the cat. But he was stopped by Jiangmi. The storage space of the mammoth cat was opened, and Su Chen pulled out a freezer from it. Put the person in the freezer first and save his life first. Jiang Xiaobai immediately picked up Ji Linglan and carefully put her in the freezer. Before Ji Linglan's body was completely frozen, Yuqi still didn't dare to withdraw his ability. But what's the use of freezing? Yuqi asked. In Linglan's situation, even a 3S level healing ability user can't do anything. Right? Even a 3S healing ability user doesn't have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Fang Xuanzhou has a special ability called Equivalent Exchange, Su Chen said calmly. After many years, he used this special ability again. His tone was no longer as vigorous as in his youth, but more mature. That is a 3S level special ability. As long as you pay enough, you could exchange it for anything you need. This is the rule of equivalent exchange. Su Chen looked at Jiangmi. As long as you steal this ability, you can use Ji Linglan's S-level word spirit to exchange for her life. Jiangmi understood. Linglan should be safe in the freezer. After the matter in District 13 is over, I will go find Fang Xuanzhou. Pei Jixian and others didn't know who Fang Xuanzhou was. But when they heard the special ability Su Chen mentioned, they also tasted something wrong. He frowned. Dr. Su, the same level of superpowers must be equivalent. From this point of view, wouldn't equivalent exchange allow your companions to have countless superpowers of the same level when fighting? Su looked at Pei Jixian and others in silence, and then nodded. Yes. The traitor regained consciousness, and the believers of the God-given society were no longer a threat. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai led the Federation's superpowers to continue dealing with the remaining believers of the God-given society, while Jiangmi asked Xiaoha to open the space hole, and Hua Yunzhang led Chen Xianyu to the most central area of District 13. There is a towering radio tower here, which is more than 400 meters high. Standing on the top platform of the tower, you can overlook most of District 13. After reaching the top of the radio tower, Xiaoha was a little afraid of heights. He poked his claws outward, and finally waved his claws, squatting behind Jiangmi obediently. Jiangmi looked around. She had never seen what District 13 looked like during the war in the past. But there was no doubt that District 13 was now in no worse condition than District 13 during the war, with monsters and black fog ravaging it. The desolate scene, corpses everywhere, and blood everywhere. This is the current District 13. The radio tower is 400 meters away from the ground, and the strong wind blows, and the cries and requests for help from countless innocent people echo through the deep space that is about to fall into the night. Chen Xianyu looked at District 13 at this time, with infinite shock in her eyes, and finally lowered her head. I'm sorry. What is she sorry for? It's not that she didn't think about what the energy layer cracked and the phantom rat returned to District 13. But sometimes, people just deliberately ignore thinking about those things. At this moment, the crying in her ears was even more piercing, as if someone was holding a sharp knife and constantly irritating Chen Xianyu's eardrums. It's no use apologizing now. Jiangmi looked cold, turned his head to look at Hua Yunzhang, and said respectfully, Principal, please. Hua Yunzhang sighed. I didn't expect that I would have to do this kind of thing at my age. But fortunately my special ability is useful. Hua Yunzhang walked behind Chen Xianyu and patted her shoulder. As an educator, Hua Yunzhang does not believe that human nature is evil. If she must say, she thinks that there is something wrong with the federal system. Children of third-class citizens in the colony, although they know that they will enter the crack in the future, their parents will work hard to make money in exchange for their children to avoid entering the crack. But orphans who are third-class citizens do not have this opportunity. Their growth is destined to death at the age of 18. How can we expect their psychology to be undistorted and have empathy for the world when they grow up facing death? Ji Linglan is a child who grew up in a honey pot. There are many people who love her around her since she was a child. Even though she was betrayed and hypnotized by Chen Xianyu, she was still willing to believe that Chen Xianyu would change. And she still regarded Chen Xianyu as a friend. Whether there was hypnosis or not, she would save Chen Xianyu. But Chen Xianyu, she was a child who grew up in malice. Her life was short, less than 20 years, and she was full of malice. She relied on her resentment towards the world. So she awakened to SS level in the black fog. After rebirth, She was only willing to repay the world with malice. Hua Yunzhang pressed Chen Xianyu's shoulders. Child, life is still long. Chen Xianyu was silent, looking at those who were like her. The process of removing the fear in the hearts of the people in District 13 is not complicated. Jiangmi is not Ji Linglan. She does not have so much confidence in Chen Xianyu. When she called Boda, she had already used fire control to inject fire into Chen Xianyu's heart. In this way, if Chen Xianyu rebelled after becoming 3S level, Jiangmi could still suppress her. On the radio tower, Hua Yunzhang evolved Jiangmi and Chen Xianyu's SS level abilities at the same time. Evolving Chen Xianyu's hypnosis was to remove fear, and evolving Jiangmi's perception fraud was to restrict Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu remained silent throughout the process, feeling her own ability surge, and her perception of the world deepened. She closed her eyes, and the power of hypnosis continued to spread from her to the surroundings from the radio tower. Jiangmi couldn't see hypnosis, but he could feel hypnosis, like water ripples, gradually radiating to all areas of District 13. Luo Shi, holding Luo Li, had been forced to the end of the alley by the demon species. This was a dead end, and there was a solid wall on the other side of the alley. Luo Shi couldn't climb over the wall alone, let alone with his 8-year-old daughter. More than a dozen blue-striped spiders were emitting dim light, and their compound eyes stared at the mother and son, constantly approaching them. When Luo Shi and Luo Li first saw a blue-striped spider in the 107th crack, there was only one at that time, which made them helpless. But now there are so many blue-striped spiders, and Luo Shi and Luo Li have no way out. The spider silk burst out, sticking Luo Shi and Luo Li to the alley wall. Mom! Luo Li screamed in fear, and Luo Shi hugged Luo Li tightly. Luo Shi's face was full of tears. She wanted to comfort Luo Li, but the spider silk was too sticky. It hurt like tearing the skin when she moved, and Luo Shi couldn't do it. Luo Shi logged into the Star Network this morning, and she knew that Ning was anonymous. So it was Ning who killed the blue-striped spider and saved them and their son in the 107th crack. The Star Network said that Ning was a federal wanted criminal. But Luo Shi knew that it was not the case. Ning was a good child. It's just a pity that Ning is in Livonia. This time, Ning couldn't come to save them. The moment the blue-striped spider pounced on them, Luo Shi and Luo Li closed their eyes in fear. However, the expected attack did not occur. The surroundings suddenly became much quieter. The sound of spiders crawling disappeared, and the spider silk sticking to Luo Shi and Luo Li gradually dissipated. Luo Shi was not careful and fell to the ground while holding Luo Li. The two looked up and saw that all the blue-striped spiders in front of them, as well as other demons flying in the air, had disappeared. How could it be? Luo Shi was shocked and speechless. At this moment, Luo Shi saw the radio tower in the distance. The figure on it was already a very small dot, but now she had awakened a trivial superpower. So she saw something different in that person. It was Ning. Luo Shi's eyes were slightly hot, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Ning. Back. Chapter 132. Chen Xianyu's face was pale. Hypnosis covered the entire 13th district, and all the monsters constructed by Mirror Flower Water Moon disappeared. Jiangmi looked at Chen Xianyu. It must be said that SS-level hypnosis was terrifying enough. It pulled more than a dozen Federal S-level psychics to rebel and disturb the peace of the Federation. And 3S hypnosis was even more terrifying. Jiangmi thought of equivalent exchange. As a true 3S-level rule-based psychic, it would never lose to hypnosis. The terrifying monsters that swept across this world disappeared, but the monsters that escaped from the cracks still ravaged the 13th district. Fortunately, the number of these monsters was controllable, and the military and political people led by Pei Jitsu could deal with them. Chen Xianyu's forehead was covered with sweat. Covering the 13th district with hypnosis consumed all her mental energy. And in order to maintain this effect, Chen Xianyu also needed to constantly replenish energy water. At this time, even if she wanted to rebel, the Federation could easily subdue her. The fire thread was still in Chen Xianyu's body, so Jiangmi ignored her and worked with the military and political people to eliminate the monsters. Close the crack number 107. Close the crack number 108. Close the crack number 109. At 8 o'clock in the evening, all the cracks in District 13 were closed. The rescue of District 13 entered the final stage, clearing all the black fog in District 13 and killing the escaped monsters. Everyone at the airport was extremely excited. Only the last stage was left, and the network had been restored, indicating that the rescue operation in District 13 had achieved significant success. The news spread throughout District 13, and also spread to the Star Network. Fuck. Awesome. I thought it couldn't be done today. Please. President Xing Kong and the 5 major families simultaneously supported the rescue of District 13, and almost used the whole country's strength to rescue District 13. How could it fail? Although I'm not in District 13, I've been paying attention. I was really excited when I heard the sound of the cracks closing. Alas, after all, we thought that District 13 would be wiped out. But many people still died. I think many people were swallowed by the black fog and went berserk. Many people died at the hands of monsters. Xing Kong can't be re-elected. So many problems occurred during his tenure. Although it was a collective rescue by the Federation. Ming Jinyan, who was in District 13, played an indispensable role. To be honest, I think Ming Jinyan is a practical person. Before, I thought that abolishing the citizen system was empty talk. But now I think she can definitely do it. Tomorrow is the presidential election. Ming Jinyan will definitely be elected. The strongest seed players are her and Xing Kong. Xing Kong is definitely not good enough. It is estimated that the ruling party for the next 4 years will be the Jishu Alliance. At the scene in District 13, the people responsible for the rescue did not think that far. After Zhong Zhongboen led the management bureau and others to close all the cracks, he returned to the airport base camp and reported the rescue progress to Ming Jinyan. At the same time, Zhong Zhongboen saw Jiangmi opening space holes near the airport to deal with monsters everywhere. Zhong Zhongboen's mood was a bit complicated. Ming Jinyan saw Zhong Zhongboen's strange expression and chuckled. Why? Do you still want to catch the faceless man? Zhong Zhongboen was silent. Others may not know, but Zhong Zhongboen knows it too well. The core of the rescue of District 13 this time was not Ming Jinyan or Xing Kong, but Ning. It was Ning who killed Xing Kong and used Xing Kang's power to send the research institute to rescue District 13 first. It was also Ning who broke into the Pei family alone and threatened the other 5 major families with Mr. Pei's head, and rescued District 13 with her. If there is no Ning, Zhong Zhongboen alone? Ming Jinyan alone? None of them can do this. Although force is violent, it is useful. However, there are always some people who are blind and do not understand these principles. For example, Guan Hui. He is super invincible and wants to return to Livonia to be his young master. But he is dragged by Minji Wexi, Yao Xingli and others to stay in District 13 to deal with monsters. Guan Hui is so angry that he is about to die. After killing monsters for a day, he was exhausted and panting. He drank energy water in big gulps. From a distance, he saw Jiangmi opening a space hole at the airport and killing monsters calmly. Faceless man. It's a faceless man. He quickly pulled a Mo Chung who was passing by and pointed at Jiangmi. That's the faceless man. A federal wanted criminal. Why don't you catch her? Mo Chung looked up and saw Jiangmi easily killing an A-level monster with a fireball. There were several space holes around her, and behind each space hole there was an A-level demon species. Facing so many demon species, she was not afraid at all. Fireballs, earth cones, vines, black feathers, one by one, hit accurately. Mo Chung felt that he heard the crying of those demon species. Catch the faceless man? Rely on him? Mo Cheng's heart trembled. Faceless man? Where is the faceless man? Mo Chung stretched his neck and looked around. Alas, I didn't see it. Guan Hui was shocked. Such a big space demon wolf. So many space holes. You tell me you didn't see it? At this time, Yuchi was carrying a medicine box and happened to pass by. Mo Chung pulled Yuchi. Hey, Lao Yu. Did you see the faceless man? Why didn't I see it? Yuchi was also very knowledgeable. Faceless man? Where is it? Guan Hui pointed in the direction of Jiangmi. There. There. Yuchi glanced at the direction Guan Hui pointed and smiled. Master Guan, do you have poor eyesight? There is only a cute husky there. Not a faceless man. Mo Chung, yes. Master Guan. Poor eyesight needs to be cured. Guan Hui. No. Is he really blind? Such a big faceless man. Jiangmi heard the movement from Guan Hui, rested for a moment, turned his head to look at Guan Hui, and smiled. Guan Hui. I was shocked. I actually saw Ning smiling at him. It seems that he was indeed dazzled. This episode passed quickly. Pei Jitsu and Zhong Zhengbowen both gave orders not to attack Hardening, and the executive commissioners of the Federation naturally followed their orders. After all, Hardening only used the ability of hardening to gain the upper hand in the PK with Zhong Zhengbowen. If Zhong Zhengbowen did not join forces with Pei Jitsu, would it be possible for them to capture Hardening? People should still have some AC points. The people of the administration forced Qin Xianyu out of the space hole. Now the entire 13th district is still shrouded in the effect of Mirror Flower Water Moon. It was Qin Xianyu's hypnosis that made Mirror Flower Water Moon temporarily ineffective. But her face became paler, and she could not hold on for too long. Just now she told Zhong Zhengbowen that even if she continued to replenish energy liquid, she could only hold on for another hour at most. That is, after 1 hour, the 13th district will continue to be shrouded in Mirror Flower Water Moon. Zhong Zhengbowen looked solemn and reported to Ming Jinyan. Member, now everyone in the 13th district must be arranged to leave. The 13th district is not suitable for living for at least 1 year in the future. And if you want to leave quickly, you can only rely on the space hole of Hardening's demon wolf. Ming Jinyan paused. Hardening said that she has a way to completely eliminate Mirror Flower Water Moon. Zhong Zhengbowen looked surprised. He knew that Hardening had many superpowers. Could it be that she also had an SS-level invalidation superpower? No. If she had this ability, she would not need Qin Xianyu at all. When she arrived at District 13, she could ask Hua Yuzhang to help eliminate the Mirror Flower Water Moon in District 13. SS-level superpowers are not cabbage. Zhong Zhengbowen does not believe that anyone around Hardening has this ability. Jiangmi shrugged. I don't have SS-level invalidation superpowers. No one around me has SS-level invalidation superpowers. Zhong Zhengbowen frowned. Then how to deal with the Mirror Flower Water Moon after the sacrifice? The Research Institute has inferred that using invalidation to fight Mirror Flower Water Moon is the best way. Fang Xuanzhou, who has the equivalent exchange superpower mentioned by Su Chen, can exchange any SS-level superpowers into invalidation. Zhong Zhengbowen does not know who Fang Xuanzhou is, but feels that he will not help easily. Jiangmi, although District 13 was saved, nearly 1 million people died in the Black Fog. According to the probability of awakening in the Black Fog, more than 100 people became evolvers, and there will be SS-level invalidated superpowers among them. Zhong Zhengbowen? Zhong Zhengbowen was almost amused. Do you think that awakening superpowers is easy? You can specify the level and superpowers? The next second, Mo Chum came to report. Boss, in this District 13 incident, more than 1 million people died due to the Black Fog and monsters, and 132 people awakened as evolvers. I just counted their superpowers with my brothers, and there is an SS-level invalidated superpower among them. Zhong Zhengbowen? He looked at Jiangmi in shock. It is not uncommon for Black Mist to awaken high-level psychics. Qin Xianyu is a typical example. Among more than 100 evolvers, there is one SS level 1, which is not unreasonable. But it happened to be invalidation. What did you do? Zhong Zhengbowen frowned and stared at Jiangmi. Jiangmi blinked. It's just a little trick. The Federation fully rescued District 13. And Jiangmi did not rush to District 13 immediately because she went to see her little trick. Causality Li Xiaoxiao. After Ivy told Jiangmi that God would sacrifice psychics, Jiangmi planned to do so. Only invalidation can restrain the Mirror Flower and Water Moon after sacrifice. The bishop calculated that there is no SS level invalidation psychic in the world, let alone 3S level invalidation psychic. Ji Linglan's word spirit barely has the ability to invalidate. But it's a pity that the level is too low. Therefore, District 13 is destined to become a dead city. It's a pity that he didn't know that there is a law of causality in the world. And he didn't know that law of causality can only exert its true strength after being upgraded to SS level superpowers. Riots have occurred in District 13. And the Black Fog has flooded many areas. Many people have gone berserk. And some people have evolved and awakened. This is an unchangeable fact. What Jiangmi has to do is to maximize this tragedy and create a miracle. The Black Fog and monsters swept through District 13. Most people successfully escaped. But there were still a few people who didn't avoid the Black Fog. Li Xiaoxiao continued to write about the cause and effect of District 13. The people who didn't avoid the Black Fog unfortunately went berserk and lost consciousness. But there were still some people who got the opportunity to evolve and upgrade. Among them, There was a gifted child who successfully awakened the SS-level invalidation superpower. The ability of law of causality is not to turn the impossible into the possible, but to gather all possibilities together and turn them into reality. In the huge District 13, with more than 10 million people, there must be a potential SS-level invalidation superpower, even if there is no such person in District 13. Given the population of 5.9 billion on Blue Star, there is a high probability that such a person exists, and the power of causality will send this person to District 13. This is the most unlikely possibility, a probability of 1 in 10 million or 1 in a billion. Causality turns this probability into reality. Chapter 133. In a corner of a certain building, the bishop looked up at the sky. He could not see any trace of the mirror flower water moon ability, but he could feel it. The fear of the demon species reappeared in his mind. This was the instinct of humans after seeing powerful creatures. The fear returned, indicating that Qin Xianyu's hypnosis failed. But mirror flower water moon was still there. How could there be no new monsters in District 13? The bishop had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Invalidation ability? At least SS level invalidation is required to eliminate the mirror flower water moon in the entire District 13 with the help of Hua Yunzhang. Right? When did the Federation have SS level invalidation? Even the entire Blue Star does not have SS level invalidation ability users. Suddenly, the bishop thought of the faceless man. Is it her? Although there is no definite evidence, the bishop inexplicably feels that this person has this ability. He grinded his back teeth. His eyes were sinister. The action of District 13 was defeated after all. God did not stand on the side of the God-giving society. And District 13 also missed the group evolution. The bishop must leave here. His special ability is walk through walls, which is not aggressive. If the administration finds him, he will not be able to escape. But before leaving, the bishop was unwilling to give up. He took out his optical computer, which contained Lao Chong's contact information. Lao Chong's optical computer was still in the hands of the faceless man. The bishop dialed Lao Chong's optical computer number. A few seconds later, Jiangmi connected the optical computer, and the projection screen lit up. Jiangmi was at the airport, and was very confused about why the bishop came back to contact him. I thought you had escaped from District 13. Jiangmi's voice was slightly sarcastic. You are contacting me now. Aren't you afraid of falling into the hands of the administration? The bishop also sneered. Sure Ning. Do you really think you saved District 13? I might as well tell you that the God-given society is saving the world. The world is about to be destroyed and everyone will die. And it is you who ruined the chance of survival for most people. Jiangmi didn't think that the bishop contacted her at this time to say meaningless nonsense. She glanced at the bishop. Organizing the black fog to invade the world is saving the world. The bishop looked down at Jiangmi with a bit of a superior taste. Don't the earthlings rely on the erosion of the black fog to find a way to survive? Sure Ning. You are a multi-powered person. And you are probably an earthling. You don't know it. Right? Jiangmi's pupil shrank suddenly. She thought that the secret of the earth was behind the crack. And only the top leaders of the Federation and the Cube knew it. But she didn't expect that the God-given society also knew it. The people on Earth found a way to survive by relying on the erosion of the black fog? Isn't it because of the erosion of the black fog that the Earth was destroyed? Jiangmi asked the bishop. What do you mean by this? The bishop heard Jiangmi's nervousness and became even more proud. You don't think that Blue Star is the future of the Earth? Isn't it? No. Blue Star has never been the future of the Earth. Blue Star is the Earth's. Before he finished speaking, the bullet hit the bishop's forehead. In Jiangmi's sight, the bishop's eyes widened. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Jiangmi suddenly stood up and wanted to teleport to the bishop's location. But unfortunately, she didn't know where the bishop was, and she was not sure of the direction or distance. Even if Xiao Ha was by her side, she couldn't teleport to the bishop's location. The bishop lay on the ground, and blood kept oozing out of the bullet hole on his forehead. He stared at the girl who was walking over. The girl had a high ponytail, and was leisurely holding a cup of Livonia Internet Celebrity Shop milk tea in her hand. Her small leather shoes stepped on the bishop's light brain, and crushed the bishop's light brain into pieces. The boss said you talk too much nonsense. When the bishop was seen, the administration brought the bishop's body. Mo Chung and Jiangmi reported. We saw his body downstairs in a building in the city. He died of gunfire. The Trace Inspection Department checked it. The scene was swept by black fog, and no trace of supernatural power was found. Beside the bishop, the administration also found a broken optical brain. Jiangmi looked at the bishop's body in confusion. What did the bishop want to say to her in the end? The scholars of the Extreme Thrust have discovered that the positions of the Earth and the blue planet in the universe are exactly the same. If the Earth is not the blue planet, what is it? Jiangmi couldn't figure out the reason. At this time, Suchen came to find Jiangmi. Behind him, there were old neighbors who hadn't seen him for more than 2 months. Luoshi and Luoli. Ningning. It's you? Luoshi excitedly held Jiangmi's hand, and Luoli happily hugged Jiangmi. Sister Ningning, you will come. I miss you so much. It was only 2 months before Jiangmi went to Livonia. Before she left, Luoshi and Luoli sent her off. It seemed like a long time had passed. Jiangmi was also a little moved when she saw the two of them. But she also felt strange that Suchen had no reason to bring the two to see her at this time. Suchen, Aunt Luo is the person you are looking for. Jiangmi was startled and her eyes fell on Luoshi's heart. Luoshi did not escape the black fog. While escaping, she was submerged in the black fog to protect Luoli. Fortunately, she did not go berserk, but awakened the A-level superpower scene replay. When Jiangmi asked Li Xiaoxiao to use causality to awaken an SS-level invalidation superpower, she also asked her for help to see if there could be a scene replay superpower among more than 100 evolvers. This kind of ability is usually only A-level, and Li Xiaoxiao can do it with her S-level ability. Aunt Luo. Jiangmi held Luoshi's hand tightly. I need your help. Luoshi patted the back of Jiangmi's hand. Silly child. What is our relationship? If you want Aunt's help, just say it directly. How can Aunt not help you? Jiangmi lost her memory after the end of the Earth, and this memory has been deleted and can never be recovered. But Jiangmi has checked the information about superpowers, and knows that there was a superpower called Scene Replay in the history of Blue Star. This superpower is different from memory-type superpowers, but it is somewhat similar. In short, Scene Replay can recall everything that happened to a person, and these scenes will not disappear with the deletion of memory, but will always exist. Suchen found an empty meeting room for Jiangmi and Luoshi. In the meeting room, Luoshi used superpowers for the first time, and Jiangmi's past was presented to the three people. A person's life is too long, so the time point when Luoshi located it was exactly when he was at the gate of Huaqin University. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and rolling black fog swept in. In such a war, Jiangmi was also panicked. She stood at the school gate, watching the huge screen news broadcasting the cracks in the lighthouse country, and then saw the cracks clearly appearing in front of her. She was dumbfounded. The scene was in chaos. The frenzied humans biting normal people, and the Earth entered the zombie doomsday era. Fortunately, the school security team was still rational, and immediately reported the situation at the school gate to the school, and arranged for students to enter the underground air raid shelter of Huaqin University. Huaqin University has an underground parking lot, and many colleges have underground laboratories. During the anti-Japanese war, the school built a solid air raid shelter that could accommodate and protect most of the students. These underground spaces form the prototype of the human base of Huaqin University. After that, cracks continued to appear. The number of crazy humans increased, and among them, there were also evolvers with superpowers. These things were similar to what Yu Liang told Jiangmi at the beginning, but at that time, it was narrated by someone else. This time Jiangmi could see it with her own eyes through the scene replay, and it felt different. At the Huaqin University base, Jiangmi also saw Suchen, a 15-year-old boy with black hair, but his eyes were blue, like a younger brother, and he would call her sister. Suchen only stayed in the Huaqin base for 2 days and left. A month later, Jiangmi met her biological parents. They traveled through mountains and rivers from the first hospital base to the Huaqin University base where Jiangmi was. When they came, they were already stained with black fog. Everyone was staring at them, fearing that the two would go crazy in the next second. Fang's mother touched Jiangmi's hand affectionately, and begged her to save Fang Xuanzhou for the last time. Stop! Jiangmi suddenly spoke up and asked Luoshi to stop scene replay. What's wrong? Luoshi was puzzled. Sherning's past flashback shocked Luoshi, but Sherning was already a faceless man, so it didn't matter that there were these shocking pasts. Sherning would not harm her, so Luoshi had nothing to worry about. Jiangmi pointed at herself and seen flashback. There is something wrong with my expression at this time. Jiangmi knew herself very well. When she heard Fang's mother begging her like this, she shouldn't have shown such a guilty expression. Suchin calmly analyzed. This is not your mother. She should have been possessed by Fang Xuanzhou. Jiangmi guessed that this was the case. So she showed a guilty expression. Because when Fang's mother touched the back of her hand, Fang Xuanzhou might have also possessed her along with Fang's mother. She had originally guessed that Fang Xuanzhou's possession needed to be achieved through contact. And now she discovered something even more terrifying. That is, she was controlled by Fang Xuanzhou. And Fang's mother was still under Fang Xuanzhou's control, including Fang's father. Jiangmi and this cheap father only met once. In her impression, Fang's father was a somewhat irritable person. After hearing that she refused to save Fang Xuanzhou in the hospital, he was furious and wanted to pick up a broom to beat her to death. At this moment, Fang's father was particularly calm. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. At present, the three of them are controlled by Fang Xuanzhou. And Fang Xuanzhou can control at least 3 people at the same time. Scene replay continuing. The possessed Jiangmi took the initiative to ask the person in charge of the Huaqing University base at that time to leave the base to save her brother. Although the people in the base were worried about her getting into trouble, they still agreed. It has been more than 24 hours. And Fang's father and mother failed to evolve successfully. In the end, they were killed by the people in the base because of frenzy. Everyone has gotten used to it. Too many people have died during this period. Classmates, friends, teachers, relatives. Everyone has no way to deal with the berserkers. They can only kill them. Jiangmi now needs to go to the base of the first hospital alone. Originally, Fang Xuanzhou possessed Jiangmi, and this plan should be foolproof. But on the day of departure, Jiangmi's eyes suddenly became clear. When Yu Liang sent her to the entrance of the base, Jiangmi suddenly woke up and looked around blankly. Squad leader, why am I here? Yu Liang was also very depressed. Jiangmi, didn't you say you were going to leave the base to save your brother? What's wrong with you? Jiangmi looked at Yu Liang in disbelief. I agreed to save him? How is that possible? Chapter 134. Possession failed? Su Chen quickly commented on Jiangmi's situation. Looking at the whole memory, when Jiangmi controlled her own body, her personality would be a little more unrestrained. But when Fang Xuanzhou controlled her body, she would be a little restrained. It was obvious that she was not familiar with this body, and was worried about being discovered. Jiangmi also felt that she was awake. It is probably the upper limit of the distance. Or something happened to Fang Xuanzhou's body. Jiangmi analyzed that it was only a few months since the crack appeared. Even if Fang Xuanzhou was an evolver, he had not obtained this ability for too long and might not be familiar with it. Jiangmi in scene replay also felt something was wrong. But she did not tell Yu Liang what was wrong, but asked him in detail what happened to her during this period. After knowing that she had applied to the head of the base to go to another base to save her brother, Jiangmi hesitated for a moment and made the same choice. When she arrived at the hospital base, she saw Fang Xuanzhou in critical condition in the ward. Fang Xuanzhou looked pale, helplessly looking at the oppressive ceiling. After the possession failed, his face was full of despair. The doctor told Jiangmi that Fang Xuanzhou didn't have much time left, and he didn't even have time to possess Jiangmi again. But at the door of the ward, Fang Xuanzhou saw Jiangmi. He was stunned, and then hugged Jiangmi tightly. The operation went smoothly, and Fang Xuanzhou recovered soon. Jiangmi didn't return to the Huaqing base either. Recently, 2 cracks appeared on the ground, and there was black fog everywhere. People could still walk on the ground in the early days, but now it is very difficult. Jiangmi and Fang Xuanzhou stayed at the base of the first hospital together. On the surface, she cared about Fang Xuanzhou and regarded Fang Xuanzhou as her only relative. But secretly, she was exploring Fang Xuanzhou's ability. Soon, by observing the subtle expressions of the people around her, Jiangmi discovered that Fang Xuanzhou's ability was clone. Different from possession, clone was a stronger ability than possession, which could control several people at the same time and surpass possession. One day, Jiangmi noticed that Fang Xuanzhou possessed a security team at the base of the first hospital. She didn't know what the relationship between the security team and Fang Xuanzhou was, but she only noticed that the security team and Fang Xuanzhou were somewhat at odds. Fang Xuanzhou controlled the security team to walk out of the ground. In the rolling black fog, all the security team members could not withstand the erosion of the black fog and eventually died of madness. Jiangmi checked the identities of the security team members. Those people were security guards of the first hospital before. After the crack came, Fang's father and mother hired the security team to escort Fang Xuanzhou to the underground base of the hospital. Soon after, Fang's parents suddenly applied to the hospital base to go to Huaqing base to find Jiangmi. Su Chen, Fang Xuanzhou should have been exposed to the black fog during that escort and became an evolver. What he didn't say was that during that escort, the security team probably abandoned Fang Xuanzhou, which led to Fang Xuanzhou entering the black fog to evolve. They obviously received money from the Fang family, so they shouldn't have done this. But when the black fog came, carrying a sickly person with leukemia was just a burden. Fang Xuanzhou finally threw the security team into the black fog. But it was just an eye for an eye. In scene flashback, Jiangmi also speculated this point. Even though she knew Fang Xuanzhou's secret, she didn't reveal it. If it were her, she would do the same. In terms of cruelty, Jiangmi felt that she and Fang Xuanzhou were exactly the same. No wonder they were biological siblings. But later Jiangmi discovered that Fang Xuanzhou's clone was more powerful than she thought. He not only controlled the security team members who harmed him, but also controlled everyone in the base. He sent all the survivors in the base into the black fog one by one, killing those who became crazy and leaving those who evolved. There were constant accidental deaths in the base, and new people kept coming in for help. So Fang Xuanzhou had a lot of test subjects again. On the Doomsday Earth, there were few bases but many people. On the day of the breakup, Fang Xuanzhou forced Jiangmi to the ground. Sister, I know you have discovered that I have superpowers a long time ago. But wouldn't it be better to continue to play dumb? This way we will always be the happiest siblings. The 15-year-old child said this with an innocent smile on his face. Before Jiangmi could answer, the black fog had already submerged Jiangmi. She failed to evolve and became crazy. Jiangmi didn't know what she felt when she was in the black fog. But looking at herself in scene replay, she could feel her reason and madness tearing her apart. She still had reason, but she was not far from frenzy. Fang Xuanzhou sighed, feeling quite regretful, and led his evolvers away. In the black fog, Jiangmi's reason was gradually submerged. The emergence of frenzy doomed the failure of evolution, and it was only a matter of time before reason disappeared. Jiangmi didn't want to die yet. She had survived so many crises in the Doomsday. Why should she die in the black fog? Jiangmi gritted her teeth, grabbed a piece of gravel on the ground, and smashed it against the back of her hand. The severe pain made Jiangmi sober and regain some reason. And she also suppressed the madness in her mind with this display of reason. At that time, Fang Xuanzhou was not in the base. They, the evolvers, had always been unimpeded in the black fog and could go out to find food at will. Jiangmi remembered the password of the base entrance. Relying on her remaining rationality, she returned to the base in a panic. There was no way to cure the black fog on Earth, and Jiangmi didn't know how to save herself. But China launched the human freezing plan, and the first hospital base also got a freezer. Jiangmi took the initiative to get into the freezer. She put her hope of survival in the future. The moment the freezer was closed, Jiangmi completely lost consciousness. But this did not hide from Fang Xuanzhou. Once by chance, Fang Xuanzhou still saw the freezer in Jiangmi, who was covered in blood and turned into an ice sculpture. Are you going to kill her? The men around him asked. No. At this time, Fang Xuanzhou had grown up, about 25 or 26 years old, with strong features and clear edges and corners. He looked at Jiangmi's freezer and smiled in appreciation. Find a memory-type superpower and delete all her memories after the apocalypse. In this way, sister, you will be my best sister again. 100 years passed in a flash. After arriving at Blue Star, Fang Xuanzhou built a cube and had Jiangmi thawed a year ago. They did not detect any superpowers in Jiangmi. The technology at that time could not explain this. The researchers only thought that perhaps entering the freezer faded the traces of her frenzy. The scene that Luo Shi recalled afterwards was almost consistent with the description of the researchers and Jiang Hao. Jiangmi understood that it was not that she had no superpowers, but that the technology of the cube at that time could not detect her superpowers. At that time, there should be 2,000 points of magic power remaining in her body. It was the black fog that eroded her at the beginning, which evolved over a long period of time and became the 2,000 points of magic power in her body. Mu Lanyu was the first person to realize this. She probably discovered this through her research on Mu Lanxue. It was a pity that her research results were not published and were occupied by Yuan Xia. Leaving the conference room, Jiangmi and Luoshi said goodbye. District 13 has been dealt with almost. The black fog has been almost cleared by the new technology of the Institute. And most of the demons have been eliminated. Now there are only some small logistical problems. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. And tomorrow is the federal presidential election. Facing the reborn District 13, Ming Jinian stood in front of the podium again and solemnly promised everyone. After this incident, I am more aware that life is equal. If I am lucky enough to be elected president tomorrow, the first thing I will do after taking office is to abolish the citizenship system. All the people in the colony were extremely excited. Since the presidential primary election, they have been troubled by suspicion, distrust, confusion and worry about the future of Ming Jinian. And everything that happened today is enough to make them believe in Ming Jinian. The Federation is about to change. As long as Ming Jinian can return to Livonia smoothly, she will be the next president of the Kinney Federation. Ming Jinian boarded the aircraft, accompanied by Zhong Zhengbowen, Pei Jitsu, Pei Jixian and others. There are not many things left in District 13 that need to be dealt with, and no particularly advanced superpowers are needed. So everyone has to go back to Livonia. The students of the Rift Academy have not left. It is not difficult to deal with monsters and residual black fog. And there are internship points. Students all stay to earn internship points. Jiangmi didn't leave either. To avoid getting in trouble, she changed into an ordinary person's face and mingled among the students as a non-staff member of the administration. Minji Wexi walked to Jiangmi. Don't worry. My mother said that she would review the case of the faceless man. And you helped us in the previous assassination and kidnapping cases, which shows that you are not a member of the God-given society. Apart from invading the archives of the administration, there is nothing wrong with you. Jiangmi didn't expect Minji Wexi to help her, and was a little surprised. However, Minji Wexi obviously didn't know the truth about the Federation's rescue of District 13. Jiangmi said in a calm voice, "But I killed Xing Kong." Minji Wexi? Minji Wexi blinked, and instantly understood why Xing Kong spoke like that in front of the camera. She thought it was strange at the beginning. And Xing Kong was obviously not such a kind person. It's okay. Ming Yueshi thought for a moment, suppressed the panic in his eyes, and patted Jiangmi's shoulder. There are many death row prisoners in the Livonia prison managed by Gong Qing. Just find a replacement. Jiangmi looked at Ming Yueshi sincerely. I also rushed into the Pei family's house and killed Mr. Pei, using my own face. Many people saw it. Ming Yueshi? Ming Yueshi took a deep breath, and the hand pressing Jiangmi's shoulder couldn't help but exert force. Don't panic. It's just a face change. A B-level ability. There are many people in the Federation who can change their faces. This doesn't mean anything. Jiangmi went further. Well, it's just that when I broke into the Pei family, I showed most of my abilities. And by the way, I also encouraged Pei Jitsu to snatch the head of the Pei family. Ming Yueshi? Ming Yueshi's eyes widened, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. She took another deep breath to calm her violently beating heart. This is a bit tricky. Pei Jixian is easy to deal with. My cousin said that he has no interest in the position of head of the family, and has no feelings for his grandfather. After all, Mr. Pei wanted to abolish him as the young master and support Colonel Pei. The problem is that your ability and your face have been exposed. Don't be afraid. We can charge Mr. Pei with treason or refusing to rescue District 13, which is not a big deal. Ming Yueshi was obviously very satisfied with her method, and did not think about whether it was a crime. Jiangmi finally gave Ming Yueshi a fatal blow. But I used Mr. Pei's body to threaten the 5 major families, and offended all 5 major families. Minji Wexi? Minji Wexi staggered and almost lost her balance. She looked at Jiangmi dumbly. She thought that her roommate was a faceless man, which was exciting enough. But she didn't expect that her roommate would do something even bigger. Jiangmi, who had no idea that he had turned the Federation upside down, looked back at Minji Wexi with an innocent face. Minji Wexi. So, the 5 major families came to rescue District 13? Minji Wexi asked. Jiangmi nodded. I guess so. How could those people be subdued without some violent means? Well done. Minji Wexi patted Jiangmi's shoulder heavily. However, the matter was so serious that she couldn't save Jiangmi. Minji Wexi felt that her mother probably had no other way. So she persuaded Jiangmi earnestly. Or, you should change your face. Use face change or plastic surgery. Don't use the original face. Anyway, it's not difficult for you. I'll just get you a new identity. Jiangmi smiled. After being roommates with Ming Yueshi for 2 months, the two seemed to have developed a tacit understanding. For example, if Jiangmi skipped classes, even if she didn't tell Ming Yueshi would habitually answer for her, and vice versa. Many people say Ming Yueshi is cold and hard to get along with. Nonsense. Jiangmi thinks the eldest lady is the cutest. Jiangmi looked at Ming Yueshi. There is one thing I should have told you a long time ago. The reason why my aunt chose to continue to run for election instead of saving you was because I told her that you were safe. Even though Jiangmi was not sure if this was the main reason for Ming Jinyan to continue to participate in the primary election, she felt that Ming Yueshi should know the truth. Ming Yueshi smiled softly. I know. The two stood at the airport. Ming Yueshi looked into the distance. The starry sky was vast. That was the direction Ming Jinyan's aircraft left. The aircraft had not yet flown far, and a trail of smoke from the tail could still be seen. Even if she didn't choose me, I wouldn't be angry, Ming Yueshi said with relief. My mother is doing something very important. If this thing succeeds, it can change the fate of many people. She didn't choose me at the beginning because she had to, not because she didn't want to. As her daughter, shouldn't I be proud of having such a mother? Mother. She is herself first, and then a mother. Jiangmi looked at Ming Yueshi for a long time. She witnessed Ming Yueshi's distress because Ming Jinyan ignored her in the past, and also saw her now. It's great. The sky is full of stars, dazzling, and the fluorescence falls on Ming Yueshi's face. The cold plain face of the eldest lady also becomes warm and lovely. Everything will be fine, whether it is Ming Yueshi or the future Federation. But just as Jiangmi was sighing, the night sky in the distance was suddenly cut open. Jiangmi clearly saw that in the night sky, the aircraft carrying Ming Jinyan was cut in half, and the fuselage could no longer maintain flight. It exploded with a boom and then tilted towards the ground. The roar in the wind and Ming Yueshi's heartbreaking cry were in his ears. Mother. Chapter 135. Xiao Ha! Jiangmi roared, and the husky lying on the ground licking the chicken leg jumped up and turned into a huge space wolf. It flew under Jiangmi, carrying Jiangmi steadily, and teleported to the side of the falling aircraft. The wind was howling, and gravity and speed pulled the aircraft towards the cliff in front. The broken aircraft had an extremely smooth cut. This was not a cut that could be made by a weapon. Jiangmi knew that only attacks such as space holes could make such a cut. Thick smoke billowed out of the aircraft, and the night and chaos buried everything. Fortunately, Jiangmi had a good sense and quickly fished out Ming Jinyan, who was unconscious from the smoke. Xiaohua carried the two at the same time, teleported back to Ming Yueshi. Mother! Ming Yueshi quickly asked Yu Qi to treat Ming Jinyan. Fortunately, the space slash did not cut Ming Jinyan, and Ming Jinyan was fine. On the other side, the aircraft was still falling. Jiangmi had used a cane to wake them up when he went to the aircraft to rescue people. Pei Jitsu and others woke up and immediately used gravity to alleviate the aircraft's tendency to fall. The aircraft did not crash into the cliff in the end, and under the escort of gravity, it returned to the airport steadily. Jiangmi turned his eyes to the girl standing in the air. She had a high ponytail, holding a cup of pearl milk tea in her hand. Her eyes were cold and dust-free, and she looked down at Jiangmi. Ming Yueshi recognized the other party's identity. Lu Xianxian. Ning. She is Lu Xianxian, the only ultimate strategic weapon of the Federation. A 3S level superpower. Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian saw Ming Jinyan beside Jiangmi and found that she was still alive. She tilted her head. Not dead? That's not easy to report. Then she waved her hand. She raised her hand so carelessly, but when it fell, the cold light was sharp, and a space slash suddenly slashed towards Ming Jinyan. Jiangmi immediately set up a magic layer for defense. The hardened magic layer saved Jiangmi countless times, and even the toxin-type abilities that restrained her could be blocked. But at the moment when the space slash touched the hardened magic layer, Jiangmi predicted the blood in the future, and changed her strategy in an instant, and immediately shrunk the earth into a ruler, teleported to Ming Jinyan's side, and hugged her to avoid the space slash. The cold light flashed, and the hardened magic layer failed to defend against the attack for the first time. The entire space was faulted, and the magic layer was also split in half. The space slash is an evolved version of the space hole. Lu Xianxian cut through the space, which is a higher dimensional existence than the creatures in the space. Even the strongest defense in the space cannot defend against the space slash. Jiangmi's face changed slightly. Defense is useless, which makes her very insecure. Lu Xianxian lowered her head and looked at Jiangmi with disdain. You want to save her? Jiangmi transformed into a fallen angel, with black wings spread out, bringing her to the same height as Lu Xianxian. She looked at Lu Xianxian straight in the eye. As long as I am here, no one can kill Ming Jinyan. Lu Xianxian looked Jiangmi up and down, chuckled, her voice as sweet as a silver bell. An SS level? So arrogant. Jiangmi's eyes swept through the system in her head. Killing the demons today gave her a lot of magic points. But it was a little short. 99,921 points. So she couldn't upgrade yet. And the hardening was still SS level. I should have upgraded earlier. And then fought Lu Xianxian. But even if she upgraded, Jiangmi knew that the 3S hardening couldn't defend against Lu Xianxian. Jiangmi said calmly, it's enough for SS level to beat you. Lu Xianxian's pretty eyebrows twisted. Probably because after becoming 3S level, everyone had to give her some face. Lu Xianxian hadn't experienced such provocation for a long time. She waved her hands. And in an instant, countless space slashes slashed towards Jiangmi. The space was torn into strange blocks. In such a space, the starry sky, dark clouds, night, appeared countless faults. And the space slash not only worked in the air, but also fell on the airport. The airport, which had been ravaged by monsters and black fog, was now even more devastated, full of potholes and cracks. The students at the airport were terrified and fled in a hurry. Fortunately, Xiaohua opened a space hole and sent everyone to a farther place. So everyone was barely safe. Looking at the confrontation between Lu Xianxian and Jiangmi again, it felt like a fight between gods. The space in that circle was all disordered, forming countless cuts. Lu Xianxian's eyes were fierce, and she was desperate to cut towards Jiangmi. But no matter how powerful Lu Xianxian's space slash was, she could never hurt Jiangmi. Under the effect of precognition, Jiangmi could easily escape from Lu Xianxian's attack, with the help of perception fraud. Even if Jiangmi couldn't escape the attack, Lu Xianxian might miss it. Lu Xianxian frowned. Space-based psychics have excellent perception. She clearly caught the opponent's movements. So why couldn't she cut her? Lu Xianxian's mind gradually became chaotic. The high-intensity slashing made her neck ooze cold sweat. The next second, the moment she opened and closed her eyes, the black fallen angel had actually rushed in front of Lu Xianxian. Countless vines appeared from Jiangmi's body, and after hardening, they stabbed Lu Xianxian fiercely. Lu Xianxian reacted very quickly. Her special ability was Space Slash. But she could also teleport and could step on the space to float. The biggest difference between her and Xiaohua was that Xiaohua was in the auxiliary direction, which was convenient for space transmission. He was in the attack direction, using space to kill people. With a teleport, Lu Xianxian was already dozens of meters away from Jiangmi, and those who used vines were all in vain. Lu Xianxian curled her lips, proud of Jiangmi's failure, but found that the area where she was actually burning with a raging fire. The fire was so strong that it almost drowned Lu Xianxian. The smile would not disappear, but would only transfer from one person's face to another. This time it was Jiangmi who smiled. Jiangmi had precognition, so she certainly knew where Lu Xianxian would appear next. Lu Xianxian teleported out of the fireball in a panic. Her speed was fast enough, but the flame still burned Lu Xianxian's clothes, and her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Lu Xianxian escaped to leave the fireball and find a safe place. But she didn't expect that after she teleported out, the space where she stood was actually another fireball. This happened several times. Whenever Lu Xianxian wanted to escape, she would definitely escape to another fireball. Lu Xianxian panicked. This was the first time she panicked after having 3S level superpowers. She suddenly understood why the faceless man did not have 3S level superpowers, but was still a 3S level wanted criminal. The faceless man had a power that even the 3S level could not be underestimated. Everyone on the ground was staring at the battle in the air. Jiangmi gave up changing his face when fighting against Lu Xianxian. He had used up his superpowers, so changing his face was meaningless. All the students were worried about Jiangmi, worried that she could not beat Lu Xianxian. But watching, Lu Xianxian was the one who was suppressed? Sister Ning. You are worthy of being Sister Ning. If Lu Xianxian can't suppress Sister Ning, Who else in the Federation can suppress her? 2 months ago, we thought Sister Ning was the worst S level. Who would have thought that Sister Ning could suppress 3S and rub it well now? Everyone stared at the battle in the air with bright eyes. And no one noticed that a black figure quietly approached Ming Jinyan. The black mucus in his hand surged, and his claws and teeth bared, exposing his bloodthirsty nature. While everyone was paying attention to the fireball attack in the air, his black mucus attacked Ming Jinyan fiercely. Awoo! The black mucus swept in, but it was empty, and all was sent to another place by Xiaoha's space hole. Xiaoha immediately protected Ming Jinyan behind him and glared at Zongjung Bowen. Sure Ning! Come back quickly! Someone is destroying the house! Destroying the house! Xiaoha knew that Jiangmi could hear its voice, and this cry for help was particularly skilled and loud. Jiangmi's eyes condensed, and he shrinking the earth to a ruler appeared in front of Ming Jinyan. Everyone was so scared that they quickly took a step back. At this time, Zongjung Bowen had been completely exposed, with mucus surging, and his eyes were as cold as a poisonous scorpion. Zongjung Bowen, do you know what you are doing? Ming Yueshi and others were stunned. Who would have thought that when Jiangmi was fighting against Lu Xianxian, he would sneak attack Zongjung Bowen? Then, with a loud boom, the magic layer suddenly appeared above Jiangmi and Ming Jinyan's heads, and the gravity field that came suddenly pressed on the magic layer, pressing the magic layer down for several meters. Pei Jixian. Everyone was even more incredulous. It was incredible that Zongjung Bowen would attack Ming Jinyan. And Pei Jixian, how could he do such a thing? But it wasn't over yet. Jiangmi saw Lu Xianxian fall down and stand in front of Zongjung Bowen and Pei Jixian. Then, Pei Jixiu, who was rescued from the aircraft, also walked into the crowd. Fuck. Xiaoha swallowed his saliva. 1 3S level. 3SS level. How to play. What's going on? Wiki yelled. Captain Pei, Director Zongjung, and Colonel Pei. Aren't you from the Federation? Why did you attack Senator Ming? What are you doing? The Federation had already experienced a rebellion, which was a large number of Federation S-level rebellions caused by Qin Xianyu's hypnosis. And this time it was more serious. A group of SS-level rebellions. Jiangmi looked at Zongjung Bowen and others. His eyes fell on their slightly weird eyes. They are not rebelling. They are possessed. Possessed? Most students obviously don't understand this concept. You know, possession is a very advanced ability among superpowers. Even the lowest level possession is an S-level ability. Not to mention the doppelganger that can possess multiple people at the same time, which is a more advanced existence than possession. SS-level superpowers have always been rare, so it is normal for students not to know about it. At this time, knowing that Jiangmi had guessed his identity, Fang Xuanzhou did not pretend. Pei Jixian, Pei Jixiu, and Zongjung Bowen all curled their lips at the same time. Although they were different faces, they showed exactly the same expression, which was particularly creepy. Weka choked and swallowed his saliva. Sister Ning, how do we play with such an awesome lineup? It's not that the students don't believe in Ning, but the 4 people in front of them can be said to be the strongest in the Federation. Ning has no problem fighting S level and SS level, but how can he fight a 3S level and 3SS level? And Jiangmi looked at Lu Xianxian and others calmly. I guess 3 people are not your limit. Jiangmi remembered the scene she just saw in scene replay. She secretly calculated that Fang Xuanzhou's clone can control multiple people, and at the same time, it should be able to control up to 4 people. The students were in a commotion for a while, not knowing what Ning meant by this. A minute later, an old figure walked out of the crowd, and finally walked to the side of Lu Xianxian. Hua Yunzhang. Hua Yunzhang with SS level evolution ability. All the students' eyes widened, and they couldn't imagine all this. Hua Yunzhang actually stood on Lu Xianxian's side, and she was also possessed. This means that Ning has to face not 1 3S level and 3SS level. It's 4 3S level. Chapter 136. Hua Yunzhang's face was pale. She was already old, and she had helped many psychics evolve for most of the day, which made her very tired. Fang Xuanzhou did not show this trump card, thinking that Hua Yunzhang's mental strength had been overdrawn. But since Jiangmi had discovered it, it didn't matter if he showed it. The students opened their mouths wide and looked at the lineup in front of them in disbelief. Even Ming Jinyan and Ming Yueshi looked very embarrassed. It was not easy to beat 1 Lu Xianxian, let alone 4. Even if Ning was a multi-psychic, the highest level was only SS level. Let's change places. Jiangmi looked calm. She was not afraid of fighting against 4-3S levels. After all, she could run fast and predict. But the people behind her were not okay. Now, let alone Lu Xianxian's space slash. It would be difficult for her to withstand any 3S level attack from Pei Jixian and Zhong Zhengbowen. Fang Xuanzhou did not embarrass Jiangmi this time. Perhaps because he felt that killing too many people was not good. Even if he used other people's bodies, these people would be useful to him in the future. He just wanted to kill Ming Jinyan. All the students and the executive commissioner of the management bureau left, and the airport space was vacant. But this place was already devastated and cut into pieces by Lu Xianxian's space. It was difficult to stand on a flat ground. Hua Yunzhang's charitable eyes disappeared, and the eyes were cold and gloomy. She drank a can of energy liquid and activated her superpowers again. The light of evolution enveloped Zhong Zhengbowen and others. Her evolution was useless to Lu Xianxian, and upgrading the SS level to 3S level was already the peak. For 3SS lined up in front of Jiangmi. Jiangmi's most powerful abilities were still Harden and Perception Fraud. But both were only SS level. All attacks suddenly attacked Jiangmi. Space slash conceal Jiangmi's Harden. And rewind conceal Perception Fraud. Jiangmi now only has precognition to allow her to escape. But precognition can only do this. Gravity and devouring followed one after another, almost killing Jiangmi. In the distance, the students watched this battle and dared not breathe. Even though they knew that Hardening was very powerful, and was one of the few people with multiple abilities in the world. What could she do when facing the 4 strongest people in the Federation? Many people have already expected Hardening's ending. Fang Xuanzhou is the same. He didn't think Jiangmi could escape this time. But he didn't want to kill Jiangmi. Jiangmi was his sister after all. And her ability to evolve was so good. Fang Xuanzhou's attacks were fierce. But he didn't force Jiangmi to death. Jiangmi knew that Fang Xuanzhou didn't intend to kill him. And this was Fang Xuanzhou's biggest weakness now. Just when Swallow was about to drown Jiangmi, a hardened magic layer suddenly appeared, blocking everything. Fang Xuanzhou, how is it possible? Jiangmi's hardening is only SS level. It's good enough to block one attack. How can it block Swallow? The next moment, Fang Xuanzhou felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. So painful that he couldn't breathe. And this pain came from one of his clones. Hua Yunzhang suddenly bent over, holding his stomach and twitching. This was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Zhengbowen also felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, which made his face spasm. This weird expression gradually appeared on Pei Jixian and Pei Jitsu's faces. Lu Xianxian looked puzzled. What are you doing? A line of words suddenly appeared behind Jiangmi. Because the rescue of District 13 was successful, everyone was relieved. But they got a stomachache. Hua Yunzhang, Zhong Zhengbowen, Pei Jixian, Pei Jitsu, all had severe abdominal pain and could not move further. SS level causality. When Li Xiaoxiao was upgraded to SS level, Jiangmi stole the ability from her. Lu Xianxian? Can it be like this? If Zhong Zhengbowen and others wanted to attack Jiangmi, they would just have to endure the abdominal pain. But now it is Fang Xuanzhou who is controlling them. 4 clones. Pain x4. For SS level causality. It is too simple to make 4 people have a stomachache. Hua Yunzhang's face turned pale. She was old and had some old age diseases. Coupled with the abdominal pain, she fell down first. As she lost strength, evolution failed. And Zhong Zhengbowen and others returned to SS level. But this does not mean that Fang Xuanzhou's abdominal pain has been relieved. Jiangmi was quick-witted and teleported behind Zhong Zhengbowen. With a knife, he knocked Zhong Zhengbowen unconscious. Zhong Zhengbowen's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Then, Jiangmi teleported behind Pei Jixian and Pei Jitsu and knocked them both unconscious. Fang Xuanzhou suddenly woke up when Jiangmi knocked out Zhong Zhengbowen and the others. He also turned on the supernatural power blocker, so his clone control failed. The only one who can be controlled now is Hua Yunzhang. But Hua Yunzhang can't help Lu Xianxian evolve. So what's the point of keeping her? The situation reversed instantly. Lu Xianxian was horrified and hurriedly swung out her space slash. But this time, Jiangmi showed no mercy. The flames came over and instantly submerged Lu Xianxian. And she teleported away again. And this time, the place where she escaped was not left with a fireball, but a hardened earth cone. The cold earth cone pierced Lu Xianxian. And Lu Xianxian couldn't believe that she'd lost until the last moment. Kill SSS level mutants and gain 51,126 magic points. Current magic value 151047. Blood dripping. Lu Xianxian died. Zhongzheng Bowen and others regained consciousness. They shook their heads, looked at the tall earth cone in the ruins, and Lu Xianxian's body on it. They were silent for a long time. If before this, they and Lu Xianxian, several people besieged Shining together, maybe they could still catch Shining. Then with Lu Xianxian's death, catching Shining would become a completely impossible thing. In the distance, students holding binoculars also saw the confrontation at the airport. Lu Xianxian is dead? That's impossible. She's a federal 3S level. Isn't that Lu Xianxian's body on the convex cone? Sister Ning is only an SS level. Can she kill Lu Xianxian? Sister Ning is a very powerful SS level. Just now, for 3S levels fought against her alone. And she was fine. Killing Lu Xianxian is nothing. Right? Sister Ning is really strong. I'm actually a classmate of such a strong person. Ho Che glanced at the other students and snorted in his heart. TSK. Who are you? He even challenged Shining. The key is that he is still alive, while the 3S level is hanging on the earth cone, which is really not easy. Fang Xuanzhou is still possessed by Hua Yunzhang and has not left. Jiangmi did not do anything to the elders, and asked Wiki to bring an ordinary rope to handcuff Hua Yunzhang first. Member. Jiangmi walked to Ming Jinyan, and Xiaohua opened a space hole that led directly to Ming's house. Don't take the aircraft, or go back to Livonia directly. Ming Yueshi was a little worried. The Democratic Alliance should not give up. Su Chen brought a little girl out. You can let her and Director Zhongzheng escort the counselor back together. The little girl Su Chen brought was called Shimeng, an SS-level invalidated mutant who awakened in the black fog this time. Before, Shimeng was dealing with Mirror Flower and Water Moon in District 13, and Su Chen was always by her side. So Fang Xuanzhou had no chance to contact her, and naturally could not possess her. Shimeng is a second-class citizen of Livonia, 20 years old this year, and this time she came to District 13 for tourism. She likes Otomo. Before the black fog raged, she used 100,000 federal coins to draw cards, but failed to draw the SSR card of the little brother she liked. With such resentment, Shimeng was swallowed by the black fog and evolved into an SS-level superpower. Jiangmi knew that the Otomo company she drew cards from was owned by Yao Xingli. Yao Xingli also knew that the person who killed Yao Qian was not Shining, but Q. He now shares the same hatred with Shining, and also wants to protect Ming Jinyan. What's more, Ming Jinyan is Ming Yueshi's mother. Yao Xingli looked at Shimeng. As long as you escort the congressman until the end of the presidential election, I will let the company open the back door to give you the SSR. And by the way, a reward of 1 million federal coins. Shimeng's eyes widened. Just now, because she had cleared the entire 13th district of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, her consciousness was blurred. Now she was completely awake and her eyes were bright. No problem, Minji Wexi added. The 1 million federal coins will be paid by our Ming family. Please! The little girl was extremely excited and nodded vigorously. At this time, Wiki pulled Minji Wexi's sleeve. Miss, Director Zhongzhen can rebel. We are not familiar with Shimeng. Aren't you worried that she will turn against us and attack the counselors? Minji Wexi was relieved. How deep is the resentment of those who evolve into SS-level psychics because they can't draw SSR cards? Do you think there is anything else that can tempt her except Brother Yo? Wiki thought for a while and nodded vigorously. That makes sense. Before leaving, Jiangmi also asked Shimeng to help check the team escorting Ming Jinyan to ensure that there is no Fang Xuanzhou's possession. Pei Jitsu and Pei Jixian were also checked again. And finally, together with Zhongzheng Bowen, they escorted Ming Jinyan back. Only Hua Yunzhang was left at the scene, with Fang Xuanzhou's clone on his body. Fang Xuanzhou raised his eyes, staring at Jiangmi with his old eyes. Sister, isn't it good to let my people be president? What does the life and death of those third-class citizens have to do with us? Everyone felt a chill. It was still Hua Yunzhang's old face and hoarse voice. But when he called Shining like this, all the students felt something was wrong. Jiangmi also felt very strange. But just looking at Hua Yunzhang's eyes, she could always see Fang Xuanzhou's shadow in them. She knew very well that the person standing in front of her now was Fang Xuanzhou, not Hua Yunzhang. Jiangmi walked up to Fang Xuanzhou with the shielding handcuffs in his hand. Give me an address. Let's meet. Fang Xuanzhou raised his lips. Sister is coming to kill me? Jiangmi smiled. It may be you who kills me. The shielding handcuffs were placed on Hua Yunzhang's hand, and Hua Yunzhang's eyes rolled back, and her dark black pupils disappeared, turning back to her original kind eyes. Hua Yunzhang had consumed too much energy and could no longer stand. Her legs softened, and she collapsed in Jiangmi's arms. Yuqi immediately stepped forward to treat Hua Yunzhang. Fortunately, she was only mentally exhausted and had no injuries. Behind Jiangmi, Xiaohua opened another space hole. This time, the place leading to Fang Xuanzhou was where he was. Jiangmi handed Hua Yunzhang to Yuqi's arms, turned around, and stepped into the space hole. Chapter 137. In front of him was a wide laboratory, with a vast expanse of white from the ground, walls, to the ceiling. The laboratory was filled with freezers, like frozen tombstones. The freezers were empty, with nothing in them. But hundreds of freezers neatly placed in front of him were still shocking. Fang Xuanzhou and Hongye stood in front of hundreds of freezers. At that time, Fang Xuanzhou was not a young boy, nor an old man in his twilight years, but a young man in his 20s, with black hair and a straight figure. Jiangmi looked Fang Xuanzhou up and down, and finally his eyes fell on his heart. There was only one label there: SSS Equivalent Exchange. Jiangmi got straight to the point. And the first sentence was, "You are not the original body." Fang Xuanzhou was stunned for a moment, and smiled with his eyebrows and eyes stretched. His smile was very similar to Jiangmi's, and it fell on his handsome face, which actually had a harmless taste. Power labeling? Sister, you have collected more targets than I thought. Jiangmi's mouth twitched. Oh, isn't it all thanks to you? Fang Xuanzhou shook his head. It's different. My multi-powered users are currently unable to break through the upper limit of the number of powers. Having 5 powers at the same time is the limit. But you obviously don't have this part of the limit. Jiangmi was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that there was an upper limit to the number of powers of multi-powered users. But thinking carefully about the targets she encountered, even a strong one like Qingye only had 3 powers. Although Merlin has more powers, his level is generally not as good as Qingye. Jiangmi suddenly realized that she needed magic power to support her upgrade hardening. Then similarly, the existence of superpowers must be supported by mental power. And even if a person with multiple superpowers can obtain superpowers, his mental power has not been improved. So there is a limit. Sister, have you guessed the reason? Fang Xuanzhou saw the subtle changes in Jiangmi's expression. Sure enough, it is related to the upgrade of superpowers. Jiangmi glanced at Hongye beside Fang Xuanzhou. The last time she saw her, she only had 2 superpowers, SS Annihilation and S Ice Blade. Now she has another superpower, S Dream Creation. Compared to the first 2 offensive superpowers, Dream Creation is a very auxiliary superpower, which is almost useless in actual combat. However, with equivalent exchange, Jiangmi feels that this superpower is just to make up the number, and it will become another ability later. There are only Fang Xuanzhou and Hongye at the scene, but the oppression that Jiangmi can feel is stronger than when facing 43S level. Sister, I know you want to save Ji Ling'an. Fang Xuanzhou did not continue the topic of supernatural powers. She is your friend. I can help you. But Ming Jinan must die. Why? Jiangmi and Fang Xuanzhou were separated by a distance. She folded her arms and leaned leisurely on the fallen pillar behind her. She just wants to abolish the citizen system, which I think is a good thing. Fang Xuanzhou's face was serious. If the blue star is peaceful and the sea is clear, abolishing the citizen system is indeed a good thing. But the reality is not like this. The Black Mist project of the God-given association seems to be destroying mankind. But in fact it is saving mankind. Jiangmi raised her eyebrows and stood up slightly. The bishop contacted her before he died and said something similar to her. The Black Mist project saves all mankind. Fang Xuanzhou saw Jiangmi's hesitation in her doubtful eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth and continued. And sister, do you think the crack is really a natural disaster? No. The crack is man-made. It is the greatest creation of mankind so far. This sentence exploded in front of Jiangmi like a heavy bomb. The Black Fog Project can save mankind looks like an excuse to flatter himself. But the crack is man-made is an objective fact. Jiangmi, man-made? Who did it? You know this person. Fang Xuanzhou smiled. Since you are so close to Changyi, You should have known her. It's Chu Huijin. Chung Yi is the pseudonym used by Su Qin when he was in the crack game 8 years ago. And Chu Huijin is the president of the Extreme Frost. Why do you think the location of each crack is always not far from the human base? Fang Xuanzhou continued. That's because the crack address chosen by Chu Huijin is exactly the approximate direction of the human base corresponding to the Earth era. The black fog is the salvation of mankind. And the cracks are also a gift to mankind. When it comes to the black fog and cracks, Fang Xuanzhou's eyes are full of yearning. With a kind of fanaticism of devout believers for God. Jiangmi has also seen such an expression on the face of the bishop. Unlike the fear of cracks by third-class citizens, they are really looking forward to cracks. Jiangmi doesn't believe that the two people said at the same time that the Black Fog plan saves all mankind was accidental. And he doesn't believe that the two bosses, who have established a huge terrorist organization, will be easily deceived. Looking at the unparalleled fanaticism in Fang Xuanzhou's eyes, Jiangmi's eyes slowly widened. And suddenly a very bad premonition emerged in his heart. What the bishop and Fang Xuanzhou said is very likely true. From waking up to now, all the information suddenly connected together. And an extremely rebellious and bold idea suddenly emerged in Jiangmi's mind. This idea was ignored by her from the moment she woke up and the moment she saw the blue star. But it is not impossible. If this possibility is true, then the Black Mist Project is indeed a way to save mankind. That was what the bishop did not finish saying in the optical brain. And that was the truth that all people on Earth misunderstood. Blue Star is not the future of the Earth. Blue Star is the past of the Earth. Sister, have you finally realized it? The enthusiasm in Fang Xuanzhou's eyes almost overflowed. The era of technological development does not represent the future. And the era of technological backwardness is not the past. Earth civilization is far ahead of Blue Star civilization by tens of thousands of years. Blue Star is the prehistoric civilization of the Earth. So the destruction of Blue Star is inevitable. She is a civilization that has been annihilated. In the end, it will disappear in the torrent of history. We still don't know the reason for the destruction of Blue Star civilization. But opening the cracks and giving humans the opportunity to evolve is the salvation of Blue Star civilization. It is the salvation of all mankind. We mine, control, and auction the cracks, and we encourage research and development. Because if humans do not evolve, then the present of the Earth is the future of Blue Star. Looking at all the evolutions in human history, they must be modeled with flesh and blood. And they must step on death. Fang Xuanzhou became more and more enthusiastic, and his eyes turned red. Compared to Fang Xuanzhou's enthusiasm, Jiangmi, who peeked into the truth of the world, was still calm. I have checked the crack data. In the past 100 years, cracks have appeared frequently. So the end of Blue Star is not far away. Right? Almost. Fang Xuanzhou sighed. Cube's experiment on humans is just self-rescue. Sister, how could I do something to harm others? I just want to help. Snap! A cane suddenly appeared, turned into a fan blade, and slapped Fang Xuanzhou in the face. Fang Xuanzhou was hit so hard that his head tilted, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Hongya was horrified. Black smoke floated around her body, and she was about to use her supernatural power to fight back against Jiangmi. Fang Xuanzhou held Hongya's hand. Tears seemed to be in his eyes, and he looked at Jiangmi. Sister, don't you believe me? Jiangmi shrugged. What does saving all mankind have to do with me? I came to you to settle the old accounts on Earth. Fang Xuanzhou, you should know that I am a person who is very calculative. As your blood sister, I refused to save you at first. But later I donated bone marrow to you. So I don't owe you anything. But you pushed me into the black fog. Can we talk it out? Fang Xuanzhou's mouth twitched. You came to me, not because of Ming, Jin Yan, and the Federation? Jiangmi looked at Fang Xuanzhou suspiciously. Fang Xuanzhou, you really don't know me very well. From the beginning, I targeted the God's Gift Association and Mr. Ding, all of which were just personal grudges. Fang Xuanzhou hurriedly asked, then why did you kill Xing Kong and threaten the 5 major families to save District 13? Jiangmi shrugged. That's just because I'm unhappy with the bishop. And my friends are all in District 13. As for saving all mankind, it's not my turn to consider such a noble thing. Giant black wings appeared from behind Jiangmi, gradually spreading out, forming a giant wing more than 4 meters long. Jiangmi held the submachine gun on his back and looked at Fang Xuanzhou with a cold look. Fang Xuanzhou, it's time to settle the accounts between us. After failing to win him over, the smile on Fang Xuanzhou's face disappeared, and his eyes became as cold as Jiang Mi's. Sister, I really admire you. We could have saved the world together. Don't talk so high-soundingly. You just want to occupy my body for your own use. Jiang Mi pierced Fang Xuanzhou's hypocritical mask. Control me if you have the ability. Otherwise, don't think about leaving alive today. Heng Ye immediately stood in front of Fang Xuanzhou. Fang Xuanzhou's hand was on Heng Ye's shoulder, and the 3 supernatural labels on Heng Ye's heart began to change rapidly. Sister, do you really want to turn against someone who has the ability of equivalent exchange? Cheng Yi didn't tell you how powerful a true 3S level ability is? He told you. But no matter how powerful the ability is, it will be useless if it is sealed. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Mi immediately stretched out his hand to Fang Xuanzhou and shouted loudly. No equivalent is allowed here. As silence immediately appeared in Heng Ye's heart, and the sweeping black space drowned everything. All sounds disappeared instantly. Jiang Mi's last words were swallowed up before they reached Fang Xuanzhou. Fang Xuanzhou looked at Jiang Mi proudly, but her voice could not be conveyed. But she asked Heng Ye to use eyes to conjure a line of words. Sister, it seems that the word spirit you stole is useless. What a pity. Fang Xuanzhou did not exchange SS level invalidation for equivalent, because he knew that Shi Meng was with Jiang Mi. If Jiang Mi stole Shi Meng's invalidation, when Heng Ye used invalidation just now, it would be offset by Jiang Mi's invalidation. On the contrary, although the silent ability is useless, it is a natural counter to word spirit. Unexpectedly, after failing in one move, Jiang Mi did not look discouraged at all, but smiled at Fang Xuanzhou. She waved her hand, and the fire ability also displayed a line of words behind her, who said I stole word spirit. Fang Xuanzhou was stunned, and his eyes widened instantly. The fire ability did not end, and the flames turned into another line of words. Su Chen told me that the equivalent exchange of abilities requires a lot of mental energy. As a true 3S level ability user, he could only exchange abilities 5 times. And you? A half-baked experimental subject. How many times can you exchange abilities? I estimate. No more than 3 times. Just now. It was the first time. Chapter 138. Fang Xuanzhou finally realized that Jiang Mi had not used word spirit just now. She deliberately said equivalent exchange is prohibited here in order to trick them into using the first equivalent exchange and exchanging the S-silence ability. Silence is an extremely useless ability. It has almost no other use except for the silent effect during assassination and the ability to restrain language such as word spirit. Fang Xuanzhou can imagine that Jiang Mi must have stolen a small amount of word spirit. It is not worthwhile for him to spend an exchange ability to exchange for silence. Of course, Fang Xuanzhou can exchange for abilities such as invalidation to invalidate word spirit. This is also a way. However, equivalent exchange requires a clear understanding of the exchange object. If a fictitious ability is used for exchange, the exchange is likely to fail. The success rate is high when using abilities that have appeared in history as the exchange object. This is the second information point that Su Chen told Jiang Mi. There have been many nullification abilities in the history of the Federation, but the only ability that can nullify word spirit is Shi Meng's SS level nullification. If nullification is replaced, Jiang Mi is very likely to have stolen Shi Meng's nullification. Then Heng Ye's nullification will be offset, and word spirit is very likely to be successfully performed and seal equivalent exchange. So even if silence is a not so useful ability, it is the best solution at this time. Fang Xuanzhou frowned. He obviously has the strongest auxiliary ability in the Federation, but he still lost in the first confrontation. This frustration is just like when no one discovered his doppelganger ability. But Jiang Mi easily guessed his ability and estimated that his ability is SS level. He will never have the upper hand in front of his sister. Even if he pushed Jiang Mi into the black fog, she could still survive tenaciously and then get into the freezer. Even if he controlled Jiang Mi all the time and had her memory deleted, she still found out everything and made a comeback. What's worse is that when Fang Xuanzhou chose to train a multi-powered person, he didn't consider Jiang Mi at all. It was just that the researcher found out that her body was very compatible with superpowers, and she was almost the most suitable person to be a multi-powered person among all the people on Earth. At that time, Fang Xuanzhou didn't know that Jiang Mi could upgrade her superpowers. Therefore, Jiang Mi became the best experimental subject. Fang Xuanzhou originally thought that he could control Jiang Mi and finally possess her body. However, just because the researcher was partial to her and secretly replaced her with the clone. He would never have the chance to control Jiangmi again. Fang Xuanzhou's breathing became heavier. No. He still had a chance. The confrontation of superpowers was not a protracted war. It could be killed with just one move. Jiangmi has a trump card. And so does he. Fang Xuanzhou winked at Hongya. And Hongya immediately used her Annihilation to attack Jiangmi. Annihilation and Swallow are similar abilities, both of which are indescribable objects. Swallow is a surging black mucus with a dazzling metallic luster, while Annihilation is more like an ant in the dark. A cluster of black sand fog, which can annihilate everything wherever it goes. The strange substance like quicksand. Wherever it goes, no grass grows. Jiangmi frowned. Annihilation is more corrosive than Swallow, and seems to be poisonous. This means that as soon as the hardening is used, the magic layer will soon be disintegrated by Swallow. Fortunately, Jiangmi was extremely fast, and with the help of precognition and perception fraud, Hongya could not attack her. Just when Hongya's attack failed, Jiangmi aimed at Fang Xuanzhou. After killing Lu Xianxian, Jiangmi was already a 3S level psychic. Hardening, the latest ability, remote hardening, limited to 20 meters. The target includes non-living things and living things. Jiangmi pointed her finger at Fang Xuanzhou. This time, she aimed at Fang Xuanzhou's heart. If a person's heart is hardened and can no longer supply blood, what will happen? When Jiangmi pointed at Fang Xuanzhou already felt the strong suffocation brought by hardening, and this feeling made him faint several times. Hongya! In the silence, there was no sound. But Fang Xuanzhou still instinctively shouted at Hongya. Hongya saw Fang Xuanzhou's mouth shape, and immediately rushed forward, blocking Fang Xuanzhou without hesitation. The remote hardening lost its target and fell on Hongya. And this time, it was Hongya who was hardened. Fang Xuanzhou took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. He ignored the cold sweat on his forehead and immediately covered Hongya with his hands. The hardening on Hongya's body disappeared. The strong feeling of suffocation from the superpowers permeated Hongya's body, swallowing up all the superpowers that hurt her. The second exchange, SS level invalidation. Invalidation is an auxiliary superpower, but it can clear all attacking superpowers. Although hardening can harden Fang Xuanzhou's heart, Jiangmi can also use the invalidation she stole to dissolve Hongya's invalidation. However, Jiangmi's invalidation was stolen and can only be used for 1 minute at most. In 1 minute, hardening cannot kill Fang Xuanzhou, and then the hardening ability will be offset by invalidation. Jiangmi took this into consideration, so he did not use invalidation to counterattack. It must be said that fighting against equivalent exchange is a headache. In the past, you just went straight into the fight, but now you have to use your brain. However, this is the second time. Fang Xuanzhou's body only has the last equivalent exchange left. Hongya's invalidation cleared all the superpowers that Jiangmi attacked. The two exchanged offense and defense. This time it was Hongya's turn to attack, using invalidation to neutralize Jiangmi's attack while using Ice Blade to attack her. The superpowers of the rule system are so buggy that even SS level invalidation can dissolve 3S hardening attacks. As long as it complies with the rules, the superpower effect will be established. It is just that invalidating 3S level attacks consumes a lot of Hongya. During the chase, Jiangmi saw that Hongya was already covered with sweat, but Hongya was still proud. Obviously, Jiangmi had been forced into a desperate situation. When Hongya's Ice Blade was about to attack the unarmed Jiangmi, suddenly, she felt a suffocating feeling from the supernatural power. In the blink of an eye, Jiangmi shrinking the earth to a ruler was already in front of her. Hasn't her ability been invalidated? This thought suddenly popped up in Hongya's mind. And the next second, she realized that Jiangmi also used invalidation in the 60-second supernatural power that she could steal. The first ability was invalidation. Invalidation against invalidation. Hongya's advantage was gone. Silence had to be used to defend against Jiangmi's word spirit, and the only attack Hongya could use was Ice Blade. The sky-high flames drowned Hongya, and countless hardened vines attacked Hongya. Fang Xuanzhou's pupil shrank suddenly. Jiangmi's attack was too fierce, and her nullification was often limited. So she used all her attacks to kill Hongya instantly. Under the raging fire, the ice wall rose from the ground to block the flames. But the rapidly approaching plant vines were as hard as steel bars, quickly breaking through the ice wall and piercing Hongya's body. After the nullification failed, Hongya could no longer resist Jiangmi's attack. Gulping blood flowed along the vines. And Hongya's lower abdomen had been pierced by Jiangmi's vines. As Hongya was seriously injured. Silence also failed. Jiangmi smiled at Fang Xuanzhou. It seems that it's your turn. Fang Xuanzhou's face was gloomy. But a smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sister. It's still uncertain who will win or lose until the end. The third equivalent exchange. Jiangmi opened her eyes. And the silent space caused by silence had long been restored. Countless bullets swept in and brushed past Jiangmi's face without any protection. Jiangmi. Hongya kept chasing Jiangmi from behind. And a suffocating feeling of superpowers came over her. Jiangmi was in a trance for a moment. Just because of this moment of trance, Hongya's bullet penetrated Jiangmi's lower abdomen. And Jiangmi's lower abdomen was instantly bleeding. What was she doing just now? Oh! Yes. Fang Xuanzhou exchanged silence for the first time. And the scene was shrouded in a silent environment. He exchanged invalidation for the second time. And Hongya with invalidation was suppressing her one-sidedly. Jiangmi couldn't use her superpowers. So she could only run for her life. Fang Xuanzhou looked at this scene and smiled triumphantly. The S-level ability time rewind can make time go back to any time 60 seconds ago. Except for the ability owner. No one else will have any memory of the time before the time rewind. Fang Xuanzhou also had no memory before the time went back. But he had planned to use time go back a long time ago. When he saw the scene, he knew that Hongya had used time go back. This is one of Fang Xuanzhou's trump cards. Time keeps going back, and all attacks can be seen through. This is 100 times more powerful than foreknowledge. Fang Xuanzhou doesn't believe that Jiangmi can still survive with such a buddy ability. Jiangmi's reaction is very good. And she once again evaded Hongya's attack. But Hongya used time go back. She knew where Jiangmi would land. So she rushed to that position without hesitation, intending to give Jiangmi a heavy blow. At the same time that Hongya landed, Jiangmi pulled out the dagger on her body and stabbed Hongya's lower abdomen fiercely. Hongya almost ran into the dagger and bumped into Jiangmi. Hongya! Fang Xuanzhou. Hongya covered her wound in pain. Why? Silent no sound could be made in the space. And Jiangmi could only see her lip shape. Hongya was puzzled. She clearly knew Jiangmi's movements by rewind time. But how could Jiangmi seem to have known her movements long ago? Was it Jiangmi's precognition? In battle, precognition can only know the opponent's next move. And it is impossible to think so far ahead. Jiangmi shook the dagger in his hand. And the red flame formed a line of words. Do you think it's as simple as just stabbing you? I just touched you. Rewind time is very useful. Hongya and Fang Xuanzhou's eyes widened. Then, they saw another line of words appear behind Jiangmi different from the font formed by the flame. This line of words came from causality. The second 10 seconds of Jiangmi's theft was causality. Jiangmi went to find Fang Xuanzhou alone. But the two sides fought after talking. In the critical moment, Fang Xuanzhou exchanged for S-level time rewind. Fang Xuanzhou was even more unbelievable. He exchanged time rewind, but it was actually designed by Jiangmi's law of causality. Law of causality can write cause and effect to achieve the desired effect of the superpower. But in essence, it makes the probability of the target event greater. And the greater the probability of the target event itself, the higher the possibility of achievement. Making a thing with only 1% probability become 100%. The consumption of superpowers is huge, and it will also cause a chain reaction around. But making a thing with a 90% probability become 100%. The consumption of superpowers is very small, and it will hardly cause changes in the surroundings. Jiangmi calculated that Fang Xuanzhou might use time rewind. Instead of letting him exchange for a superpower that Jiangmi could not control, it is better to let him exchange for a superpower that Jiangmi guessed, which would be more advantageous for Jiangmi. And now, Jiangmi has stolen time rewind. And Fang Xuanzhou's advantage has become Jiangmi's advantage. Hongya covered the wound on her lower abdomen and stood silently beside Fang Xuanzhou. Now, the situation is one-sidedly unfavorable to them. Jiangmi still has at least 40 seconds of unknown stealing ability, which represents the possibility of her S-level silence is still suppressed by the word spirit that I don't know if there is any. Fang Xuanzhou dare not remove it. SS-level invalidation is still suppressed by Jiangmi's invalidation that I don't know if there is any. If Jiangmi is removed, he will harden in the air. And this ability must be there. Finally, S-level time rewind. Fang Xuanzhou knows that Jiangmi must have time rewind. Both of them have this ability, which is quite rare. Moreover, Fang Xuanzhou has exchanged abilities 3 times. Chapter 139. Hongya's blood flowed more and more, and her face turned pale. The silent space suddenly trembled, and it was obvious that Hongya could no longer stabilize the superpowers in the space. Jiangmi looked at Fang Xuanzhou with interest. There was no doubt that the collapse of the silent space was the beginning of Fang Xuanzhou's failure. Fang Xuanzhou glanced at it. Although the sound he spoke would be swallowed by silent, Jiangmi clearly saw that Fang Xuanzhou cursed waste. Jiangmi's dagger pierced Hongya's lower abdomen. It was not a fatal injury. It could be cured with timely treatment. But if it was not treated in time, it would cause excessive blood loss and death. Jiangmi did not believe that Fang Xuanzhou was the only one around him, and waited for others to appear. Sure enough, a graceful figure flashed and appeared, with the superpower A charge marked on her heart. She was as fast as lightning and appeared beside Hongya in an instant. If it's not a healing ability, it can't save Hongya. Jiangmi thought so in his heart. And the next moment, he saw the charged psychic holding a dagger in his hand, and suddenly hit Hongya's lower abdomen. Jiangmi. At that time, Hongya could no longer withstand such an attack. Her legs were weak, and she leaned on the charged psychic, and slowly closed her eyes. Fang Xuanzhou had no reaction to the internal strife within the team, and his face was indifferent. A few seconds later, Jiangmi saw that the 3 ability labels belonging to Hongya disappeared, and those labels all appeared on the charged psychic. The charged psychic turned around, and Jiangmi finally saw her face clearly. She had a face exactly like Hongya. Not only that, Fang Xuanzhou walked forward and put his hand on the charged psychic. Soon, his pale face regained its color. Sister, you should have been more ruthless just now. Fang Xuanzhou's voice echoed in the silent space where there should not be any sound. It was not transmitted through air vibration, but seemed to be transmitted to Jiangmi's heart through some kind of supernatural power. Fang Xuanzhou looked at Jiangmi with a cold gaze. Black mist lingered behind him. But in just a moment, more than a dozen supernatural powers appeared. They all had S-level labels on them. They looked at Jiangmi with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. The confrontation just now was your only chance to kill Hongya and me. But sister, you were too careless. Now that charge appears, you will never have this chance again. After saying that, Hongya number 2 beside Fang Xuanzhou and a group of S-level psychics swarmed up and rushed forward to attack Jiangmi. A base of extreme cold frost. This is a morgue. The freezer storing corpses are shining with metallic luster. There is a label on the lower right corner of each freezer. The identity of the deceased and the date of death are marked on it. A space hole appeared, and Xiao Ha, Su Qian, Luo Shi and Hua Yunzhang appeared in the morgue. Luo Shi was very curious about everything, but she didn't dare to move. Hua Yunzhang's pale face recovered. She looked around and was quite surprised. It's my first time to come to the base of extreme cold frost. Su Qian walked to the freezer and pulled it hard. There was a cold corpse in the cabinet. The other party closed his eyes, and his face was covered with a thin layer of frost. Luo Shi glanced at the dead man and was speechless with shock. Isn't this Mr. Fang from the Democratic Alliance? Fang Wenjing, the head of the Fang family, is also a member of the Democratic Alliance. Luo Shi asked tremblingly. Was it Ning who did it? She knew that Ning was a faceless man who killed many people. Su Qian, that's not the case. He committed suicide? Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Wenjing's body again. She just noticed that Fang Wenjing's lips were black, and there was a little black blood at the corner of his mouth. It was probably poisoned. You want me to replay his past? Luo Shi asked. But he's dead. I don't have this ability. I can only see the life of the living. Hua Yunzhang smiled and said, Don't you still have me? A-level scene replay can only see the past of the living, while S-level scene replay can see the past of the dead. Luo Shi evolved to S-level. Although he was a little disgusted, he still put his hand on Fang Wenjing's body, and Fang Wenjing's past was vividly displayed in front of everyone. Fang Wenjing, the young master of the Fang family of the Federation. When he was born, the black fog was invading the world, and humans relied on hunting demons to obtain golden blood to barely fight against the cracks. This was the darkest moment for humans. Even if humans could become superpowers to fight against demons, they could not deal with the black fog. Fang Wenjing grew up in such a turbulent era. After he turned 18, he, like most people, devoted himself to fighting against and studying the cracks. About 60 years ago, Fang Wenjing discovered a human base during a team exploration. In that base, he saw the frozen Fang Xuanzhou. At this time, Fang Xuanzhou was already in his 50s. In addition, during the turbulent era of Blue Star, medical technology was limited. Although Fang Wenjing tried to thaw Fang Xuanzhou, there were still many hidden dangers. Fang Xuanzhou's body was extremely weak, and he couldn't even walk normally. In this situation, he aimed at Fang Wenjing. Possessing Fang Wenjing and using Fang Wenjing's body to do things is obviously a good idea. As for his own body, he can leave it alone to continue recuperating. So, Fang Xuanzhou replaced Fang Wenjing. Fang Wenjing's family is a prominent family in the Federation, which is very helpful for Fang Xuanzhou's actions. Later, through the human base, the Federation learned energy layer technology, successfully blocked the cracks, and survived the doomsday crisis caused by the cracks. And the Fang family also grew rapidly under the leadership of Fang Xuanzhou. Fang Xuanzhou used Fang Wenjing's identity to control the lifeblood of the Federation, and at the same time established a cube to collect more superpowers. Because Fang Xuanzhou's body is dying, died of disease, died of old age, and died of the irreversible life trajectory of human beings. In another exploration of the crack, the cube found a human base and learned that the Super 3S level healing superpower has the ability to almost bring back the dead. Therefore, Fang Xuanzhou set his sights on the Super 3S level healing superpower. Not to mention the Super 3S level ability. The Federation has not even had an SS level healing superpower. At this time, the cube discovered for the first time an Earthling who could upgrade his superpowers. He looked the same as an ordinary superpower user, but every once in a while, his superpowers could be upgraded. The experiment of upgrading the superpowers of Earthlings began. Scene replay ended. Luo Shi was only an A-level superpower user, and Fang Wenjing was too old to review his life. Su Chen's goal was just to find the location of Fang Xuanzhou's body, and Fang Xuanzhou's body happened to be in Fang Wenjing's scene replay. Finding this scene, Su Chen's goal this time was achieved. There was no camera in the extremely cold morgue. Su Chen was floating next to a light brain with a camera turned on, allowing Ivy to witness everything through the light brain camera. Ivy, can you find the main body? Don't worry. We have the pictures. It's just a matter of finding a place. I'm the best at that. Faced with the attacks of more than a dozen constantly changing psychics, Jiangmi was ultimately at a disadvantage. Fang Xuanzhou changed Hongya No. 2's SS level ability into Evolution. After Evolution was cast, Hongya No. 2 had 3 SS level abilities and 1 S level ability at the same time. And all the S level psychics on the scene also became SS level psychics. During the more than 20 minutes of the battle, Jiangmi was covered with scars, and there was almost no intact skin. Fang Xuanzhou's voice echoed in her ears. Sister, admit defeat. I don't want to waste such a good ability of yours. Jiangmi no longer had the ability to resist. Countless metal nails appeared around an SS level psychic, instantly stabbing at Jiangmi, nailing Jiangmi firmly to the laboratory wall. Jiangmi felt the piercing pain of the metal nails piercing her flesh, and 2 metal nails pierced into her hand bones, breaking them all. The perceptive psychic felt Jiangmi's weak breath and breathed a sigh of relief. Mu was removed, and the psychics made way. Fang Xuanzhou walked to Jiangmi leisurely with his hands behind his back. Jiangmi was now a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fang Xuanzhou lifted Jiangmi's chin. It's a pity. Sister, I still won. What should I do? In the Earth era, I won. In the Blue Star era, I still won. Sister, isn't it good to be in the same camp with me? With your 3S level superpower, my equivalent exchange and doppelganger. The world is at our feet. Pa! Jiangmi's face was bloody, but he still snorted coldly. You wish. Fang Xuanzhou chuckled. It's not my fantasy. This is reality. Luckily, sister, you didn't die, which satisfied my wish to find an upgraded psychic. You saved me at the beginning, but I didn't expect you to save me again. Jiangmi didn't understand. Save you? I'm dying. Fang Xuanzhou said this with a smile. Only a Super 3S level healer can save me. But the only Super 3S psychic in history was obtained by the Earthlings at the cost of more than 7 billion lives. So the possibility is too low. Luckily, you can upgrade, and I know equivalent exchange. I can turn you into a healing psychic and let you upgrade. In this way, I can be saved. Jiangmi sneered. So what is saving the Earthlings? It's so high-sounding. Isn't it for yourself? Fang Xuanzhou gently stroked Jiang Mi's cheek. Sister, take a last look at this world while you are awake. You will never have a chance to wake up again in the future. All the metal nails were pulled out, and Jiang Mi sat on the ground powerlessly. But she didn't show any sign of giving up. Even when she looked up at Fang Xuanzhou, her eyes were still firm. I'll give you this sentence. Fang Xuanzhou, take another look at this world. This is your last chance to wake up. Fang Xuanzhou looked at Jiang Mi with a puzzled look on his face. The next second, his eyes widened. Pain, discomfort, darkness, all negative emotions rushed to Fang Xuanzhou. Fang Xuanzhou felt his breathing was suppressed, and the god of death was caressing his heart. You? Fang Xuanzhou looked at Jiang Mi in disbelief. Jiang Mi held the wall and stood up with difficulty. Her magic power was almost exhausted and her body was full of holes. But she still chose to stand. Fang Xuanzhou collapsed to the ground because he couldn't breathe. All the psychics looked at this scene in shock, not knowing why such a change would happen. Only Jiang Mi had a cold look in her eyes, because she knew that Fang Xuanzhou's original body was dead. With the death of the original body, possession failed, and the superpower attached to Fang Xuanzhou's clone also disappeared. Fang Xuanzhou in front of him struggled for a while and lost consciousness. All the psychics looked at each other, not knowing why this happened. Hongya number 2 gritted his teeth. Don't worry about it. Kill Jiang Mi first. Hongya waved the ice blade and stabbed Jiang Mi fiercely. The next second, a sharp tang sword suddenly cut the ice blade. A space hole appeared in the laboratory at some point, and Suchen had already come to the laboratory through the space hole. Hongya number 2 saw Suchen and others, and after 2 seconds of stunned, he shouted, "What are you afraid of? That man has no superpowers." The perception-type psychics also realized this, and the fear and worry on everyone's faces disappeared instantly. But this emotion only lasted for less than a moment. While Hongya number 2 was talking, Suchen had already grabbed a healing psychic and kicked Jiang Mi fiercely. The healing psychic was horrified. When he reacted, he was greeted by a sharp dagger in Jiang Mi's hand. Kill the S-level psychic and gain 2,126 points of magic power. Current magic power, 161041. Hongya number 2 did not realize who the dead person was, and still encouraged the remaining psychics. Jiang Mi's magic power has been exhausted, and now there is only one person. They will definitely die. Jiang Mi's real-time magic power was indeed exhausted, but as long as the psychic was killed, he could gain his magic power and steal his superpowers. The sacred white light enveloped Jiang Mi, quickly repairing the wounds of all sizes on her body. All the wounds on her body were healing, and all the hideous cracks were recovering. But in a moment, Jiang Mi had recovered as before. Everyone! Jiang Mi stood up straight and looked at the cube-based mutant with a cold look. Suchen walked to her side and joked with a smile. You are so badly injured? Jiang Mi glared at Suchen angrily. It's because you are too slow. I delayed Fang Xuanzhou for almost half an hour before you came. Dr. Su. You can't do it. Suchen. He looked at the S-level led by Hongya number 2 in front of him. We'll know if we can do it after we fight. Jiang Mi also stretched his shin like a laziness. I was beaten so badly just now. This time, it's my turn. Chapter 140. 10 minutes later, only Jiang Mi and Suchen were left standing in the laboratory. The scene was littered with corpses, and all the superpowers fell in a pool of blood. Suchen accurately found Fang Xuanzhou, who had fainted, and carried him up. Jiang Mi did not ask about the whereabouts of Suchen's body, because at the moment when Fang Xuanzhou struggled in pain, she already knew his fate. The sky was already bright, and a layer of golden edges appeared on the distant mountains, and the morning sun rose slowly. Jiang Mi and Suchen returned to District 13, and Ji Linglan's body was still in District 13, placed in the freezer. Jiang Xiaobai saw Jiang Mi and Suchen appear, and stood up suddenly. He seemed to have not slept all night. His eyes were red, and there were deep dark circles under his eyes. You got the equivalent exchange superpower? Jiang Xiaobai asked Jiang Mi. His breathing was a little rapid, and his chest was heaving. Jiang Mi patted Fang Xuanzhou, who was unconscious, on Suchen's shoulder. Here. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were warm, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Exchange first, then thaw. Suchen reminded Jiang Xiaobai. Otherwise, as soon as the thaw is completed, the person may not be able to hold on and pass away. Jiang Xiaobai nodded fiercely. I understand. I understand. Jiang Mi walked to the front of the freezer and looked at Ji Linglan in the cabin. The little girl's face was covered with a thin layer of frost, and the blood stains on her body had been washed clean, and the whole person was almost transparent. For equivalent exchange, you need to get something valuable enough as a bargaining chip. Can S-level superpowers be exchanged? Jiang Mi asked Su Chen with some concern. Su Chen nodded. Yes, I tried it. Jiang Mi's hand covered Ji Linglan's body, and he only felt the bone-chilling cold. The exchanged items are equal in price, so the rest is voluntary. The two rules of 3S level equivalent exchange are: 1. The exchanged items are equal. 2. The exchangers are willing to exchange. Ji Linglan has lost consciousness, but survival is a human instinct. As long as she has the will to survive, the transaction can be completed. The invisible force enveloped Ji Linglan, and everyone held their breath and watched the scene nervously. Jiang Xiaobai and Su Chen could not see anything, but Jiang Mi could see that the label S-word spirit on Ji Linglan's heart disappeared. Success? Jiang Mi retracted his hand. Jiang Xiaobai rushed to Ji Linglan. He did not have any sense of success, but he believed in Jiang Mi. Su Chen reminded him. Send Linglan to the hospital. The Federation's thawing technology is already very mature. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Jiang Mi and Su Chen gratefully. Thank you. The sun was shining outside, and the golden sunlight covered District 13. In the ruins, the oncoming sunlight seemed to be a new hope. The federal presidential election was in full swing. Jiang Mi and Su Chen sat lazily on the ruins of the airport. The huge screen at the airport was destroyed by Lu Xianxian's space slash. Fortunately, Pei Jitsu restored it with rewind. At this moment, Ming Jinian's campaign manifesto was playing on it. Not surprisingly, without the interference of federal nobles, Ming Jinian was successfully elected as the next federal president. The live camera swept to the audience, and a group of members of the Democratic Alliance gnashed their teeth. The death of Xing Kong, Lu Xianxian, Mr. Pei, and Fan Wenjing meant that the Democratic Alliance was doomed. The Pei family, the Lu family, and the Fang family no longer resisted. The remaining Zhongzheng family and the Yun family, who had always been bad, also chose to support Ming Jinian. After Ming Jinian was elected, the first bill he issued was abolition of the citizenship system. The colonies were overjoyed, and the nobles were full of complaints. This was what Jiang Mi had guessed long ago. When the election was over, Fang Xuanzhou woke up slowly. Not the real body, but a clone of Fang Xuanzhou with equivalent exchange. Jiang Mi didn't know how to call him, so he still called him Fang Xuanzhou. He was thrown into the ruins by Su Chen, and he was still injured. At this moment, he slowly got up and looked around blankly. The logistics department of the faraway administration made a loud noise because of dealing with the remaining black fog. Fang Xuanzhou was startled and hid behind Jiang Mi like a hamster. Su Chen. Fang Xuanzhou couldn't speak at this moment, and shrank timidly behind Jiang Mi. He didn't know why he chose Jiang Mi. Probably because he felt that girls were easier to get close to. Su Chen frowned. You don't want to keep him, do you? Jiang Mi looked at the bewildered Fang Xuanzhou. Didn't Chen Rang check and say that he has no memory in his head? In other words, he was possessed by Fang Xuanzhou since he was born. This means that Fang Xuanzhou in front of him is a blank sheet of paper, without thoughts and unable to speak. He is extremely confused about everything, but very curious. Before, in the submarine base, Jiang Mi had no burden to destroy those clones that were still embryos. But facing Fang Xuanzhou in front of him, it would be a bit inhumane to do it again. Besides, he has 3S level supernatural powers, which are precious. Jiang Mi took Fang Xuanzhou's hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Mi. She pointed at Su Chen. His name is Su Chen. Fang Xuanzhou is very smart, looking at Jiang Mi with bright eyes. Jiang Mi. He looked at Su Chen again. Su Chen. Jiang Mi rubbed Fang Xuanzhou's head. You are worthy of being my brother. So smart. Fang Xuanzhou felt that Jiang Mi was praising him, smiled happily, and then pointed at himself. Me, what about me? Jiang Mi thought for a while. Your name is? Jiang Xiao. The education of Jiang Xiao must be improved. Looking at a person in his 20s, he can't be ignorant of everything. Unfortunately, Jiang Mi can't take care of children. So he kicked Jiang Xiao to Chen Rang and Xiao Ha. The magic wolf can play with him. And Chen Rang has a good memory and can educate him, which is very convenient. When Chen Rang learned about this, Jiang Xiao had already chased Xiao Ha in the yard. Chen Rang was dumbfounded when he saw a 3S level being handed over to him. Sister me. Can you figure it out? I am an A-level scum. You threw a 3S level strategic weapon next to me. Is it appropriate? Jiangmi turned a blind eye and turned to look for Chu Huijin in the extreme thrust base. She is the last piece of the puzzle in this world. Chu Huijin probably expected Jiangmi to come. So he made a cup of black tea and waited for Jiangmi on the open-air balcony of the extreme thrust sanatorium. When Jiangmi came, he saw Chu Huijin still wearing a neutral suit, and the scar on his face was shocking, making him look unapproachable. I know you will come to find me. Chu Huijin looked at Jiangmi. But I think you already know why I opened the crack. Jiangmi nodded. Fang Xuanzhou told me. But is the black fog really the only way to save Blue Star? Chu Huijin took a sip of black tea and looked at the grass of the sanatorium. The sanatorium was peaceful and calm, just like Blue Star now. First, let me tell you a truth. Chu Huijin narrated calmly. Earth civilization was not destroyed. Humans just left Earth. Left? Jiangmi was puzzled. I don't quite understand. Chu Huijin, in the 342nd year of the Doomsday, more than 7 billion people on Earth died of frenzy. And nearly 700,000 evolvers evolved from this, among which there was a Super 3S level mutant. We are lucky enough. She happens to be a 3S level space mutant. Super 3S level means that she can break through the limitations of space and time. So she found an uninhabited planet and opened a space hole, leaving Earth with 1 billion living people. Chu Huijin took out a silver cone. The material of the cone looked like silver, but Jiangmi felt that it was harder than silver. The end of the cone was decorated with human hand bones, and the knuckles were slender, glowing with a cold white light in the night. The Super 3S level psychic is called Yilan. When she first gained the Super 3S ability, she could not control such a powerful force. During one use, she accidentally opened a crack leading to prehistoric civilization. Behind the crack, she saw the destroyed Blue Star. At that time, the Earth migration plan also had problems. We recovered most of the cryostat and wanted to take our compatriots away with us. However, in the Doomsday era, information was not smooth, and we even forgot the locations of many human bases. So Yilan proposed a bold idea to open up the crack connecting Earth civilization and Blue Star civilization. On the one hand, after 100 years, the species evolve, and their golden blood can allow humans to evolve into psychics, so that the Blue Star people will not be so helpless in the face of the black fog. On the other hand, we can let the Blue Star people help find the cryostat while killing the demon species. Jiangmi was puzzled. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to let Yilan come to Blue Star and take the Blue Star people away directly? Wouldn't it be possible to avoid the destruction of Blue Star this way? Chu Huijin shook his head. 100 years ago, if you rashly told the Blue Star people that your world was going to be destroyed, do you think they would believe it? Besides, Yilan was already 70 years old when she awakened, so she didn't have time to do such a thing. After Yilan passed away, we used her hand bones to make this spike. This is a spike that has been reinforced by sacrificed psychics and has the ability to open space. The federal high-level officials have been covering up the truth about Earth civilization after the cracks for so many years. On the one hand, they don't want social unrest. And on the other hand, they are also looking forward to the awakening of Super 3S level space psychics on Blue Star. I think you should have felt this way when you just woke up. Blue Star attaches great importance to space psychics. But maybe it's because of probability? After Yilan awakened to the Super 3S level space system, there were very few ordinary space system users on Blue Star. If this continues, let alone the God-given meeting, even I may open all the cracks and let the black fog erode this world. Jiangmi thought about it and asked Chu Huijin, how long will it take for the end of Blue Star? Chu Huijin sighed. It's less than 10 years. Yilan said that countless meteorites will fall on Blue Star and submerge everything on Blue Star. Jiangmi, can't we use aviation technology to immigrate to other planets? Do you think Blue Star has this level of technology? Chu Huijin sneered. The black fog is the only hope to save Blue Star. Chu Huijin's heart was as cold as steel. If this was the only way, Jiangmi was convinced that Chu Huijin would open the cracks and let the black fog submerge all mankind. It's not the only hope, Jiangmi said calmly, looking at Chu Weijin indifferently. Don't you just want a Super 3S level space system? Maybe I can. Chapter 141. The main text ends. The Federal Aviation Administration issued an alarm and found that a group of meteorites were flying towards the blue planet. The largest meteorite had a diameter of more than 20 kilometers. If it hit the blue planet, the smoke produced would be enough to engulf the blue planet and cause the destruction of human civilization. This was the information discovered by the Aviation Administration in the second year of the incident in District 13. It is speculated that within 5 years, this batch of meteorites will fall on the blue planet. This message was blocked by the Federation as soon as it appeared. The Federation would not easily announce such news that would cause unrest in the entire society. At the same time, the aviation administrations of many countries in the blue planet also detected this news. Compared with the appearance of cracks, the landing of a meteorite with a diameter of 20 kilometers is the real end of the world. The Blue Planet United Nations Conference discussed for a whole month. But there was no solution. The meteorites were observed not only by the Aviation Administration, but also by some private institutions. This news could not be blocked soon. At the 6th United Nations, when the countries headed by the Federation were helpless again, a space hole appeared in the United Nations conference room, and Jiangmi and Xiaohao walked out of the space hole. Representatives of various countries sat upright in an instant. The United Nations conference prohibits any superpowers. The entire conference room has a superpower shielding device turned on 24 hours a day. However, the other party actually broke through the superpower shielding device and opened a space hole in the center of the conference room, indicating that the entire United Nations building has been controlled by them. And the girl and the space wolf who walked out of the space hole. Aren't they the faceless man? A 3S level wanted criminal in the Kinney Federation? A year ago, the news that the faceless man killed Xing Kong and massacred the Pei family spread like wildfire. Even if Minji Wexi wanted to help suppress the news, she couldn't suppress it. Ning became the most wanted criminal in the Federation. And because she was a 3S level multi-superpower person, her wanted order spread all over the world. Everyone is afraid of the faceless man and her force. But they are afraid. But they can't do anything to her. Now, the faceless man appears at the United Nations meeting. What does she want to do? Is she going to kill people again? If she wants to kill people, more than 100 United Nations representatives at the scene will not be able to survive. As a representative of the Kinney Federation, Ruanzu walked straight to Jiangmi. She looked at the representatives of other countries. Don't worry. Ms. Ning came to the United Nations meeting this time to discuss how to fight against meteorites. Discuss how to fight against meteorites? A national representative asked. She is not a 3S level hardened superpower. What can she do? Can she smash all the meteorites? How is it possible? Xiaohou. Jiangmi called Jiang Xiuzhou's name. Jiang Xiaohou immediately poked his head out of the space hole and ran happily to Jiangmi. Sister, I'm here. There was a bodyguard standing behind the national representative. Because the superpower shielding device failed, he sensed Jiang Xiaozhou's ability. His pupil shrank suddenly. Another 3S level psychic. There are no more than 5 3S level psychics in the entire blue star, both openly and secretly. And now there are 2 in front of us. Jiang Xiao put his hand on Jiangmi's shoulder, and he closed his eyes and used his superpowers. Soon, the psychics with perception at the scene felt that Jiangmi's aura had changed. She changed from a hardened psychic of the defense system to a psychic of the space system. Jiangmi opened her eyes, and 8 minutes later, a space hole appeared next to her. The space hole was very large, more than 6 meters high. Humans standing next to the space hole seemed so small. The space hole opened by Jiangmi was obviously more mysterious than the space hole opened by the space wolf. A blazing red light could be seen in the vortex space, even if the message from another space had not yet been transmitted. The heat of another space could still be felt. A representative of a country was puzzled. You have become a space-based superpower? What is behind this space hole? Jiangmi, the sun. Everyone. Seeing that some people did not believe it, Jiangmi picked up a redwood chair in the conference room and inserted it into the space hole, leaving only half on her side. A second later, she took back the chair. The national representatives were surprised to find that the backrest chair that extended into the space hole had been completely burned out and turned into nothingness. The space hole of the space wolf can cross the space limit of thousands of kilometers and move freely on the blue planet. but it has not completely broken the space barrier. While the 3S level space system has obviously broken the space barrier and achieved the jump between planets, the planetary migration plan is a plan that the national representatives have discussed for a month. But it has been delayed due to technological limitations. Now that they see Cherning's space hole, the national representatives suddenly realize that perhaps they can use space power to achieve the migration of all mankind. You want to use space power to transfer all mankind to other planets? Then where can the 3S level space power extend to at most? The national representative Yue asked excitedly. There was a light of expectation in his eyes. And he already regarded Cherning as a new hope. Look at the time, Jiangmi said calmly. Like I just opened the space hole from Blue Star to the Sun. It took 8 minutes. Which is the time from Blue Star to the Sun at the speed of light. The premise of opening the space hole between the stars is that my perception must have reached that location at the speed of light. And then I can open a space hole connecting the two places at the target location. Xiaohua also needs this step to open the space hole. It's just that the distance within the blue planet is short. So the time of perception is ignored. At the United Nations conference, many national representatives had done their homework in advance. They knew the planetary migration plan very well. After hearing what Cherning said, they became even more excited. The closest habitable planet to the blue star discovered by the Aviation Bureau is in the Proxima Galaxy, 4.22 light-years away from us. And the meteorite will not land on the blue star until 5 years later. So we still have a chance. As long as we sense the location of the Proxima Galaxy from now on, there is still hope for humanity. All of humanity can migrate to Proxima. And at worst, we can start from scratch. As the director of the Research Institute, Zhongzheng Mufa followed Wan Zhu to attend the United Nations General Assembly. When she heard the discussion of those national representatives, she poured cold water on them. The Proxima Galaxy is a triple star system. The Aviation Bureau has been studying it for many years. But it does not know the laws of the operation of the 3 stars. Even if Cherning finds the habitable area on Proxima, it will only take 3 to 5 years before it will be destroyed by the convergence of the 3 stars. Proxima is not a habitable planet. The national representatives looked embarrassed. There are also Captain B, Gliese 832C, Gliese 581G. The more the national representatives spoke, the smaller their voices became, because these planets are more than 5 light-years away from the blue star. If they exceed this time, they will not be able to arrive before the meteorite lands. 3S level space ability is a direction, Jiangmi said calmly. As long as the distance limit of perception is broken, a space hole leading to other galaxies can be opened in an instant. Distance limit of perception limit? The national representatives looked confused. Zhongzheng Mushu explained. That is to make Cherning a Super 3S level ability user. The Faceless Man is a multi-powered person who can upgrade. This is no longer a secret on Blue Star. In the face of this crisis for all mankind, even if countries are wary of the Faceless Man, they still need to consider it. After all, the ones who really have a grudge against the Faceless Man are the Cube, the God-giving society, and the 5 major families of the Federation. And they have nothing to do with other countries. The Federation itself does not settle accounts with the Faceless Man. And it also drags the Faceless Man out to solve the Doomsday Crisis. What do the representatives of other countries have to worry about? A representative of a country isn't the way for a superpower to upgrade to kill other superpowers? Let Cherning kill all the superpowers to become a Super 3S level? Is this still humane? Zhongzheng Mufa, killing is one of the ways. Superpower criminals from various countries should not be on the immigration list. In addition, our research institute has developed a way to use golden blood to upgrade Cherning, which is also a way. It's just that according to the calculation of the superpower data system, Cherning needs 1 million magic points to upgrade to a Super 3S superpower, which is definitely not enough for the Kinney Federation. Jiangmi contacted Ming Jinyan a year ago and raised Chu Huijin's doomsday remarks. Ming Jinyan naturally believed her and immediately ordered the Federation Research Institute and the Rift Academy to start research on Jiangmi's superpower upgrade. After the Aeronautics Bureau detected the meteorite and the United Nations discussed it for more than a month, the Federation proposed a method of cultivating Super 3S level so that representatives of other countries would be more likely to agree and participate. After all, using the entire Federation to cultivate a 3S level would be too much of a loss to the Federation. And this matter should be worked on by the entire Blue Planet. The United Nations meeting discussed for more than 2 months, and finally agreed to the Federation's plan. killing the death row psychics of various countries. Plus the existing golden blood can allow Jiangmi to upgrade to a Super 3S level psychic. This is a relatively safe method that does not harm most lives. Zhongzheng Mufa and Mu Lanqiu adjusted Jiangmi's system together, supplemented the previously missing basic values, and added the space attribute. So the parameters that can be added on Jiangmi's panel became space, hardening, speed, strength, and mental power. Under Jiang Xiaozhou's equivalent exchange, all of Jiangmi's magic points have been transferred to the space attribute, and all the points will be added to space. This amount of magic value is too large. Jiangmi absorbed it for several months before completely digesting all the magic value and upgrading to a Super 3S level psychic. The moment she opened her eyes, Jiangmi felt that the world had changed, and she seemed to be able to feel a very distant future. Distance lost its meaning in front of her, and everything was close at hand. The Federal Aviation Administration had already found all the Earth-like planets that had been detected in the past, and asked Jiangmi to open the space hole for exploration. After several months of this, the Aviation Administration finally confirmed a habitable planet, based on the original proportion of gold blood dedication. Jiangmi opened the space hole at the same time and asked the infrastructure troops of various countries to log into Blue Star 2 for construction. Maintaining hundreds of space holes for a long time is an extremely mana-consuming thing. Fortunately, all countries have found powerful sacrificial psychics to fix the existence of space holes. In this way, after the sacrifice fails, Jiangmi can open the space hole again to continue. For years later, there are still 3 months before the meteorite lands, and the infrastructure of Blue Star 2 is basically completed. There are large and small space holes everywhere on Blue Star, and everyone is looking forward to this day. When the space hole opens, all humans enter another planet in an orderly manner under the control of the armies of various countries. In the bustling torrent, Jiangmi sits alone on the radio tower in District 13. 5 years ago, she woke up in this area. She thought she came to the future, but she didn't expect that she actually came to the past of the Earth. Now, she is really going to the future. Chu Huaijin told Jiangmi that the civilization of the Earth was continued on another planet, and the civilization of Blue Star will also continue on another planet. Jiangmi stood up. At this time, she saw a tiny figure under the radio tower. The other party was slender, and his white hair was particularly eye-catching. Jiangmi teleported and came to his side. Su Chen saw Jiangmi and curled his lips. It's time to go. Jiangmi, okay. A space hole appeared in front of him. I don't know when Su Chen had taken Jiangmi's hand, and the two walked into the space hole hand in hand. Dr. Su. I suddenly remembered something. What? Logically, I am older than you. Right? You should call me sister. Right? Su Chen was silent for a few seconds. No. Jiangmi? Why? Jiangmi asked. Su Chen, you are not right. You are always polite to Teacher Mu. I am 3 years older than you according to the age of the Earth. What's wrong with calling me sister? Su Chen. No. Stingy. Just don't call me. Chen Rang and Jiang Xiao followed the two and walked into the space cave. Jiang Xiao held a popsicle in his mouth and looked at the two people arguing in front of him with a blank face. Why doesn't brother Su Chen call sister sister? Don't you and I call sister like this? Chen Rang flicked Jiang Xiaozhou's head, his eyes flashing with a gleam of light. You are so silly. If you don't call me sister, you are a little wild. Don't you understand this? Su Chen is going to steal your sister. Jiang Xiao. Steal my sister? No. In 2112 of Blue Star, a crack leading to the future appeared, and the black fog from the Earth civilization poured into Blue Star, and Blue Star entered the apocalyptic era ruled by the black fog. In 2168 of Blue Star, the Federation superpowers discovered energy layer technology in the human base. The Blue Star people closed the cracks for the first time, effectively curbing the spread of the black fog, and began to use superpowers, crack creatures and other technologies to develop and grow. In November 2225 of Blue Star, many countries led by the Kinney Federation discovered that meteorites were about to hit Blue Star, and Blue Star was facing a crisis of extinction. In April 2226 of Blue Star cultivated the first Super 3S level space-based superpower. Under the guidance of the Aviation Bureau, the Super 3S level space-based superpower successfully found a habitable planet after several months of hard work. In January 2230 of Blue Star, The space hole leading to Blue Star 2 was fully opened. 3 months later, all the people of Blue Star migrated to Blue Star 2. Thus, the human planet migration plan was ended. And the history of the people of Blue Star on Earth ended. In April 2230 of Blue Star, a meteorite landed on Blue Star, and the civilization of Blue Star was destroyed. Tens of thousands of years later, new intelligent life appeared, and the civilization of Earth began. Chapter 142 Extra 1. The day after the incident in District 13 was the presidential election, and Ming Jian lived up to expectations and was elected as the new president of the Qini Federation. The news of the death of Xing Kong, the head of the Pei family, and the head of the Fong family spread like wildfire. But Ming Jian deliberately ignored this matter and defined the deaths of the three as sudden death due to overwork. Many members of the Democratic Alliance raised objections. Strangely, the 5 major families that had always been at odds with the Jishu Alliance chose to support Ming Jian, and also claimed that the death of their own family heads was sudden death. The Democratic Alliance and the Jishu Alliance, which had been arguing for decades, reached a consensus at this moment. The administration re-examined the case of the Faceless Man, eliminated the 2 crimes of kidnapping Ming Yueshi and assassinating Ming Jian, and only left 1 crime of breaking into the administration late at night to steal files. The Faceless Man was downgraded to a Class C wanted criminal. In addition to the merits of the Faceless Man in assisting the Federation in rescuing District 13, the wanted order for the Faceless Man was withdrawn. Compared with dealing with the Faceless Man, the first thing Ming Jian had to deal with after becoming president and abolishing the citizen system was the problems left over from the 13th District incident. According to statistics, there were 13 S-level psychics, 24 A-level psychics, and countless low-level psychics who rebelled at the time of the incident. Most of them rebelled because of Qin Xianyu's hypnosis, and only a few psychics were believers of the God-given society lurking in the Federation. After the trial by the First Federal Court, all the hypnotized rebels were acquitted. Qin Xianyu was the culprit of the rebellion of the Federal Executive Commissioner, and one of the culprits of the death of more than 2 million civilians in the 13th District. Under the judgment of the First Federal Court, Qin Xianyu was sentenced to death and imprisoned in Livonia Prison. Considering the doomsday crisis of Blue Star and the future cultivation of Super 3's level plan, Qin Xianyu was sentenced to probation. A year later, at the World United Nations Conference, the Federation proposed cultivation of Super 3's level, and death row prisoners like Qin Xianyu just belonged to the nutrients in the cultivation of Super 3's level plan. Late at night before the execution, Qin Xianyu sat by the bed in the cell. There was a porthole above her head, and the sky was full of stars. The lights in the cell were dim, and the stars fell in through the porthole. This was her last day. In this year, she met too many people. Zhong Zhengbowen, Pei Jixiu, Pei Jixian. They took turns to come to her and interrogate her about everything about the God-given society. The bishop knew that Blue Star was doomed to perish, but he didn't know much, and Qin Xianyu knew even less. After the interrogation, Qin Xianyu was thrown back into the small cell. The Federation has always been reluctant to kill S-level and above superpowers, but the Federation also has the death penalty. Generally, after S-level and above superpowers are sentenced to death, the Institute will first transplant their superpowers to others, and then execute the death penalty. Life can be lost, but superpowers must be retained. Qin Xianyu thought she would go through this process, but when the United Nations passed the training Super 3's level plan, she realized that she had to take another path. Either way, it's death, and superpowers will be maximized. So there is actually no difference. It's just that Qin Xianyu thought that before she died, Yi Tongchen would at least come to see her. But he didn't. He never came once. Qin Xianyu once expected that she hoped Yi Tongchen would appear. Just like when she was in the national team, she hoped that Yi Tongchen would look at her more. Zhong Zhengbowen asked her why she hypnotized Yi Tongchen would fall in love with her. When she was in the palace, she said that she wanted a servant. If she hypnotized the other party with concepts such as obedience, she would be discovered. But if she hypnotized the other party with love, she would not be discovered. Jiang Xiaobai and Pei Jixian were not easy to start with, so she chose Yi Tongchen. Actually, it was not true. Qin Xianyu liked Yi Tongchen. It was probably the day she just joined the national team. At the luxurious welcome banquet, she was embarrassed because she didn't know how to eat caviar. Yi Tongchen swallowed the caviar lightly and said that he couldn't eat it either. Or maybe it was the first time she was on a mission. Facing the hail of bullets, Qin Xianyu was at a loss. And Yi Tongchen happened to protect her. Qin Xianyu knew that Yi Tongchen swallowed the caviar in one mouthful just because he was lazy. He would protect himself. But the national team members helped each other. But she still coveted this feeling. This feeling was carefully hidden in Qin Xianyu's heart. Yi Tongchen didn't know. And the other people in the national team didn't know. Later, during a mission, Qin Xianyu pretended to be kidnapped and met the bishop. When she informed the bishop of the internal intelligence of the national team, Yi Tongchen appeared. He came to save her, but found out that she was from the God's Gift Society. At that moment, Qin Xianyu saw disgust in Yi Tongchen's eyes. She hated being looked at like this by Yi Tongchen. If she let him go, then her position as the deepest chess piece hidden in the Federation would be exposed. So, Qin Xianyu hypnotized Yi Tongchen. Qin Xianyu didn't remember how many times she hypnotized Yi Tongchen. Whenever there was a sign that the imprint was loosening, she would repeatedly deepen the hypnosis. Now, Jiangmi must have cleared the imprint in Yi Tongchen's mind. Qin Xianyu remembered the disgusted look Yi Tongchen gave her before the first hypnosis. He probably only felt disgust towards himself now. He was so disgusted that he didn't even want to come to Livonia prison to scold her. Yi Tongchen, do I look idle? When Yi Tongchen came to him for the 10th time to clear the traces of hypnosis in his mind, Jiangmi went crazy. I have checked your brain 10 times. There is really no mark. Yi Tongchen's expression was as calm as ever, and his eyes were as calm as a well. Take a closer look. Jiangmi, dear, I suggest you don't come to me to check if there is any mark. It's more appropriate to go to a psychiatric clinic. Yi Tongchen looked calm and looked at Jiangmi indifferently. After a while, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Jiangmi? Yi Tongchen, thank you. Jiangmi? This guy is a bit strange. Yi Tongchen stood up. His movements were as casual as ever, but he revealed an indescribable determination. Jiangmi looked at his back, thought of something, and suddenly called him again. Tomorrow it will be Xianyu's turn. I heard that you haven't visited her once this year? Yi Tongchen turned his back to Jiangmi, so Jiangmi couldn't see his expression. Yi Tongchen, Federation traitor. Is there any need to see? Jiangmi was speechless. Although she had only worked with the national team for a short period of time, Jiangmi's feelings for Qin Xianyu were very complicated. During the time in the national team, Jiangmi could feel that Qin Xianyu treated her as a teammate, and when she was in danger, Qin Xianyu was willing to help her. But the fact that more than 2 million people died in District 13 due to the frenzy of the Black Fog is an indisputable fact. The world is not black and white, and many people are stepping on the gray area. It would be fine if Qin Xianyu was pure evil. But in the end, she chose to stand on the side of the Federation and curb the effect of Mirror Flower Water Moon in time. When Qin Xianyu was mentioned, several people in the national team sighed. Only Yi Tongchen was extremely cold. Others in the Federation said that Yi Tongchen was probably used by Qin Xianyu. And now he has come to his senses. So he hates Qin Xianyu so much. Jiangmi also thought so. But the next day, when she arrived at Livonia prison, the warden Gong Qing personally received her and told her that Qin Xianyu disappeared. Yi Tongchen took Qin Xianyu away. When Qin Xianyu woke up, he saw himself in a huge laboratory. All laboratories were similar, with various experimental instruments that Qin Xianyu didn't recognize. Just based on the laboratory, Qin Xianyu didn't know where he was. In front of him was a huge green culture dish, in which was a naked girl, and various tubes connected to her body transported nutrient solution to her. Her long black hair hung down, covering her fair and small face. But Qin Xianyu still recognized the owner of this body through the label under the culture dish. Qin Xianyu's clone number 1 adult. There were footsteps behind her, and Qin Xianyu turned around and saw Yi Tongchen walking behind her. His expression was as calm as ever, and his indifferent eyes showed no emotion. Qin Xianyu took a step back timidly. Tongchen, what are you going to do? Yi Tongchen didn't speak. The door of the laboratory behind him opened, and several experimenters in white coats filed in. They rushed forward to grab Qin Xianyu and shackled her tightly to a strange experimental instrument. Qin Xianyu had a superpower blocker on her neck and was unable to resist. She struggled desperately. Yi Tongchen, what are you doing? Let me go! The experimenter restrained Qin Xianyu and inserted various strange tubes into her body, and the other end of these tubes was connected to the clones in the culture dish. Buried for a while, Yi Tongchen finally raised his head, his eyes trembling slightly. and looked at Qin Xianyu forbearingly. Xiaoyu, as long as you bear it this time, you will be fine. Qin Xianyu's pupil shrank suddenly. She looked at the instruments on her body, and then looked at the girl in the culture dish who looked exactly like her. You want to transplant my superpowers? Yes. Yi Tongchen did not deny it. Jiangmi just wants an SS-level nutrient. I will give it to her, so you don't have to die. I have been preparing for a year. Xiaoyu, as long as you remove your superpowers and memories, you can let this clone die in your place. All preparations are ready. The experimenter pushed it out. As long as the switch is pressed, Qin Xianyu's mind will input the most painful illusion for her. This kind of pain can bring her superpowers and transplant her superpowers to her experimental subject. Yi Tongchen's eyes were red, and he pressed the switch. The power transplantation device started, and all the painful illusions flooded into Qin Xianyu's mind. She was shackled to the instrument, crying, screaming, and the pain and despair overwhelmed her. Yi Tongchen didn't know what the content of the illusion was, but as long as he could make Qin Xianyu despair, and as long as the power transplantation was successful, everything was worth it. However, Qin Xianyu screamed so miserably and cried so sadly. But the tube that input the power did not change at all. Yi Tongchen couldn't understand it, and grabbed the experimenter's collar and asked loudly, "Why is this happening? Why can't the power be transplanted?" The experimenters looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all employees who had done countless superpower transplantation experiments in the institute. It was impossible for their experiments to go wrong. Yi Tongchen rushed to Qin Xianyu and removed the superpower shielding device on her neck. His perception was average, but he could sense that Qin Xianyu's superpowers were still there. Qin Xianyu stood up tiredly. She looked at Yi Tongchen and suddenly smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. "Tongchen, it's great to see you again." Yi Tongchen stroked her face. "Wait for me. I will definitely find a way to save you. I will definitely find a way to save you." As Yi Tongchen spoke, tears fell from his eyes. At the same time, a gust of wind came, and Qin Xianyu's figure disappeared like clouds and mist. The on-site experimenters were extremely shocked, and no one understood why this happened. But Yi Tongchen had seen this situation before, in the number 109 crack, in the world controlled by the Phantom Wrath. Qin Xianyu, who just disappeared, is just a figment of an illusion. It is a fake created by Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon, and Hypnosis. Yi Tongchen was stunned, watching all this in disbelief. After Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon dissipated, only a note was left at the scene, which was the last words Qin Xianyu left for Yi Tongchen. "Tongchen, thank you for coming to see me." On the other side, in a cell far away in Livonia prison where no one knows, Jiangmi saw Qin Xianyu. "Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon has expired," Jiangmi said. "Yi Tongchen should know that what he took away was a fake created by me using Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon, and Hypnosis." Qin Xianyu hugged her favorite bear doll and looked up at Jiangmi. "Thank you." Jiangmi didn't even raise his eyelids. Yi Tongchen's method is very thorough. If you follow his method, you can escape, as long as you have a complete facelift and transplant superpowers. The Federation can't find you. Why not follow his plan? Qin Xianyu lowered her head and fiddled with her teddy bear. Her hair hung down. Jiangmi couldn't see her expression, but only saw big tears falling on the teddy bear's face. "If this is the case, he will be a criminal like me." She was crying, but her tone was clearly relaxed. Jiangmi sighed. "The execution will be carried out soon. Don't you want to see him for the last time?" Qin Xianyu shook her head and wiped the tears from her face. "This is enough for now. He is still willing to come to see me." "That's enough." At the time of execution, Qin Xianyu was tied to the cross. Before this, because of the cultivation of Super 3S level plan, Jiangmi didn't know how many criminals she had killed. But in front of Qin Xianyu, she was soft-hearted and turned her back to Qin Xianyu. Outside Livonia prison, lightning and thunder roared, and Yi Tongchen desperately broke through Gong Qing's defense. Inside Livonia prison, Qin Xianyu smiled. "Tongchen, if it was you I met after I came out of the crack, how great it would be." Lightning streaked across the night sky, and Yi Tongchen heard this sentence clearly. He paused, and then Gong Qing suddenly raised her leg and hit him hard on the shoulder. Yi Tongchen had no defense and fell to the ground in embarrassment. That was the closest distance he was to Qin Xianyu. It was also the last time he heard Qin Xianyu speak. Chapter 143 Extra 2. There is no black fog or demon species on Blue Star 2. In Jiangmi's opinion, this place is very similar to the Earth before the end of the world. Su Zhongchen went back to his old job and continued to be his doctor. And Jiangmi also had to return to school. 2 lifetimes added up. She didn't graduate from college, and still needed to finish college before she could go out to work. The college on Blue Star 2 is similar to college. Because of the loss of the crack, there will be no more superpowers after this generation. As a key figure in the planetary immigration plan, Jiangmi found out the day before school started that she had no money to go to school. After all, Blue Star 2 is still under construction, and workers are needed now. And school is expensive. Jiangmi has a headache. Su Chen didn't care. It's okay. I have a job. I will support you. Jiangmi looked at Su Chen dimly. Dr. Su. I just want you to call me sister. You actually want to be my father. Su Chen? He grabbed Jiangmi's wrist and kissed her on the forehead. Isn't this kind of support possible? Jiangmi, in broad daylight. Dr. Su. You can't do this. Su Chen, what about that night? Jiangmi. Her face suddenly turned red. And before she could break free from Su Chen's arms, Jiang Xiao jumped out from behind her with the frying pan in his hand. You son of a bitch, Su Chen. You bullied my sister again. You also bit my sister. Su Chen, I didn't. Jiang Xiao, I saw it. You also bit my sister. Su Chen. Jiangmi. Su Chen was silent. He was thinking about how to explain to this guy with a negative IQ that he was not biting or chewing, but kissing. Obviously. When he was Fang Xuanzhou, this guy was quite smart. He must have been spoiled by Chen Rang and Xiao Ha. Jiang Xiao saw Su Chen denying it, so he pulled Xiao Ha to chew the chicken leg. Xiao Ha. Did you see it too? Su Chen was clearly biting my sister. Xiao Ha, awoo. The even more stupid demon wolf held the chicken leg in his mouth, without even looking at Jiangmi and Su Chen. How is it possible? I can't even bite Jiangmi. The demon wolf, who had bitten the chicken leg twice, suddenly thought of something and looked up. No! Now Jiangmi's ability has become space. I can bite it. Xiao Ha looked at Jiangmi with his eyes shining. Jiangmi? The demon wolf's stupid head looked at Jiangmi, then at its own chicken leg. 2 seconds later, it continued to hold its own chicken leg. Forget it. How can humans smell as good as chicken legs and cakes? Su Chen wants to bite Jiangmi, so let him. I won't tell him that cake chicken legs are more delicious than Jiangmi's head. Xiao Ha quickly gave up on Jiangmi's head. But Jiang Xiao did not give up, and still tirelessly surrounded Su Chen. Dr. Su. I tell you, you can't bite my sister. Have you taken the rabies vaccine? It's wrong for you to do this. Believe it or not. I will tell Teacher Mu. Su Chen could no longer bear it. If you keep talking nonsense, I will let Chen Rang give you double homework. Jiang Xiao. He immediately shrank his neck and compromised. Forget it. You should continue to bite your sister. It's okay to bite a few more times. Anyway, your sister is very powerful. It doesn't matter if she is bitten. Jiangmi? This brother can't be kept? Chapter 144 Extra 3. In the alley, 3 girls surrounded Ji Linglan. I thought I was a young lady with S-level superpowers. Before betraying the Federation, it was all because of President Ming's generosity. In my opinion, all of you traitors should be put to death. Use them as nutrients for the Super 3S plan. Miss Ji. It doesn't feel good to have no superpowers. Right? I asked you to seal our superpowers with word spirit before. Now it's your turn. The girls poked Ji Linglan's shoulders, pressing her step by step, and forced her into a corner. Ji Linglan leaned against the wall leisurely, holding a piece of candy in her mouth. She squinted her eyes, looked at the 3 girls in front of her, and sneered. B-level phantom. C-level strengthening. D-level. You are a bunch of trash. And you dare to shout at me? The girls' faces turned pale when they heard Ji Linglan's ridicule. Our powers are ordinary. But you don't even have any. Phantom the Psychic crossed his arms and sneered. Why? You still think you were the high and mighty lady back then. It would be fine if you knew some physical skills. But you are just a scumbag. Right? How dare you say that about us? Phantom the Psychic secretly gathered strength. She didn't know how many times Ji Linglan had sealed her powers. After all, she was a B-level psychic. But in front of Ji Linglan, she was just a newbie without any powers. Ji Linglan used to be strong and a member of the national team, so she couldn't resist. Now it's not certain. The afterimage appeared in the hands of the phantom psychic, and was about to attack Ji Linglan. Bye-bye! Help! Ji Linglan shouted without caring about her face. As soon as she finished speaking, several thin metal sheets flew over and shackled the 3 girls in front of her. The girls wanted to break free, but the metal sheets were so strong that they nailed them to the wall. Jiang Xiaobai stepped on 2 metal sheets and landed next to Ji Linglan. Bye-bye! Ji Linglan hugged Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed her head lovingly. I bought you breakfast time. How did it happen? Ji Linglan pouted. It's because they bullied me. Jiang Xiaobai raised his eyes and looked at the people in front of him. His eyes were fierce. Ji Linglan didn't even look at those people. She only cared about her breakfast. Sandwiches. Bagels. Milk. Oh! Why don't you have soy milk and fried dough sticks? I want to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks. And meat buns today. Jiang Xiaobai gently scratched Ji Linglan's nose. Okay. I'll buy it for you. The girl stopped Jiang Xiaobai and Ji Linglan. Very unconvinced. Jiang Xiaobai. Ji Linglan is now a waste without superpowers. Why are you so nice to her? That's right. Another girl echoed. She used to be able to block your ability with word spirit. But now she can't do it. You don't have to listen to her. Jiang Xiaobai didn't even look at those girls. His fingers scratched Ji Linglan's nose. And then he noticed that her arm, as white as lotus root, rubbed against the wall, leaving a little blood. His face darkened instantly, and he looked up at those people with a cold gaze. And dozens of cold silver-shining metal cones appeared behind him. Did you do it? His eyes were cold. Colder than the sharp metal cone. The girls were silent, not daring to breathe. Okay. It's just a small wound. Why are you and a bunch of rubbish making a fuss? Ji Linglan pinched Jiang Xiaobai's face. Let's go. Buy my meat buns. What about them? The cold light in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes did not dissipate. What if they come to trouble you again? Ji Linglan smiled and held Jiang Xiaobai's hand. Don't you still have you? You will stay with me. Right? Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head and gently stroked her hand with his fingers. Yeah. This time, he will always be with her and will not let her get hurt.